Chapter 801. Deceit one after another. Not willing to make a choice? Refusing to make a clear statement? I won't let you just pass by. No one wants to be next to a vacillating teammate who still has good strength and a strong influence. We can learn from the past and be the guide for the future. Leo would not allow the losses Admiral Dylan suffered to happen again. Let alone him. Leo pointed at himself. If I hadn't appeared, the kingdom of Arather would still be in civil strife. If Scarlet and I hadn't gotten the news and found Varian in Thunder Bluff in time, the kingdom of Stormwind would have been in chaos. No. His Majesty Jean wouldn't be standing here now without my proposal. There is civil strife in the kingdom. Threats of natural disasters. And some people are looking at you with evil intentions. The mastermind behind the scenes is secretly planning to add fuel to the flames. What future does such a human race have? And what hope does it have? When that time comes, we can only cry and beg to become a vassal race of others. Although Leo was bragging about his achievements, Varian and the others had to admit that without Leo's unexpected rise in the Arthi Highlands, the human race would have been in dire straits. Everyone, what did you think of when I said this? Yes, when everything is put together, it is not difficult to see that this is a plan to deal with humans, who makes us an emerging race with huge potential, who makes us not supported by a god like the Night Elves, who makes us not have enough foundation. Some existences are not willing to have another mortal race comparable to the elves. They are used to being aloof, used to looking at people with their nostrils, used to looking down on mortals, and they refuse from the bottom of their hearts to be on an equal footing with us mortals, because they think we are ants and have no qualifications. Although he didn't mention anyone by name, everyone present knew the existence of something in Leo's words. The atmosphere became depressing, and an undercurrent was surging. The people here are all outstanding leaders of the human race. To describe them in one word, they are outstanding people. Regardless of Jean, Varian, Jaina or Scarlet, they are all the masters of a country. How could they be willing to be driven by others and become other people's pawns? If the series of events is a game that weakens the strength of the human race, then Leo, the suddenly rising warlock, is the game breaker. Of course, it is not easy to be a game breaker. Without a strong enough backing and strong strength, you will be dealt with by others before you can break someone else's game. Now Leo has both. I heard that there is a god supporting Leo behind him. Could it be that some powerful existence wants to use the power of the human race to reach a higher level? Varian and others could not help but have such thoughts in their minds. No wonder Leo's rise was so rapid. No wonder his rise was not suppressed by certain entities. This has a lot to do with the support of a god behind him. Those who do not want humans to be on an equal footing with them will definitely wonder if it is worthwhile to offend a god for the sake of Leo after learning that Leo has an unknown god as his backer. It was their hesitation that gave Leo time to grow. Existences that intend to suppress human beings would never expect that Leo would grow so fast. By the time they became alert, Leo's strength could no longer be easily suppressed. If there is a god who chooses the human race, we humans may not lose to the elves based on our abilities. Ignoring everyone's thoughts, Leo stared at Jaina with burning eyes. Arather will not be afraid of war. And I believe that the kingdom of Stormwind and Gilneas will not be afraid either. Then, respected Archmage Jaina, Sarah what's most attitude? With a swish, everyone's eyes fell on Jaina, making the first human mage feel extremely pressured. With a look of struggle on her face, Leo is forcing me to make a clear statement. Jaina knew that no matter what choice she made, Theramore would not be able to remain neutral. And looking at the current situation, it was simply impossible for her not to make a choice. Having said this, Jaina must make a choice. If she wants to drag it out, she will only get the hostility of Varian and others. At this time, Leo's words reached her ears. Theramore cannot always be neutral. As long as Thrall steps down from the position of war chief, everything will change. Instead of procrastinating, it is better to make a choice early. Have you considered? Have I thought about it? Jaina's inner conflict continued, and her face became more and more struggling. Some people may say, isn't it just a statement of support for the Alliance? Is it so difficult to make a choice? The so-called promise is worth $1,000. And the words spoken are like water poured out. This world attaches great importance to the word faith, especially with Gianna's status. As long as her words are spoken personally, they cannot be counted. Scarlet snorted angrily. Theramore Island was originally the land of Arather, and the kingdom of Theramore established by Jaina was also a human kingdom. But she was still hesitant to let her join the alliance, as if it was embarrassing. Scarlet, the more I watched, the angrier I became. Isn't the alliance still begging you to join Theramore? The female paladin's roar made Jaina very embarrassed. Leo quietly made a gesture to stop Scarlet. People who have experienced war will be afraid of war because they know the cruelty of war. However, some wars are unavoidable. The more you avoid them, the more likely they are to happen. I assure you here that it will never be the alliance that provokes war. Ensure? What can you guarantee? Jaina didn't believe what Leo said. But when she thought about Leo's status as a prophet and looked at his confident look, she had to believe it. The prophet has the ability to foresee the future. Has Leo already foreseen that the tribe will launch a war one day in the future? Jaina was confused. Thrall didn't seem like someone who took the initiative to start a war. Wait. Leo said before that if Thrall steps down as war chief. Thrall steps down. Jaina was shocked. The orcs had previously advocated peace because they needed to recuperate and were unable to launch a large-scale war. However, things are different now. As the orcs took root in the continent of Kalimdor, they formed a tribal camp headed by it. They already have the ability to wage war. In recent years, the voices of war within the orcs have become stronger and stronger. The reason why they have not fallen out with the alliance is simply because Thrall has unparalleled prestige. As long as he is in the position of war chief, the war will not happen. On the other hand, what if Sal is no longer the war chief? The question is, with Thrall's ability and prestige, if he hadn't stepped down voluntarily, who could have driven him from the position of war chief? But if Thrall resigned, why would he appoint a successor who would provoke a war? Jaina was the first to say that Isar's wisdom could misjudge the heir's character. Jaina was the first one not to believe it. Leo, you mean? Jaina hesitated. If Leo was really right, Thrall appointed a war madman after he left office. The reasons behind it were hard for her to accept. I didn't say anything. Leo waved his hand, indicating that certain topics were inappropriate to discuss. We are all smart people. Will we be swayed by personal feelings on major issues related to the future of a country or even an entire race? Of course, Isaac's wisdom could not be affected by personal feelings on racial matters. And Jaina's face turned pale. It's better to block than to open up. The war emotions within the clan need to be vented. But can the orcs afford the consequences of war? Jaina understood that the orcs might not be able to bear the consequences of provoking a war. Foreign races that invaded this world have repeatedly provoked wars. Not to mention that humans will not let them go. And even the Night Elves will not allow such a race to continue to exist. Reality is not a game. In order to allow the game to continue to be played and to make money for the game company, some races that defy the rules will not continue to exist. In this world full of violence, the party that actively provokes war will, and he is still a migrant. And can he get a chance to start over twice in a row? If the orcs were defeated, the waiting result would be the annihilation of the clan. Thrall would not allow this to happen. But the rising war emotions in the clan would one day break out. How could Thrall's mind not see it? Therefore, the war chief who started the war must not be Thrall. So that after the orcs are defeated, someone can come out to clean up the mess. Of course, if the orcs win, then as the victors, the orcs will naturally get more land and resources, and then reproduce and develop faster. As for whether they will continue to launch wars in the future, it is hard to say. Not to mention Jaina's wild imagination. Any politician in the human kingdom can pull off such a trick, and humans will definitely be the first main target of the orcs' war. I understand. Jaina closed her eyes and sighed heavily. Then she opened her eyes and regained her composure between sighs. The kingdom of Theramore is a human kingdom, and we will not be human. Traitor. Once the Horde initiates a war, Theramore will immediately give up its neutrality and become a member of the Alliance. Jaina still left a certain bottom line. If the war was not initiated by the tribe, her words today would not be effective. Knowing that Jaina was afraid that he would deceive her because of his identity as a prophet, Leo didn't say anything to Death. And Leo didn't care about it. As long as Jaina agreed to a war, Theramore would return to the Alliance's camp. In fact, Leo was indeed suspected of deception. After solving Jaina's problem, Varian and Jean were dissatisfied again. Since we know that the tribe has no good intentions, and that those green-skinned beasts will provoke wars in the future, why do we still help them now? The tribe is now greatly weakened. Why not take the opportunity to deal with this scourge? The words of Varian and Jean also expressed Scarlet's thoughts. How could they raise tigers when they knew that the tribe would take the initiative to provoke wars in the future? Leo shook his head. He was not a merciful person when it came to important matters that concern him. It's not that I don't want to. I just can't. Why? It was Scarlet who asked the question. And the female paladin couldn't understand Leo's answer. when the orcs came to Kalandor. They were guided by Mediv, a lineage of human guardians. Do you think Mediv would guide the orcs without any reason? The water here is deep enough to drown people. When it came to the word human, Leo emphasized his tone. You mean there's a deep inside story here? Of course, Leo said and looked at Jaina. If you don't believe me, just ask Jaina. She has a deep connection with the guardian lineage. When Jaina took her men to Theramore, she coincidentally gave the orcs a creature when the orcs were at the end of their rope. Who can tell whether there was a lineage of guardians involved in it? It's not that I don't say something, but I don't know it clearly. But what I know is that on the continent of Kalandor, there was a lot of hatred between the orcs and the elves. If it weren't for the intervention of some beings, after what happened to Cenarius, it is impossible that the night elves could not defeat the orcs with their strength. Jaina's words made a famous saying come to Leo's mind. Those who count, others count. Things between races are never simple. Conspiracies and calculations exist in every corner. This is the arena for great wisdom. Chapter 802 Your whole family is a dwarf. Fight against foreigners before settling within. Only by uniting the front of several major kingdoms of the human race can the strength of the human race be brought together to fight against those existences that believe in their own strength. Before the threat of the Burning Legion appeared, the dragons only cared about the stability of the world order, and would not interfere with the lives of the mortal races. Now they have to fight both demons and undead natural disasters, and have to rely on the power of mortals to control the influence of the mortal races. Of course, the affairs will get involved, Leo said and pointed forward. The times have changed, and some things should be swept into the garbage dump of history. Do you really think that you can still show off your power like before? It's too much to look down on the new race. Strength. Scarlet and others standing next to Leo looked slightly moved. Leo's words clearly meant something. Master. Attack now? Nerelak looked at the unusually dead ruins of Entourage in the distance. The giant bear priest still remembered the last time he was avenged by the insect's venom, and was gearing up for a fight. The ruins of Entourage in the distance? Yes, it's the ruins of Entourage. After 2 days of rest, the Alliance army has recovered from the fatigue of many days of marching, and their goal is still the ruins of Entourage. The last time the attack on the ruins was abandoned due to an accident. This time, they came to finish the unfinished mission last time. No one said such nonsense that there was an ambush in the ruins of Entourage. The Karaji beetle people had accumulated heavy troops in the ruins of Entourage. When the Alliance army arrived in the ruins, there was no movement at all. So what was it if it wasn't an ambush? Don't worry. These bugs don't seem to be very smart. We were not prepared last time. Their trick of hiding in the ruins was effective. Do you really think that the same trick can work again? Leo curled his lips, his face full of disdain. The same trick was successful the first time. Are you still planning to make it successful the second time? Do you really think we are fools? Hey, let me tell you. Our fort alone can't destroy it. Mechatork noticed that Leo's eyes were looking at the shooting platform being built by the dwarf engineers from time to time. And the dwarf master craftsman immediately issued a statement. It's not that Mechatork lacks ambition, but that the ruins of Entourage are too big. Even though there are many cannons brought by the dwarves this time, they are unable to level them, unless they are given a few days. This is obviously impossible. The battle to attack the ruins of Entourage cannot be delayed until night. Fighting those insects at night will only make the Alliance suffer a big loss, and not even gain the slightest advantage, including the time spent fighting the bugs in the ruins. The bombardment can last up to 2 hours. Otherwise the battle will definitely last until night. Jen and Varian were indeed veterans, and they had already known the time of the battle. Seeing that Leo was still waiting for the dwarf engineers to build the fort, looking unhurried, they quickly reminded him. In terms of personal strength, they admitted that Leo was stronger. But when it came to marching and fighting, that was not necessarily the case. Leo knew what these two were worried about, but he had other plans. Don't worry. I have a way to bombard the ruins of Karaji and destroy the insect's nest. Leo has a way? Varian and Jean stopped talking after hearing this. Leo had said so. If they questioned it, it would be obvious disrespect for him, regardless of whether Leo's words were true or false. The two kings could just treat it as true. Anyway, if the attack on the ruins of Entourage is not possible today, there will be tomorrow. And it doesn't have to be today. I believe that there will be no loss to them even if they fail. On the contrary, if Leo's words are true, then the war with the beetle men will become much easier after the dwarf engineers set up the fort and helicopter platform. Setting up a platform is a familiar task for the dwarf engineers. Without interference and under the command of Mechatork, they can move faster. 100 forts, and 100 helicopter platforms were set up in just half an hour. Seeing that the dwarf had done all this, Leo made a gesture to retreat, signaling Scarlet and the others to come out of a vacant space. A giant robot nearly 70 meters tall appeared. Scarlet and the others were no strangers to this humanoid robot, because this was the War Fortress. What tricks did you come up with again? Mechatork stared at the War Fortress intently. As a great craftsman, his intuition told him that the looming mysterious runes on the metal SHL of the War Fortress were not just beautiful decorations. They must have a special function. Combining mechanical engineering with enchantment? It's not that no one has done this kind of thing. And it's not that no one has succeeded. But the results are not significant. Therefore, this idea seems very tempting and has huge development potential. But it is not popular. To be proficient in engineering, you must also be proficient in enchantment. This requirement is really too high. Mechatork wanted to know how far Leo, who had already shown his super engineering ability, could go in this regard. Leo, are you going to use it to bombard the ruins of Entourage? It's not that Scarlet doesn't trust Leo, but that she knows the strength of War Fortress very well. It is true that this giant robot is strong enough and its firepower is fierce enough. But no matter how fierce its firepower is, can it be stronger than the salvos of hundreds of turrets built by dwarf engineers? Leo smiled confidently. How can I do something I'm not sure about? Thousands of thigh-thick cannon barrels were pushed out from the War Fortress. This huge humanoid machine instantly turned into a terrifying fort with thousands of cannons. It stood there, its thick cannon barrels pointed at the ruins of Entourage, like steel monsters staring at their prey. Predator? The name of the War Fortress at this time made people naturally think of it. And the prey he wanted to hunt was the ruins of Entourage. Groups of light condensed at the muzzle, and their appearance turned the War Fortress into a big bright light bulb. Are you going to fire? How can thousands of magic cannons blast the ruins of Karaji? Even Scarlet, who has great confidence in Leo, can't help but have doubts. When the light from the muzzle converged to the maximum at the same time, beams of light shot out from the War Fortress. Pillar of light. Mechatork couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is there or not. When the magic cannon bombards, it shoots out balls of light, just like the magic bullets cast by the mage. Even so, not many people dare to resist the bombardment of the magic cannon. Now Leo's war machinery can actually make the barrel the energy emitted forms thousands of light pillars. No! Mechatork almost jumped up. Just when he was surprised, the thousands of light beams gathered together, forming a giant light beam with a terrifying diameter. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the huge light pillar with a diameter of more than 100 meters and formed entirely of magical energy. Be a good boy. If you are hit by this beam of light, even a demigod will die. Scarlet now understood where Leo's confidence in bombing the ruins of Entourage came from. Even with the vastness of the ruins of Entourage, such a lethal bombardment would not be able to withstand many hits. With its Karaji Beetle's people's plan to ambush the Alliance in the ruins will not work. Leo, I swear, you are a genius. Mechatork showed his true nature as a scientific madman at this time. He danced and ran to the War Fortress, tapping his feet with a wrench and shouting loudly. He yelled, "Why aren't you a dwarf? If you were a dwarf, you would definitely be the next great craftsman. You are the dwarf. Your whole family are dwarfs." Mechatork's words made Leo roll his eyes. As a human, he didn't look down on the short stature of dwarves, even though they were much more pleasing to the eye than dwarves. Boom! The beam of light shot into the ruins of Entourage, and a dull knocking sound came along with the trembling of the earth. Looking over from Leo's position, the cannon from the War Fortress gave people the impression that it had penetrated the entire ruins. Ling track with a diameter of 100 meters extended from the entrance of the ruins to the end of sight. No movement. Leo rubbed his chin, looked at the still dead ruins of Entourage, rubbed the knuckles of his index finger and middle finger, and snapped his fingers. One more shot. The War Fortress that received the order turned into a big light bulb again. Not long after, another terrifying Ling fell into the ruins of Entourage. The ruins of Entourage add another scar. Still no movement? They should have suffered a lot of losses after being led twice. These bugs can really endure it. Whatever. It depends on how long you can endure it. In a flash of his mind, Leo gave the order for continuous bombardment to the War Fortress. He did not believe that the insects could really resist showing up after suffering heavy losses. It turns out that not only turtles can become ninja turtles, but so can bugs. 10 times, plus the previous 2 times, The war fortress fired 10 shots at the ruins of Entourage. But the result was that the ruins were still dead. Not to mention the army of beetle men. Not even a single insect I was seen. It's not normal. It's really too abnormal. Leo, Varian and others exchanged glances with each other. And the dead silence in the ruins of Entourage made them aware of something unusual. If the bugs were really ambushing inside, these 10 bombardments would be enough to cause serious damage to them. And the Karaji beetles would not be able to endure it. Did the beetle men in the ruins of Entourage withdraw? Scarlet asked the question on everyone's mind. Maybe that's true. Although the possibility of this happening is very small. Varian and the others think it is almost impossible. But the facts are before their eyes. And they cannot accept that the ruins of Entourage have become real ruins. And the Karaji scarabs have really evacuated. No one would doubt the information that Passonia and Nerlex had personally investigated. It was impossible for the Karaji beetles to escape their eyes. They went to the ruins of Entourage to investigate and brought them out. After receiving the empty news, everyone felt the seriousness of the situation. Based on the way the beetlemen behave, they will not retreat without reason unless they receive an order from the Twin Emperors. The Twin Emperors managed to break through the beetle wall in the ruins of Entourage. The insect army that appeared outside retreated with only one explanation: they were about to break the seal. And the main force of the Yakkar Empire was about to break out of the seal. Chapter 803, taking the opportunity to cast. The lonely smoke in the desert is straight. And the sun is setting over the long river. Standing in the desert of Silithus, quietly admiring the sunset, looking at the sky dyed bright red by the setting sun. The golden crow falls in the west, and the jade rabbit rises in the east. The sun and moon have alternated here, without any change in millions of years. The moment seemed extremely beautiful. Faisal leaned in Leo's arms, staring blankly at the setting sun that was about to set. She didn't know what she thought of. She sighed softly, and said to Leo in a low voice, "How do you treat Scarlet about our affairs?" "Explain?" A wry smile appeared on Leo's face. "They say impulsiveness is the devil. But no. When he gets impulsive, trouble comes. One impulse. One passion. And then all you have to face is distress. Men? Are they really lower body animals? Can Leo say that he hasn't figured out what to say to Scarlet yet?" Leo's silence had been expected by Faisal. Before it happened, she had not expected that this little Hundan, who had a lustful heart but no courage, would be so bold. And she was actually succeeded by this Hun, and inexplicably, after giving the guy holding him a sideways look, Faisal pushed Leo away. "Don't touch me again until you figure out how to resolve this matter." Leo's face was full of depression. But what could he say? He returned to the Alliance camp in a state of confusion. Before Leo could figure out how to face Scarlet, the female paladin contacted him first. The person Leo doesn't want to see the most right now is none other than Scarlet. "Why?" you ask? Feeling guilty. After forcing himself to stay calm, Leo came to the Chinese army's tent and found that Varian, Jean and other Alliance leaders were gathered here. Leo breathed a sigh of relief. It was nice that he didn't have to face Scarlet alone. As the saying goes, if you don't do bad things, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. Even though Scarlet didn't know anything about Leo and Fuxel, someone still subconsciously felt that she was in a weak position. Seeing Leo's arrival, Varian took the lead and said, "There is news from Warmer's temple that the Scourge has made changes in Northrend. They need manpower to investigate, and the scheduled support will not arrive." Leo raised his eyebrows. This was not good news. The Dragon Army is an important fighting force against the Yakkar Empire this time. Now this force has made it clear that it cannot come for a while. Our own strength has been weakened a lot before the war begins, which casts a doubt on the upcoming war. Layer Shadow. Scarlet couldn't help but said in hatred, "Damn Scourge Legion." The female paladin thought that if the Scourge Legion had not changed at this time, the Dragon Legion would not have been unable to come. Leo didn't speak. He frowned. He felt that this matter might not be so simple. With the strength of the Wormer's Temple, not to mention that the current strength is greatly damaged. Even the Frost Dragon Legion was crippled by Tyr's hands. The Scourge Legion is unable to threaten them. Even in its heyday, the Scourge Legion will not really be taken seriously by them, let alone others. The Dragon King level Alexa alone is not a terrifying existence that the Scourge Legion can chew on. Although there are a lot of dragons, there are only 5 true cores, which are the 5 Dragon Kings created by Titan. As long as the Dragon Kings are immortal, the dragons will not perish. Don't think that the Dragon Kings are not very powerful just because they have not become gods. As an existence beyond the rules created by Titan, The Dragon King is more powerful than many gods. In fact, Leo is not the only one who has doubts. Looking at the anger hidden under the gloomy faces of Varian and others, you know that they and Leo have the same idea. The threat of the Scourge Legion has now been reduced to the lowest point. Besides, they have not taken any big actions. They are just detecting the dragon, but they can't spare any manpower. Are you kidding me? Do you really think we are fools? Taking a step back, even if the Scourge Legion takes action, can they really threaten the dragon's sleeping temple with their greatly reduced strength? Isn't it clear at a glance which one is the greater threat? The Lich King or the old gods? Now the dragon is actually using the Scourge Legion's abnormal movements as an excuse. It is clearly intending to let the mortal race and the beetle people of the Yakkar Empire fight to the death. It waits until both sides suffer heavy losses before joining. In this way, it has won the reputation of savior and demonstrated in order to realize its own importance and reduce losses. It is really a good calculation. I don't want to do anything, but I also want us to burst into tears of gratitude. Magni cursed in a low voice. Although the Dwarf King's voice was low, who among the people here was weak? So how could he not hear it? Scarlet's expression changed when she heard this, with a look of surprise on her face. And the female paladin came to her senses. The dragon has no good intentions. Scarlet tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. The war with the beetle men was about to enter its most critical moment. The dragon actually stepped aside, and the promised reinforcements did not arrive. This was clearly a deliberate attack. Who is the dragon targeting? Scarlet might not have understood it before, but how could she not understand it now? A demigod has appeared in the human race, and the kingdom of Gilneas has returned to the alliance. The strength of the two camps has been seriously imbalanced. Who do they need to target? Looking at Leo with some worry, Scarlet found that Leo's eyes were a little dodgy. What's wrong? The female paladin was very surprised. You know better. Kaderos glared at Magni angrily, seeming to blame Magni for talking too much, saying this would offend the dragon. And the dwarf didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Looking at what was happening in the human race, Prince Wildhammer couldn't help but shake his head. When the dwarves, who were once so powerful, were experiencing internal strife, some people might not be involved. Magni snorted disapprovingly. The relationship between the Bronzebeard dwarves and humans is much stronger than that of the Wildhammer dwarves. Otherwise, there would not be a subway across the mountains between Iron Forge and Stormwind City, which would separate the two countries. The royal cities are connected together, which represents the Ironclad Alliance. When Magni saw that Scarlet failed to understand the reason, he was afraid that the female paladin would make the wrong decision. So he couldn't help but remind her. The strength of the alliance has made some beings worried. If the mortal races don't have opposing camps, how can they restrain each other? I had expected this to happen before I became a demigod. Leo is not afraid to speak clearly. Everyone here is the leader of the alliance. The dragon's trick this time is clearly to deceive the alliance. Everyone is sitting in the same boat. Is he still afraid that these words will spread? For the benefit of the dragon, Dragon Sleep Temple needs two camps with balanced strength. But do we need it? They call us mortals and think they are superior to us. Do they really think of themselves as superior gods? As Leo spoke, his eyes swept over the faces of everyone in the tent one by one, his eyes shining like sharp swords. Kadros, Magni and Mekatork felt their hearts tightening. Leo's remarks were clearly intended to challenge the dragon's status, which was a very dangerous idea. Dwarves and gnomes are all mutated from the first batch of creations of the Titans. Their predecessors were earth spirits. If it hadn't happened like the ancient gods, they should have ruled this world. Although the dragons are also creations of the Titans, they are only the guardians of the world order. Why should they be weighed down on them? The dwarfs and dwarfs were deeply unconvinced by the dragon's aloof appearance. If the dragon hadn't been stronger and had bigger fists, they would have been completely unable to fight against it. The dwarves and dwarfs would not have given the dragon a good look at all. Of course, if someone is willing to take the lead and cause some trouble for the dragon, they don't mind pushing it. The three of Kadros exchanged a secret look and reached a consensus in an instant. After scanning the circle, he found that no one had any intention of retreating. Leo continued, since everyone wants to fight this battle, we must show the majesty of the alliance and show those guys that this world lacks even without them. We mortals would have won without them. If the war between the coalition of mortal races and the Beetlemen was not in a tense state, then the appearance of the dragon would be meaningless. If the coalition could gain the upper hand, the dragon would have no face to appear. Some people who want to come to the battlefield as saviors overestimate themselves. We must let them know that underestimating us is the biggest mistake they make. Having said this, Leo paused. He habitually rubbed the ring of forbidden evil words in his hand, with a strange smile on his face. If we can win this battle without relying on the dragon, although we will lose strength, it will undoubtedly be a great boost to the confidence of the people. The disaster that the dragon has erected in the mortal world for a long time will not be possible without them. The psychological shackles will be broken, and a confident enough alliance is what we want to see. For the glory of the alliance, move forward bravely. For the alliance in this world where glory is greater than life. For the alliance's warriors, these are 4 words that can make them sacrifice their lives. The alliance army began to be busy, in order to fight this war well, to slap the dragon in the face, and to build confidence in his own people. The entire alliance made unprecedented mobilization. Stormwind City, Stromard, Ironforge, Gilneas, and even the newly recovered Nomorigan are no exception. Except for Darnassus of the Night Elves. Every royal city in the alliance is constantly gathering supplies and mobilizing supplies. With the army, they use the magic teleportation array to send these materials and troops to the front line at all costs. Such a big move by the alliance shocked countless people. After receiving the news, Thrall ordered Sorfang to cooperate fully. The wise orc leader saw the purpose of the alliance and wanted to fight back against the dragon. No matter which side loses in the battle between the alliance and the dragon, the tribe will not lose anything. So he is happy to stand by and watch. Theramore and Dalaran remained silent at this time. Jaina and Ronan had been informed privately by the alliance. They knew that it was best for them to remain neutral at this time, so that even if the alliance failed, someone would still be able to come forward. Mediation. This operation is crazy. We will accompany you to go crazy. Varian said this, and the fierce fighting spirit on his face showed his attitude. This powerful human warrior was not a master who was willing to accept anger. Leo smiled. Everyone has suppressed it for too long. So we should take this opportunity to release it and see if our anger can make some people taste the pain. Those who are afraid of being stunned. Those who are stunned are afraid of losing their lives. And those who are desperate are afraid of going crazy. This time, let's go crazy and see who can have the last laugh. Chapter 804. There is no airtight wall. Leo now understands that there is no airtight wall in the world. According to Leo's original intention, he was not going to tell Scarlet about himself and Fucusel before he thought of his words. Anyway, he thought that only he and Fucusel knew about it. And Fucusel Seer's attitude was very clear. She would not tell anyone about this matter. And Leo had to solve it himself. But yes. But? Once you have these 2 words, things will change unexpectedly. Lorna Crowley. Leo had never calculated that he would be targeted by this girl. Lorna's strength has improved a lot. And she is indeed a thief favored by Leo. Rona, who has matured quickly after experiencing the baptism of the battlefield, has suffered a loss this time from Leo, who doesn't care about her at all. Seeing that Leo had thrown herself into the battlefield without mercy, Lorna hated this warlock, who was so bad that he had sores on his head and pus on his feet. As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. So she didn't care if Leo was a semi-human that she couldn't afford to offend. A divine warlock. She wanted to find out evidence of Leo's evil deeds, and never let go of her observation of Leo. Hard work paid off. And Lorna finally got her wish. Leo had an affair with the Blood Elf commander. Leo never expected that he would be caught cheating on someone for the first time. Nor did he expect that this person would be this girl Luo Na. You are so careless. You are so careless. What a mistake that will lead to eternal regret. I, a majestic demigod warlock, was actually bewitched by a little girl without even realizing it. He couldn't help but lament in his heart. Leo glared at Lorna, who was standing next to Scarlet, and making faces at him proudly. He had no time to pay attention to the little girl Lorna now. Scarlet was stunned and didn't speak. The female paladin was stunned by this. I was shocked by the sudden news. Scarlet had no idea that something like this would happen between Leo and Fuxel. For her, the news was like a bolt from the blue. And her mind went blank. This is not true. Tears were rolling in Scarlet's heart. The female paladin refused to accept this fact. But she also understood in her heart that Lorna did not lie to her. And Leo's reaction after hearing the news also confirmed its authenticity. If Lorna had spread rumors and framed her, Leo would never acquiesce with a wry smile. He would have already taught Lorna a lesson. But Leo didn't. Doesn't that mean anything? Pesonia's figure appeared behind Leo. She raised her leg and kicked Leo hard. The female thief never expected that Leo would actually capture Fizzle. Pasonia could swear that the relationship between Leo and Fuzel must have been innocent before this. In other words, this was the first time that this little Hunden had a relationship with Fusel. You don't know how to wipe your mouth when you eat secretly. Fukisel, who walked away from Leo, said something that only the two of them could hear, which made Leo feel relieved and extremely embarrassed at the same time. Listening to what Pasonia said, she had no objection to the matter between her and Fukisel. The reason why she wanted to kick Leo was not only to vent her anger on Scarlet, but also because he was caught by Lorna. And angry. Leo is a person who came out of MI7. He should be good at tracking and counter-tracking. In addition, he is a powerful demigod, with Rona's strength that is only half measured in Pasonia's eyes. Leo, it is impossible not to discover it even if you only put half of it into your mind. The only explanation for why this happened was that he was careless. You got carried away with becoming a demigod. You brat. Leo seemed to hear Pasonia's words of contempt for him. This is really embarrassing. Sure enough, you can never relax your vigilance at any time. Not only towards your enemies, but even more towards your own people. Well, Leo admitted that Lorna's incident reminded him that he had indeed become proud and careless after successfully becoming a demigod. Such a mentality was absolutely unacceptable. Wait, now is not the time to think about this. Leo shook his head and got rid of these thoughts. The top priority was how to explain his mistake to Scarlet. Well, maybe derailment is more appropriate. Pasonia gave Leo a take care of it yourself look and forcibly pulled Lorna away, although she felt very unwilling. Lorna had no ability to resist Pasonia, and could only watch herself getting closer and closer to Leo. You're a little girl. I'll take care of you later. Seeing Pasonia helping him pull Lorna away and making room for him to be alone with Scarlet, Leo knew that he had to seize the opportunity. If he didn't handle this matter well, how would he feel about the fire in the backyard? Pulling a beetle into a fight with a dragon? Walking up to Scarlet, Leo put his arms around Scarlet and whispered in her ear, "Listen to me first." Scarlet, I don't want to listen. The female paladin's reaction was fierce. She struggled hard to get out of Leo's arms. Leo knew that he must not let go at this time. He hugged the female paladin tightly and let the opponent's fists rain down on him. Scarlet was both aggrieved and angry now. She had been a proud girl since she was a child. No matter her family background, appearance or strength, she was not the best choice. People who wanted to pursue her were lined up from Stromgard to Stormwind City. But why was she chosen by all means? Leo? It's okay for this philandering guy to be confused with a group of women. But now, he has actually developed to that stage. What's even more disgusting is that he doesn't know about it at all. If Lorna hadn't told her, she would still be in the dark. The most irritating thing about this latter point is that if Leo had told her on his own initiative, Scarlet would have been less angry. But he actually hit it. I'll beat you to death. Please let me go. Woo-woo. Scarlet's fists are not light. And the female paladin's attacks were not serious when she was angry. Leo did not do any protection, because of guilt in his heart. Even the demigod's body lowered its defenses, and could not withstand the continuous hammer blows, leaving a trace of fishy smell. Sweet blood slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth. You? Scarlet exclaimed when she saw this, and immediately stopped her hand. She reached out to wipe Leo's hand, but she retracted her hand halfway. She snorted angrily, and turned her head away from Leo. At this time, the anger on Scarlet's face had weakened a lot. Leo had decided before hugging Scarlet that if Scarlet got angry, he would never fight back. Don't fight back. Don't retaliate when scolded. This is Leo's strategy. He will only tell the difference after Scarlet vents her anger and calms down. Well, Leo's trick worked. And the female paladin did not continue to cause trouble for him. Leo opened his mouth and was about to speak when Scarlet suddenly turned his head and unexpectedly blocked his mouth. Gagging is actually not the point. The key is what to use to gag. In Leo's impression, Scarlet, a silly girl, is very thin-skinned and lives a very conservative life. Her behavior is related to the fact that she has received Orthodox Paladin training at the Holy Light Cathedral since she was a child and abides by the Paladin's life precepts. Scarlet's face would turn red with embarrassment even when the two were alone, let alone in the presence of outsiders. But now, a silly girl who was so conservative and shy actually took the initiative to kiss Leo. Yes, you read that right. Scarlet did take the initiative to kiss Leo. With his eyes widened, Leo didn't react for a moment. But when he realized something, it was too late. The impulse only lasted for a moment. Scarlet had already retreated before Leo took action. But the soft touch was reflected in someone's heart. I actually took the initiative to kiss him. Scarlet lowered her head, and the female paladin felt her cheeks feel hot. and a touch of red spread from her ears to her neck, touching his lips in disbelief. Leo blinked. Could it be that this stupid girl was so stimulated that she wanted to sacrifice herself? However, there is no such thing as a good thing. Taking advantage of Leo's loosening of strength, the female paladin ran away. Was this another desperate escape? Leo versus Scarlet. The female paladin, who was obviously reasonable, was unexpectedly defeated. Someone who had taken advantage looked at the back of the female paladin, and was stunned for a while before he realized that this matter was over. But why can't I figure out what's going on? Scratching his face, Leo was confused. He didn't understand Scarlet's thoughts. But he knew that the biggest crisis he had encountered since he and Scarlet became lovers has passed. You really got an advantage this time. Passonia had turned back at some point. And Leo knew that she must not have gone far just now. As for Lorna, wasn't it just the picture of the little girl next to Passonia who was grinning at him? You talkative little girl. How dare you appear in front of me? Do you really think I can't deal with you? Leo laughed evilly. And that look was as scary as it could be. Only then did Lorna remember Leo's bad record in the Plague Land. She screamed and hid behind Passonia. Okay. Why are you angry with a little girl? Passonia stretched out her hand to stop Leo, who wanted to catch Lorna. This time it was your own carelessness. And the responsibility for the matter does lie with you. Tell me, if she hadn't told her, how long would you have kept it secret? Well, Leo's eyes were a little wandering. Passonia didn't act as radically as Scarlet. But her sharp, knife-like gaze put more pressure on Leo. Forget it. She doesn't mind what I do. Passonia turned around and left after saying that. Before leaving, she didn't forget to grab Lorna. This little girl has good qualifications. I'll take her back and polish her. Even if Leo was careless. Could an ordinary thief successfully track a demigod? It's obviously impossible. Lorna's aptitude is indeed astonishing. At least Passonia has never seen such a talented thief. As a human race, Passonia will not let Lorna go to waste. If she doesn't polish her into a weapon, wouldn't it be a waste of nature? It seems that Passonia is really angry. Leo was depressed. Scarlet didn't put any pressure on him. But Passonia gave him a headache. It was 100 times harder to get rid of the sinister queen's anger than to get Scarlet to not mind it. Who said that picking up girls is like hooking up with a penguin? Coaxing her for 2 hours a day will soon make you happy? Isn't this misleading? Do you really think beautiful girls are stupid? Chapter 805 skip it, and don't want to watch it. Chapter 806 set activation. I am the hostess. I must be strong. She silently cheered herself up in her heart. But the moist corners of her eyes revealed her true mood. As a strong paladin, Scarlet only shows her weak side when she is alone. Even though she behaved very generously when facing Leo. As if she didn't care much about his affairs with Fucusel. In fact, outsiders couldn't know how uncomfortable she felt. But things have already happened. Do you want her and Leo to break up after a big fight? Scarlet asked herself that she couldn't do it. Why don't you teach that little hun a lesson? Passonia appeared quietly next to Scarlet. The so-called elusiveness was nothing more than that. The female thief looked at Scarlet with a playful expression. How about I help you take action? Scarlet shook her head. And the female paladin looked directly into Passonia's eyes. Actually, I had expected it. Sooner or later, something like this would happen. But I didn't expect that you wouldn't be the first one. Yes, that's what Scarlet thought. In her mind, something will definitely happen between Leo and Passonia. But she subconsciously refuses to think about it. But things will always happen unexpectedly. Not to mention Scarlet. Even Passonia did not expect that the first woman to have a relationship with Leo would be Fucusel. Me? Passonia pointed at herself funny. Do you really think so? Considering the relationship between you and Leo. Shouldn't I think so? Scarlet looked at Passonia. Although the female paladin did not speak, her inner thoughts were clearly expressed through her eyes. That little soul is still far away from wanting to do that to me. Passonia said and turned to leave. A soft sigh passed into Scarlet's ears. What's the point of a person who can't cut off the past? Qualified for a new start. Looking at Passonia's back, Scarlet suddenly felt a sense of desolation in her heart. This feeling came so suddenly and for no reason. And it made her heart hurt. Cut off the past? Are you talking about yourself? What kind of past keeps you from having a new beginning? Passonia? After being in a daze for a while, Scarlet suddenly remembered something and Passonia came to see me. What about Leo? Where is Leo now? In Dark Shore. Of course, sir. Dark Shore. Given the distance between Silithus and Black Coast, It is impossible for Nefari to arrive in such a short time even if he flies safely. If a teleportation array is used, it will be different. There happens to be a city belonging to the Alliance on Black Coast. Then it's Oberdeen of the Night Elves. And there happens to be a teleportation array in Oberdeen. Leo, who covered his features with magic and dressed up as an adventurer, quietly left Oberdeen without attracting anyone's attention. With Leo's current strength, if he hadn't been unlucky enough to meet a night elf, there are very few strong people whose identity will not be discovered. Fortunately, life is not a novel, so the plot that would not become a book by coincidence did not happen at this time. At a time when the war with the Yakkar Empire could break out at any time, Leo traveled thousands of miles to the Black Coast not to make friends with the Night Elves, but for the Sword of Domination. There was a war between the Sword of the Lord and the Old Gods on the Black Coast. This was the Lord's War between the Titans and the Ancient Gods. There are still traces of the Lord's War in this place. A corpse as big as a mountain was nailed here. Some people say that the person crucified here is an ancient god, but as far as Leo knows, this is not the case. The servant of the old god, Saugus the Slider, is the name of this unlucky guy whose corpse has been exposed by the Titans for thousands of years. The Sword of Domination is surrounded by water. It was once one of the temples of the Night Elves. Since it was once, it means that it is now abandoned. Leo only needs to be careful and move faster when he comes here to avoid being discovered. Saugus is worthy of being a servant of the ancient gods, inheriting the important characteristics of ancient creatures. Even Nefarian, the Black Dragon Prince, was as small as a baby in front of him. Saugus's snail L-like skull alone was a bit bigger than the Black Dragon Prince's body. A huge sword as high as a 100-foot mountain was inserted into the top of Saugus's skull, and the entire tip of the sword penetrated into the snail L-like skull. Needless to say, it was this sword that killed Saugus. Looking at Saugus's bones and the giant sword stuck on his head, Leo tried to call Goldfinger. Look at this guy. Does it meet your requirements of being big and strong? The dragon wants to suppress the Alliance, especially the stronger humans, and bring the two camps of the mortal race back into balance. Leo wants to break ranks with them, but he can't do it with the power he currently has, attacking the Temple of Encourage and breaking out a full-scale war with the Yaki Empire. With the little strength Leo had in hand, the chance of winning was too small. There happened to be such a powerful ancient lord's body on the Black Coast, so of course he had to give it a try. You underestimate me too much. Goldfinger expressed his dissatisfaction to Leo. With a guy like this, I can burst him in 2 breaths. 2 breaths only last a few seconds, which is a bit too short. Leo rubbed his chin with a depressed look on his face. He had never expected that Golden Finger would really come with the body of an ancient lord. In his opinion, Saugus was a powerful creature that could participate in the battle of the Dominator. His strength in any case, it cannot be too weak, and it can more or less keep the Golden Finger around for a while. I'm not as incompetent as you think. If it's just this kind of thing, don't bother me in the future. This guy had such a bad temper. Leo rolled his eyes. There is the ancient god Thun in the Temple of Encourage. Do you think I can handle it with my current strength? Who else can I count on if I don't count on you? The ancient gods of this world. TSK TSK. Goldfinger yelled with disdain. His attitude was like a lion commenting on an ant. If they hadn't been smart enough to integrate with the world and gain recognition from the world, becoming part of the rules, their power is nothing special. With such contempt for the tyrannical and terrifying ancient god, what else can Leo do besides shrugging his shoulders and saying abuse? Are you saying that the ancient gods have integrated into the rules of this world and are therefore so powerful? Of course, if they hadn't integrated into the rules and become part of this world, and could borrow the power of this world, they would just be a group of little gods. Goldfinger paused, and then added, as you know, those Naru are pretty much the same god. That's all. Okay. You are awesome. Leo was unable to refute. Who knew this guy was a more powerful being? Even Alun was hooking up with him. However, Leo also got an important message from these words. That is, the strength of Naru is now comparable to that of gods. But these guys are hiding their abilities and biding their time, sitting back and watching the plight of the Draenei, making the outside world think that their strength is not strong. The inside story is worth thinking about. Are the Naru secretly integrating into the rules of the world? How much power can a broken world of Draenor gain? And is it really worth tying themselves to it? It only takes a few seconds. As long as Thun can be eliminated, it is not suitable to delve into Naru's affairs now. Dealing with the ancient god is the top priority. Goldfinger is popular. And Leo doesn't care whether he can do it or not. It requires a huge amount of energy to appear once. Is it just to exist for a few seconds? Are you kidding? Thun has integrated into the rules of this world, and is part of this world. Even if he is stronger than me, he cannot be defeated in such a short time. If this is your idea, then don't have any hope of success. If that's the case, you're really in big trouble. Leo's face darkened. He didn't know if Goldfinger was tricking him, but he knew that what he said was at least 70% true. Without the help of Goldfinger, Leo wouldn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with a being like Thun, even if it was only a part of his power. After spreading his hands, someone started to act rogue. With my current strength, I can't defeat Thun, and I have to do this. What do you think I should do? If he could only fight against the insects of the Yakker Empire, Leo would still be able to fight. But adding a Thun would be far beyond his capabilities. Now he could only look to Goldfinger to solve the problem for him. You were the one who said the big words to incite the alliance. But now you have no choice but to ask me. Having a host like you really pisses me off. Goldfinger was indignant. He was not just for wiping people's butts. Leo raised his hands and looked at the sky, as if he was sure to defeat you. It's not that Leo is arrogant, but that he knows that he is Goldfinger's host. And if something happens to him, Goldfinger won't be able to get over it. My business is your business. And your business is still your business. This is the portrayal of the relationship between Leo and Goldfinger. What would you do if you encounter such a host with a golden finger? What else could he do besides admitting that he was unlucky? Okay. Then please confirm. I have collected the guy's body. Goldfinger's words were full of helplessness. Also, pay attention to the sword and remember to store it. It was easy for Goldfinger to suck up Saugus's body, but it was not easy to put away the giant sword stuck in the slider's head. It's not that Leo's personal space is not big enough, but that Leo unexpectedly felt a force of resistance from the giant sword when he was collecting it. This force was extremely strong, and was much greater than the resistance he had when he extracted the dragon's soul. More than 1,000 times. There's something weird about this sword. A flash of excitement flashed in Leo's eyes. And Goldfinger specifically mentioned the giant sword. Now that the sword is so difficult to collect, this is clearly a sign that he has encountered a treasure. No one has too much money, especially treasures. Seeing the whirlpool formed by the white mist swallowing the giant sword inch by inch, Leo had no intention of giving up even though he felt it was difficult. At worst, if you spend a day or two with it, you won't be able to collect a handful of dead objects. However, you have to release the Dracolic army and cast a large illusion barrier to avoid being disturbed. The host obtains the Chaos armor. Tagio's incarnation is activated. Chapter 807 Fear is also a kind of power. What do you think would happen if a person moved not by walking but by floating? What? Pretending to be a ghost? Puff. The person who said this, Leo, would definitely slap him in the face. Because Leo was floating. The last piece of the Chaos armor of the Necromancer suit also appeared, and the entire suit was activated. The first thing Leo noticed when the suit's effect was triggered was not the bonus abilities, but the additional effect of the suit. Anti-gravity. Leo remembers very clearly that in the game Diablo, once the Necromancer's Tago suit is assembled, the effect of the suit will make the character look different. The corpse witch, or to put it another way, the vampire, is the special image of Tagio's suit. Of course, the Tagio suit in Leo's hands will not make him look like that. If the suit really has that kind of effect, it's still unclear whether Leo will wear it. Goldfinger naturally won't be so boring. Leo's appearance was not affected, but his abilities were not lost. Just like the corpse which floating in violation of the rules of gravity. As terrestrial creatures, humans have a natural yearning for flying. Flying by one's own power and controlling a pet to fly in the sky are two completely different feelings. After discovering the anti-gravity ability of the Tagio suit, Leo did the first thing he did. One thing is to control the body to float into the sky. By the time he had enough fun, it was already 2 hours later. Putting away the Dracolic that maintained the illusion, leaving Nefarian alone, Leo drove the Black Dragon Prince and flew towards Oberdeen. The things to do in Dark Coast have been completed, so naturally one has to return to Silithus immediately, where the battle with the Beetle Men is about to break out. 1 day ago, cracks appeared on the wall of the Beetle Wall, and those insects broke through the seal within a day or two. Leo, what do you think? Kaeldats found Leo before he entered the Alliance camp. Leo was not surprised by the appearance of the Blood Elf Prince. He knew that Kaeldats would definitely come, even if the Blood Elf's intelligence system was backward. It would be impossible not to know about such a big move by the Alliance. How could Kael'thas remain indifferent? This Blood Elf Prince, the only descendant of the Sunstrider dynasty, is not a peaceful person either. Although the Blood Elves are also a branch of the Elves, they do not have a deep relationship with the dragons like the Night Elves. The establishment and development of the kingdom of Quel'Thas relied on themselves. As the strongest magical race, how could he be willing to be crushed by the dragon? Especially now that Kael'thas has become a demigod mage. Leo floated to Kael'thas' side under the latter's strange gaze, put his arm around the Blood Elf Prince's shoulders, and said with a smile, "You and I are still playing these riddles? You want to take this opportunity to see the mortal race? Can you escape the oppression of the dragon and worry about failure?" Kael'thas is not an indecisive person, but as a Blood Elf Prince, he must be responsible for the entire clan. Fighting against the dragon is no joke. If he succeeds, he will be happy. If he fails, the current kingdom of Quel'Thas will bear the consequences. Sorry, my race is still trying to recover. Unlike you humans, I must be cautious. Kael'thas admitted generously. Kael'thas knew that everyone is understanding, and it is easier to communicate by putting the problem in the open. How sure are you? Leo looked around carefully, and then dispersed his mental perception. After making sure that no one was there, he lowered his voice and said, "If the dragon is determined to suppress the human race by any means, I am not even remotely sure. But if they just want to use the Karaji beetles to weaken our strength, and I'm 3 points sure." Kael'thas was silent. The 3-point score seemed very low, but it was not. Once the matter was confirmed by 5 points, it could be done. With Leo's current strength, the Dragon Clan cannot suppress the rise of human power unless they take action regardless. Others may not know much about Leo's strength. Kael'thas, who hunted the one-eyed Gron with him in the Blade's Edge Mountains, still knows it when he asks himself. Not to mention other things. The 4 sons of Gruul alone are not like Galgrim. Good stubble. If the giant dragon thought that the only demigod-level combat power possessed by the human race was Leo, they would definitely be in trouble. However, no one knows the news that Leo has 4 one-eyed Gorons as his subordinates except him, Scarlet, and Passonia. If the dragon makes wrong judgments based on wrong information, can it have a chance of winning? Kael'thas absolutely didn't believe it. Not to mention that he knew that Leo had far more cards than the 4 one-eyed Gorons. Leo has many subordinates. These subordinates Kael'thas asked Liedrin and others, and discovered a phenomenon. That is, every time Leo's strength increases, they will become more or less stronger than before. This phenomenon not individually but all. Kael'thas concluded from this, all of Leo's subordinates have formed a relationship with him similar to the master and pet who signed a contract. Just like the warlock and the demon they drive. As long as the strength of the warlock increases, the demon's strength will become stronger accordingly. Did you notice anything when you saw this? Kael'thas noticed that some of his subordinates had not appeared since Leo was promoted to demigod. And these subordinates, who had not appeared, were all close to demigods before he became a demigod. Leo must have hidden strength. And it is strength enough to shock everyone. 3 points? Kael'thas smiled. He had already made a decision. You are too modest. Rolling his eyes, Leo pouted. Are you kidding me? Do I look like a modest person? If you are 5 points sure, I will join hands with you to make this vote. Well, I have to admit that this sentence is correct. After being in contact with Leo for a long time, the originally elegant Blood Elf Prince also became a bit ruffian. Before, it was absolutely impossible for him to say what he did. 1 vote or so. Leo tilted his head and asked, "Have you thought about it?" "It's exactly what I thought." Kael'thas understood, and Leo's reaction confirmed his suspicion. Silver Moon City's troops have been mobilized. I'm going to give the order. The questions in his heart had been answered, and Kael'thas did not waste any time. He left immediately after saying this. Leo spread his hands. Kael'thas must have planned it a long time ago. If he hadn't already judged in his heart, how could he have assembled the army in Silvermoon City in advance? The reason why he came to find him was just to be safe. For the sake of safety. Really. It was obviously what I wanted to do, but instead, I dragged you into trouble. I said, "You can't be so unkind." As he muttered, Leo floated into the Alliance military camp, which was already filled with tension before the war. He came back at the wrong time, as the cracks in the beetle wall continued to increase. Scarlet and other Alliance leaders took people to the front line to check. None of them? That's fine. I can be at peace this way. Leo is not very interested in military discussions. What he wants most now is to have a good rest. It took a lot of energy to collect the giant sword stuck on Saugus' head. If it weren't for worrying about Silisu in this case, he would sleep on the Black Coast before returning. When it came to Saugus, Leo found that he had overlooked an extremely important thing. In his tent, a woman with black hair and black eyes quietly appeared. With her mature charm, and the aura of being in a position of power that she exudes unconsciously. This person is a perfect example of a royal sister. Seeing a hint of exhaustion on Leo's face, the black-haired woman consciously walked up behind him and started massaging him gently. The pair of jade-like plain hands made Leo, who had just broken out of confinement with Fusel, become a little distracted. "Owner!" A soft call brought Leo back from his thoughts. The black-haired woman behind him was a little nervous. After coughing twice, Leo cleared his throat, reached out, and grabbed the jade hand on his shoulder and played with it carefully. The woman behind him subconsciously shrank her hand. But unfortunately, she couldn't break free. Even if you have now broken through to the same level as Deathwing, if you can't get rid of the shadow of that incident, you will never be able to defeat him. Do you understand? Zenithsoraya. The woman standing behind Leo is the Black Dragon Queen Zenithsoraya. Before Leo became a demigod, she was infinitely close to a demigod. The breakthrough Leo mentioned naturally meant that her strength had reached a higher level. Demigod. However, there are differences in strength within the same realm. For example, beings like Deathwing are the best among demigods. Not to mention the new demigods. Even gods may not dare to provoke this master. Zenithsoraya's strength is not as good as the opponent's. Yet there is still a shadow in her heart. She is mentally weak. She has no chance of winning against the Black Dragon King. Strength is certainly important. But a person's mentality is equally important. Why are the same human beings? Some people can overcome all obstacles and keep moving forward, while others stand still. Some people can persevere, while others fail to recover. It's all because of their mentality. People with confidence and tenacity are difficult to defeat completely. This is the reason why Leo and Varian made such a big bet in order to break the psychological shackles imposed by the dragon on the mortal race. If a race doesn't even have self-confidence, how can it talk about self-improvement? Any race that wants to stand at the top of the world without enough self-confidence and determination to face difficulties is nothing more than a dream. Keeping a low profile and forbearing for too long will only make you accustomed to humiliation. Once you become accustomed to it, it will be too difficult to cheer up. Only those with a tiger's heart can become truly strong. Zenithsoraya's body trembled slightly. Leo said that she didn't understand. But the trauma given to her by Deathwing was too deep. She was filled with fear when she thought of the Black Dragon King, let alone the war Deathwing. Even if you overcome the obstacles in your mind, you still have a long way to go. Turning his head to look at the beauty behind him, Leo suddenly smiled, leaving Zenithsoraya confused. "It's okay for you to be afraid. Is this okay?" Zenithsoraya was confused. She had a mental problem, and Leo actually thought it was a good thing. It was incredible. A red soul stone spreading endless fear floated out from between Leo's eyebrows. It was the Red Nightmare. Fear is also a kind of power. Chapter 808 The Battle of Entourage. On a high platform in the distance, a burly orc was giving an exciting pre-war speech. The warriors of the tribe were excited with his speech, but the warriors of the alliance did not buy it. Magni spat on the ground and looked at Sorfang, who was boosting the morale of the Horde army. The Dwarf King's face was filled with impatience. They still take themselves seriously. Jin and Varian were also very dissatisfied with this. The Horde's army occupied a position close to the Beetle Gong. Sorfang spoke eloquently. The two human kings who had no good impressions of the orcs were very upset. Dissatisfied, Leo watched it with gusto. If nothing else goes wrong, this battle will be the battle where King Sorfang truly becomes famous. This powerful orc has some strength, but he has no shocking achievements. Except for the orcs and a few people. Not many people who know him have actually heard his name. Kaderos looked at the quicksand scepter placed next to Scarlet, his eyes twinkling. Even though the dragons hadn't arrived yet, things had been delivered to them. They didn't dare to do anything wrong. Besides, if the mortal race could really break into the Temple of Entourage and compete with the Yaki Empire, they would have wanted it. Anyway, the dragons were sure of the mortals. The race could not defeat the Akur Empire with Thunus backing. "Isn't it easy to solve this matter?" Kaderos said, reaching for the quicksand scepter, raising his hand, and threw the scepter towards the Beetle Gong. Leo patted his forehead and actually used the storm hammer technique to throw the quicksand scepter. Cardross, how deep is your resentment? Sorfang did not expect such a thing to happen. In fact, even if he had expected it, he might not have been able to stop it. The storm hammer thrown by Cardross himself had already hit the beetle gong the moment he realized it. Boom! The beetle gong is ringing. This group of souls in the Alliance are weak. Sorfang and Rexer cursed one after another. But now is not the time to argue with the Alliance. When the beetle gong rings, the seal of the beetle wall will be completely unlocked. And the battle for Encourage will officially begin. Get into formation and ignore the Alliance. Those damn bugs are about to come out. Sorfang and Rexer work together to suppress the commotion in the team. Cardross's actions aroused the unanimous hatred of the tribal warriors. If the current situation did not allow it, they would definitely use the swords in their hands to fight with the dwarves' theory. Fan. Bah. It's just a fight. It's disgusting that it's such a hassle. Kaderos doesn't care what the people of the tribe think. The dwarf prince has the aura of being cold-faced and cold-blooded. The incident happened suddenly. But neither the tribe nor the Alliance panicked. All the soldiers understood that they were here to fight today. And the officers had already organized their teams according to the battle formation. Click. Click. The sound of objects being chewed came from the beetle wall. The cracks all over the wall were increasing. The beetle wall that had stood in Silithus for thousands of years was heading for destruction. Soon, holes the size of fists appeared on the wall. And insect limbs appeared in everyone's sight. The soldiers clenched their weapons in succession, preparing to fight against the enemy, who was about to break out of the seal. Boom! When the number of cracks reached a certain level, and when more and more holes were made by alien insects on the wall, the beetle wall let out an overwhelmed groan. The scarab wall at the temple of Encourage finally collapsed. Let death and screams resound through the sky. And let the symphony of fear and confusion begin to play. Insect. Bugs filling the field of view. An overwhelming swarm of insects. Even though they were mentally prepared for the number of insect swarms, the soldiers still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Many! This is everyone's first impression of the swarm. What a great uncle. This is the second thought that comes to everyone's mind. For the Alliance, the Union sergeant shouted. For the tribe, the Horde officers roared. The officers' roars awakened the soldiers, who were shocked by the number of insects, and also inspired their sense of honor. On the other side of the battlefield, there are people from another camp that I have always disliked. How can I be compared with these guys? Even though the Alliance and the Horde have now joined forces, the opposition between the two sides still exists. However, in order to deal with the Kiraji beetles, they cannot directly fight. However, their sense of competition also makes them unwilling to be weaker than the other party. Fire. Hit me hard. Leo gave an order. And the skeleton tanks that had been in formation started to move together. The SH.LS fired from the 100,000 tanks, and 200,000 barrels almost formed a straight line, connecting the beetles and the Alliance camp. The rumbling sound of artillery resounded across the battlefield, and clouds of gunpowder smoke rose. The menacing insect swarm was blown away, causing countless casualties. The swarm had already suffered many casualties before they came into contact with the Alliance army. If you want to fight against war machines like artillery and tanks with your flesh and blood, you have to be mentally prepared for heavy casualties. The ferocious cannon fodder did not frighten the insect swarm. The Yaki Empire only had a lot of cannon fodder. When one alien insect fell, tens of thousands of alien insects rushed up. The swarm of alien insects forced forward despite the SH.Ling of the skeleton tanks, trying to cross the distance between the two and engage in a close encounter with the Alliance's army. A piercing scream came from the Alliance's rear line, and the fort set up by the dwarfs began to exert its power. In order to cope with this battle, the great craftsman Mekatork led his dwarf engineers to set up 400 forts, each with 10 giant cannons. The SH.LS fired by these giant cannons fell into the swarm of insects, and a giant one appeared on the ground immediately. There was a big pit, and all the alien bugs within 30 meters of the impact point of the cannonball were all turned into corpses. Most of them were killed by the shock wave generated by the explosion. The Alliance's firepower is fierce. If the armies of other races encounter them, they will be directly blown up. However, this is nothing to the ferocious mutants, who are not afraid of death, ignoring the deaths and injuries of their companions, or the SH.LS that could kill them at any time. The swarm of insects relied on layers of corpses to close the distance between them and the Alliance soldiers amid the flying artillery fire. The banging sound of gunfire sounded like fried beans, and the soldiers transferred by Scarlet from Arather pulled the trigger, and the aliens that were struggling to advance under the bombardment fell one after another. At this time, the dwarf artillerymen with the shortest range also joined the battle. The dwarf artillery made a buzzing sound and blew up the alien insects one by one. making the formation of these insects fragmented and unable to form an effective impact on the Alliance army formation. Fighting guns with flesh and blood. Let me see how much cannon fodder you have to die. This time we have prepared enough ammunition. Although there are many alien bugs, less than 1 in 100 can rush to the Alliance's formation before the Alliance's ammunition is exhausted. The Alliance's military formation will not be severely impacted. Of course, this is if the Karaji Beetles maintain their current offensive without making any changes. Once they dispatch troops like Anabisis and the Obsidian Destroyer, it will be a different story. The war on the ground is fierce, and there is no peace underground. After witnessing the ferocious firepower of the Alliance, swarms of alien bugs burrowed underground, trying to dig tunnels to approach the Alliance army from underground. Will Anexuda's spider monster army let them pass easily? Of course not. Against an opponent like the Yakur Empire, once the underground war is lost, failure is not far away. There were a lot of alien bugs burrowing into the ground, and there were also a lot of spider monsters in Anexuda. At this time, Leo activated his aura of energetic necromancy, which greatly improved the strength of the spider monsters. Under the command of Anexuda, the army of spider monsters assisted by Acid Maul blocked the Silithid. The spider monsters and alien bugs of the Ozayaki civilization met again after 10,000 years. This time, they were not teammates fighting side by side, but enemies fighting for life and death. Each side had its own master, and they fought fiercely underground. Contrary to the silence of the underground battlefield, the battlefield in the sky is extremely loud. The dwarf's combat helicopter, Leo's skeleton fighter plane, and the Dracolic army strangled the flying Silithid insects. The Dracolic army took the lead. Hot dragon's breath, scorching dragon flames, and frost breath mixed with snowflakes sprayed flying alien insects all over their heads. Skeleton fighter planes interspersed among the Dracolic, and they would still rush forward after enduring the dragon's breath. The bugs that came forward were shot down one by one, while the dwarf helicopter was behind to clean up the fish that slipped through the net. The vast sky became a fighting arena for both sides. The corpses of flying alien bugs fell like raindrops, occasionally mixed with fragments of skeleton fighter planes and dwarf helicopters. In such a battle, no one could be left unscathed. The brutal fighting left both sides unscathed. The number of casualties continues to surge. Compared with the Alliance's scene of planes, tanks, and guns, the Horde is much simpler. Facing the impact of the alien insect swarm, the warriors of the tribe roared and rushed forward, like two torrents running in opposite directions. Countless blood flowers burst out at the moment of collision. The phantoms of totem poles fell from the sky. Flame totems, stone skin totems, trap totems. The blessings of various totems instantly increased the strength of tribal warriors. Their strength became greater. Their skin became harder. And when they struck, the various elements they carried emitted colorful light. And the swarm of alien insects that were dozens or hundreds of times their number not only failed to overwhelm their formation, but were pushed back by them. It is rare to see more with less. And the number is not just 1 or 2, but dozens or hundreds of times more. The totem spell of the shaman. Leo raised his eyebrows. With his blessing from the shaman, it was no longer exclusive to the tribe. Seeing that the swarm of insects were already engaged in close combat with the Alliance soldiers, Leo did not hesitate. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, and the shadow of the totem pole appeared in the Alliance formation for the first time. Don't think that Leo's blessings are weak just because he is just one person. Think about his strength. He is a demigod. Wind Fury Totem, Stone Skin Totem, Trap Totem, and other totem spells required by the shaman are all available. With his waste of mana, these totems enveloped the entire Alliance army formation, and their wide range of blessings made Rexer and Shaman Ruffle was speechless. This human boy is not a full-time shaman, but he is already as good as the war chief in totem magic. Having this guy among humans is not a good thing for us orcs. Lex's eyes looked at Leo with a hint of danger. Sensing the murderous intent, Leo turned his head. Seeing that the source of the murderous intent was Lexa, he lightly traced his thumb across his neck, making a gesture of cutting his throat. I'm not Dai Lin. If you want to kill me, you should weigh yourself first. Lexa, who was looking at Leo, didn't realize that at the moment Leo made the gesture of slitting his throat, there was a person in the Alliance army's eyes flashing, and the owner of the eyes was none other than Theramore. Lord Gianna. Chapter 809. Very strong and violent. Fierce fighting. The fight between man and insect. The battle between war machinery and flesh and blood. The beetle wall has become a huge meat-grinding ground, with thousands of people fighting every minute and every second since the battle began. Life is passing away. Every participant on the battlefield has their nerves numbed. They mechanically swing the weapons in their hands to chop at the enemy. After killing one enemy, they attack the second enemy without stopping until they are killed. Corpses littered the fields, and blood flowed into rivers. Words like these are completely inadequate to describe the cruelty of this battle. Either kill or be killed. Live or die. The battlefield is so simple. So simple that there is no room for anything else except cruelty and indifference. Humans, orcs, dwarves, trolls and their enemies, the Silithid insects, fell to the ground in groups. Death is a greedy monster that never knows what it means to be satisfied. It is trying to deprive everyone here of life. The battle has lasted for 3 full hours from the beginning to the present, which is 6 hours. During these 6 hours, although the alien insect swarm suffered heavy losses, the Alliance's casualties were also not a small number. There were 30,000 people from the Kingdom of Stormwind, 10,000 Bronzebeard dwarves and Wildhammer dwarves, and more than 40,000 Alliance soldiers spilled their blood on Silithus. They fell on the battlefield and could no longer fight for the Alliance. The above are only the dead. The number of wounded is more than 3 times greater. If the Alliance had not mobilized enough troops before the war, they would have been forced to shrink their defense line due to the shortage of troops. But now, the Alliance, which has invested most of its wealth, still maintains several reserve teams. With these new forces, they are enough to prolong the war 10 times. The casualties are less than expected. But Varian looked at the front line shouting to kill Jintian. The king of the Stormwind Kingdom did not lose any sense of relief that was less than expected. Instead, he had a heavy look on his face. It will be dark soon. Darkness naturally means that night has fallen. Night battles will not have much impact on the tribe. But it is different for the Alliance. Humans, dwarves, and gnomes are not races that are born with the ability to see at night. The casualty rate in a night battle with the alien swarm will inevitably increase sharply, which makes Varian worried. Leave the rest of the battle to me. Jean strode forward. His werewolf army was not afraid of night battles. The werewolves with night vision capabilities had not taken action until now. Your Majesty Jin, the battle at night depends on you Gillians. When it comes to night battles, even Varian has to admit that apart from the Night Elves, the Gillians are the strongest in the Alliance. Their return has made up for the shortcomings of humans in this area. It's so hot during the day that people want to pull off a layer of skin. And it's so cold at night that people have to wrap themselves in thick blankets. The temperature difference between day and night is huge. This is a common weather in deserts. And Silithus is no exception. Normally, everyone would either stay in the camp or gather around the fire. But now the soldiers in front were holding swords and fighting against the swarms of alien insects in the deadly low temperature. Ouch! The shrill howl of wolves came from the Alliance army formation. And the werewolves howled at the moon, as if they were making a collective pilgrimage. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Gilneas, who were originally human-looking, grew thick and long wolf hair on their bodies, and their appearance also changed accordingly. In the darkness, pairs of eyes like small light bulbs stared at the alien bugs. The bloodthirsty light made the alien bugs uneasy, and they all responded with tiny screams. Leo didn't know if it was his imagination, but he always felt that the moon was particularly round tonight. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, he felt a lot more relaxed. Didn't that guy from Goldfinger tell me to pray to the moon if I'm in danger? Today is another night with few stars, so I think my safety is guaranteed. Oh, damn. I hate the night. Mekator complained that although fighting during the day was hard, it was like heaven compared to the night when the vision was blurred. During the day, the dwarfs don't have to worry about not being able to find traces of the Silithid bugs, nor do they have to worry about enemies suddenly appearing around them. They can see the enemies and won't panic. At night, you can only hear the sound of fighting but cannot clearly see where the enemy is, or what the situation of the battle is. How can you not make people feel anxious? What if the Gillians failed to withstand the onslaught of the swarm? What if those bugs try to sneak attack? On the battlefield of life and death, a person suddenly becomes blind. This feeling is never pleasant. What? You mean magic lighting? It's not that the mages are stingy, but it's useless even if they cast it. Not for anything else, but the thousands of obsidian destroyers standing straight behind the alien swarm. As a race with the ability to swallow magic, the obsidian destroyers have always adhered to the principle that if you dare to let go of magic, I dare to eat it. And if you dare to let me eat it, I dare to explode you. With them, mages have to be cautious. Or to be precise, it's cowardice. Unless they are dealt with. The mage, who has the reputation of being the king of attacks, will not be able to play even half of his role. so they are Leo's first target to eradicate. As the saying goes, good and evil depend on each other. Night brings trouble to the Alliance, but it also brings opportunities. During the day, a person like Leo is the focus of everyone's attention. His every move is under everyone's gaze, and any move he makes will be discovered immediately. It's different at night. Dark night can cover up many things. Can it be solved? Leo tilted his head. Behind him stood a bald man holding a spear. The shiny bald head reflected the bright moon in the sky, which was very interesting. Manaroth nodded with a murderous look on his face. Now he has got rid of that damn weakness. Although his strength has not returned to its peak state, it is not comparable to before. Zetisarea is not the only one who has benefited from Leo's promotion to demigod. Then go ahead. Resisting the urge to yell, Manaroth closed his mouth and rushed into the swarm of alien insects. He swung the double-headed war spear like a windmill spinning at high speed. Any alien insect that came within 10 steps of him would be killed within half a second. The body was cut into pieces when the time came. Manaroth is indeed the strongest Abyss Lord in the world of Anorlan. Once he gets rid of his weakness, his combat power is really amazing. An astonishing scene appeared in the swarm of alien insects emerging from the beetle wall. A bald man launched a counterattack against the swarm. He single-handedly entered the swarm and quickly attacked the rear of the swarm. Anyone who dared to all the alien insects that blocked him were killed by the bloody spear shadow. Very strong and violent. It is a pity that only a few people can see his bravery on this night-shrouded battlefield. And these people are the leaders of the Alliance. Leo was sure that someone from the tribe was observing him, but they couldn't see clearly from half the battlefield. The dense alien insects blocked their sight. These people had no idea that Manaroth was showing off his power among the insect swarms. In this chaotic battlefield, given Manaroth his strength, few people would be able to detect him as long as he deliberately concealed his aura. The Obsidian Destroyer and the alien swarm are not the same system. These Titan creations are mechanical creatures rather than Zerg. There are naturally barriers to communication between the two parties. This kind of obstacle is nothing in normal times, but it is very easy to cause problems on the battlefield. Manaroth's purpose was very clear after he entered the swarm of insects. He went straight to the Obsidian Destroyer. The Destroyer did not hide his purpose. The alien insects quickly saw it, but the Obsidian Destroyer did not know that they were overwhelmed. The alien bugs blocked their sight, and they had no idea that someone was launching a counterattack. By the time they realized that the situation was not good, it was already too late. The blood-colored double-headed war spear suddenly stretched out. Manaroth gave a low shout, and the war spear swept out. The blood-colored spearhead drew a crescent moon in the swarm of alien insects. The color was as bright red as blood. If the Obsidian Destroyer's body was as hard as Mome's, Manaroth could kill at most 3 or 4 with one sweep and then be unable to continue. However, Mome is just a special case. An ordinary Obsidian Destroyer can't compare with him. For the Obsidian Destroyer, Manaroth's almost sneak attack caused heavy losses to them. More than a third of their companions were cut in half. As a mechanical creature, the Obsidian Destroyer has a strong resistance to attack on the surface, but is extremely fragile internally. The Obsidian Destroyer that was cut off by Manaroth immediately lost the ability to move and stopped running within 10 seconds. Manaroth was even more merciless when he succeeded in one blow. Before the Obsidian Destroyer could react, he struck out with another sweeping strike. But this time, the success was not as good as the last time. With 2 sweeps, he killed nearly half of the Obsidian Destroyers who were holding the battle line. Manaroth's results were brilliant, but it also angered the opponent. The alien swarm and the remaining Obsidian Destroyers came towards him one after another, vowing to kill him. Get rid of this big bald guy. Seeing that the opponent was targeting him, Manaroth made a 180-degree turn without saying a word, and swung his double-headed war spear back to kill. How can it be such a good thing to just run away after a sneak attack? The Obsidian Destroyers were in hot pursuit, and it was their companions who were killed by Manaroth. Leo, who had been paying attention to Manaroth's actions, made a gesture to Jaina when he saw this. If the number of Obsidian Destroyers is still thousands, the Alliance's mages will naturally be unable to fight against it. But 400 to 500 Obsidian Destroyers are different. They could afford it. Not to mention Leo had prepared a big meal for them. Brilliant magic illuminated the battlefield. When magic appeared, the Obsidian Destroyer acted to absorb magic power out of instinct. Jaina seemed unaware of their actions, and was not worried that the Obsidian Destroyer would use the absorbed magic power against them. Alliance. Under her order, the Alliance's mage group did not stop and threw magic one by one towards the opposite side. Soon, The magic power in the Obsidian Destroyer's body reached full value. They immediately stopped chasing Manaroth and turned to mobilize the magic power in their bodies, hoping to use the magic power of the Alliance mage to deal with the Alliance army. At this moment, a two-headed disaster dog appeared in the Alliance army formation. It was the Demon Lord Immortor. Countless devil eyes opened from Immortor's head, and under his gaze, the Obsidian Destroyer showed an unprecedented look of fear. Boom, boom, boom. Self-destructed. The mana accumulated in the body lost control like boiling oil, and exploded inside the Obsidian Destroyer. After this explosion, the number of Obsidian Destroyer was reduced to less than 100. Leo rubbed his chin, his face full of amusement. The feeling of burning mana is unpleasant. Chapter 810 Arothar's Army. First, Manaroth's two sweeping sneak attacks, and then Immortor's mana burning from the sky. Nearly 1,000 Obsidian Destroyers were crippled by Leo. What can dozens of Obsidian Destroyers do? Annihilate a large human army? Suppress hundreds of human mages? Well, they can indeed do the above 2 points. But now they have to face a mage army that the Alliance has tried its best to assemble. What can they do? They can do nothing but be killed. The Obsidian Destroyer force is finished. Without their suppression, the mage who had been holding back for most of the day was finally able to vent his anger. Fireballs, ice bolts, ice spears, and other spells lit up the sky, while the magic drove away the darkness. It also caused heavy casualties to the alien insects. Leo patted Immortor's leg and signaled the disaster dog to shrink in size. The Demon Lord was too big and blocked many people's sight while standing in the Alliance formation. It's really rare that you manage to tame it. Hawksbill's admiration sounded from the side, and Leo followed the sound and saw the Ranger King walking towards him under the guidance of an Alliance officer. The Blood Elves are a member of the tribe, and Hawksbill openly appeared in the Alliance army. Isn't Kael'thas afraid of breaking with the tribe? Doubts arose in Leo's mind, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it didn't seem to be a big deal. The Blood Elves originally joined the Horde out of survival considerations. The miserable situation of the kingdom of Quel'Thalas at that time left the Blood Elves with no choice. When the survival of the race was threatened, Lor'themar wanted to obtain reinforcements from the Forsaken. He had to agree to Sylvanas' invitation and let the Blood Elves become a member of the tribe. Time has changed, and the current situation of the Blood Elves is completely different from when Leo first came to Silvermoon City. The threat of the Death Scar, Disholm's Darkon, the Scourge's army in the Eastern Plague Lands, these threats no longer exist, and Kael'thas has successfully been promoted to demigod. Where can the kingdom of Quel'Thalas still be concerned? Other people's faces? Besides, it was Lor'themar who agreed to join the Horde, not Kael'thas. The Blood Elf Prince made it clear in front of him that he was dissatisfied with Lor'themar after returning to Silvermoon City from Draenor. Before, the tribe ruined Ahn'Qiraj. The vague news passed to Fusel gave them another excuse. They were already dissatisfied with joining the tribe and had another reason. They could imagine what Kael'thas would do with their toes. The tough-minded Blood Elf Prince and the indecisive Lor'themar are two different people, and their styles of governing are naturally very different. When Hawksbill came to him, Leo asked, "Are your people in place?" There had been no elves participating in the previous battles. There was only one possibility for Hawksbill to appear at this time, and that was that the Blood Elves' army was going to join the battle. Fandral asked us to help the tribe, and His Highness the Prince agreed. However, our army will not associate with the orcs and trolls, so we will deploy our formation close to the Alliance, preferably next to Arothar's army. I'm going to take action on Kael'thas' request brought by Hawksbill. Where are your people? The kingdom of Arothar's army participating in this war is indeed too small. The number of 10,000 people is not even a fraction of that of the kingdom of Stormwind or Gilneas. How dare you say that you are one of the three major human kingdoms in the Alliance? Even if the kingdom of Arothar is so kind-skinned, Varian and the others are not fools. How could they agree to the kingdom of Arothar to only provide such a small amount of effort? I understand. Leo nodded, signaling to Hawksbill that he had understood what Kael'thas meant. Don't worry, Kael'thas. As long as the Blood Elves join the battle, my people will appear immediately and ensure that everyone was shocked. Leo's words made Varian, Magni and others full of doubts. Does the kingdom of Arothar have some powerful trump card? The leaders of the Alliance were not at all surprised that Hawksbill found Leo. The cooperation between Stromgarde and Silvermoon City was no secret to them. What surprised them was that Leo actually attacked the army of the kingdom of Arothar. So confident. Where does his confidence come from? From the 10,000 people participating in the war in the kingdom of Arothar. It can be seen that the recruits transferred by Scarlet are all new soldiers. And these recruits are regular troops of the Kingdom of Arathor. What is so surprising about such a force? Even if the Kingdom of Arathor sends their troops composed of veterans, they can't surprise everyone. Could it be the Summoner Legion formed under Leo's control? No one knew what kind of medicine Leo was selling in his gourd. Only Hawksbill had some vague guesses. The Ranger King quietly gave Leo a look of understanding, and then stepped away. He was going to reply to Kaeldats, and let the Blood Elf army board the stage of the Battle of Entourage. The relationship between Silver Moon City and the tribe, hee. After Hawksbill left, Magni and Kadros laughed. Although the two dwarf leaders had not finished speaking, their meaning was fully expressed. The Blood Elves and Orc Trolls would definitely go further and further away. The light of magic lit up from the tribe's rear formation, and the Blood Elves' army appeared. Amidst the sound of arrows whizzing through the air, the Elf Ranger opened the big bow in his hand. Sharp arrows were like rain, and the alien insects were shot from front to back. These elves finally took action. Sorfang and Rexer felt relieved when they saw this. After Kaeldats regained control of Silvermoon City, the attitude of the Blood Elves made a 180-degree turn. Originally, they still had some differences with the Orcs and Trolls. Their attitude towards cooperation became extremely cold, and even major events such as a war with the Beetlemen were ignored, leaving Sorfang feeling helpless. Fortunately, the Blood Elves did not do anything more extreme, and finally extended a helping hand when the tribal warriors were weakened by long-term fighting. Compared with the Alliance, the current weakness of the Horde is that there are not many beings that can carry out large-scale destruction. Regardless of war machines such as guns and cannons or spellcasters like mages and warlocks who can attack in groups, the Horde is far inferior to the Alliance. This is because the loss of combat power is much greater than that of the Alliance. When fighting an opponent like the Yakkar Empire, insufficient range to kill firepower means that you have to spend more strength on the opponent's cannon fodder troops. Orcs and Trolls have more warriors than mages, while Blood Elves are just the opposite. There are a lot of spellcasters of the latter, and with existences like the Silver Moon Ranger, the long-range firepower is extremely powerful. The number of warriors and other professions that may be in the front to resist the enemy's attack is less than 1 in 10. Extremely few. More than 90% of the Blood Elves with powerful warrior talents would rather be a low-level mage for the rest of their lives than become warriors. This shows how obsessed they are with magic. Magic fell along with the rain of arrows, and the attack of the alien swarm was suppressed. The warriors of the tribe finally had time to breathe. Sorfang and Rexer are full of joy for the Blood Elves to participate in the war. Although these long-eared attitudes are so arrogant that people want to kill them, their strength is unquestionable. With their help, the casualty rate of Horde warriors can be reduced more than 30%. But soon, Sorfang and Rexer's joy turned into anger. The Blood Elves belong to the Horde camp. They should move towards the Horde army's main formation after participating in the war. But they did not do that. Instead, they kept moving towards the Alliance camp. Hundan, what do they want to do? Rexer roared lowly. If the Blood Elves hadn't weakened their fire support for the Horde army while moving towards the Alliance camp, the Orc hero would have asked loudly. The actions of the Blood Elves caused a commotion among the tribal army, although it was quickly suppressed by the officers. Many Orcs and Troll warriors regarded them as enemies in their hearts. Are those disgusting long-ears trying to betray the tribe? Why are they leaning towards the Alliance? These guys don't know that they are still part of the Horde? Sorfang also had a stern face. He was not as blindly angry as others, but quickly thought about the reason. Soon he understood what was going on. The Blood Elves have no trust in the Orcs and Trolls. Not long ago, there was a report that the information about the ruins of Entourage was incorrect, which consumed the little trust the Blood Elves had, and they had no sense of belonging to the tribe. How could they run into the tribal formation composed of Orcs and Trolls? Those damn souls are all their fault. Sorfang did not blame the Blood Elves randomly. If it were him, he would have reacted the same way. What he hated were those blind, arrogant and war-hungry guys in the clan. If they hadn't caused trouble inside, how could such a thing happen? Seemingly knowing that they had gone too far, the Blood Elf army did not get too close to the Alliance, but left a certain gap. Sorfang felt a lot better when he saw this. Although the Blood Elves were much further away from the Horde than they were from the Alliance, didn't they eventually join forces with the Alliance? This meant that the matter had not yet reached the worst stage. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, a sudden change occurred. Crack! There was a crisp sound in the gap between the Blood Elves and the Alliance army. This sound was strangely louder than the various noises in the battlefield, making everyone who heard it feel aware that something had broken. Crack, crackle, crackle. Before anyone could react, a series of crackling sounds enveloped the battlefield. Under the magical light, everyone could clearly see that the space between the Blood Elves and the Alliance army was cracking, as if something was about to break through the space and come to this world. What happened? Questions linger in everyone's mind. Fortunately, this problem did not bother them for long. A huge object crashed into the space, gradually revealing its true identity. Naxxramas. Although the behemoth only revealed a small part of it, Varian, who was familiar with it, still recognized its identity. It was clearly the aerial fortress Naxxramas that Leo had snatched from Kel'Thuzad. After a mysterious disappearance, has Naxxramas finally appeared again? What does Leo mean by letting it fall to the ground instead of flying into the air? Just as Varian looked at Naxxramas inquiringly, the door of the fortress suddenly opened, and the sound of neat footsteps came from inside the fortress. A neatly formed army full of murderous intent came out of the fortress, and they were covered with clothes. It was Arathar's shirt he was wearing. Chapter 811. It's done. Is this elite army of Arathar? Varian admitted that he was surprised. He was indeed surprised by the army of the kingdom of Arathar. It doesn't make sense. Arathar's army, ugh. Magni muttered something in his mouth. Fortunately, he woke up in time and didn't say anything unpleasant to everyone. Leo shrugged. I said it would surprise everyone. This is not a question of whether it is surprising, but a question of whether it makes sense. Right? Where did the Arathar kingdom train this elite soldier? Without experiencing brutal fighting, without being baptized on many battlefields, and without killing enough enemies. Without these three conditions, it is absolutely impossible to have a soldier who can fight 100 battles. At this moment, everyone was filled with doubts. They wanted to get answers from Leo and Scarlet, but unfortunately they did not clear up their doubts. Scarlet stood on the back of the flame dragon eagle and flew to the gate of Naxxramas. After paying tribute to the queen, all the Arathar soldiers rushed forward as fast as possible, under the command of Amaran. Next, they occupied the gap between the Blood Elves and the Alliance army in the shortest time, and took over part of the defense line. Another army rushed out of Naxxramas, and another army appeared wearing the tabards of Arathar. When they saw the leader of this army, Varian and Magni were shocked and exclaimed, Danath Trollbane, one of the 5 heroes of the Dark Portal, who led the Alliance's elite expedition to the world of Draenor with Turayan. According to Varian and Magni's knowledge, he should be in the Dark Portal, the world on the other side. But now he appears in front of you alive. How can you not surprise Varian and Magni? Could it be said that the door to darkness has opened? The 2 Alliance leaders had this idea at the same time, but after a while, they threw it out of the sky. If the Dark Portal is opened in Watch Fort, there will definitely be news. And when the Dark Portal is activated, there will definitely be a huge phenomenon. And it is impossible for them not to be able to sense it. Therefore, this idea is not valid. If the Dark Portal still has not been opened, how did Danaeus return to this world? Could it be said that the kingdom of Arathar has mastered the method to get to the world of Draenor? Thinking of this, Varian and Magni's eyes were filled with shock. There are other ways to reach the world of Draenor besides the Dark Portal. What's the point of the Dark Portal's existence? If this news is leaked, what will it bring to Arathar? To humanity? To the Alliance and even the entire world? Varian and Magni broke out in a cold sweat. They now understood what Leo meant by what he said that surprised everyone. I said, today's young people are really bold. Can't you be considerate of me, an old man? Magni wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Leo was really capable of causing trouble, and he felt that his ability to endure really needed to be strengthened. Varian is not as relaxed as Magni. The Dwarf King is still in the mood to joke. After all, if something happens, humans will bear the pressure first. Don't worry. Given the current situation, do you think the tribe recognizes the origins of Donnas and the others? Leo said, as he made a silencing gesture. Varian and Magni thought that this was indeed the case, and both of them calmed down a lot. Indeed, just because they were able to recognize Donnas' identity did not mean that the tribe could also recognize him. Donnas was wearing full armor in the night. If the 2 of them were not strangers to Donnas, they would never have been able to recognize his identity. Come! Kaderos suddenly jumped in front of Leo and asked excitedly, do you have any news about that guy Kurland? Leo pressed his hands down to signal Kardros not to get excited. Calm down. The expeditionary force has built several cities in that place. There are many hostile forces there, and they need strong men to guard them. There were some things that couldn't be said directly, so Leo could only mention them vaguely. After the initial excitement, Kadro's mood calmed down. And the dwarf prince began to think about the impact of this incident. He, Varian and others all saw a message. The kingdom of Arathar, which owns Naxxramas, can freely travel between this world and Draenor. There may be some restrictions, but the army will not go through the darkness. The door into Draenor is a sure thing. The demon army of the Burning Legion originally came from the world of Draenor. If the world where demons were rampant has not been destroyed, and if you don't want your hometown to suffer, then it is necessary to take root in the world of Draenor. Keep the flames of war away from your own country. Even if you want to fight, you will fight it outside your own country. Only in this way can the damage caused by the war to yourself be minimized. No wonder the Blood Elves are so close to you. I understand, Jaina interjected, and there was a hint of surprise on the face of the Lord of Theramore. The news that Kael'thas led his army to follow Illidan to the world of Draenor was not a secret. Originally, everyone thought that the reason why the Blood Elf Prince returned to Silvermoon City was through some secret method that only a few people could do, thinking of using Naxxramas for large-scale teleportation. The situation of the kingdom of Quel'Thalas and the kingdom of Arathar is very similar. Both countries have powerful leaders, and both countries are trying their best to restore their past glory. They really share the same problem. Even if the world of Draenor is broken again, it is still a world. There are many resources there. How can Kael'thas and Leo not be interested? But if you are tempted, who of the two has the ability to develop Draenor alone? No. None. Therefore, it became inevitable for Stromgarde and Silvermoon City to join forces. The resources of a world are limited, and the resources occupied by each kingdom and race are relatively fixed. If you want to obtain more resources, you will inevitably harm the interests of other people, and wars will inevitably occur. The kingdom of Arathar with Naxxramas is different from the Blood Elves that cooperate with them. They have an additional resource production area in addition to the fixed resources, and their development will certainly exceed others' expectations. Isn't the struggle between races ultimately a struggle for resources? Varian, Magni and others were very interested. If they could get a piece of the pie in the world of Draenor, it would be of great benefit to their country and their race. Seeing all the reactions of the Alliance leaders, Leo's expression remained unchanged. But he secretly said in his heart, "It's done. There are no permanent friends between countries, only permanent interests. State-to-state relations bound by interests are stronger and longer-lasting than friendship." What did Leo do to reveal the news that Naxxramas can lead to the world of Draenor? Isn't it just to tie the interests of the entire Alliance to the kingdom of Arathar? With common interests, the relationship between various races in the Alliance will become closer. And this also has the advantage of avoiding the negative effects of the imbalance of camp strength caused by the expansion of Alliance strength. The Alliance's strength is now much stronger than that of the Horde. If there is no place to hold back the Alliance's power, just like the Scourge did when Kel'Thuzad sat in the Plague Lands, then the world's internal war will begin. It is obviously a very unwise behavior to break out in a very short period of time, and it will definitely lead to the intervention of the dragon. This time Leo wanted to slap the dragon in the face rather than fall out with the dragon. Even if he wanted to fall out with the dragon, he would have to wait until Deathwing came out to make fun of the group. Then would be the best time. Don't look at me like that. I know what you are thinking. And you also understand that I revealed this news just to get you to join the gang. How about it? Are you interested? I have to admit that Leo's words were very plain and straightforward. He didn't go around in circles and directly put a choice in front of Varian and the others. Do they still need to choose this choice? Although I know you have a purpose in doing this, I really can't refuse. Kadros was the first to express his stance. The Wildhammer Prince has recently shown a very different attitude from the past. The Wildhammer Dwarf almost said directly that he wanted to join the Alliance. It seems that the situation in the Eagle's Nest Mountain is not very good. Is the pressure from the trolls living in the hinterlands really that great on the Wildhammer Dwarves? Leo had doubts in his mind. Kadros' performance made him very curious about the situation in the hinterlands. It was really irresistible. Count me in too. Varian and Magni expressed their opinions one after another. As for Jean, who was directing the battle on the front line, he had no reason to object. Only Jaina remained silent. Theramore is still a neutral force, and Jaina's request for land and resources is not urgent. She has no reason to participate in such an action, nor does she want to participate. Everyone, now is not the time to discuss other matters. Jaina expressed her dissatisfaction with a group of people who were interested in traveling to the world of Draenor to develop new territories. At this time, the army is fighting against the Beetle Men, facing a powerful opponent like the Yakkar Empire. Being distracted can easily lead to failure. Jaina's words brought everyone's attention back to the battlefield. It is indeed exciting to develop new territories and obtain new resources. But if they lose the battle here, will they still have the intention and ability to expand their territories in Draenor? It's just that all the aliens pouring out of the Temple of Entourage are alien insects. And the constant enemies are really frustrating. Without the Obsidian Destroyer, the Alliance's Mage Army and Blood Elf Army can give full play to their magical advantages and bombard the insect swarm indiscriminately. The number of casualties from the insect swarm increases exponentially, while the harvest decreases exponentially. Everyone can see that this kind of battle will not last long. There was a muffled sound from the earth. The ground was shaking, and a group of huge figures walked out of the Temple of Entourage. After the swarms of alien bugs that served as cannon fodder could no longer consume the enemy's strength, Anubis finally appeared, facing such an army of giant monsters with an average height of 20 meters. How should Leo and the others cope? Just when Anubis entered the battlefield, a group of huge figures suddenly appeared in the Alliance army formation. The metal skeletons reflecting the magical light revealed their identities as fierce bone dragons. A giant creature like a hill stood at the forefront of the Velociraptor bone dragon army. Compared with him, Anubis was like a giant and a dwarf. Land Overlord level creature. Tyrannosaurus King Mosh. Chapter 812. The real master is here. Anubis are giant creatures to races like humans and orcs. One Anubis is enough to annihilate a full squadron of them. These giant kobolds are not enough in front of the Velociraptor bone dragon. Leo's Velociraptor bone dragon is more than twice as tall as Anubis, and its size is also larger than them. The most important thing is that the Velociraptor bone dragon is fast and has diversified attack methods. The two of them can easily defeat Anubis in a one-on-one battle. Not a match for the Velociraptor bone dragon. Roar! Mosh opened his legs, and every time his footsteps hit the ground, it would trigger a small-scale earthquake. This Land Overlord level creature led tens of thousands of his subordinates and ran into Anubis' troops. Although Anubis is a giant in front of humans. When they met Mosh, the king of Tyrannosaurus, they were only abused. The three leading Anubis were directly knocked apart. And then Mosh swept his long tail. The 5 Anubis that rushed in were turned into rubble flying all over the sky. What it means to be in a deserted place. What it means for an adult to bully a child. You can understand it by looking at Mosh's current performance. The king of Tyrannosaurus charged into the enemy's formation, but none of his men could defeat him. In an instant, Anubis lost dozens of people. The army of Velociraptor bone dragons, with Mosh as arrows, suppressed Anubis as soon as they appeared. The Alliance soldiers were very excited when they saw this. They shouted loudly, and their morale was rising. Even the tribal warriors, who hated the Alliance, became excited because of the appearance of powerful companions on their side. Rexer looked at Mosh, who was wreaking havoc among Anubis' troops, with envy in his eyes. This orc hero's profession is a hunter. Or the heroic profession among hunters. The Beast King. For such a tyrannical beast like Mosh, Rexer, how could Kesa not have any ideas? It's such a waste that such a powerful beast falls into the hands of a human who doesn't understand the beast's heart at all. The orc hero's face was full of anger. In his opinion, Leo only knew how to let Mosh rush and fight without any technical content at all. If a land overlord like Mosh had him as the Beast King, his combat power would increase by at least 3 times. A pearl cast in secret. A waste of natural resources. It's a pity. It's a pity. Mosh is Leo's pet now. What can Rexa do? He can't snatch it away. Right? Leo didn't expect that someone would be dissatisfied with the way he used Mosh. In his opinion, the key to the beast is the word wild. Let Mosh fight in its own way. Give full play to the wildness in its nature. And let it continuous growth in battle is the most suitable way for its development. What belongs to the nation is what belongs to the world. Ah. No. What belongs to one's own is the most suitable. Isn't that it? Ho ho ho. Mosh, who was killing like crazy, finally met his opponent. A blue-skinned Anubis blocked him and stopped his charging momentum. Blue Anubis. Osirian the Unscarred. The powerful Anubisath, who sits in the ruins of Entourage. Seeing his little brother being brutally tortured by Mosh, this guy couldn't help but show up. Leo immediately summoned the Kobold Geomancer Flintag, whose eyes immediately emitted a greedy light called possessiveness after seeing Adrian fighting Mosh. The one who fights against Mosh is Adrian. If you assist Mosh, you can also use the ability of the Advanced Geomancer immediately after killing him. As you command. Great Master. Flintog agreed and jumped out like flying, relying on thunderstorms and millions of volts to open the way. He quickly came to the battle circle between Mosh and Adrian. As soon as he joined Flintag, Tragedy struck. Adrian didn't care about the Kobold Geomancer, who was holding a scepter and casting thunder spells. But this didn't mean that he would ignore it. During the fight with Mosh, Adrian took the time to cast a verbal curse. When it came to Flintag's head, the Kobold Geomancer tragically found that there was suddenly a barrier between himself and the magical element, making it extremely difficult for him to cast spells. A verbal curse wiped out most of Flintag's combat power. The Kobold Geomancer was so angry that he knew that he was no match for Adrian's magic alone. Fortunately, with Mosh, more than 90% of Adrian's energy was devoted to dealing with the Tyrannosaurus King, and Flintag could slowly gather his magic power to cast spells. The Curse of Language is a major weapon for Adrian to deal with spellcasters. This is an enhanced version of the ordinary Curse of Language. Even Leo will inevitably be affected when he fights against him. Immortor opened his mouth and swallowed the magic. The verbal curse on Flintag gradually disappeared. Note that it is gradually rather than immediately. Even with the strength of the Demon Lord, it will take a certain amount of time to eliminate Adrian's spell. The elimination of the Curse of Language allowed Flintag to regain his former sharpness. The thunder struck Adrian one after another. Mosh helped with the blow in front, and Immortor assisted behind him. In addition, the thunder with the help of the Aura AO opened and the curse he cast. He wouldn't have to see anyone if he still couldn't defeat Adrian. Although Mosh was blocked by Adrian, the Swift Bone Dragon army still had the upper hand. Although the three-headed Devil Dragon was far inferior in strength to Mosh, it was not something that ordinary Anabisis could stop. If the Velociraptor Bone Dragon led by Mosh is a single arrow, then the Velociraptor Bone Dragon led by Devilsaur is a trident. Under the impact of tens of thousands of Velociraptor Bone Dragons, Anabisis' troops were quickly washed to pieces. Seeing defeat imminent, if you think you can win, I'll tell you you're wrong. A thundercloud floated out from the Temple of Encourage, covering the heads of the Swift Bone Dragon army. Thunder rolled down, blasting each Swift Bone Dragon to pieces. With a hard insect SHL, sword-shaped jointed limbs, and a giant running figure, the Karaji beetles, the true main force of the Yakkar Empire, appeared. Leo knew what the scene meant. Varian knew it. Rexer knew it. And Sorfang also knew it. After fighting for so long, the real master is finally willing to show up. Even if hundreds of thousands or millions of Silithid people died, the Yakkar Empire wouldn't feel bad. But even if 10 or 20,000 Karaji beetles died, they would feel pain for a long time. Because the latter all came from the upper echelons of the Yakkar Empire and belonged to the beetles. The core strength of a human being is incomparable with cannon fodder troops. The number of Karaji beetles that appeared in the first wave was only about 5,000. But they cooperated with Anabisis to block tens of thousands of Swift Bone Dragons and restabilize the defense line that was about to collapse. The three-headed Devil Dragon also met its opponent at this time. 3 Karaji beetle captains stopped them. The 3 dragons and 3 insects fought against each other. Tubid, Quez, Delan, where is your master Rajax? In the dark night, an army suddenly arrived, which was the army of Night Elves. What the Night Elves are waiting for is the appearance of the Karaji beetle men. Since the insect men who walk side by side with these people have formed an irresolvable feud since the Battle of Quicksand, the Karaji beetle men have become the targets that the Night Elves are determined to destroy. Leo watched carefully for a while and found that Neralex was leading the team. Archdruid Fandral seemed to have made up his mind. As long as his sun-killing enemy Rajax did not show up, he would remain hidden. Dark place. Is hide-and-seek addictive? Leo curled his lips, and he had a lot of objections to Staglam's approach. Originally, the Horde and the Alliance joined forces to fight against the Karaji beetles, but the Night Elves were involved. But once the war actually started, they shrank back. The Alliance and Horde armies fought with the alien bugs for most of the day before they participated in the war. As the parties involved, what does Leo think? Fortunately, the Night Elves were not too aggressive. The Beetlemen, the main force of the Yakkar Empire, were taken over by them, sharing a lot of pressure for other races. If you want to see General Rajax, please fight us first. Seeing the Night Elves appearing, the Temple of Encourage immediately rushed out of the second beetle force, which showed that the Yakkar Empire was well prepared for such a situation. Serum, Yeeges, you just want to stop me. After all, Neralex is also a great druid. A beetle captain and a beetle major tried to stop him, but they underestimated his combat power. Elf, you are so arrogant. The beetle men will also become angry when they are despised. Serum and Yeeges led their men and rushed towards the Night Elves troops. Looking at the 2 leading beetlemen officers, Nerlex led the team to attack without showing any signs of weakness. Thigh-thick vines sprouted from the ground, trapping the charging beetlemen's legs. Some of the beetlemen were tripped to the ground. The vines unceremoniously wrapped them into rice dumplings and dragged them underground. After that, there is no after. Major Aegis was forced to stop. Nerlex used root entanglement on him. If he didn't want to fall, he had to get rid of the vines entangled in his legs. Surprisingly, Serum without any hindrance. The Beetleman captain took the lead. During the charge, he did not realize that he was isolated. He used a spell to entangle Aegis. He only had to face a Serum. Nerlex's hand flashed with light. Moonfire, Starfire, Anger, a series of spells hit Serum. The magical light engulfed the Beetleman captain whole. A beetle captain can fight with a devil dragon leader without falling behind. Their strength is indeed not weak. But the beetle captain is really not enough in front of a great druid. In just a few seconds, Serum was knocked to the ground by Nerlex. The insect L above his head was punched out by a spell, and disgusting mucus was flowing out of the big hole. When Aegis got rid of the influence of the entangled roots, Selene was already outgoing more air and less incoming air, and was about to stop working. Damn druid! Aegis cursed. He did not go to rescue Serum, who was being dragged underground by vines. In the Karaji beetle people's understanding, killing the enemy always comes first. 2 losers. The 3rd beetle army joined the battlefield, and the leader was cursing. He was very dissatisfied with the performance of Aegis and Thrym. The relief on Nerlex's face disappeared. Beetle Colonel Zilong and Major Pakong. With these two joining him, he had no chance of defeating the enemy. The combination of 2 majors and 1 colonel is completely incomparable with the combination of 1 major and 1 captain. Because the beetle Colonel Zilong knows a headache-inducing spell called Gigantism. I hope Zilong doesn't use Gigantization so soon. Nerlex thought so. But unfortunately it backfired. During the charge, Zilong's body expanded like a balloon, and his entire body size increased by more than 1/3. Wow! Did that beetle man take hormones? Leo whistled, with a look on his face as if he was looking forward to a good show. If Hamuel Totem doesn't appear, Nerlex may be in trouble. Chapter 813 Another Loss. Without Hamuel, Nerlex would be able to fight against 3 Karaji beetle officers alone. The situation would indeed be dangerous. However, is this the only strength of the Night Elves? Their army only has Nerlex. Strong? This is obviously impossible. Several druids roared. Their hands grew sharp and slender nails, and their body shapes also changed accordingly. Druid of the Claw's beastly transformation. After transforming into beast form, these druids rushed forward and stopped Pagan and Aegis. With the help of their companions, Nerlex only had to face 1 opponent, Colonel Zilong. Zilong's strength has obviously increased a lot after using the Gigantization technique. He is already a senior officer in the Karaji beetle army. Even if he doesn't use the Gigantization technique, he is much stronger than the 2 majors Aegis and Pakong. Now with the blessing of powerful spells, his breath is no weaker than Nerlex. The Great Druid. Gigantization? Nerlex shook his head slightly. Zilong was the only one who was not afraid at all. Gigantism is not the only way to grow bigger. The Night Elf's body began to change, and his figure continued to grow taller. His skin became horny, and wrinkles appeared on it. It looked no different from the bark of a tree, with his completely spread out green hair. At a glance, you would just mistake him for a tree. Big tree. Druid's tree form. Unlike the druid tree people in the Yamaguchi Mountains that Leo knew were only suitable for performing healing arts. Nerlex, who turned into a tree man, was extremely violent. Zilong, who rushed forward, was staggered by his slap. Almost fell to the ground. Before Zilong could stand firm, 2 branches as thick as 1 person came at them with a sound of breaking through the air. The Beetleman Colonel raised his hands to fight back in a hurry, slashing at the branches with his long knife-shaped arms. What surprised Zilong was that his arms could easily cut through the armor made of fine iron. But they could not do anything to the 2 branches, leaving only 2 marks on the bark-shaped horns on the surface of the branches. Although he failed to cut through the branches with 1 blow, Zilong knew that he was not desperate yet. After turning into a tree man, Nerlex's body was not hard enough for him to cut. If he wanted to defeat the enemy, he only needed to hit more. Just a few times. Next, it's time to compete between the Beetle Colonel and the Night Elf Archdruid to see who is more durable. 2 huge guys. You hit me with a sword and you hit me with a knife. There is really no technical content at all. Of course, not everyone can withstand such unskilled tactics. As the saying goes, One force can defeat 10 enemies. When the figure reaches a certain level, and the strength reaches a certain stage, technical tactics can really be ignored. Instead of fighting against the beetle men, the Night Elves did not hide their secrets when facing their old enemy. They showed the strength of the strongest race in the mortal world and suppressed the beetle men from the moment the two sides fought. The troops led by beetle men officers such as Aegis and Zelong were unable to resist the Night Elves' army, which was several times larger than them. The Temple of Encourage is like Tinkerbell's pocket. New stuff will come out whenever you encounter difficulties. A tall beetle man, who was more than half a head taller than his other companions, rushed out of the Temple of Encourage with the 4th Beetleman army. The number of this Beetleman was more than double that of the previous 3 armies combined. More than enough. If the first 3 troops were the vanguard, this one must be the main force. Ragex. There was a roar like thunder from the Night Elves' army, and an aura that was slightly stronger than Neralex locked onto the tall Beetleman who was leading the army. Seeing the murderer's great enemy, Vandrel Staghelm finally showed up. His appearance brought out more Night Elf soldiers who were ambushing them, and the hidden power of the Night Elves was revealed. Vandrel's appearance had been anticipated by Ragex, and he rushed forward with a grin, fighting with the Archdruid who vowed revenge. The Night Elves have held back the main force of the Karaji Beetlemen, and it's time for us to fight back, Leo said as he gestured to Scarlet, the female paladin, who had already been unable to restrain herself, drew out her sword and drove the flame dragon eagle to the front line. Nefarian, who appeared in the form of a Dracolic, let out a silent roar. The Dracolic transformed by the 3 black dragon warriors, Filmer, Everlock, and Fledgel, followed their prince to fight. The 4 dragons the Strong Lich followed Scarlet into the alien swarm, and their targets were Anyabises and the Karaji Beetle Men. It was obvious that Scarlet wanted to defeat the Beetlemen's defenses head-on and bring the war to the Temple of Encourage. The addition of Scarlet invigorated the Arathar soldiers commanded by Amryn, and the Sons of Lothar commanded by Donas. The 2 commanders immediately changed their formations after receiving the order to counterattack, and the 2 armies moved forward in coordination. If only Arathar's people made a counterattack, the Kila Beetle defense line would not be in much danger for a while. But with the addition of soldiers under the command of Alliance leaders such as Varian and Magni, it would be completely different. The entire Alliance army changed its defensive posture, and the soldiers, led by the officers, rushed forward with shouts. The Alliance launched a comprehensive counterattack against the alien swarm. The alien insect swarm was enraged. They had always been the only ones to attack others crazily with a huge numerical advantage. No one had ever dared to counterattack against an insect swarm that was hundreds or thousands of times their number. Angry bugs are terrifying, but in the face of the huge disparity in strength, their anger cannot be vented. With a heavy artillery cluster like the Mage Legion, the numerical advantage of the insect swarm cannot be used at all. Each group of attack magic attacks, and the alien insects die in groups, leaving large areas of space for the insect swarm to wreak havoc with magic. Appear. When it comes to group lethality, no one can beat the mage. Seeing the Alliance army launching a counterattack against the Kiraji beetles, Sorfang and Rexer looked unwilling to be outdone by the Alliance. However, their current situation did not allow them to show off, so they could only wait patiently for the opportunity. War machinery made by engineering is really easy to use. Sorfang knew that it was not that the warriors of the Horde were inferior to those of the Alliance, but that they had consumed too much combat power in previous wars. Without tanks, cannons, fighter planes, and other war machines to help resist the attack of the alien swarm, the warriors alone fighting at the front. It's amazing to be able to do this. Looking back at the Alliance, with the help of war machinery, the insect swarm had already lost about 60% of its number before they could reach the front of the formation. The pressure on the Alliance soldiers was naturally not great, and they were still cleaning up after losing much of their combat power. Rexer said thoughtfully, if the tribe had the same war machinery, our performance would only be better. The Alliance has dwarves and Leo, an alien who is proficient in engineering. Their advantage in engineering is unmatched by the tribe, unless the goblins are pulled into the tribe's camp. Sorfang and Rexer admitted that this was indeed a tempting idea. Think about it. How powerful an army would it be if the brave warriors of the tribe were equipped with enough war machinery? But when they thought about dealing with those goblins, who only saw gold coins in their eyes, and talked about money when they talked about it, the 2 of them had a headache. It's better to throw this problem to the chief. He will have a solution. When it comes to brains, Thrall is of course the best among the orcs. So Rexer and Sorfang naturally thought of him at this time. As the saying goes, those who can do more work Leo would not have imagined what kind of impact the use of war machines such as skeleton tanks and dwarf turrets would have on the two commanders of the tribe in this battle. At this time, he was focused on defeating the Beetlemen's defense line and bringing the battle line pushed through the wall of beetles. A fierce battle between Rajax's Beetle army and the Night Elves was in full swing. The Alliance army took advantage of the opportunity to counterattack. The alien insect swarms were unable to resist and were killed and retreated. Anubis, who was given great hope, was forced by the swift-boned dragon army. Unable to hold up the main beam, the Yakkar Empire continued to increase its troops. Unwilling to be killed by the opponent in the beetle wall, female Karaji beetles have appeared. Unlike the tall male beetles with ferocious faces, the bodies of female Karaji beetles appear to be very petite. They do not have graceful body curves. Their charm alone is enough to impress people. It's hard to make a decision that is too hard to make. Of course, this is without looking at their limbs. The female bugman's arms, or upper limbs, are not much different from those of the male bugman. They are both shaped like long knives, while the lower limbs are insect claws wrapped in hard LS, and their shoulders have spurs that look like horns. These things growing on their bodies completely destroy the beauty, which is really frustrating. Seeing the female beetle in the lead, Leo didn't dare to be careless. He quickly summoned Herez and Nerlak and asked them to rush forward. War Guard Shalchala, a strong man in the Temple of Entourage, is also the strongest female beetle in the Yakkar Empire. Her strength is only higher than that of Rajax. Leo didn't know if Shalchala still had a god mode. Well, to be precise, it should be a furious posture. If so, she must be dealt with in the shortest possible time. Otherwise she would be in big trouble. Whatever you are afraid of, it will just come to you. Flegel rushed forward to kill, and Shalchala took aim at the Dracolic. She flapped her wings and flew to Flegel. The latter grabbed her with his claws. Urchula straightened his arms, and his whole body spun like a top. There was a sharp sound of metal being cut at high speed, and the dragon claw that Flegel shot out was cut into several pieces. The hardest part of the body was actually cut off like this. Flegel was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that a female beetle, who was so petite that he could kill 10 of them with one claw, could be so strong. Don't be dazed. Run! Nefarian and the other 2 Dracolics were very anxious. What time had it been? Flegel was still in a daze. Didn't he see Shaltura crashing into his body? After receiving the reminder from his companions, Flegel was startled. He was about to retreat quickly when a pot-bellied alien insect shot out of the diagonal stab, knocking him sideways. Shaltura took the opportunity to lean in, and countless blades formed the whirlwind blue again. Damn it! Nefarian cursed angrily, and the furious Black Dragon Prince and Scarlet rushed toward Shaltura. Feeling that his connection with Flegel was disconnected, Leo rubbed his chin depressedly. After losing another subordinate, his eyes turned to the alien insect that suddenly came out, with a big belly and blue hair all over her body. Could she be the Silithid Princess Yarki? But why did she show up alone? Where were her husband Carrie and son Vim? Why did only one of the 3 auspicious treasures appear? Leo suddenly realized that something bad was going on. There was an ambush. Chapter 814, Dual-Wielding Punishment Cavalry. Many people know that the Karaji Beetle people are intelligent, and their intelligence is not lower than that of higher intelligent races such as human elves. However, most people will unconsciously look down upon them just because of their appearance. Judging people by their appearance is the most common mistake made by intelligent races. Although they know it is wrong, they can't help but do it. Nefarian and Scarlet made such a mistake. Because of Flagel's death, they angrily attacked Shaltura without considering whether this was a trap deliberately set by the other party. Fortunately, Scarlet's mount, the Flame Dragon Eagle, was given to her by Leo. Its essence is the Dragon Eagle sacrificed to Gaelai fused with the Flame Stone Demon. Leo only needs to change one thought in his mind to give him an order. It's done. Gale, who was rushing toward Shalchala, screamed loudly, and suddenly pulled up his body. His sudden change of direction caught the ambusher off guard. Scarlet was feeling strange when a strong wind brushed against the Flame Dragon Eagle's body. Sweep down. Actually setting a trap. Without thinking, Scarlet threw her backhand. An Ashkandi sword drew a golden straight line in the air and pierced the alien insect that was trying to sneak attack the female paladin. Kill them. Leo was about to tell Scarlet to be careful about sneak attacks on Goldfinger when the beep sounded. He rolled his eyes speechlessly. Them just died. The sword of Ashkandi was too sharp. The host has obtained the emblem of the Karaji Lord. Do you want to get it? Huh? Leo admitted that he was surprised. By the way, Why did Goldfinger gasp so loudly when he spoke? Are you kidding me or trying to surprise me? In line with the principle of taking extra gains for nothing, Leo chose to get them. At the same time that he obtained the emblem of the Karaji Lord. Two waves of thoughts came over. And a Nubarak and a Nubrakan conveyed the news to him almost at the same time. Is there something special about this Karaji Lord emblem? Leo was confused. He carefully checked the news from the two powerful crypt demons. And suddenly he beamed with joy. Barak, would you rather give this emblem to you or to Brecken? It's a good habit to ask when you don't understand. Pretending to be confused and finally messing up things is what a fool would do. Leo didn't want such a tragedy to happen to him. So he asked Nubarak. Master, it will have little effect on me. You can give that emblem to Brecken. No matter how small the effect is. It still has it. Not to mention that the Karaji Lord's emblem brings more than just an improvement in strength to a Nubarak. This improvement also affects potential. Leo is a little surprised that the Crypt Lord can be so generous. It seems that a Nubrakan's old subordinate, still cares about him. He doesn't want a Nubrakan to be marginalized because his strength cannot keep up with me. Leo understands the intentions of the Crypt Lord. Even if Godic and Les First Whisper are not strong enough, they can train warlocks and mages for Leo in Naxxramas and play a big role in other places outside the battlefield. And I knew not Brecken. It's settled. Brecken, come here. The Karaji Lord's emblem unexpectedly obtained from Vim is likely to bring a Nubrakan back from a marginalized situation back to Leo's main force. The Crypt Demon commander seemed very excited. Leo rubbed his chin. The depression of losing Fledgel had been cleared away. Princess Yalki, Lord Kree, and their son Vim, parents and son. This family of three, known as the Three Lucky Treasures, has lost one of its three members. How will Yerki and Kree react to the death of their son? If their son is killed, how do you think they will react? Of course it's violent. Scarlet was able to evade Vim's sneak attack firstly, because the Flame Dragon Eagle was fast enough. And secondly because they were small in size while riding one person at a time. But Nefarian was different. Even with Leo's knowledge of a target as big as the Black Dragon Prince, he had no time to dodge, and was bumped into by Carrie. After hitting the target, Carrie sprayed poisonous mist. Nefarian was surprised to find that his body began to melt under the erosion of the poisonous mist. This poison is so powerful. The Black Dragon Prince quickly retreated. But Shaltura forced him over. The shadow of a totem pole appeared next to Nefarian. The totem pole shot out a bolt of lightning, trying to force Shaltura back. At the same time, red fire exploded on Shaltura. Lightning totem. Fire blast. Link's priest Jerez helped Nefarian and slowed down Shaltura. Nefarian took the opportunity to retreat. But at this moment Vim was killed by the Ashkandi sword thrown by Scarlet. And Lord Kree and Princess Yalki entered a violent state at the same time. Leo was helpless. I was worried that before Shaltura could get into a rage, these two became angry first. Seeing Yarki and Carrie staring at Scarlet with red eyes, the female paladin, who wanted to retrieve the Ashkandi sword, did not leave. Instead, she urged the Flame Dragon Eagle to fly downward, trying to retrieve her sword. Leo gritted his teeth and issued an attack order to Filmer and Aberlock. The two Dracolics, who were already angered by Fledgel's death, did not hesitate after receiving the order. They roared silently and rushed towards Carrie and Yarki. He happened to kill them during the attack and stop them, while Arki and Carrie were dealing with the entanglement of the Dracolic. The Flame Dragon Eagle carried Scarlet and flew over Vim's body. The female paladin leaned down and reached for the hilt of the sword, waiting to kill Ash. Candy's sword retrieved. Wow! A huge multi-segmented beetle broke out of the ground, and its body was comparable to an Uberax. It rushed towards Scarlet like a large truck that had lost control. If it were hit by him, Scarlet would be seriously injured. Tenacious Van Cress. This guy is a replica of Kulinax, but the latter is obviously stronger in terms of strength. A hint of cunning flashed in Scarlet's eyes. And just when Van Cress pounced, a golden sword suddenly appeared in her free hand. And another Ashkandi. If Van Cress could have withstood Scarlet's blow by twisting his body and paying a certain price at this time. But he maintained his hard SHL and did not take the sword in the female paladin's hand seriously at all. So the tragedy would have happened, as a matter of course. Scarlet raised her hand, and the sword wrapped in golden light broke through Van Cress's SHL without any hindrance. It penetrated the big insect's head and slid out from his tail, severing him from the middle. Open. Split in two. Poor Shichiang. No matter how tenacious you are, you still can't escape the tragic fate when encountering a weapon that ignores defense like the Ashkandi sword. What's even more tragic is that you were actually killed by a sword. Do you think you are worthy of the nickname of tenacity? Killing Vancress, the host obtains Kiraji Lord Emblem. Do you want to obtain it? Another Kiraji Lord Emblem. Leo didn't ask anyone this time. He gave the emblem directly to a Nubrican, since he wanted to improve the strength of the Crypt Demon Commander. All the emblems should be used to improve him. Got cheated. After seeing Vancress split in half by Scarlet, Shaltura knew that she had fallen into the female paladin's trap. She couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that it was Vancress who made the sneak attack and not herself. Killing the enemy did not affect Scarlet's ability to retrieve the sword, and the Ashcandy sword returned to her hand when Vancress died. A paladin is holding two heavy swords, and these two swords are Ashcandy swords that ignore defense. Dual-armed punishment knights. This is a big scandal. How come there are two Ashcandy handles? People who saw this scene were greatly surprised. An existence like Ashcandy was already defying heaven, and now there is another one. Is it still justified? Even Varian and Jen couldn't help but shake their heads. Donna's looked at Scarlet holding two swords, and a secret shock flashed through his eyes. He had fought hundreds of battles with Grand Duke Lothar, and he had never heard that Ashcandy was a sister sword. If Lothar trusts him, he will not tell him if he really has two Ashcandy. So, one of the two swords in Scarlet's hands was forged after Lothar's death? With Ashcandy's incredible ability to ignore defenses. If this news spreads, it will definitely bring huge danger to Scarlet. Countless thoughts flashed through Donna's mind. The death of Van Kreis made Kree and Yaki even more angry. After killing their son Vim, Scarlet used Vim to kill one of their companions. The two strong mutants felt that they had been teased. They are crazy. But there are people even crazier than them. When Aberlock and Filmare saw that their goal was achieved and were about to retreat, a whirlwind blew over, and the countless blades mixed in the whirlwind easily tore their bodies into pieces. When Leo saw this, he couldn't help but curse, "Hack!" using his hatred for Scarlet's trap and the anger when his companions were killed. War Guard Shaltura successfully entered a state of rage, seeing that Shalchula cut up Filmer and Eberlock's bodies like tofu. Nefarian backed down. It's not that the Black Dragon Prince is timid, but he knows that if he rushes forward, the outcome will not be any different from the two dead men. Shaltura in this state is not something he can resist. Even Neralac and Jerez stopped and did not dare to get close to Shaltura. They could see that Shaltura and the others were no match for him at this time. Insect. Look at the sword. Leo's pet didn't dare to step forward. But that didn't mean that everyone didn't. With two loud shouts, Varian and Jean went to kill him. As a warrior, how can you shrink back just because the enemy is strong? As a warrior, don't you get stronger when you encounter strength? As a warrior, you should feel excited when encountering a powerful enemy. These two guys are too messy. Don't you understand that even if they are stronger than them, they may not be able to withstand the blow of Shaltura in a furious state? Leo rolled his eyes. Varian and Jean's impulsiveness made him very depressed. However, what was even more frustrating was that Scarlet also urged the Flame Dragon Eagle to kill Shalchula. Oh my god. Can't you just let me have some peace of mind? Leo slapped his forehead. He was now unable to complain. Lama. Go help me keep an eye on it. Mandalos smiled, his face full of war-loving excitement, and he held a double-headed spear and rushed towards the battle circle of Shalchula. Scarlet and others. Another warlike master. Chapter 815 Unrejectable. A war guard. Shaltura held back 3 strong men in the alliance. Even Leo had to send Mataroth to escort Scarlet. And Shaltura was only among the top ones in the Yakkar Empire. One of the most powerful ones has not even seen a shadow, which shows the strength of the Karaji Beetle men. No wonder the dragon turned a blind eye to the alliance's actions. The strength of the Yakkar Empire was indeed terrifying. If Scarlet hadn't killed Vim and used Van Cress's carelessness to kill the Silithid, the situation would have been much worse than it is now. Leo stood in the alliance formation and observed the battlefield. Flintag and Mosh couldn't tell the difference between them and Osirian for a moment. The Scarless Man was still the strongest Anubisath in the Temple of Ankaraj, even with the help of a mortar. So easy to take. Not to mention the small battlefield of Shaltura. The war guards, who entered a furious posture, could only maintain an invincible situation even if the 4 of Varian joined forces. Who could let Shaltura's attack power at this time scary enough to kill Nefarian instantly? Speaking of Nefarian, the Black Dragon Prince is currently besieging the couple Lord Kree and Princess Yalki with Neralac and Jerez. The pain of losing a child made the 2 alien bugs go berserk. Scarlet used Vim's body to trap Van Cress and added fuel to the fire. Carrie's venom arrows rained down, and Yalki stayed by his side. Once Nalo and Mark and others get close, they will hit with a robbing blow, followed by another fear spell. Nerlac charged several times against Kree's venom arrows. Every time he rushed to the opponent's side, he was hit so hard by Yarki's robbery that his eyes were filled with stars. Then the fear spell invaded while he was unconscious. It made him fearful, and he couldn't help but stay away from the two alien bugs. Even if it accidentally hurts Carrie, it is useless, because Yarki can actually heal, and it is not generally powerful. The battle between the giant bear priest and the giant bear priest was extremely suffocating, and Yaki made him lose his temper. As the princess of the Yaki Empire, Yaki does not seem to be liked by the twin emperors, which can be seen from his husband Carrie. Carrie is a lord. In the title system, there is a ranking of dukes, princes and sons. Lords are not ranked at all. This title is lower than baron. If Yaki is favored, why would there be such a low title? Husband? Well, now is not the time for gossip. Even if Yaki is no longer favored, she is still the princess of the Yaki Empire. Her strength may not be strong, but it is only compared to the top level of the Yaki Empire. It is still very difficult for Nerlac and the three of them to take down her and Carrie. Leo rubbed his chin. He was considering whether to send subordinates up again to put pressure on the bugs and attract more strong beetle men. There are many strong men in the Alliance's army, but the Yakkar Empire is not weak either. Now all the strong men in the Alliance who have some strength have found their opponents. For example, Anvilmar. His opponent is the only one in the dozen or so who has epic combat power. Silinazoa. The Silithid's numerical superiority held back the Alliance's middle-level forces, making it impossible for Varian and other Alliance leaders to receive assistance from their subordinates. Osrian, Ragex, Shaltura, Yaki and Kree. These 5 people together with them and Van Kress, who were killed by Scarlet, seem to be strong. However, compared to the real high-end power of the Yaki Empire in the Temple of Encourage, it is still too weak. It's not that Leo is belittling himself, nor is it that Leo looks down on the combat power of Varian, Jean and other Alliance powerhouses. It's just the fact. Magni and Kaderos spit on the ground, and the 2 dwarves rushed to the front line of the battlefield with their warhammers raised. It's our turn to show off our skills. Leo did not stop this, because at this time a new army emerged from the Temple of Encourage. An army composed of Anyabises and the Obsidian Destroyer. Thousands of shadow arrows formed a rain of arrows. The new Anyabises were different from their previous companions, who could only fight in close combat. They were able to cast spells. Anyabises, who can attack with magic, cooperates with the Obsidian Destroyer, with these guys holding the battle from behind. It will not be easy for the Alliance to defeat the Beetle Men. The Obsidian Destroyers that appeared this time should be the last batch in the Temple of Encourage. As the final force, their number is astonishing. The shadowy formation looks like there are not more than 6 or 7,000. The Alliance's mage army is embarrassed. It's really not easy to suppress them with so many Obsidian Destroyers. Even the Blood Elves have been affected. The firepower assistance to the tribe has changed from the previous magic and arrow rain to the latter. A solo flight. Leo curled his lips. He was not disdainful but disappointed. He understood that this group of troops was the last army sent by the Yakkar Empire to the Temple of Encourage. The twin emperors are not fools. They cannot send out unlimited troops and leave their nest empty. Although troops like Anyabises and Obsidian Destroyer are powerful, their huge size limits their use in the Temple of Encourage. Anyabises and Obsidian Destroyer can form a powerful impact in a sufficiently open place. The Alliance officers who commanded the army couldn't help but feel a headache when they saw the troops of the Karaji Beetles. The existence of the Obsidian Destroyer had tied the hands and feet of the mages. However, those Anyabises who knew magic could only attack with spells can be beaten. The archers in the human army are not elven rangers, and their archery skills are generally inferior to the latter. If the Silver Moon Rangers led by Hawksbill can still attack Anyabises, the human archers will not be able to do so. If it were daytime, the dwarf's cannon would have a certain effect, but now it was night, and the place where Anyabises was standing was beyond the sight of the dwarf. A blind shot would not yield any results, not to mention the consumption of ammunition. The commanders of the Alliance were troubled by Anyabises and the Obsidian Destroyer, but Leo was not. It's not because he has a group-burning blue pet like a mortar, but because he has been prepared for this situation. The 10,000 Aratha recruits who use magic weapons to deal with the alien insects during the day carried dozens of huge strange machines to the Alliance army formation and activated them under Leo's order. The rain of shadow arrows flying towards the Alliance soldiers suddenly turned around. And the dozens of weird machines seemed to be magnets emitting infinite magnetism, absorbing all the magic cast by Anya-Bises. The disintegration staff in Leo's hand shot out a red beam of light that was careless in the arm. This beam of light separated in the air like a goddess scattering flowers. Then bloodlines connected to those weird machines, and then began to squirm. TSK, TSK. Give me more. Give me more. With a proud smile on his face, Leo felt comfortable. These weird machines are actually the magic-absorbing and magic-storing devices he got from the Obsidian Destroyer. It was only with them that Leo could gather enough energy to attack the demigods. It was also with them that Leo could attack Anya-Bisa. See, Shadow Arrow Rain didn't bother him at all. Dozens of Obsidian Destroyers would definitely not be able to absorb so many spells, because the magic power stored in their bodies is limited. But it would be completely different if there was a Leo standing behind them, with Goldfinger's ability, and this guy's greed for energy. Not to mention thousands of shadow arrows. Even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands are no problem, as long as Leo has a way to turn them into absorbable energy. Goldfinger can pull it away in an instant. A masterpiece. A wonderful masterpiece. Mechatork went crazy again, and a group of dwarf engineers also ran over. During the battle against the ruins of Ankaraj, they also collected a lot of Obsidian Destroyer parts. But Leo took away all the intact parts first. The dwarf, who only got some spare parts, has not yet restored a finished product. Titan's creations are not so easy to imitate. How about one for me, man? After the madness, Mechatork immediately ran to Leo, because it would be difficult for a dwarf to restore the Obsidian Destroyer without a finished product. How could he not be tempted now that Leo had the goods? No problem. Leo's answer was extremely straightforward. But Mechatork felt that something was wrong. The dwarf craftsman had not been in contact with Leo once or twice, and he knew his nature well. This guy was absolutely useless. A person who is early will not do anything that is not beneficial. Mechatork was right. Leo's next words revealed his true purpose. You will give me a complete engineering drawing of the results of your research on this magic-absorbing machine. I provide the material resources. You provide the brainpower. And the research results are shared by both parties. Leo's purpose is so simple. If you really think about it, Mechatork will suffer a huge loss. It is also necessary for the dwarfs to study the devices inside the Obsidian Destroyer. The material loss may be astronomical. After all, Titan's technology is many times more powerful than this world. If Mechatork was a businessman, he would immediately refuse. This kind of loss-making business could not be done. But as a great craftsman, Mechatork could not say no. Getting a glimpse of Titan technology and seeing the engineering technology and ideas in a new field is a fatal temptation for every dwarf. Mechatork looked at the battlefield hesitantly. The fighting there was extremely fierce. Although the dwarfs had many warriors, their strength was simply not enough to kill the Obsidian Destroyer. Okay, I promise you. In the end, Mechatork gritted his teeth and chose to compromise. Leo raised his eyebrows and whistled excitedly. Although Mechatork's words were short, they had a profound impact on the kingdom of Arather. The device inside the Obsidian Destroyer can play a huge role in both offense and defense. If the dwarfs can really research something, it will have a huge impact on future wars. At least the mages will be extremely hurt by it. Then, please cooperate. Chapter 816 Ruining Childhood. Anya-Bises' long-range attack was abolished, and the pressure on the Alliance was greatly reduced. However, the existence of the Obsidian Destroyer prevented the mages led by Jaina from taking action. And the situation was still not optimistic. Without the magic of the mage, the soldiers' rush alone would not be able to pose a threat to the alien insect swarm. Although the two dwarf leaders, Kadros and Magni, went up to kill them, they were only two people after all. And they were warriors who were not good at attacking in groups. They could not have much effect for a while. After all, Anya-Bises and Obsidian the Destroyer is not a soft persimmon that can be easily crushed. Polishan, Ektoz, and Valastres appeared on the battlefield in the form of Dracolic. Their target was the Obsidian Destroyer. Only by killing these guys can the combat power of the Mage Legion be released, allowing the balance of the war tilted back toward the Alliance. If these three powerful dragon liches were to kill, they would probably cause heavy casualties to the Obsidian Destroyer troops. A big red bug full of joy in Leo's eyes blocked Polishan and the others, facing the three-headed dragon lich. The big red bug was not afraid at all. Only two double images appeared on his body. And then in everyone's surprised eyes were divided into three parts. Why does Leo say this big red bug is full of joy? Not because his color is festive red, but because of his appearance. There is an animal called a giraffe. And this big red bug is a long neck bug. Long neck? That's right. The neck of this big red bug is several times his body length. What is it if it's not a long neck? Oracle Scram. Leo blinked. You said you are just an insect. Why do you have such a long neck? Do you have some bad hobbies? Being so tall and stretching your neck so long. What are your intentions? In other words, there is an advantage in height. Being tall naturally has advantages. For example, when you go shopping, you look down at people. If you meet a pretty girl who has a height advantage, the angle of observation is, ahem. Okay, someone admits that my mind wandered. But then again, if there is really a height advantage, it would be unreasonable not to take advantage of it. But then you have to get up and wash your pants in the morning. How many children pay for the water? It's not that your father doesn't love you. It's the mental preparation that your mother won't take you in. Scram's image is very funny, but his strength is no joke. The prophet, who used the clone technique, was like 3 tall buildings standing between the 3 Dracolic and the Obsidian Destroyer troops. Even though the image looked like an unfinished building, the prophet's body and his 2 clones shook their heads at the same time, and 3 earthquakes struck out, shaking the Dracolica's body and slowing down the momentum. At this moment, 2 of Scram's clones rushed forward, but his body stayed behind. As we all know, although the clone technique is good, it has a weakness. That is, the strength of the clone is far inferior to the original body. Scram's attempt to stop Ectort's and the others with 2 clones is too much. The Dracolic was angered, and they breathed out dragon breath, vowing to show each other a powerful show. The dragon's breath spurted out, and the image of one of Scram's clones suddenly changed. His body and clones exchanged positions in an instant. Just as the main body was changed, Scram's body straightened up, and a magic explosion centered on him occurred. The Dracolics had never seen such an opponent before. They suffered a small loss in the first round of the fight. The impact of the explosion almost knocked them to the ground. Fortunately, the Dracolic had good balance and could barely stabilize its body. Didn't make a fool of himself. What a bastard! Cursing angrily, the Dracolic rushed over. Claws, tail sweeps, and bites are as ferocious as they come, with an attitude that won't stop until Scram is skinned and deboned. Scram smiled, and the positions of the main body and the clone were exchanged again. Polition shouted something bad, and before they could make adjustments, another magic explosion appeared. The positions of the main body and the clone can be continuously interchanged. This is what Scram dares to rely on to challenge 3. After the clone is crushed, just use the clone technique to summon him. As long as his body is not injured, he will not be defeated. After being bombed twice in a row, only one of the opponent's clones was destroyed, and they were also disgraced. The 3 Dracolics were really embarrassed. Doesn't Scram rely on being able to summon 2 clones? Doesn't it rely on the exchange of the main body and the clones? We have 3 people here, and 1 person can fight 1. Anyway, one of them is the main body. The 3-headed dragon lich reached a consensus in an instant. They were originally gathered in one place and split into 3. Now Scram was no longer as relaxed as before. The prophet's strength is only between the 3 dragons of Polition. If he didn't have the clone technique and the ability to swap places with the clone, he would not stand up to face these 3 powerful enemies alone. Originally, he only wanted to. It took a while. After all, mechanical creations were just dead things in his eyes, and could not be too smart. Scram felt that he would have no problem fooling them around. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. The 3-headed dragon-shaped mechanical puppet was so smart that it found a way to deal with it, after only suffering 2 losses. His body could still cope with it, but the clone was not strong enough, and was killed by the dragon lich in a few moves. Smashed. Scram can't play now. 3 people fighting each other are not heroes. I will not accompany you. Spreading out 2 clones again to block the enemy, Scram turned around and ran away. Although the clones of the prophet are no match for Polition and the others, there is no problem in blocking them for a while. If no one stops him, he can indeed escape successfully. But he forgot that there were already people before the powerful 3-headed dragon lich came to kill them. He entered the Obsidian Destroyer first. 2 heavy hammers hit Scram, hitting his neck, causing him to swing back and forth like a roly-poly. It's not a good thing to have a special body shape because it's too conspicuous. If you want to stand out from the crowd and take the lead on the battlefield, you have to be mentally prepared to be used as a target. Kadros and Magni gave up on killing the Obsidian Destroyer. In the eyes of the 2 dwarf leaders, Killing a strong beetle man was much better than killing a few more minions. Not only 3 against 1, but 5 against 1. You really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? Seeing the 2 dwarf leaders blocking his way, Scram not only did not panic, but became proud. I was worried about not being able to deal with the 2 dragon-shaped mechanical puppets. And you 2 dwarves came to the door. There is nothing better than this. What makes people happier? Magni and Cardros, who intercepted Scram, felt a mental wave coming over them, and their consciousness gradually blurred. Mind control spells. The 2 dwarf leaders were shocked. Without thinking much, they both shouted loudly, and used the God of Descendants. Scram's body shook repeatedly, which was a manifestation of the backlash caused by the failure of the mental spell. The prophet was in tragedy. Who made him meet the dwarf royal family with gods descending to earth? The dwarves who were immune to magic were his nemesis. Kaderos and Magni were blocking the way in front, and 3 powerful dragon liches were chasing behind them. They were besieged until they were miserable, and they were scarred in a short time. A hail of venom arrows came, and Magni and Kadros, who had used the god's descendants, were not affected in any way. But the 3-headed dragon lich was not. Wherever the venom arrows hit, a big hole was corroded, causing collision, and the others to dodge repeatedly. If the 2 dwarf leaders hadn't entangled Scram, the prophet would have successfully escaped long ago. A green flying alien insect joined the battle with its little brother, and the temple of Ankiraj sent reinforcements to Leo's surprise. Has another princess from the Yaki Empire appeared? Leo tilted his head, and said to somewhere in the void, Aholan is a master of poison. I will leave her to you. Ilsa, the newly appeared green flying alien insect, is Princess Ahoran of the Yaki Empire. Speaking of which, there really aren't many princesses in this world that make a good impression. Isn't there a line that sings well? The so-called princess, the sow, the fat woman, the big bug, is really a fortress. I don't know how many people have heard the story of Snow White in their childhood, and imagining the princess in a very beautiful way. Is this considered ruining childhood? Ilsa, who inherited the Queen of Anguish and Torment, was very accomplished in using poisons, especially after Leo was promoted to demigod. His strength soared. For the purpose of testing her strength, Ilsa did not use the succubus invisibility ability to conduct a sneak attack. She chose an honest attack. Looking at the entire succubus clan, there are very few succubi who choose to fight in this way. But once a certain succubus chooses to do this, it means that she has absolute power. Ahoran, who was using venom arrows to shoot down the 3 dragons of Pelision, saw dozens of poisoned balls with a diameter of 1 meter shot towards him. The miserable green ones on the poisoned balls had been compressed into liquid form. The toxin shocked Aholan, who was good at playing with poisons. The opponent actually hit a master of poison, and he was a master of poison who understood the laws of the poison system at a deep level. Could it be that the opponent hit a demigod? Ahoran was scared. If it were other demigods, she could still use her venom to deal with it. But when she encountered a demigod who used poison, she was completely helpless. The other party happened to restrain her, and the princess of the Yaki Empire backed off. The battlefield is not a vegetable market. It is not a place where you can come or leave at any time. How could Aholan, who was targeted by Ilsa, escape? The succubus carried the bone whip and passed through the defense line of the alien insect swarm, as if taking a leisurely stroll. A circle of vague green mist enveloped an area of tens of meters around her. The alien insect that entered the mist range could not even scream. It was corroded into a puddle of mucus. The green mist was so toxic that Aholan's body trembled. The image of the succubus was like a terrifying monster in her eyes. Ilsa's speed seemed slow but was actually fast. But in just 3 or 4 breaths she passed through the defense line of the alien insect swarm and approached Aholan. The 2 skinny claws at the top of her bat-like wings were swinging constantly. Those poisonous balls, with a diameter of 1 meter, were thrown by them. Ahoran struggled to dodge under the attack of poisoned balls shot like machine guns. Ilsa's poisoned balls blocked her escape into the temple of Ankiraj, making it impossible for Ahoran to escape even if she wanted to. Be obedient and let me whip you. Sister, I promise you, I will only crack your head and not hurt your body. Chapter 817, To Be or Not to Be. The Yakir Empire is a place where status is judged by strength. If you are not strong enough, you will not be respected. For example, Princess Bayaki married a lord like Carrie precisely because she was weak. And Aholan, who was also a princess, received much better treatment than Alki because of her strong strength. Normally, Aholan would be proud of being powerful. But now she doesn't think so at all. Aholan regretted her own initiative. She felt that the reason why the demigod succubus chose her as her opponent was because she was the strongest among the powerful beetle men who appeared. Meeting a strong person like Ilsa, who was proficient in using poison, Aholin was beaten to the point where she was unable to fight back. Her best venom attack was too childish in front of Ilsa. Leo was relieved to let Ilsa deal with Aholin. Although Ilsa is the weakest of his subordinates, who were promoted to demigods. If it weren't for Andariel's inheritance, she would still be trapped in the legendary realm. But demigods are demigods after all. Even if Ilsa's strength is higher than that of demigods, being at the bottom of the rankings is not something Aholin can resist. Did you feel it? When Ilsa and Aholin were fighting, Rexer had a somewhat solemn look on his face. Sorfang, who was standing next to him, nodded when he heard this. The two orc commanders looked at Ilsa at the same time, looked in the direction. Of course, they couldn't see anything across half of the battlefield. But what they wanted was not to see it with their own eyes, but to sense it with their breath. Ilsa's aura was too strong. And that aura, that only belonged to a demigod, was like a beacon in the dark night. Even in this battlefield filled with strong men, making it impossible not to notice. The human named Leo has become a demigod. And with the demons driven by him, humans have at least the support of two demigods. Rexer sighed as he spoke. How difficult. What is difficult? Of course, it is difficult to kill Leo. If Leo was just a person, he would be promoted as a demigod. Rexer asked himself whether he could have dealt with him if he was properly prepared. However, Leo was a warlock, and his increased strength would make the demons under him stronger. Rexer originally believed that the benefits gained by demons were far less than those of the warlocks themselves. Leo was a demigod, so the demons under his control were not necessarily the same. This can be seen from a mortar. Unexpectedly, the appearance of Ilsa shattered Lex's conclusion, and the demigod succubus made Lexa truly feel the crisis. If it were just a demigod with his Rexer strength, even if he couldn't defeat him, wouldn't he still be able to escape? But what if it were two demigods? Facing two demigods, including a succubus who was good at stealth and sneak attacks, Rexa didn't have much confidence. Leo didn't know that Ilsa's appearance made a certain orc hero extremely entangled, and his face was so gloomy that it was scary. The battle situation is obviously in favor of the Alliance, and the Alliance firmly has the upper hand on the battlefield. Why does Leo look gloomy? If nothing else, the connection between Sour Throat and his disappeared. The connection between Sour Throat and Leo was suddenly severed. This situation can only mean one thing. Sour Throat was killed in an instant. There is someone in the underground battlefield who can kill Sore Throat instantly. There are many places in this world with such strength. But in the Temple of Encourage, Leo can only think of one Oro. Yes, it's Oro. Apart from Aurorio, I can't think of anyone here who can kill Sore Throat in an instant without any sound. Leo has already lost 4 of his subordinates in this battle. If you include the battle to attack the ruins of Encourage, his losses will be even greater. Leo has never suffered such a loss at the hands of anyone since he came to this world. Many subordinates. The insects of the Akur Empire are really powerful. Leo took a deep breath, with a ruthless look in his eyes. I can't bear to let my child trap the wolf. As long as I can win this battle, are I afraid that I won't be able to get back what I started? A Nuvarak. Gritting his teeth, Leo called out the name of the Crypt Lord in his heart. Oro appeared. He couldn't deal with this huge earth-boring insect without moving his heart. The Crypt Lord immediately responded to his master's call, and Nuvarak knew it was his turn to appear. I will deploy 3 assistants to help you. If you can beat it, you will fight it. If you can't beat it, we will lure it away. When giving instructions to the Crypt Lord, Leo looked at the tribe on the other side of the battlefield. Nuvarak was very strong, which Leo did not deny. The Crypt Lord was also ranked among his subordinates, but he felt unsure when facing Oro Leo. What is Oro? In terms of species, it is a giant earth-burrowing insect. The earth-burrowing worm may not sound like much, but if you know its origin, you will understand how special this guy is. It was born in the hands of Thun, and it is a masterpiece belonging to the ancient god Thun. Will Oro, created with Thun as strength, be any worse? You can know the answer to this question just by looking at your toes. Lotheb, Poisonous Flower Vine, and Nuvarak became Nuvarak's assistants. If it weren't for the fact that they were the only 4 subordinates who could fight underground, Leo would have sent more people. Even Aura has been sent out. Could it be that the twin emperors want to rehearse a decisive battle with us outside the Temple of Encourage? Leo was confused. He thought that earth-boring insects like Oro would be most effective only if they were placed in the Temple of Encourage. It was too early to release them at this time. It was true to think so. But Leo ignored one thing. And that was Ilsa's aura. It was precisely because they sensed the aura belonging to the demigods that some beings in the Encourage temple ran out. Being excited by the strength of an enemy is not a unique thing for humans. I wonder if Anubarak and the others can stop, huh? Just as Leo was thinking about it, his eyes suddenly shrank, and the breath of poisonous flower vines that he sensed disappeared. No way. Why was he blocked again? Without clairvoyance, Leo could not see what was going on in the underground fight. He could only rely on sensing the pet's breath to judge the general situation. When fighting against Arona and other opponents, Anubarak and the others did not dare to be distracted and deliver news to Leo. That is an act of seeking death. Master, what's underground is not a worm, but a sludge monster. Just as he was worried, Leo received news from Anubarakan. That sludge monster is hiding in the dark and attacking. His poison is too strong. Lord Barak was almost injured. Sludge monster? Could it be Visitus? Leo was greatly disappointed. If Oro ran out of the Temple of Encourage, even though it was difficult to deal with, he would not be able to exert his strongest strength here. The threat of this earth-boring insect would be much smaller than him. Bivicitus can only be considered a small fish. Small fish are also fish. But this time Leo is not going to waste his strength to fight Visito's head-on. The sludge monster is full of poison, and can kill even sour throat and poisonous flower vine instantly. Both of them are good at using poison. So Leo has no interest in confronting him head-on. The most important thing is that there seems to be nothing good about this guy. And the image and smell of the sludge monster keep him away. With this in mind, Leo withdrew Anubarak and Anubarikon, leaving only Lothed behind. He was ready to find something to do for his temporary allies on the other side of the battlefield. The Alliance can't just take over all the powerful Karaji beetle men, and you can just kill the minions. If that's the case, wouldn't it make the three powerful tribesmen, Rexer, Sorfang and Eitrig, too boring? Because Leo has an army of spider monsters. The underground battlefield where the tribe and Alliance jointly attacked the Temple of Encourage unanimously handed over to him. Although many people in the tribe were worried about this, they could only believe that they did not have an underground fighting army. Leo's character. Speaking of character, does this magical Dom Leo have one? It seems there is. But it seems there isn't, who knows? After beckoning the herald to come over, Leo said to the night elf, who was responsible for contacting the tribe, "Tell Sorfang that there is something approaching them underground. I have tried my best to stop it. But, let them do it. Be prepared." The night elf herald didn't ask any questions. He was only responsible for conveying the news. And other things were not within his scope of responsibility. Besides, the danger was directed at the tribe, not the night elf troops. Knowing that danger was approaching from underground, Sorfang and Rexer were in a bad mood. They didn't know what the danger was, or what kind of creature was causing the danger. But the strong intuition told them that the trouble was with the tribe. Gudu! 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 The ground suddenly collapsed in the tribe's military formation, and a gap with a diameter of several meters appeared. Drops of venom poured out like a fountain, and green venom enveloped an area of tens of meters. Sorfang and Rexer saw this and secretly said, "Here they come." The two strong orcs did not dare to hesitate and ran over with weapons in hand. A green sludge monster slowly moved out from the ground. The nauseating stench filled the nose and made people dizzy. Some nearby tribe soldiers were frothy at the mouth due to the stench. On the ground, poisonous. Fortunately, there were many shamans in the tribe, and the poison cleansing totem inserted it and immediately pulled these soldiers back from the door of H.L. "Get out of there!" Rexer and Sorfang roared. The poisonous gas could not affect these two powerful orcs, and they did not retreat when the other orcs retreated. The mud monster, as its name suggests, is a puddle of mud. But this puddle of mud can move, eat people, and is highly poisonous. Sorfang and Rexer were not stupid enough to move forward and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the sludge monster. They took out the throwing axes they carried and threw them at what they thought was the core of the sludge monster. Monsters like the sludge monster will have a core, which is the source of its power and soul. As long as it is crushed, the sludge monster can be killed. Otherwise, you can kill it with 1,000 or 10,000 cuts. It's of no use at all. Rexer and Sorfang's method of dealing with ordinary sludge monsters is absolutely correct. But are their current opponents ordinary sludge monsters? That is Visitus, another masterpiece of the ancient god Thun. Thun is proficient in the ability to spit acid and poison. The sludge monsters produced by him must be high quality. Sorfang and the others are now got busy. Hey, there's something good to watch. Someone in the Union Army formation put up a pergola with his hands in a very bad way and looked out. He was gloating about the tribe's strong men working for Visitus. Someone who was very happy to see them forgot one thing. Extreme happiness often leads to sadness. Chapter 818 Demigod is angry. Just as the Alliance army and the alien swarm were fighting fiercely outside the Temple of Encourage, several magic light pillars rose into the sky from the ruins of Encourage not far from the battlefield. The huge magic power tore the space apart, and a group of Twilight people, the followers of Hammer, looked at the portal being formed and laughed like crazy. These Twilight's Hammer believers narrowly escaped with their lives in the last battle in the ruins of Encourage. Paranoid about the destruction of the world, they did not escape, but recontacted the Karaji Beetle men. The Beetlemen's army withdrew from Encourage. The ruins were their idea. Ha ha, successful. Do those idiots think that the Beetle men will be useless once they leave here? Now it's time to make them pay the price. The Twilight cultists laughed wildly. When the portal was formed, groups of elemental creatures poured out of it, and the elemental army entered the world. Mortal, are you summoning us? The fire demon holding the trident twisted his body and came to the side of the Twilight cultist. The latter's wild laughter disgusted the fire demon. At other times, the fire demon would have killed them. But now these Twilight cultists are still useful. The fire demon won't take action for the time being. Stupid mortals. When the army of the Abyss Council completely descends on this world, it will be your end. The magic light pillar soaring into the sky is extremely conspicuous even in the daytime. Only a blind person would not be able to see it in this dark night. Leo turned to look at the ruins of Encourage. 2 storm crows were rushing there at full speed. He had to figure out what happened there. I have to admit that everyone, including Leo, was careless. When they found out that there were no Akur Empire troops in the ruins of Encourage, they subconsciously ignored it. No one thought that someone would be up to something there. For the Alliance, during the fierce battle between the allied forces of the tribe and the Beetleman's army, they shot back and caught them off guard. Thousands of elemental creatures gathered in the ruins of Encourage, and the elemental army that came to this world through the portal created by the Twilight cultists already numbered in the tens of thousands. When Storm Crow flew over the ruins, this was what he saw. Leo was a little confused when he discovered this elemental army. He didn't know where so many elemental creatures came from. Are they here to support Thuness' army? When he discovered a group of Twilight cultists next to a fire demon whose strength was no less than that of Exodus, he understood that the arrival of the elemental army was caused by madmen who wanted to destroy the world. This group of souls actually did something like this at this time. Weren't they deliberately looking for trouble? Leo is very popular. The appearance of the elemental army has put the Alliance into crisis. The reason why it is said to be the Alliance rather than the tribe is because the Alliance is closer to the ruins of Encourage. If the elemental army rushes out, it will definitely suffer. Alliance, and with the Alliance army as a buffer, the tribe can escape calmly even if the situation goes bad. Holding his chin, Leo was thinking about how to solve the upcoming trouble. The elemental fluctuations in the ruins are abnormal. This is a sign of the arrival of a large number of elemental creatures. Are you going or should I go? Just when Leo was in trouble, Kaeldats contacted him. The most suitable person to deal with elemental creatures is naturally a mage. The biggest role of a warrior in such a battle is to stand on the front line and act as a human shield to take beatings. As the saying goes, rescuing troops is like putting out fires. Kaeldats was willing to help Leo at this time, but he did not agree with the Blood Elf Prince leading at this time. You and I will each allocate some of our troops. It shouldn't be a problem for my Summoner Legion to cooperate with your Magister troops to deal with those elemental creatures. In addition, you and I don't need to leave. I will send other experts to suppress the formation. The god of Encourage, the temple, is the real battlefield for you and me. To be called a master by Leo, his strength will naturally not be low. Out of trust in Leo, Kaeldats agreed without asking anything. Under his order, the Blood Elf troops were quickly divided. Just as the Blood Elves moved, another army emerged from Naxxramas, which broke through the space. This army was wearing the robes of the Kingdom of Arathar, and everyone had a demon who had signed a contract for them to drive. This army is the Summoner Army proposed by Leo. Behind the Summoner Legion, a strong man in blue armor led a group of soldiers out quickly. These soldiers were all Arathar recruits who were being trained by Rezuvios. Originally, new recruits should not be sent to the battlefield. But now that the battle situation is urgent, Leo can't care much. Anyway, the offensive elemental army relies on spellcasters. Soldiers and knights only need to stand in front and take the beating. And the requirements for new recruits are not high. Of course, if they couldn't even take a beating, Leo would have nothing to say. The Summoner Legion is led by Gothic and Les Frust Whisper, and the warriors and knights are commanded by Resuvios. The human army in Naxxramas has been mobilized. If Leo hadn't had someone else in this fortress arrangements, he will not empty this air fortress of troops. Mildoran, you and Korok defend well. If anything goes wrong, I'll ask you. Leo gave an order to Mildoran, who is now the defense commander of Naxxramas. Korok will not go against his will, but Mildoran may not. In order to prevent the ruffian skeleton from causing any trouble, he has to a warning in advance. Why am I the one asking and not that green-skinned monster? Mildoran was very unhappy. Do you think I am a troublemaker? I'm not so discriminatory towards skeletons. I'm an honest person. I heard that you gave fizzle to he when talking about certain things. Mildoran showed his obscene nature. How does it feel? Let me tell you. Even if you look at the entire Sindorid, Nev is also a top performer. TSK. You are really amazing. That must be a very exciting experience. Do you believe I'll rip your head off and use it as a ball? This is absolutely impossible. Mildoran was anxious. Just when Leo thought his threat was effective, the guy spoke again. You ripped off my head and kicked it away. It will be very troublesome for me to get it back. Are skeletons afraid of twisting their heads? Obviously not afraid. Why would I threaten a skeleton with such words? Leo felt that he was such a failure. Why bother talking to Mildoran? A ruffian? The more you paid attention to him, the more enthusiastic he became. So just ignore it. I asked Fusel to lead the troops there. She will have no problem with Ramath and Frelin assisting her. Kael'thas, who had been assigned to meet the elemental army, sent a reply to Leo. Leo's mind was shaken when he heard the name of Fizzle. The team from the kingdom of Arathar to the ruins of Ahn'Qiraj joined the war again. Bastion, the figures of Malaloch and Faltola, and hovering above them were Leo's 3 remaining Storm Crows. It can be seen from the information sent back by the 2 Storm Crows who were conducting reconnaissance over the ruins that the elemental army summoned by the Twilight cultists is not many strong ones. I believe that with such power to protect Fusel, nothing will happen. Besides, she is not a weakling. With the ability of 3 professions, mage, warlock, and thief, there are really not many people who can keep her if they don't intend to fight to the death. How about I go with you? An Arathar officer wearing heavy armor stood behind Leo. The visor pulled down from the helmet covered his face, making it impossible to see his face. Judging from his body shape, he is a middle-aged man. And from his appearance, he is a knight. But I don't know if he is a paladin with the power of the holy light. Are you going? Leo pondered for a moment. This man was very strong. Keeping him around would have been of great use to Leo. However, when he thought of Fusel's safety, he changed his mind again. Okay, let's attack. The army of ruins is yours to command. Yes, master. The middle-aged knight turned around and strode to join the army marching out to the ruins. Thanks to Leo's order, he successfully took over the command of the army. Leo took a deep look at Fusel, who led the Blood Elf army straight to the ruins, then turned his head hard and returned his attention to the battlefield of the Temple of Ahn'Qiraj. Take good care of her, my general. The middle-aged knight, who was commanding Arathar's army and the Blood Elves to rush towards the ruins moved, turned around and saluted in the direction of Leo. The battle in front of the temple was not affected by the vision of the ruins of Ahn'Qiraj at all, and the 2 sides were still fighting desperately. Even some of the affected officers felt relieved after seeing the ruins in front of their own army. The Twilight cultists unexpectedly summoned an army of elements in the ruins of Ahn'Qiraj. Leo felt inexplicably irritable in his heart. He knew that he was worried about Fusel. Who knows what those crazy Twilight cultists might conjure up? What if Fuxel is really in danger? Leo understood that the wisest thing for him to do now was to abandon those complicated thoughts and calm down his mind. But the problem was that he knew it. But he just couldn't do it. It is said that women will never forget their first man. So why not men? Leo was inexplicably angry because he was bored. And he wanted to vent his anger. He thrust the disintegration staff hard into the ground. And a meteor pierced the night sky and fell straight towards the swarm of alien insects. No, that's not a shooting star. That's a meteorite. After activation of the Tagio suit, the suit comes with a skill meteorite. When an ordinary man is angry, he can only grab the ground with his head, and blood will be splashed 3 feet. When a demigod is angry, the blood will flow everywhere, and the ground will be red for thousands of miles. Boom! It was like a thunder on the ground, or a thunderbolt on a clear day, as the earth trembled violently. A bottomless and large crater nearly 100 meters wide appeared in the swarm of alien insects. Countless alien insects died under the shock wave generated when the falling meteorite collided with the Earth. Before anyone could scream in surprise, a volcano rose up from the pit. Red flame shot out dozens of feet high, and magma melting gold and iron spurted out like a burst pipe. Looking from the sky to the ground, it seemed as if a magnificent rose had bloomed among the swarm of alien insects, and the bright red dyed the night sky crimson. Call. Leo slowly exhaled a breath, now feeling much more comfortable. Chapter 819 Deadly Poison. Meteorite is a set skill that is activated by the Necromancer's exclusive Tagio suit. This skill is very lethal. Leo's meteorite directly killed tens of thousands of alien insects, and the lava and flames spewed out. He is still adding to his achievements one after another. The Alliance soldiers found that the attack of the alien swarm had weakened, and their morale suddenly rose. The officers took this opportunity to lead the soldiers to advance the battle line more than 10 steps. Don't underestimate this distance. In the past, the Alliance would have to pay hundreds of casualties for every step forward. But now the soldiers' damage is minimal, and they only pay the price of less than 50 people. This situation is not due to the decline in the alien insect swarm's combat power, but the effect of Leo's meteorite technique. The meteorite technique fell into the insect swarm, and the flames and magma sprayed out of the large crater interrupted the insect swarm's attack, making it impossible for their front and rear teams to connect. Many alien insects had to take a detour. The number of silithids that the Alliance soldiers fought decreased significantly within a certain period of time. Cannon fodder units such as the silicons, which rely on numbers to attack. Once their numbers are reduced, their combat will decrease sharply. It is normal for the Alliance army to advance easily during this period of time, pulling out the disintegration staff from the ground. Leo secretly thought that it was a pity that after activating the meteorite, he had to wait 10 minutes before using it again. A meteorite spell doesn't seem to be incredibly lethal, but it's really incomprehensible that it still has to wait. Meteorite is a skill of Tagio's suit, and the cooling time is not under his control. No matter how strong he is, it will be useless unless he upgrades Tagio's suit. But can the Tagio suit be upgraded? Leo scratched his face. He really hadn't thought about this. Fortunately, Leo has a lot of skills. If he can't use the meteorite technique, he has many other methods. Using the flames ejected from the crater, several walls of flames were formed that were 30 meters long and 2 meters wide. The red flames rushed to a height of 10 meters, which was daunting. Well, this wall of fire is just intimidating. But the silicates are not afraid of it. Facing the wall of fire spreading in all directions, one after another the alien bugs showed off their own self-destructive momentum. Even though they knew that they would be burnt to ashes if they rushed into the wall of fire, they still rushed forward one after another. They were determined to crush the wall of fire alive, using the body as a sandbag to extinguish several walls of fire of that size. Would it be possible for a human being to do it? Leo was skeptical. I have to admit that the method of the alien insects was very effective. The fire wall advanced less than 30 meters before being completely overwhelmed by the insect swarm. The walls of fire did not cause as much damage to the silithid as expected, but they were not without effect. In order to extinguish the wall of fire, the silithid troops at the front line were not able to be replenished in time. The Alliance army took the opportunity to advance again, and the battle line was getting closer and closer to the wall of beetles. Of course, the distance between the soldiers at the front and the crater is also shortening. If the Alliance soldiers move forward, the crater will no longer only be an obstacle to the swarm, but also to the Alliance soldiers. It's not just the mutants who are afraid of fire and lava. Humans are also afraid of it. If that's the case, then the volcano explodes. Boom. For example, the explosive sound of an ammunition depot exploding in an instant makes people almost deaf, and the shock wave caused by the explosion spreads rapidly. In the face of this violent force, the alien bugs are like ants run over by a high-speed train, dying to the point where nothing is left. No less. Seeing that the explosion was so powerful, the Alliance soldiers couldn't help but be shocked. They hid their bodies behind their shields, although they knew that this was of no use. What are you doing? Do you think Marshal Leo can't control his spells? Stand up and attack. The officers angrily beat the cowering soldiers. There were also some soldiers who did not dodge. They immediately launched a charge after standing firm. These soldiers had all experienced the war between the hands of Tyr and the Scourge. They had all seen Leo's spell before it erupted in the crater. When the flame started, they thought about what would happen. With Leo's current control over spells, it is not easy to cause accidental damage. The shock wave generated by the volcanic explosion poured all over the heads of the alien insects. Not even a single Alliance soldier was injured. The powerful shock wave tore apart countless alien insects, and all alien insects within its range died. When the Alliance soldiers huddled behind their shields raised their heads, what appeared in front of them was a white field. A blank battlefield without silithid bugs. Is this caused by Marshal Leo's spell? With such a powerful person here, what should we be afraid of? After witnessing Leo's volcanic eruption, the soldiers were more confident in this battle. And the soldiers of the Alliance army were once again excited. Kill! Under the leadership of the officers, the soldiers shouted and rushed forward, pushing the battle line to the beetle wall. The advancement of the Alliance army greatly increased the pressure on the Karaji beetles. Seeing that the humans and dwarves were defeating their opponents, the soldiers of the Horde and Night Elves began to explode, not wanting to be outmatched. Reluctantly, he watched the enemy approach the Temple of Ankh-Raj. Leo is very satisfied with the current situation. To fight, you need to have passion. Otherwise, how can it be called a war? The morale of the army was high, and the enemy was being defeated steadily. This was a good situation. It would be even better if all the strong men who were pulling the beetle men could be left behind. Kill Ragex. Goldfinger's prompt was accompanied by Fandrel's wild laughter. The latter used his powerful strength to smash the hard insect L of Ragex. Smash his head. Kill the beetle general. And save the life of his son Vastin. Grace is avenged. Leo didn't get anything except upgraded energy. But Leo was used to it, and he wasn't disappointed. For Leo now, everything else is empty. Energy is the most important thing. With enough energy, Leo can perfect the law. With enough energy, Leo can communicate more with Goldfinger. With enough energy, Leo's strength can continue to increase. The death of Ragex had a huge impact on the beetle men. Colonel Zilong and other beetlemen officers were frightened. Even the powerful General Ragex was killed. Can we still withstand it? This is a good opportunity to attack. After receiving the news that Ragex had been killed, Leo immediately cast a death grip on Aholan, and the invisible magic power captured Aholan's body. The flying Silithid princess of the Yaki Empire was startled at first, and continued to struggle. With her strength, Leo's death grip could not trap her for long. But she was able to break free in 2 or 3 seconds. 2 or 3 seconds is just a blink of an eye. What can you do in such a short time? Ilsa's answer was to crack Aholan's head. The bone whip with barbed slaps hit Aholan's head, and Aholan let out a shrill scream. Ilsa's whip shattered its L, and the bone spurs on the whip were nailed into her brain. Middle. If Ilsa's whip was just a physical attack, then she wouldn't dare say that she could kill Aholan with one whip. After all, the insect's vitality is very tenacious. The sound of objects being rapidly corroded came from Aholan's head, and Ilsa cast poison through the barbs on the bone whip, which was directly placed in Ahoran's brain. The flying Silithid princess is an expert at using poison. Anyone else who uses poison in front of her will definitely be ridiculed by her. However, the person who is poisoning now is Ilsa, a succubus who has advanced to demigod using the law of poison. She is the daughter of Demon King and Ariel. Inheritor. Can Ahoran compare with her? The poison corroded Aholan's head in an instant. The headless insect body stopped flapping its wings and fell to the ground with a thud, quickly turning into a pile of fine crystal particles. The host kills Ahoran. The item is extracted successfully, and the host obtains Lord Karaji's emblem. Do you want to acquire it? Absorbing ability is successful, and the host acquires a transferable ability, Deadly Poison. Do you want to absorb it? This time Goldfinger was more generous. The Karaji Lord's emblem was naturally a Nubrakan's, and Leo decided to keep the deadly poison for himself. When it comes to using poison, Leo, who already possesses the laws of the poison system and has perfected them a lot, is not inferior to Ilsa. He is attracted to Aholan's deadly poison not because of its toxicity, but because of it can block the connection between the caster and magical elements. Being infected by this poison, a spellcaster who has insufficient understanding of magic will be directly silenced and cannot even cast spells. Even an archmage who has studied spells intensively will have a greatly reduced efficiency in casting magic. The deadly poison is used to deal with spell casting. The weapon of the hunter. If combined with the ability of Leo to add paralysis effects to poison spells obtained from Ayami's and silent paralysis, the field control ability of Leo's poison spells would be terrible. Of course you have to try your hand at acquiring new abilities. As for who you want to try your hands on, Leo looked at Yalki. The ability of deadly poison was obtained from Ahoran. Both Yarker and her were princesses of the Yaker Empire. Using the ability obtained from Aholan to deal with Yarker must be very loving. A green poisonous cloud exploded around Yaki and Carrie, covering the Silithic couple. Nerlac and Jerez rushed forward at this time. Yaki was about to repeat her old tricks and teach Nerlac and Jerez a lesson. Unexpectedly, her spell could not be cast at this critical moment. The Silithid princess is now in tragedy. Nerlac, who had long been filled with anger, danced in the air with his palms and made several afterimages. He slapped Archie on the head hard, and with the shrill sound of insects, Archie's SHL shattered. The entire front half of his body was sunk into the ground. Carrie wanted to rescue Yaki, but Jerez desperately entangled him at this time. The Lynx priest unexpectedly blocked the venom shot by Carrie with his body. Nefarian came forward with a fierce look on his face, and struck Carrie on the back with his dragon claws, sending him flying into the ground. Due to his large body and large target, the Black Dragon Prince was sprayed by Carrie's venom arrows more times. Several of his ribs had been corroded by the venom. If he did not want to die in battle, he would not be able to fight in the next battle. So, how can you make Nefarian not hate Kree to the core? No matter what, Nefarian must kill Carrie before retreating. Leo rubbed his chin and said, "This poison is really effective. Chapter 820, isn't it just interception?" The host kills Archie and obtains Karaji Lord Emblem. Do you want to obtain it? The host kills Kree, obtains Karaji Lord Emblem. Petrified Beetle. Do you want to obtain it? The couple Yarki and Carrie were both killed. After Kree killed Jerez with venom, he was torn in half by Nefarian. Yarki followed closely, and under the crazy combo of Nalarak, who had been enraged. The Silithid princess was killed. Didn't last long. The two of them were dead, and Shaltura was alone. The furious war guard was not dizzy because of his strength. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Shaltura quickly fled towards the temple. We can't let her run away. How could Varian and others, who had fought against Shaltura and experienced the powerful attack power of the war guard, let her go? Who can feel at ease if an enemy with powerful attack power, like Shaltura, is not eradicated as soon as possible? It is not easy to stop Shaltura. When Varian and the others get close, Shaltura will launch a whirlwind. Her whole body will spin at high speed like a top. When she is furious, her attack power is comparable to that of a demigod. Even Scarlet, who was protected by the judgment armor, did not dare to step forward rashly. Do you want to watch this guy escape? Scarlet was anxious. The female paladin was about to activate the blessing of protection and charge forward forcefully. Shaltura's speed suddenly slowed down. Isn't it good to just want to leave after cutting my men off like food? Shaltura's speed dropped all because of Torio's death grip. The war guard's attack power became stronger when in rage, but its other abilities did not. It would be difficult for Leo to pull her to his side. I think it was very easy to slow him down. Hindered by Leo's death grip, Shaltura's speed dropped. By the time she broke free from the death grip, Ilsa and Nerlac had already blocked her way. Everyone knows that you have to pick the weakest persimmon. Among the two blockers, Shaltula chose to attack Nerlac without hesitation. Despite Nerlac's huge size, his strength is far inferior to that of Ilsa. Succubus is a demigod who can kill even Hahoran with a whip. Shaltura is running for his life now, so of course he must choose the weaker side. As a breakthrough, how could Nerlac not know what the other party was planning? In Shaltula's heart, he clearly felt that he was the weak one, so he chose him. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Let you see how powerful I am. Feeling slighted, the giant bear priest roared wildly, and a red light emitted from his hands, which was a sign that he was completely mad. Dozens of afterimages were drawn in the air with his palms. Nerlac did not avoid Shaltura's attack, relying on his own resurrection. He wanted to fight Shaltura to death. Nerlac wanted to fight hard, but Shaltula did not give in, and the current situation did not allow her to give in. The four variants who were chasing after them, and Ilsa who was coming with a whip. None of these people were easy to deal with. As long as she was entangled, she would be surrounded and killed. When Shaltura thought about it, no matter how powerful Nerlac's attack was, it was useless. He was already dead before the red bear's paw hit him. Facts have proved that Shaltula's idea was correct, and Nerlac's current body was indeed unable to withstand her attack, and the giant bear priest died before the bear's paw fell on her. However, she guessed the beginning, but not the ending. Nerlac had already settled everything, and the target of his attack was not Shaltula's body, but her wings. As a female Karaji beetle, Shaltura relies on the two groups of insect wings behind her when moving. If the insect wings are damaged, their movement speed will be reduced by more than half. Cack! Nerlax's desperate blow had an effect, and one of Shaltura's insect wings was broken. A painful scream came from Shaltura's mouth, and before she could finish her scream, several long swords pierced her body. Scarlet's Ashcandy and Varian Salamini chopped open Shaltura's body, and Jean, who followed closely behind, slashed out with his sword, decapitating Shaltura. Manaroth took a step slower. He was not good at speed fighting, and his spear did not lengthen due to concerns about accidental damage. As a result, he caught nothing, which made him very depressed. Kill Shaltura, the host obtains Karaji Lord's Emblem. Insect Swarm Guard Medal. Do you want to obtain it? Another strong beetle man died in battle, and the beetle men who fought against the Night Elves showed timidity. The successive deaths of their own strong men had a great impact on their morale, and the beetle men wanted to retreat. It would be better to retreat to the temple and use the terrain there and the opponent's surroundings. When a person has the intention to give up, he will not be so determined in battle. The Night Elves were keenly aware of the changes in the beetle men, and under the leadership of Fandral, launched a flood of attacks, causing heavy casualties to the beetle men. This action of the Night Elves strengthened the beetlemen's determination to retreat. Leo didn't care whether the beetle army could retreat now. That was a problem that the Night Elves needed to face. After killing Shaltura, he had already turned his attention to Adrian. Adrian the Scarless is indeed strong enough. The blue-skinned Anubises resisted Mosh's impact, and withstood Flintag's spell with his body. The battle has been going on till now. Downwind. Leo observed for a while, and came to a conclusion. Adrian's fighting power is very strong. However, no matter how strong the fighting power is, they can't withstand being beaten by the crowd. Varian, Jean, Scarlet, the Alliance leaders, plus Ilsa and Manaroth, all swarmed forward. Even Adrian was a demigod. He couldn't stand it. Not to mention, he was still far from a demigod. The host kills Adrian. Leo was disappointed. He was still wondering if Goldfinger would give him a ruined staff or a frosted warhammer. But in the end, he got nothing except upgraded energy. Ah-ha-ha. Flintock ran to Adrian's body with excitement on his face, and the Kobold Geomancer was dancing like crazy. What's wrong with this guy? Several Alliance leaders looked at each other. They didn't know Flintag's situation, so naturally they didn't understand why he was so excited. Hurry up and perform the ritual as soon as possible. Otherwise things may change later. Leo hurriedly reminded that it was difficult to find the materials for another advanced Geomancer for Flintag. It would be a tragedy if Flintag wasted time and failed. The frantic kobold was awakened by Leo's words. Indeed, he has not really become a Geomancer yet, and it is not time to be happy yet. Putting the scepter on the ground, Flintag knelt on the ground piously, and muttered an incomprehensible incantation in a low voice, in order to ensure that no accidents occurred. Ilsa and Manilos stayed by his side. Master, I'm afraid I won't be able to contribute in the next battle. Nefarian flew to Leo's side. The Black Dragon Prince was in a depressed mood. Look at Balastaz, Polition and Ektoz. These three guys, and the two dwarf leaders have already forced Scram. There is no way out. And the Prophet is about to be killed. They didn't even suffer any injuries. But three of them, including Filmer, were killed, and one was seriously injured. It was really frustrating. You go back to recuperate first, Leo said, and took Nefarian back. The battlefield was fierce and dangerous, and no one knew what would happen at the next moment. Nefarian was seriously injured, and it was better to let him leave early. Although the alien swarm is still fearless of death, the Karaji beetles, who are the backbone of the group after losing several strong men one after another, have begun to want to retreat, and the balance of the war will inevitably tilt towards the Alliance. Jaina, who commanded the mage army, came over and whispered to Leo, the Karaji beetles are about to retreat, and the Night Elves intend to let them retreat. Leo looked towards the Night Elves, and saw the Karaji beetle army slowly retreating. The Night Elves were pursuing them on the surface, but their pursuit was not fast. They really wanted to let the enemy leave. Vandral's revenge has been avenged. The Archdruid carried Rajax's head and left at some point. Nerlex is now in charge. Rather than fighting the beetle men, Nerlex would suffer losses. Naturally, Nerlex was not willing to let his tribe lose too much. Without Fandral, who had an extreme hatred for the beetle men, how could he not let go? Aren't humans going to show off their abilities in this battle? If you want to become the second mortal race to be on par with the dragons, you can't just talk about it. You have to show admirable achievements. The Night Elves are sure that we will take the initiative to attack the Temple of Entourage. When something went wrong, They asked others to help them in the name of world safety. But when they got to the battlefield, they used tricks to preserve their strength. Nerylex's behavior aroused Leo's dissatisfaction. Should we intercept them? It's just that our army can't cross the battlefield, and we don't have enough time. As a human, Jaina also had objections to the Night Elves' actions. This army of Karaji beetle men was the backbone of the Yakur Empire. If they could wipe out all the resistance to attacking the Temple of Entourage, the resistance would be much smaller. Isn't it just an interception? Leo said, as he cast the cooling meteorite technique. And another meteorite fell from the sky. This meteorite was more than double the size of the previous one. When it fell, it blocked the beetleman's retreat. Zilong, who was retreating with his men, gritted his teeth with hatred at the large craters and raised craters that appeared on the way back. The other party clearly did not leave them a way to survive. If you don't let me live, you won't be able to live well. People who are desperate are terrifying. The Karaji beetle men, who rushed towards the Night Elves again, surged in combat power. Hundreds of Night Elves died in a single encounter between the two sides. Nerylex smiled bitterly when he saw this. He knew that the spell that blocked the beetleman's retreat was cast by Leo. But so what? The Night Elves are now in a pursuit stance. Leo is helping them by cutting off the beetleman's retreat. What's wrong with doing so? Not only could the Night Elves not question him, but they had to thank him. Who asked Leo to help them? What is this thing called? After suffering the loss of being mute, Nerylex's temperament improved. He vented all his depression on his old rival Zilong. And the Night Elf Archdruid and the Beetle Colonel fought again. Leo spread his hands to Gianna. Look, isn't this just a stop? Chapter 821 The Function of the Lord's Emblem. Before using the meteorite technique, Leo didn't pay much attention to the skill brought by Tagio's suit. But after using the meteorite technique, his senses were completely different. Why can a meteorite spell, whose lethality is not top-notch, become a skill that can only be used after the Tagio suit is activated? Why does a spell whose lethality is not top-notch require a cooldown time of up to 10 minutes? All of this is only for one reason. That is, the meteorite technique becomes stronger the more you use it. And there is no upper limit in sight. To put it simply, the meteorite spell is a spell with proficiency. The more times you use it, the higher your proficiency will be, the larger the meteorite summoned, and the more lethal it will naturally be. What's rare is that while the spell is enhanced, the magic and mental energy consumed when activating the meteorite spell remains unchanged. Leo's mood is a little complicated now. He was depressed. Why didn't he try the meteorite technique after getting the Tagio suit? If I had known that this spell could be upgraded, wouldn't I have paid attention to it earlier? Thinking about it carefully, Leo would have made a lot of money by getting a spell that seemed to have unlimited potential. And it was not too late to discover it now. Jaina was a little worried. Leo acted too unscrupulously. His spell forced Zilong to lead his army of Karaji beetle men to fight the Night Elves, causing the Night Elves to suffer heavy casualties. He was not afraid of angering Malilek. See? I'm not the kind of person who would stick out my right cheek when someone hits me on the left cheek. If someone dares to trick me, I'll make him repay the price 10 times or 100 times. Leo looked at Gianna and said seriously, you have to earn your dignity. If you want others to respect you, kill everyone who dares to provoke you. Why are we gathering the army here today? We are here to tell others that human beings cannot be insulted lightly. And no one wants to ride on us. To show this determination, we must use a strong to fight back against those with evil intentions. Jaina, do you really think that Nerylex allowed the Karaji beetles to retreat just to preserve their strength? I tell you, no, absolutely not. The Night Elves are known as the strongest mortal race. Now only they can talk to dragons on an equal footing. Do you think they will do nothing for humans who want to obtain the same qualifications? Obviously, Nerylex is testing us. If we don't retaliate at this time and choose to swallow his anger, we will lose to the Night Elves in terms of momentum. Jaina was silent for a while, then turned and walked into the mage army, continuing to direct the mages to fight. The Lord of Theramore neither expressed support nor any objection to Leo's words. Leo frowned as he looked at Jaina's back. He knew that Jaina's silence was not acquiescence to her actions, although she thought her considerations were reasonable. In terms of her approach, he seemed too much in her eyes. Too radical. Jaina didn't agree with Leo's radicalness. So how could Leo appreciate her conservatism? Keep? Yes. In Leo's opinion, Gianna is too conservative. Perhaps because she hates war so much that she doesn't want it to happen. Jaina tries to choose a moderate approach when doing things, and a moderate approach often requires sacrificing her own interests. This is a kind of strategic conservatism. There is nothing wrong with being gentle. It reduces friction and allows you more time to develop. In the past, Jaina's gentleness was the most correct choice for humans. After all, humans at that time did not have high-end combat capabilities. But everything changed completely after Leo became a demigod. Of course, Leo knew that this could not be blamed on Gianna, because she did not know how strong her trump card was. If you think I only have a demigod subordinate like Ilsa, you are totally wrong. I'm not a fool. If I don't have enough strength, how can I stand up and let everyone focus on me? If a person does not have strength, then it is most correct for him to hide and develop silently. But when you have strength, you are still tolerant, and you have to hide in a dark corner, using the excuse that you need to become stronger to cover up that you are not standing. If courage is weak under the sun, then you will always be a mouse in the corner. Wanting to reach the top is just a dream. While Leo and Jaina were talking, Scram died. The poor prophet was beaten to the point of losing his temper by 2 dwarf leaders and 3 Dracolics. The clone and mind control spells he relied on did not work at all. He obviously had strength, but was unable to use it. He died in a suffocating manner. Chew. The host kills Scram. The host obtains Karaji Lord Emblem. Do you want to obtain it? Leo sighed regretfully. Leo was actually quite interested in Scram's clone technique. But Goldfinger didn't do what he wanted. Don't you know if you can give me some extra rewards? Leo criticized Goldfinger's stinginess. But he ignored him at all, leaving him with no temper. Once the prophet Scram died, the Akur Empire no longer had a strong man on the battlefield outside the temple of Ankiraj. This is not true either. And there is also the mud monster Visitus. Leo looked at the tribe, and through the images from the Dracolic in the sky, he found that Visitus' size had shrunk by more than half. Sorfang and Rexer are indeed powerful. They can beat Visitus to this level just by throwing axes. I believe that it won't be long before Visitus' core is revealed, and then his death will be over. If you look at Visitus from the perspective of an ordinary sludge monster, there is indeed no reason for him to be spared. But what if Visitus is not ordinary? This sludge monster was created by Thun. How could it not have changed after passing through the hands of the ancient god? If it was so easy to deal with Leo, he would not sacrifice Lotheb and throw him to the tribe to solve. Just when Visitus' size was reduced to 1/3 of its original size, his size slowly changed back. Rexer and Sorfang were stunned when they saw this. Wasn't all their previous efforts in vain? Fortunately, both of them had night vision, and they quickly discovered the clues. The mud scraped off Visitus' body by the throwing axes they threw was sliding towards him against the ground, and immediately melted into Visitus' body after contacting it. The ability to recycle your own body is so weird. This was the first time for Rexer and Sorfang to encounter a sludge monster with such abilities. Fortunately, the two reacted quickly. They immediately gave orders to the shamans in the army, asking them to use fire totems to attack them, roasting the sludge that Visitus has not recovered. The effect of this move was immediate. The sludge that was originally sticking to the ground and meeting Visitus' body lost its moisture after being burned by the flames, and immediately turned into a puddle of dead matter, no longer moving. It turns out that Visitus was given a special ability to recover water droplets by Thun. It was this ability that allowed him to recover his shattered body. Unfortunately, this ability has a fatal flaw. That is, it is afraid of fire. Visitus is dead. Seeing this scene, Leo already knew the outcome of the battle. Visitus, transformed by Thun, does not have a core like ordinary sludge monsters, because the moisture on its body is its core. As long as it is roasted with fire, it will spend time and mana slowly drying this mess. And you will win. If there are no accidents, you will receive a notification of Visitus' death in less than half an hour. With a judgment in his mind, Leo no longer paid attention to the battle situation on the tribe's side. He connected his mental power to a storm crow and used its eyes to observe the battle situation in the ruins of Ankiraj, just as Leo had judged before. Although the elemental army summoned by the Twilight cultists from unknown planes was quite large, they were not very powerful. In addition, the Blood Elves and Arather moved fast enough, and when the elemental creatures were overrun, they launched an attack before, and the two armies dispatched a large number of spellcasters in a very targeted manner. Under deliberate targeting, the elemental army was completely suppressed. Seeing that the alliance formed by the Blood Elves and Arather were fighting against each other, Leo, who knew that Fizzle was not in danger, put down his worries. Without any distractions, Leo was able to concentrate on dealing with the alien insects in front of the temple of Ankiraj. Large clouds of poisonous mist exploded among the insect swarms. The attacking Alliance soldiers were surprised to find that the alien insects covered in poison could also poison. Master, I'm going to evolve. Anubri-Khan's mental fluctuations were full of excitement. It was not that the Crypt Demon Lord made a fuss, but that the surprise he encountered this time was too great. Leo gave all the Karaji Lord emblems he got to Anubri-Khan, and smashed several Lord emblems over them, knocking a Crypt Demon Commander into evolution. For the Zerg of the Ozayaki civilization, advancement is only a small-scale improvement in strength, while evolution is the essential change. At the beginning of the birth of the Zerg race, all the bugs had the same qualifications and abilities. Later, why there were Crypt Lords like Anub'arak, and why there were Kings of the Zerg like the Twin Emperors. It was because of evolution. Evolution can change the nature of the Zerg, just like Anub'arak. As the leader of the Crypt Demon, if he can evolve, he will become a Crypt Lord like Anub'arak. From the birth of the Izayaki civilization to the present, there have been very few Zerg species that have achieved such a high level of evolution. Otherwise, there would not be only a Crypt Lord like Anub'arak, nor would there be only Viknilas and Viklor, such two Twin Emperors. Getting the opportunity to evolve and be promoted to the Crypt Lord was just an unattainable dream for Anub'arak. He could only think about it in his mind during his free time, and never expected to turn his dream into reality. But now, something that only existed in dreams happened to him. Anub'arak didn't react for a moment. He was at a loss, and knew nothing except expressing his excitement to Leo. Happiness came so quickly that Anub'arak was not even prepared. The emblem of the Karaji Lord actually has this effect. Leo was surprised. Why does this damn life always bring surprises to people? Chapter 822 or split. Life is always full of surprises. But after being surprised, it may not always be filled with joy. Often, what comes after being frightened is anger. Leo felt that with Sorfang and Rexer in the tribe, it would be no problem to deal with Vicious. But things did not develop as he expected. The Horde's battle to kill Vicious did not go well. With the help of a group of shamans, Vicious was unable to put his body back together, and its size became smaller and smaller. Just when Sorfang and Rexer felt that this sludge monster was doomed, the alien change happened. In the shocked eyes of the two tribal commanders, Vicious' body recovered again, and the tribe's previous efforts were once again in vain. How can this be? We have obviously prevented the sludge from gathering into the main body. So why can its body still recover? Sorfang and Rexer were confused. Could it be that this sludge monster had unlimited recovery capabilities, and could not be killed? Vicious ignored the mood of the two tribal commanders. As if to vent his anger at being beaten so badly, his body exploded with a crash, and the venom-coated mud scattered in all directions. Nearly 200 people, 3 tribal soldiers were sprayed with poison and fell to the ground dead. Even the shaman's poison-clearing totem could not save their lives. Sorfang and Rexer were shocked and angry. They didn't expect that the sludge monster would actually self-destruct in the end. However, before they could check the casualties of their own soldiers, Vicious' body condensed again amidst the gurgling sound of water, and the sludge monster appeared in front of them intact again. Alive again. The self-destruction before was actually one of its attack methods. Is this monster really invincible? Sorfang and Rexer are in a dilemma. What should you do if you encounter such an enemy? The tribe seems to be in trouble. Leo rubbed his chin, and he was thinking about whether to help them. At this moment, Jaina looked towards him, and Leo had an idea when he saw the female mage waved to Jaina and motioned for her to come to his side. Leo said to her, "The sludge monster the tribe dealt with has the ability to control water droplets. The current approach of Rexer and Sorfang is to kill it. It's like, you can't use fire to deal with it. You have to use ice." After being transformed by Thun, Vicious has absolute control over his own water droplets. Even if you use fire to evaporate the water in the small sludge blocks, it will be useless, because the water will still exist after evaporation, as long as it is not separated. Too far away, Vicious still retains control over them. Vicious can control water droplets, and water is one of the most basic elements that make up the world. They will not perish. In other words, the water that Vicious can control is immortal. If this water does not perish, it can aggregate indefinitely. His own body, equivalent to Visaido's, is also immortal. Fire can only evaporate water, but cannot destroy it. So it is said that Vicious cannot be extinguished with fire. Vicious was not afraid of fire, but of ice. So what if you can control your own water? If I freeze them all and imprison them, can you still recover? Jaina looked at Leo with strange eyes, and she was guessing why Leo wanted to help the tribe. Leo didn't show off and directly expressed his thoughts. What's convenient for others is what's convenient for yourself. Attacking the Entourage Temple tribe also requires effort. If there are tribes to share the pressure for us, the Alliance's soldiers will reduce some casualties. By helping Sorfang, we are also doing ourselves a favor. Let me just say, this guy is definitely not that kind. Jaina can guarantee that Leo deliberately lured the sludge monster to the tribe just for now. If the Horde feels that they owe the Alliance a favor, and if they say some sarcastic and provocative words to make them look bad, why not attack the Temple of Entourage with the temper of a Horde warrior? It is said that everyone fights for a breath of Buddha to receive a stick of incense. If you just stimulate them, you will be a pioneer? Now it is most appropriate for you to come forward. Leo arranged a position for Jaina in this matter, letting her, who had the best relationship with the tribe, be the red face. It's really hard to find a bad-faced role in the league. Which one of Varian, Jean, and Magni can't do it? As for himself, just watch. Seeing that Jaina understood what he meant, Leo added another sentence. After you freeze that sludge monster, you can bring it back, and I will have my own way to deal with it. Is this considered a balance between public and private matters? Leo could swear that his starting point was to serve the public good, but he didn't mind if he could get some personal benefits while doing official business. With the right method and the addition of Jaina, a powerful mage who is good at water magic, isn't it a sure thing for the tribe to deal with Visitus? Without letting Leo wait, Jaina returned to the Alliance army formation with a large piece of ice. The tribe couldn't handle this, so they agreed to let me bring it over. Leo was not surprised at all. He had already expected such an ending. Sorfang and Rexer are strong, but they are not experts in spells. Naturally, they cannot completely eliminate these water elements. To maintain the confinement, at least 10 shamans are needed. Judging from the number, 10 shamans are not many, but these 10 people can provide powerful blessings to 1 or 200 tribal warriors. In order to reduce the casualties of their own warriors, Sorfang and Rexer will definitely give them to G. Anna handles. The blood-colored energy line penetrated into the ice, and the water droplets blocked by the ice were slowly decreasing under its constant squirming. I heard that Leo had been exposed to the law before becoming a demigod. Could this be what he was talking about? Jaina watched this scene with interest. She was very interested in Leo's spell, because she sensed the power of the law in it. Characters like Jaina are among the most powerful even in the legendary realm. Known as the first mage in the human race after Antonidas, her current goal is to become a demigod. How could she easily let go of the opportunity to come into contact with the power of law? Leo knew that Jaina was comprehending the law by extracting the power of Visitus, and he did not stop her. The power of law is indeed tempting. But so what? If the law of perception were so simple, there wouldn't be so many people trapped in the legendary realm. To take a step back, so what if Jaina could use this to gain insights? What would Leo lose to him? What he cares about now is not whether Jaina can take the opportunity to understand the law, but Visitus's power. As Leo expected, Goldfinger's prompt sounded when he used energy extraction. If you find unknown energy, do you want to absorb it? Of course. Just energy will not attract Leo too much. The key is to absorb another sentence from Goldfinger. The unknown energy contains the power of the poison law. Do you want to absorb it? This was what Leo was waiting for, and he immediately chose to absorb it. Visitus is a sludge monster transformed by the ancient god Thun. It is due to Thun's transformation that it has the ability to be almost unkillable. Produced by the ancient gods, it must be a high-quality product. If Thun didn't add the power of law to Visitus, would he have the nerve to say low to others when he went out? Well, although Thun is a nerd of 10,000 years, he is still a technical nerd with the goal of transforming the world. How could the things he made not have technical content? What you absorb will replenish you. What you absorb and replenish by the power of poison laws is naturally also the poison laws. During this process, Leo discovered something special. I don't know if it was his illusion. He always felt that after absorbing the power of the law that Thun left in Visitus' body, his feelings about the world became clearer. A lot. Does your perception of the world become clearer? Could it be that Leo is short-sighted and his vision is still blurry? Of course not. With Leo's current eyesight, he can clearly see things thousands of meters away. So how can he be short-sighted? To be honest, this is actually a feeling. Like the brighter feeling of an already bright mirror after being wiped. It's amazing. If it weren't for my lack of understanding, I would have thought that I had entered that mysterious state of enlightenment. Leo scratched his face, feeling quite regretful. With his current strength, what would happen if he entered that mysterious epiphany? He really wanted to know the answer. Ah ha ha ha, it worked. I succeeded. Flintag's maniacal laughter echoed over the battlefield. And the Kobold Geomancer completed the ceremony. Now he has advanced from Geomancer to Geomancer. For thousands of years, the Geomancer, a heroic profession that has only been spread in legends for kobolds, was finally born. Boom! Just as Flintag was dancing, a force so large that it could not be resisted suddenly emerged. The ground outside the temple of Encourage suddenly cracked, as if a hungry monster opened its mouth and pushed the beetle wall to the ground. The Kiraji temple swallowed up all living things in this land. The sudden change caused the coalition soldiers on the battlefield to cheer. Cheer? Yes. Cheers. Among the coalition forces attacking the temple of Encourage, the armies of humans and dwarves were at the forefront of the battle line. They only advanced to the vicinity of the beetle wall, and did not really push the battle line through. The earth was so cracked that it swallowed up the nature. It is the army of the Akur Empire. As for those who can withstand the attack of the alien swarm and kill the beetle wall, they are all the strongest men in the alliance. These people are certainly capable of escaping, although their images are more or less embarrassing. However, not all strong men are like this. Flintag was unable to escape. The new Geomancer seemed to be too excited and unexpectedly failed to escape in time. It can be said that it is a typical example of great joy leading to sorrow. Leo had a sullen face. He lost more than half of his swift-boned dragon army in this accident. How could he not be angry? Fortunately, Mosh and the three-headed devil Rex were fine. Otherwise Leo would have been so angry that he would vomit blood. What happened? And why did such a large-scale ground cracking suddenly occur? Could it be that Thun is up to something? Biting murderous aura radiated from Leo's body. Under the current situation, he was the first to not believe that the ground cracking was caused by Thun. The Temple of Encourage is actually the place where the Titan sealed and suppressed Thun. If Thun really had the ability to extend his tentacles outside, this ancient god would have turned the world upside down long ago. Even if Thun could break through the Titan seal, the crack he caused should be at the feet of the coalition forces. The Silithid are his lackeys, and Thun would go crazy to help the coalition clean up his thugs. So, here comes the question, if it wasn't Thun, then who was it? The dragon? Still, Leo looked at the ground beneath his feet, with murderous intent in his eyes, like two sharp swords. Chapter 823 Temple. Leo's face was gloomy, and the others who returned to the formation did not speak. Although the sudden ground rupture killed more than half of the alien swarms in the Yaki Empire, Leo's losses were not small. The losses of the dragon-shaped mechanical puppets he created were too heavy. Only tens of thousands of troops were left. No one would be happy if he bet 3,000. Varian looked at the other end of the battlefield, where Rexer and Sorfang were commanding the Horde's troops to exterminate the remaining Silithids. If you want to create such a large-scale earthquake, you must call upon the land of the earth, and shamans are good at it. Leo's army of swift-boned dragons suffered heavy losses in this rift. Even several leaders of the alliance were disgraced under the rift. But the tribe was not damaged at all. In addition, the shaman was unique to the tribe. And Waryhow doesn't feel that this matter has something to do with the tribe. The Horde wants to kill all the alliance leaders in a surprise attack? Not only Varian has such doubts, but Jean, Scarlet, Magni, Cardross and Mechatork also have such doubts. Even Jaina has some doubts. It's hard to get rid of the tribe's suspicion in this matter. But is it really what they did? Leo Chong calmed down the anger in his chest. After some thinking, he roughly determined the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. But it was not the time to conflict with them yet. If you dare to plot against me, I will make you pay 1,000 times the price. Making a calm gesture to everyone, Leo said with a calm face, the top priority is to attack the Temple of Encourage. How about we investigate thoroughly who did that just now? Leo, who is the biggest sufferer, has said so. What else will Varian and the others do? Anyway, what was lost was Leo's power. He lost thousands of mechanical puppets without saying anything. What else could Varian and the others have to say? To attack the Temple of Encourage. The biggest problem now is not the obstruction of the alien swarm, but the large pit outside the Temple of Encourage that is several kilometers wide and bottomless. This large pit just blocks the entrance to the Temple of Encourage, making it impossible for those who want to enter the temple to bypass it. A few strong people can pass through smoothly, but a large army cannot. Leo rubbed the ring of forbidden evil speech in his hand, and kept running through various thoughts in his mind, planning countermeasures with everyone. No one expected such an accident. In other battles, the troops could have been withdrawn, but not in this battle. The attack on the Temple of Encourage is a fight for humans to show their strength and build confidence for the entire human race. No matter what danger they encounter, They must move forward bravely. How can they retreat lightly? If even a big hole cannot be cleared, wouldn't humanity become a laughing stock? I thought of a way. As soon as Jaina said this, everyone's attention immediately gathered. And she only heard her say, "Didn't Leo lead the lava to the endless sea in the Battle of Blackstone Mountain? In this battle, we will do the opposite. Attract the seawater from the endless sea, and as long as the seawater fills this big pit, the mages and I will cast a spell to freeze the seawater, and the army can cross." This is a good note. Leo's eyes lit up. Jaina's proposal was indeed a good way to solve the problem at hand. The desert of Silithus can heat people to death during the day and freeze people to death at night. Now is the cold night. After attracting the seawater, the magic power consumed by the mages to freeze the seawater will not be too great. The combat power of the mage army at this time will not be completed. Not going to cut much. It's easy to open the portal. Valistaz, Polition and Ektos can do it. Leo just gave a command and went through the 3 portals, and they appeared. The large pit that blocked the entrance to the Temple of Ankaraj was large and deep. But it was nothing in front of the endless sea. It was quickly filled with the infusion of seawater. The mage who had already prepared the spell immediately cast the spell under the leadership of Jaina. A layer of ice gradually spread on the water surface, and the seawater began to condense. It's good to have a mage. Kaderos smiled. There were no mages among the dwarves, but they were too few to handle. Humans are better, and there are enough mages. In a situation like this, it really wouldn't work without mages. Who's going? Magni asked. And people who didn't know this would definitely be confused. Varian snorted and took the lead to walk towards the tribal army formation. When it comes to hatred against the orcs, who can compare to Varian? When it comes to who is best suited to challenge the orcs, who can compare with Varian? The one with the red face is Jaina, and the one with the black face is Varian. The instigator of this scene stood aside and was about to start watching, when a faint mental wave contacted him. Is this Flintag? The presence of mental fluctuations proves that the Kobold Geomancer. No, the Kobold Geomancer is not dead now. Flintog is alive. Leo smiled. His mood improved a lot. Where are you now? Master, I don't know where this is. There is a strong power of earth element around it. It looks like it should be a temple. I guessed right. Flintag's words confirmed Leo's guess. Those guys were indeed responsible for the cracking of the ground. However, they probably didn't expect that Flintag was promoted to Geomancer and had 2 lives. Unless he were Adrian is destroyed at the same time. Otherwise he cannot be killed. Obviously, Flintag and Adrian did not die at the same time when the ground cracked, which allowed Flintag to escape. What should I do now? Master? After waking up from a coma, Flintag's mental fluctuations became more and more intense as his energy recovered. Naturally, Flintag didn't want to stay in that mysterious temple with unknown details. But now, he couldn't leave. Flintag tried it. But when he wanted to return to Leo's personal space, he was always blocked by a force. He could only choose to ask Leo for help. Don't come back yet. Check the temple thoroughly before anyone discovers it. Leo gave Flintag a task. Since the Kobold Geomancer was lucky enough to go there, it would be a waste of opportunity not to inquire about it. Maybe he could get some extra benefits. Yes, Master. Flintag could not disobey Leo's order. Although he felt that being in an unknown temple made him frightened. What else could he do besides obey Leo's order? Fortunately, the earth element here is strong enough. My strength is still increasing even if I don't practice here. It's not bad if I can ensure my safety. With this thought, Flintag felt much more comfortable. And the Kobold began his journey of exploration in the unknown temple. Leo is in a very happy mood now. Even the loss of nearly 7,000 Velociraptor bone dragons will not affect him. Flintag survived unexpectedly. Those rats hiding in the ground may steal chickens but lose rice. If possible, Leo, they will even pay for their underwear. Human. Shut up. A loud shout drew Leo's attention from Flintog back to Silithus. Rexer was glaring at Varian, looking at the angry look that he might take action at any time. Behind the orc hero was a group of equally angry orcs. Let Varian go taunt the orcs. And the effect seems to be very good. A gaze looked at him from the blood elf. Leo followed the censor and looked over, just in time to see the playful smile on Kael'dat's face. The blood elf prince had guessed the alliance's plan and also guessed that Leo was the instigator. Shrugging his shoulders, Leo put on a posture that had nothing to do with me. His expression was innocent, and people who didn't know him well would definitely be deceived. The tribe is passionate and brave, while the orcs are impulsive and warlike. Their gains in this battle are indeed far inferior to those of the Alliance. If the tribe has no desire to win, Leo's plan will be of no use at all. But who allows them to have it? As a tribal camp that has been at odds with the Alliance for a long time, and as orcs who regard humans as their enemies, how can they allow themselves to be compared to humans? So what if Sorfang and Rexer can see clearly? Can they still suppress it with force when the crowd is raging? Sorfang is not Thrall, and he does not have such a high prestige. Rexer has left the tribe and wandered alone for many years, and his influence is not enough. Can they suppress the orc warriors who have been ridiculed by Varian? The Kor'kron troops will obey Sorfang, but the Wusong clan will never do so. And the main faction won by the Warsong clan will not show weakness at this time. In the eyes of those militants who hate humans, they are stronger beings than humans. Likewise, against the Karaji beetles, their success must not be inferior to humans. Let's go! An orc general angrily led his soldiers to kill the temple of Ahn'Qiraj. Just as Sorfang was about to stop him, several orc generals from the Warsong clan ran to him to ask for a fight. He knew in his heart that these people were clearly trying to entangle him, but he had to deal with it, because Sorfang understood that once he did not express his position at the first time, they would regard his behavior as acquiescence. And then, it would not be a few large groups dispatching without permission. Instead, half the tribe's army stepped forward. The souls of this group of Warsong clan. Do they only have war in their minds? They are causing chaos to me. Sorfang is very angry. His teammates are not cooperating. Even if he sees the Alliance's intentions clearly, it is useless. He can only be led by the other party. No matter. It's up to those impulsive fools to die. Thinking about it later, Sorfang also gave up on those guys who didn't obey his orders. This is not a TV show. No general would have a good impression of a soldier who disobeys orders and would deliberately cultivate him by asking him for help, rather than letting people like that cause trouble for you, hold you back, and ruin your own affairs at critical moments. It is better to let them taste the pain and know what to do and what not to do. If they die, they will set an example for others. Those green-skinned beasts really have no brains at all. Just taunting them will make them excited. They are a bunch of idiots. Varian walked back with a proud look on his face, provoking the tribe's soldiers to explore the way. And he felt extremely happy. Sorfang must have seen our plan. But the people under him are disobedient. Therefore, unity is very important. Leo did not underestimate the two commanders of the tribe. He knew that his success this time was just taking advantage of the internal conflicts of the other party. Some people did not obey Sorfang's command, and only knew how to act recklessly according to their own wishes. They thought they were brave. But in fact it was so stupid that even Sorfang and Rexer could only stare at such companions. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of opponents who are like gods, but be afraid of teammates who are like pigs. Get ready. It's our turn after the tribe's army enters. We don't know what is waiting for us in the temple of Ahn'Qiraj. Chapter 824. This man is very generous. Cack! Cack! The creepy chewing sound came from the temple of Ahn'Qiraj, causing the expressions of everyone who heard it to change. Leo clearly felt that the breath of the group of orc soldiers who rushed into the temple had completely disappeared when the sound of chewing started. This shows what? It can only mean one thing, and that is that they are dead. A group of orc soldiers and their commander died without even calling for help. What kind of enemy is hidden in the temple of Ahn'Qiraj? Everyone's heart sank. In view of the orc soldiers' encounter, the Alliance immediately stood still. Anyway, the one who is in trouble now is an orc and not a member of the Alliance. So why bother with so much? The Horde should be worried, not the Alliance. It is the nature of the Alliance to seek benefits and avoid harm. The Alliance's stand-by attitude at this time cannot be blamed on their selfishness. No commander is willing to take unnecessary risks with the lives of his soldiers. Sorfang and Rexer looked at Varian angrily. If he hadn't come to ridicule the tribe's soldiers for their incompetence, and laughed at the tribe's army for not being able to deal with even a sludge monster, how could this situation have happened? The first people to enter the temple of Ahn'Qiraj should be the Alliance's talents, and those in danger should also be Alliance soldiers. But now it is Horde soldiers in danger. How can Sorfang and Rexer tolerate this? The Alliance clearly had a plan in advance. They knew that the first batch of people entering the temple of Ahn'Qiraj would be ambushed. So Varian made sarcastic remarks, and asked the warriors of the Horde to act as scapegoats for the Alliance. It's really abominable. If the situation didn't allow it, Sorfang and Rexer really wanted to command the army to kill the Alliance. Sorfang completely hates you now. Leo curled his lips and said to Varian, in fact, He knew that Varian didn't care about this at all. Sorfang was also among the orcs who attacked Stormwind City. The hatred value between the two sides was already full, and no one would care about such an extra sum. How can he blame me if he is unable to control his subordinates? As Leo expected, Varian really didn't care, and he even responded to the two orc commanders with provocative looks. Besides, what I'm doing now is just to get some interest back. The orcs slaughtered my Stormwind City, killed my people, and destroyed my home. If I don't avenge such a big revenge, how can I still have the dignity to live in this world? The hatred between Varian and the orcs is so deep that it is indeed difficult to adjust. The hatred for killing his father. The hatred for destroying his family and his country. If Varian could forget these and engage in a bloody drama with the orcs, Leo would be the first to look down on him. Not to mention the others. The hatred for killing one's father is irreconcilable. Can one still be considered human if he can forget this hatred? Would you like to stimulate them some more? Magni came over with a bad smile. And the Dwarf King laughed so hard that the wretched Leo rolled his eyes when he saw it. Who said that dwarves are bold, upright, and can't think fast enough? Doesn't this detract from others? Leo winked at the eager Magni and stopped the Dwarf King. Nothing is too much, and there is no need to provoke the tribe at this moment. The ones who died in the temple were orcs, and they belonged to the Warsong clan. Under the joint pressure of some people, Sorfang couldn't let go even if he wanted to. If Thrall were here, no one would dare to make a mistake. But it is a pity that he chose to sit in Orgrimmar in order to achieve Sorfang. Leo was right. The generals of the Warsong clan actually took the initiative to ask for a fight. Sorfang became angry after being forced into the palace by a group of subordinates who had nothing to do. Even the clay figures have a certain earthy nature. It's okay for you guys to be against me in normal times. Now you are on the battlefield, and you are making me unable to step down in front of the alliance. How can I lead the army if I don't take care of you? If you want to ask for a fight, then I will let you fight. If you die, you are the one who asked for it. You can't blame me. The Horde's army continues to march towards the Temple of Entourage. The Alliance is naturally happy to see this. Someone is exploring the way for them. Varian and the others are happy before it's too late. So how can they object? The tribal army was prepared this time, and was finally annihilated without even issuing a cry for help. But no matter how they cried out for help, they still couldn't escape the word death. Another brigade of soldiers died. Sorfang and Rexer couldn't sit still. Soldiers from 2 brigades, including several officers, were killed. But they didn't even know who the enemy was. Such a thing happened in front of the Alliance, which was embarrassing and humiliating. We can't do it without taking action. Sorfang and Rexer reached a consensus that now is not the time to be impulsive. They must prevent the tragedy from happening before the Warsong clan generals bring more soldiers to death. Rexer stood up and took Misha to join the third group of Horde troops entering the Temple of Entourage. Seeing that Rexer had joined several Warsong clan generals, they did not object. Although these generals were warlike, they were not without self-awareness. The first group of fallen companions could be said to be careless. But the second group was different. The god of Entourage, the enemies hidden in the temple, are definitely not easy to deal with. There is a powerful companion walking with him, and no one will push him outside. At the critical moment, Sorfang and Rexer still took the overall situation into consideration. Leo watched all this, waiting for Lexa and the others to end. What he hoped most was that Lexa would never return. It's not that Leo is too dark-hearted, or that Leo is concerned about Rex's strength, but that he finds it troublesome. Killing Rexer is really not a problem for Leo now. But the consequences of killing Rexer make him have to worry a little bit. Even if you want to kill someone, you have to do it under the condition of ensuring that no one knows or no one can find the evidence. In this way, the search for the opportunity and the selection of the location are very difficult to consider. Leo did not deny that he was a person who hated trouble, so he wanted Rexer to die. It would be best if the insects of the Yaki Empire could kill the orc hero. Unfortunately, wishes are just wishes. It is not easy to want Rexer to die, even if the sneak attacker in the Temple of Entourage is Oro. Oro? That's right. It's Oro. There is no doubt that Leo had already deployed the Eye of Kilrog when the second group of orc soldiers entered the temple, and used its invisibility to follow the orc soldiers into the temple. Although Leo did not see the figure of the sneak attacker, he saw the attacker's attack method spraying sand. When the orc soldiers entered the entrance to the Temple of Entourage, what awaited them was not the expected attack by the alien swarm, but a dark and dead scene. The unexpected scene made the orc soldiers stunned for a moment, but they did not stop their progress. After all, the orc soldiers entered the temple and walked to a position 200 meters away from the exit. Finger-sized grains of sand came like a rainstorm, instantly beating the orcs into a sieve. Except for the leading officer who persisted. A distress signal was sent out within a second or two, and everyone was killed in an instant. Leo clearly remembers that Oro can spray sand and dust to attack the enemy. This is its sand blast. Even though Oro is just a soilworm, it was created by Thunna's hands and is definitely many times more powerful than a Horan Shalchura and other Beal warriors. Can Rexer defeat it? Leo was very skeptical about this. But the fact surprised him. The third group of Horde troops entering the Temple of Encourage did not send a signal for help because they were all fighting. When the roars of the orcs fighting came from inside the temple, Sorfang moved. Korkron guards, charge in for the sake of the Horde. The orc commander shouted and rushed into the temple entrance first. Behind him were groups of orc warriors and troll hunters. Seeing all the orc armies rushing into the Temple of Encourage, the alliance still stood still, as did the Blood Elf army led by Kaeldats. Everyone knows that whoever enters the Temple of Encourage first will be most likely to be in danger. The Kiraji Beal people will use all their methods to prevent the coalition forces from entering the temple. Whoever walks in front will encounter the greatest resistance. The losses were the most severe. Picking peaches and picking up bargains is something everyone is happy to do. But planting peach trees and taking the lead is such a hard work, but hardly rewarding. No one appreciates it. The alliance won't go in if they don't want to. There is no need to explain to the tribe. But the Blood Elves are different. Silvermoon City joined the Horde camp when Lord Themar was in power, and has not withdrawn yet. The Blood Elves are still members of the Horde camp. Kaeldats has to find someone to find a reason for himself. Speaking of this, the Blood Elf Prince really wants to thank the Twilight's Hammer for slipping through the net. It was they who created a portal in the ruins of Encourage, allowing the Elemental Army to enter the world, causing the Blood Elves to send an army there. The attack gave Kaeldats enough reason to keep the Blood Elf army outside the Temple of Encourage. Varian's actions will worsen the relationship between the Alliance and the Horde. Waiting was boring, so Kaeldats chatted with Leo. Leo didn't seem to care about what the Blood Elf Prince said. He replied with mental fluctuations. The relationship between the Horde and the Alliance was not good to begin with. In the past, when the camp strength was balanced, everyone would try to exercise restraint. Plus Varian missing again. Naturally no one will stir up trouble. But it is different now. The balance of the camp has been broken. How far do you think the war is from us? It is too late for us to welcome the tribe. Unless Thrall is crazy, he would choose to start a war with the Alliance. The Tauren and the tribe have no time to take care of themselves. The Darkspear trolls have just put down the rebellion, and Sylvanas' Forsaken are inextricably linked to the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Once a war breaks out, the only ones who can send troops are the orcs themselves, and they have no chance of winning. You can't say that. There are many variables during a war. Who can know the outcome of the war before it starts? There have been many examples of the weak defeating the strong since ancient times. Who can guarantee that the Alliance will win? Besides, isn't the tribe still going to win? There are you and your men. Why don't we have a game? With the current situation of the tribe, it is already the limit to keep its own power from shrinking. How can you still expect it to launch a war and win the Alliance? As a member of the Alliance, Arather must be eager for the tribe to initiate a war. Kaeldats was not willing to let him fight Leo. Shall I have a fight with you? Should you and your men challenge me alone? Or should I beat up a group of you? I'm a very generous person. It's up to you. Kaeldats snorted. He was too lazy to tell Leodo. Does this guy dare to be more shameless? Chapter 825 Hunter and Prey. The interior of the Temple of Encourage is not as dark as it looks from the outside. Once you step inside, you will find a different scenery. There is a tunnel that leads underground at an angle of 45 degrees. Countless luminous plants grow on the top of it. If the estimation is not wrong, these luminous plants are the source of food for the beetle people. It is precisely because of the existence of these plants that the beetle people have enough food to survive and reproduce. Otherwise, the beetle people would have starved to death after being trapped in the Temple of Encourage for so many years. How could there be such a large population? When the Alliance army set foot on this tunnel that was obviously dug by the Silicates, the Horde army was already far away. The insect corpses seen along the way showed that a fierce battle had taken place here, and the tribe's army encountered great resistance every time they took a step forward in the temple. Leo is at the forefront of the Alliance army. He is multitasking now. He has to lead the way and drive the Eye of Kilrog. He also has to take time to pay attention to the battle situation in the ruins of Encourage, for fear of something going wrong in Fizzle. The tribe's advance is not going smoothly. You see, Corpses of tribe soldiers appear every 3 steps or so. Varian analyzed what he saw when he entered the temple. In his opinion, the resistance the tribe encountered was not optimistic, with Oro making sneak attacks from time to time. It's normal for the tribe to not advance smoothly. Leo didn't say this out loud. He just thought about it in his heart. Outsiders had no way of knowing what was going on in the Temple of Encourage. It would be too strange for him to act like he knew everything, and it would be impossible not to arouse suspicion. Afraid of trouble and loving peace and quiet, Leo doesn't want to find something to do for himself. There are many smart people here, so he doesn't have the leisure to compete with these guys. I feel a little unhappy when I think of Aurorio. This burrower is as cunning as a fox. He will flee as soon as he misses a hit. He never stays in the same place. He will change places after shooting, killing Sorfang and Rake. Saul was so angry that he couldn't catch him. Oro is wearing it. Right. Otherwise, how would he know the essence of Taizu's art of war? Leo was helpless about this trip to the Temple of Encourage. Oro actually used the terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare. Was there anything wrong? Leo was just sighing there. But Sorfang and Rexer were furious. After all, no one from the Alliance died, but many soldiers from the Horde died. If not for Varian's provocation, how would our soldiers' losses have been so great? Cunning human being. The losses you have caused to the tribe today will one day be repaid tenfold. Lexa was heartbroken. How could he not feel heartbroken when his Misha was seriously injured? Thinking of the attack he encountered when he first entered the Temple of Encourage. Rexer was frightened and angry. If Misha hadn't blocked the shot of sand, he, Rexer, would have been seriously injured even if he had not died. Rexer was not so angry just for being attacked. The key is that he was clearly helping the Alliance to avoid disaster this time. The Alliance would not be grateful to him. At this time, they may be laughing at him in their hearts. It is really not worth it. Fire in the nest returned to fire in the nest. Since Sorfang had already rushed in, he knew that the tribe could not retreat. So he had to join Rexer, and the two walked at the front of the team and became the second vanguard. It would be great if someone is willing to help us clear the way. It will save me a lot of effort. Magni muttered something in his mouth, with that comfortable expression on his face. Some people thought he was on a leisurely vacation somewhere. This is the Temple of Encourage, which is full of dangers. Can you be more serious? A group of people gave Magni a blank look, showing great contempt for the Dwarf King's blatant pretense. As they were walking, Leo suddenly spoke. The tribe is working hard to clear the way ahead, but we just sit back and enjoy the results. It is not kind enough. Did I hear that correctly? What did Leo just say? He actually mentioned the word kindness. He actually calls on us to be kind. Is this kid not crazy? Everyone, including Scarlet, looked at Leo as if he were a madman, attracting everyone's attention. Leo blinked proudly and glanced to the side. Copycat. Come on! Suddenly, everyone shouted in unison. And attacks such as sledgehammers, heavy swords, and ice spears were fired in a certain direction at the same time. Angry insect sounds resounded in the tunnel, and a huge earth-boring insect was beaten out of its hiding place with a scream of pain. This giant earth-boring insect is Oro. It turned out that Leo's previous words were just to attract everyone's attention quietly. Then he blinked and looked aside to remind his companions that there was an enemy hiding aside and preparing for a sneak attack. Oro is indeed cunning. He has been sneak attacking the tribe's army before and has never attacked the Alliance. This can easily give everyone the illusion that he is focusing on the tribe. Since he has not been attacked, the Alliance's defense will naturally if he relaxes. When he suddenly turns to attack the Alliance, he will surely cause heavy casualties to the Alliance. As far as the plan itself is concerned, there is no problem. Oro has a high probability of success. But he has overlooked one thing. That is, the Alliance and the tribe are different. The commanders of the tribe are Sorfang and Rexer. The two orc heroes are very strong in themselves, but they are far inferior to Leo in terms of mental power. The chance of discovering Oro in advance is slim. The Alliance is different. With Leo, a demigod warlock, sitting in charge, the powerful spiritual perception belonging to the demigod is spread out. It is not easy for Oro to hide it from him. No. He was discovered by Leo just as he laid an ambush before he could take action. The earth-boring worm has a tough skin, and it is not something that ordinary people can do if it wants to hurt Oro. However, those who took action were famous Alliance leaders such as Varian Magni, and the weapons of these powerful men were of extraordinary quality. It was still possible to break through Oro's skin and injure him under a surprise attack. But the effect of this blow is just like this. It can bring harm to Oro, but it is only limited to hurting him. It cannot seriously injure him, let alone kill him. Oro has never suffered such a big loss since he was born, and the pain on his body made him very angry. Whether it is a sneak attack on the tribe or the alliance, Oro always operates with a cat-and-mouse mentality. For him, there is no difference between humans and orcs. These mortals are his food. As food, just be obedient and be teased by him. As food, just wait silently to be eaten by him. As food, you should accept the situation and not resist. However, the food resisted and the food hurt him. Oro is furious. He wants to kill all these bold foods. Unexpectedly, Oro came to the door anyway. I wanted the tribe to help solve this problem. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to H.L. and you break in. If Shalchala and the others were still there, you could still cause me some trouble. Now that you are just a mere commander, are we afraid that we can't deal with you if we concentrate all our efforts? Leo curled his lips. No matter how strong a single Oro was, what could he do? How could he defeat so many powerful players in the alliance? He was very sure of the fight against Oro at this time. Oro, who had officially appeared, hit the strong men from the alliance, who wanted to continue attacking him with a blast of sand. Thick gravel shot out, each grain of which was comparable to the attack of a legendary warrior. So smart. The people surrounding Oro quickly retreated. They now understood why 2 consecutive tribes were killed. Even they couldn't withstand Oro's sand attack. How could the soldiers resist it? The strong man from the alliance, who had hurt him, wanted to retreat, but Oro would not allow it. He swung his body and swept out like a thick siege log. His speed was so fast that no one could dodge it. Bang, bang, bang. Magni and Kardros were hit, and the 2 dwarf leaders staggered back. Varian and Jean were in better condition. When Oro collided, they blocked their bodies with their swords, although the force of the force caused their feet to slide several meters away from the ground. Their image was still preserved. As for Scarlet, do you think Leo just stood on the sidelines and watched the show? The moment Oro was about to hit Scarlet, a palm filled with black energy pressed down on her, blocking the blow for the female paladin. Leo shook off his hand and used his demigod hand to meet Oro's sweep. The two seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact Leo suffered a small loss. One palm collided with Oro's fit, and it was clear who was more likely to exert force. The sweep was blocked, and when Oro was about to make a move, Scarlet's Crusader strike hit him. 2 Ashkandi swords broke through Oro's skin, leaving 2 scars on his body. The sword blades burned with blazing golden light and cut into Oro's body. The power of the holy light continued to burn Oro's hardness. Tender meat under the SH.L. This injury was only considered a minor injury to Oro, but the pain that hit him again stimulated Oro. A red light flashed on the worm's body, and its already huge body expanded again, and he went berserk. I knew it would be like this. Leo scratched his face depressedly. After all, Oro was not a monster in the game. He would not wait until he was beaten half to death before going berserk. The furious state that happened to Shaltura made Leo react to this situation, already mentally prepared. Amidst the hissing sound of snakes, a bloody 3-headed sea snake entered Oro's sight. Leo's demigod pet, Triggery. Although he only understood the laws of a single system, the beast demigod was still a demigod. Faced with Triggery's threat, Oro did not dare to be careless. He gave up chasing Scarlet and turned around to confront Triggery. The enemy's strength was far beyond expectation. The most correct thing to do was to retreat immediately and make a clear observation before deciding what to do. However, Oro, who had suffered 2 losses in a row, didn't think so. If I were you, I wouldn't stay, Leo said and stretched out his hand to grab it. And the demigod's hand clapped it down again. When Triggery saw Leo taking action, he shook his head after spitting out 3 venom arrows, then took a step forward and bumped into Oro. Compared to humans, the physical body of the beast demigod was countless times stronger. Triggery almost knocked Oro to the ground with this collision. It was not Trigor's purpose to knock over Oro. When Leo used the hand of demigod to restrain Oro, the task given to the 3-headed sea serpent was to prevent the earthworm from escaping. The Triggery snake opened its mouth wide and aimed at Oro's body to bite it with all its strength. All the fangs in its mouth sank into Oro's body, and the venom was injected into Oro's body along the tips of the teeth. Being bitten by Triggery, you earth-boring insect, is like a fish caught by a fishhook. How can you escape? With a Trigor hanging on his body, Oro could not get into the ground, and his way back was cut off. At this time, Oro not only had to resist the venom of the 3-headed sea snake, but also had to deal with the attacks of powerful alliance men. The situation was extremely critical. Oro believes that he is powerful and sees himself as a hunter, while the alliance sees him as prey. But he does not know that the hunter and the prey are in harmony. When encountering a powerful enemy, the hunter will become the prey. Chapter 826 Death of Oro. Trigaliai is a beast demigod. His venom is said to be powerful even if he touches it, but his life will be in danger. Oro was directly injected with venom into his body, and he can continue to fight as if nothing happened. His physical fitness is terrifying, and he is resistant to poison. The strong ability is evident. It's just that Trigari's venom is really unique, and no matter how strong Oro is, he won't be able to last long. Leo knows this very well. The best thing to do now is to delay until Oro is poisoned. But this is the most ideal situation. Oro is not brainless. How could he not know how to escape? Trigari was far inferior to Oro in terms of physical strength, and the three-headed sea snake could only temporarily hold him back, even if he was biting and dragging him fiercely. I have dispatched Trigari, but it is actually difficult to even keep him. Oro is really powerful. To deal with this big bug, it is too laborious to attack by force. The best way is to outwit him. It's not that Leo thinks too highly of Oro, but that anyone who can make Trigari unable to keep him under the siege of all the powerful players in the alliance, Leo will value him. But even though Oro is powerful, can he still escape with his life when he meets Leo? Ilsa. Just as Oro was struggling, Leo called out the name of the demigod succubus. If one demigod pet can't keep you, I'll call out another one to see if you can block the poison of two demigods who have mastered the laws of poison. Trigor alone could not make Oro afraid, but when coupled with Ilsa, who was also a demigod, it was completely different. One-on-one and one-on-two are two different difficulties. Oro could not withstand the strength of two demigods joining forces, not to mention that there were Varian and others on his side. Ilsa's appearance startled Oro. Another demigod? Using the invisibility talent of the succubus family, Ilsa had already arrived at Oro's side when Leo called her. By the time the worm found her, the bone whip with barbs had already been slapped on his body. The barbs on the bone whip cast poison on Oro, and another poison entered Oro's body. Poor Oro. He is the only being who has been greeted by the poison of the two demigods since the birth of the earthworm race. Encountering this unprecedented experience, Oro did not feel any sense of honor, being poisoned by two demigods in his body. No matter how strong Oro's body was, he couldn't bear it. The thought of escaping occupied his entire mind. Seeing Oro swinging his body desperately to get rid of Trigari, Leo knew that the earth-boring worm was trying to escape. He did nothing else at this time, and only used his demigod hands to continuously attack the earth-boring worm. The big hands filled with black energy struck one after another, causing countless cracks in the carapace on Oro's body. In many places, the carapace directly shattered and fell off, exposing the tender meat under the SHL. Oro hated that a human being who looked like food to him could beat him into such a mess. He had never thought about it before. Don't let me run away. I'll come back to take care of you after I recover from my injuries. Leo did not try his best to prevent Oro from escaping. He only focused on attacking fiercely, and finally gave Oro a chance. After paying the price of several pieces of flesh being torn off, he finally got rid of Trigari's entanglement. The underground worm knew whether he could escape in one move. He ignored the attacks from Varian, Scarlet and others, lowered his head, and burrowed underground. Damn it. He actually escaped. Everyone was filled with frustration as they watched Oro's body sink into the ground. It's not that they didn't try their best, but that the earth-boring worm was too big. Even if they cut it with 17 or 18 cuts, they might not take it seriously. The earth-boring insect wanted to escape, and they had no choice. Did Oro really escape like this? Of course it's impossible. Leo would never leave such a disaster to himself, with Oro watching from the sidelines. A trip to the temple of Angela would be too dangerous. Just when Oro was immersed in the joy of a smooth escape, a pair of thick hands grabbed him. There are powerful enemies hidden underground. Oro was shocked, but then felt relieved. Who is he, Oro? Earth-burrowing worm. The most adept at underground fighting. Who does Oro need to be afraid of underground? Who else can make him afraid of Oro? Just when Orochi was about to teach the owner of those arms a lesson, telling the sneaker how stupid it was to ambush an earthworm underground, severe pain swept through his entire brain. The big hands that grabbed his body suddenly exerted force, tearing Oro's body apart, and the earth-boring worm was torn into two pieces. This is impossible. How could my body be torn apart? Oro was stunned. He couldn't accept this fact at all. He is Oro, the only one who exists in the entire Angela Temple after the twin emperors and Thun. How could he be torn into two pieces when he was favored by the ancient god Thun? I don't believe. Who can tear me apart with my body? Some people are like this. It's obvious that something has happened, but they just don't want to accept it. But it's your fault if Oro doesn't accept it. The sneak attacker who tore him into two pieces won't stop there. The vitality of the earth-boring worm is very tenacious. And its body, that was broken into two parts, is still full of vitality. When it was struggling underground, it punched an irregular hole in the ground. Seeing that he could not die even after suffering such an injury, the sneak attacker would not be able to survive. Will give up, taking advantage of Oro's unbearable pain and no time to pay attention. The arms grabbed him again. Being caught again. Oro's heart trembled. Things can never happen again. If he is torn apart again, no matter how strong his vitality is, he cannot bear it. Oro struggled, but the attacker had already gained the upper hand. So how could he be allowed a chance to make a comeback? Bah! The sound of objects being torn apart with great force was transmitted to Oro's mind. And then the pain that made him almost faint struck his brain again. Oro once again enjoyed the feeling of being torn apart by life. Pain. Severe pain. It hurt so much. In just 10 seconds, he was torn apart twice in a row, and his whole body was broken into 3 parts. Only Oro could understand how deep the pain was. Even if he had been transformed by Thun, even if his vitality was extremely tenacious, he still couldn't bear it. The rupture of the body caused a large amount of body fluids to be lost. These body fluids seemed to humans to be a foul-smelling, viscous liquid that disgusted them. But to Oro, the earth-boring worm, it was a necessary substance for him to maintain his life. These body fluids are equivalent to the blood in his body. Now that the blood is flowing like a fountain, how can his vitality be guaranteed? People will die if they lose too much blood, and earthworms will die if they lose too much body fluids. Underground, invisible to outsiders, a powerful creature quietly passed away. The host kills Oro. The object is successfully absorbed, and the host obtains Burrower's SHL, Oro's skin. Do you want to absorb it? The extraction skill is successful, and the host obtains the transferable ability, Sand Shock. Do you want to absorb it? Oro is dead. This huge earth-boring insect was killed by a sneak attack after only using up 5 of its abilities. It was an extremely miserable death. If you come to kill you head-on, it won't be easy to kill you. But you obviously have the strength, but you always think about sneak attacks. Once the battle goes against you, you think about running away. If you don't have the courage to fight the enemy, you will die. You are asking for it. Many people like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. Little do they know that if they pretend to be pigs too many times, they will easily mistake themselves for real pigs. When they encounter danger and want to transform back into tigers, they find that they no longer have the sharp claws and claws that belong to tigers. Those who do not have the courage to face difficulties, do not have the mentality to face powerful enemies, and only want to cheat and take advantage of others, are destined to achieve nothing. Even if you succeed by chance, if you don't change in time, you will fall into a big setback at some time in the future and be completely unable to recover. Speaking of which, it was not easy to kill Oro. Not only did Varian, Scarlet, Jaina and other Alliance powerhouses take action, but also 4.5 Leo, Ilsa, Trigor and Anubarak. God used a frontal force attack and an ambush to attack. Although Oro was defeated, he was not defeated unjustly. It should be noted that not just anyone can force so many powerful people to join forces. Dear Master, this insect's body contains very strong energy, so it is perfect for nourishing the artifact. By absorbing it, the artifact can exert its true function. Anubarak's mental fluctuations are full of excitement. Using Oro's body to nourish the ancient Yaki artifact will have enough energy to exert the power of the artifact. When he meets Vekler and Vignalas, he will definitely be stunned. The twin emperors were shocked. Anubarak's proposal to use Oro's body as fertilizer to nourish the ancient Yaker artifact and fully activate its abilities was indeed tempting. Originally, Leo wanted to use rebirth on Oro and let this powerful earth-boring insect become his thug. However, after Anubarak said this, he changed his mind. It's just Oro. His addition has indeed strengthened Leo's strength. But when he thought of the role of the ancient Yaker artifacts mentioned by Anubarak, Leo immediately threw Oro out of the clouds. The value of the ancient Yaki artifact that can truly exert its effect is countless times greater than Oro's. How could he do this thing of picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons? The bug escaped. We must be careful on the next journey. Varian didn't know what was going on underground. He carefully warned the herald and told the soldiers to be on guard. Even though he knew that whether Oro really wanted to attack those soldiers by surprise would make no difference whether they were prepared or not. Wait! Leo stretched out his hand to stop the herald who was about to leave. That bug is dead. Everyone doesn't need to be too nervous. The herald was stunned. Everyone saw with their own eyes that Oro successfully got into the ground. How could Leo say that he was dead? The herald would have completely ignored anyone else. But it was Leo who stopped him. So the herald couldn't help but not believe it. Leo is the marshal of the kingdom of Arathar. And he is also a demigod that people look up to. What he says is extremely credible and cannot be questioned. Varian made a gesture to the herald, indicating that the previous order was cancelled, and the latter quickly stepped back with relief. Facing a demigod, the herald felt so much pressure that his back was soaked with cold sweat. You let your pet kill that bug? That's great. Magni seemed very happy. No one likes to have a powerful enemy peeking in the dark. And no one likes to have to be careful when walking when a big insect may appear under their feet. Let the soldiers rest. Maybe we can still catch up with the battle between the tribe and the twin emperors. Looking at the other end of the tunnel, Leo's eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was planning at the moment. Chapter 827. In the eyes of the Alliance, the battle emanating from the depths of the Temple of Ankaraj was a good show. But in the eyes of the Horde, it was a disaster. After Oro turned the target of his sneak attack to the Alliance, and was tragically counterattacked and successfully killed by a Nubarak. The tribe's progress became smoother without the obstruction of the burrowers. A smooth journey is a good thing. But in the eyes of Sorfang and Rexer, it couldn't be worse. Since Oro's death, no Silithid has appeared to block the road, let alone the Kiraji beetle. The only explanation for this happening is that the Akur Empire has shrunk its forces and withdrawn all the power in the temple. No more dispatching in batches. Even though the trip was going smoothly now, a fierce battle was still waiting for them deep inside the temple of Ankaraj. Without the strong opposition of the Warsong clan's orc generals and their supporters, Sorfang and Rexer originally wanted to stop and fight inward with the Alliance. However, there was no such thing now. So the Horde went deep alone. The Alliance, on the other hand, was walking leisurely behind, as if taking a stroll. Sorfang and Rexer became angry when they thought that they were fighting life and death in front of them. But it was the Alliance who got the advantage. If it weren't for those idiots from the Warsong clan, how could they have become pawns used by the Alliance? Those guys who have no other thoughts except fighting will sooner or later harm the entire orc clan. Sorfang began to worry about the future of the orcs. He originally thought that the orcs being warlike was not a bad thing, as it would maintain the blood of the race. He did not have much prejudice against the Warsong clan. But judging from his own personal experience, these crazy people, the presence of militants does more harm than good to the race. Now that Thrall is still in the position of war chief, those guys from the Warsong clan dare not make any changes. Once Thrall steps down as war chief, where will the orcs go? The two orc commanders communicated secretly, both of them filled with worries. Look at the human side. Although Varian is warlike, his desire for war has not overcome his reason. Scarlet has a hostile attitude towards the tribe. But there is Leo beside her. Jean and the others don't know. Gilda's situation in Nice is said to be very bad. But he has the support of the Night Elves. Look at the three major human kingdoms. Which one is gradually getting stronger? The situation of humans is very good. But looking at the orcs, the situation has indeed improved under Thrall's governance. But it is too slow compared to the development of humans. Lack of supplies, population absorption, barren soil, various problems plague the orcs. Even Thrall's ability could only allow the race to develop slowly. Unexpectedly, as soon as the situation improved a little, the militant forces within the clan started to rise. The group of militants headed by the Warsong clan clamored to launch war against the Alliance every day, regardless of the tribe's own situation. Sooner or later, these people would drag the entire race into the abyss. When Sorfang and Rexer led the army to the depths of the Temple of Ankaraj, they found that it was not appropriate to say sooner or later, because they had already been dragged into the abyss by the guys from the Warsong clan. As expected, countless Silithid insects and Kiraji beetle men really gathered deep in the Temple of Ankaraj. Looking at the dense swarm of insects that completely sealed the entire tunnel, Sorfang sighed. He knew that a fierce battle is about to begin. The reason why he sighed was not because Sorfang was afraid of fighting, nor because Sorfang was frightened by the number of enemies, but because he knew that the casualties of orc soldiers would increase and the number of orcs would decrease. It could have been avoided. If it weren't for Varian's sarcasm. If it weren't for the brainless idiots of the Warsong clan. All the losses would have been the alliances. Because of Varian's provocation. And because those idiots from the Warsong clan couldn't stand it. The vanguard tribe that attacked the Temple of Encourage became a tribe. And so many tribal warriors, who shouldn't have died, were laid to rest here. Don't let me know who came up with the bad idea. If I knew who instigated Varian to do that, I would have to skin him. Rexer roared angrily and charged into the insect swarm with his double axe. At this moment, the sound of killing in the Temple of Encourage, which had been silent for thousands of years, was loud. The Horde is at war with the Beetle Men. If my estimate is correct, this army is now the last strength of the Yakker Empire. Sorfang and Rexer may not be the opponents of the Twin Emperors. When it comes to understanding Vekler and Veknalas, apart from Anuvarak, Leo is the only one here. If Rexer and Sorfang were a combination of one magic system and one warrior, they might have a slight chance of winning against the Twin Emperors. However, both of them are strong warriors who focus on physical attacks. Compared with Vic, Lore and Vignelas had no chance of winning against each other. The reason why I say this is not that Leo is deliberately belittling the strength of Rexer and Sorfang, but that is the case. Among the Twin Emperors of the Yakker Empire, Vignelas has the ability to be immune to magic effects, and only physical attacks can hurt him, while Viclor is just the opposite. He is immune to physical attacks, and can only be hurt by magic attacks. Of course, there will be discrepancies between the abilities in the game and reality. Without the information provided by Anuvarak, Leo would not be so dismissive of the two commanders of the tribe. As a former comrade of the Twin Emperors, the Crypt Lord had fought fierce battles with the Zerg and Trolls led by Vikrol and Vignelas for thousands of years. It was not a problem to know 90% of their abilities, if they were not 100% clear. The situation of Vekler and Veknelas is basically the same as what Leo knows, except that their immunity to physical and magical effects is not absolute but relative. Otherwise the original Troll Empire would not be able to defeat them. However, it is not something that ordinary people can do to break this relative immunity. The Troll Empire that was at its peak at that time also gathered countless strong people from the tribe to defeat them. The Trolls at that time did not know magic. According to the information given by Anuvarak, Leo estimated that he would have to forcibly break Wickler's immunity to physical attacks or gather enough power to deliver a blow comparable to Gruul's attack in Blade's Edge Mountains. Or let a demigod of Gruul's level take action. There is only one other way. It is impossible for the Horde to use this method. And it is impossible for Sorfang and Rexer to hit a blow comparable to Gruul. As for the shamans in the Horde army, Leo has already observed it. And there is no one who can a strong person who takes the lead. Because of this, Leo dared to conclude that the tribal army of the Twin Emperors would definitely be defeated. What he has to consider now is not whether the tribe will be defeated or not, but when the alliance will take action. Should we take action to preserve some of the tribe's strength before they are defeated? Or should we stand by and wait for the tribe to be defeated? The current situation of the tribe is very bad. Due to the impulse of the militant faction headed by the generals of the Warsong clan, they have suffered heavy losses and have already damaged the vitality of the orcs. Even if Leo saves them, Thrall will probably not agree to the Northern Expedition, Northrend's plan. Considering this point, Leo had no reason to save them. The Alliance does not dare to attack Northrend alone, mainly because it is worried that the Horde will take this opportunity to recuperate. If the Horde suffers too heavy losses in the Temple of Encourage to the point where the Alliance is sure that they will be able to quell the undead disaster as soon as they recover their strength. Alone, what's wrong with sending troops to Northrend? The so-called time changes. One moment also changes with the other. Leo is considering the possibility of changing the plan. Scarlet, do you think that if the tribe suffered heavy losses in the Temple of Encourage, do we still need to worry about them? Leo seemed to be asking Scarlet. But in fact, he was asking other Alliance leaders. Varian and Jean were excited. Hearing what Leo said, it seemed that he had some thoughts on the tribe. If he wanted to do anything, they would be happy to do anything. Hit someone in the face, and step on them until they die. Now is the time when the Horde is weak. If the armies of Sorfang and Rexer are also trapped in the Temple of Encourage, what else can the orcs use to fight against the Alliance? Leo, do you want to? Jaina was worried. Now was not the time to start a war with the tribe. And Leo had said before that the tribe would start the war first. Did he forget it so quickly? Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Leo waved his hands quickly. He knew that others misunderstood what he meant. I'm not talking about going to war with the tribe. Nor am I talking about taking this opportunity to make trouble for them. But about another thing. Do you think that if we wait and see, and let Sorfang and the others be defeated by the Karaji beetles, will the tribe be so weak that they will not be qualified to cooperate with us in the northern expedition to Northrend? It turned out to be this. After hearing this, Jaina felt relieved. As long as Leo did not want to provoke internal strife in the world, she would not stop him. You mean to get rid of the tribe and start an independent northern expedition with the Alliance? Varian, Magni and others exchanged glances with each other, and several Alliance leaders were pondering over the feasibility of this matter. The destruction caused by the Scourge Legion to the entire world, the trauma it has caused to this world, and the threat it poses to all living beings are obvious to all. If it could be wiped out, it would be an extremely good thing. And the glory that the person or race who accomplished it thought of, and the invisible benefits gained in this matter were immeasurable. Who doesn't want to receive the world's praise alone? Who doesn't want to enjoy the benefits alone? If the tribe could be put aside, the leaders of the Alliance would be happy, letting the League enjoy the glory alone. I have to admit, this is a huge temptation. Kadros nodded, and the Dwarf Prince expressed his opinion. He was moved. Leo, are you really sure? Varian and Jean were actually moved. But out of caution, they still had to ask again. These two human kings believed that Leo would not deceive them. Now that I have brought this matter up, of course, I am very confident. How about it? Everyone, are you willing? Chapter 828 Bad Learning. There are two choices before the Alliance. The first is to sit back and watch the Horde lose to the Karaji Beetlemen. And the second is to help. The advantage of choosing the first approach is that you can lose less soldiers now. After all, the Horde is not a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by others. Even if it fails, you can still bite off a piece of the opponent's flesh. The disadvantage is that in the future, you will conquer Northrend and attack the Scourge. The Alliance will most likely have to carry out the work alone. And the cost of repaying the loss may be several times greater than what it is now. If you choose the second approach, the Alliance will lose a lot of people now. But if they attack Northrend, the tribe will help them and bear part of the pressure for them. Then the losses will be much smaller. Whether you want to lose less now or lose less in the future is a question worth considering. Leo did not deny that he made this suggestion at this time with the intention of testing everyone's attitude. He wanted to use it to see what his teammates really thought. Are they doing this for the sake of glorifying something illusory, regardless of the life and death of soldiers, to achieve personal success, prestige, or cherish the lives of the people more? If possible, Leo would like them all to choose the second option. But unfortunately, he has forgotten that this is a world where glory is higher than life. And it is also a world of feudal monarchy. There is no such thing as human rights in this world. Even if it is destined to be sacrificed, the vast majority of soldiers at the bottom will also choose the first option. Seeing glory as more important than one's own life is a common concept among people in this world. Seeing that all the Alliance leaders, including Scarlet, looked like they were talking, Leo shrugged his shoulders, and wisely did not make a speech about equal human rights for everyone to persuade. What choices to make are other people's business, and outsiders have no right to interfere. As the saying goes, when you go to a place, do as the Romans do. When you come to a place, you have to respect the local customs and habits. What you think is good may not be suitable for others. Since everyone has made the same choice, how about we watch the show here and relax before the war? The Horde knew the Alliance was waiting to take advantage. But what could they do now? The Karaji beetles identified themselves as the target of attack, not the Alliance. Sorfang couldn't mislead the opponent and transfer the hatred value to the Alliance. Damn the Alliance. Sit back and watch us fail. One day I will take revenge. The alliance between the Horde and the Alliance not only failed to improve their relationship, but instead made new enemies. The fighting lasted for nearly 2 hours. The tribe's soldiers did not know how many alien insects they had killed, nor how many of their companions had lost their lives. They only knew one thing, and that was to kill. Swing the sword and chop down. Swing the sword again. Chop again. Numbly and mechanically, he performed the movements he had trained thousands of times, killing the enemies one by one. The usually boring training saved their lives at this time, allowing them to have a higher survival rate on the battlefield. Rexer, it is completely meaningless to continue fighting like this. The warriors of the tribe should not be sacrificed here, let alone use their own blood to reduce casualties for the Alliance. Sorfang was not ready to fight anymore. The Horde had shed too much blood in a meaningless war, and he could not leave all the Horde troops in the Temple of Encourage. Idiots who only think about fighting won't leave. Rexer revealed the biggest problem with the tribal army now. The generals of the Warsong clan would not obey their orders. With these people, It would be impossible for the army to evacuate. If they want to fight, let them fight. Sorfang glanced at Rexer, and the positions of the two orc commanders quietly changed, completely unaware of the strange war song generals. One by one, they were surrounded by Kiraji beetles, and one by one, died in battle. Control of the army gradually fell into the hands of the two orc commanders. Everyone behind the Korkrone troops must withdraw. Sorfang gave the order, and some people wanted to object, but without the generals of the Wusong clan taking the lead, their influence on the army was far less than the two orc commanders. The tribe has withdrawn. The moment the tribal soldiers appeared in their field of vision, all the alliance soldiers clenched their weapons. They did not want to attack the tribe, but they understood that they would attack after the tribe withdrew. Sorfang and Rexer are really courageous. They retreated immediately. It's a pity for those generals of the Wusong clan. When several orcs with angry expressions passed by, Leo said this to Scarlet seemingly casually. After hearing Leo's words, the orcs trembled and turned their attention to Leo. However, Leo ignored them at all. Pushed by their companions behind them, they gradually moved away unwillingly. Scarlet laughed. She knew that Leo was causing trouble again, and the object of his trouble was targeting the tribe. How could she expose it before she could help him? Don't snicker at the side. It's easy for others to misunderstand you. Leo added after that. Misunderstand that we are still interested in flirting at this time. Scarlet glared at Leo. Her expression really turned serious, which made someone secretly happy. This silly girl has everything written on her face. If someone sees the clues, won't my previous words be in vain? The relationship between Sorfang, who trained Thrall and commanded the Korkrone guards, and the Wusong clan were not good to begin with. Now that something like this has happened, the conflict between the two sides will become even more intensified. The most important thing for the alliance to do at this time is not to snicker from the sidelines, but to pretend not to know anything. Sorfang was in a hurry, afraid of staying here too long. Rexer, who was following him, snorted angrily at Varian, then glared at Leo fiercely, and retreated with a murderous look on his face. The defeated general is still so aggressive. I really think I don't dare to take action. Leo would not give him a good look on anyone who had murderous intentions towards him. How could Leo give him a smile if Lexa looked evil? Lexa and the others have left. Why don't you follow? Someone raised a certain inappropriate topic in front of the orcs and the blood elves. This time, not only Rexer, but also Sorfang looked livid. Well, Sorfang originally had green skin, so it was hard to tell the change in his complexion. Kale Thasali ignored Leo. The Blood Elf Prince thought that this boy had no good intentions. The Blood Elves did not take any action in the previous battle, but they only maintained a soy sauce attitude without any sense of presence. As the Horde army retreated, Leo suddenly reminded people of them again, no matter how Kaeldats responded. The thorn between the Blood Elves and the Orcs was planted. Does Leo think that if he offends the Orcs in Dorii, he will defect to the Alliance? With Kaeldats' pride, getting him to rejoin the Alliance would be as difficult as killing a god. You are deliberately trying to sour the relationship between me and the Orcs. But I will not join the Alliance. Kaeldats made his attitude clear. If Leo wanted to draw him into the Alliance, it would be better not to speak up, lest it look bad to everyone if he refuses. How is this possible to draw you into the Alliance? Leo's tone was full of surprise, and he sounded as if he was shocked by Kaeldats' thoughts. But the next sentence revealed his intention. Do you think the Night Elves are very similar to the Alliance, and the Blood Elves are to the Horde? Kaeldats understood that Leo wanted the Blood Elves to be like the Night Elves, wearing the banner of a tribal camp, but actually going their own way. It is indeed a good idea to neither betray the Covenant nor be controlled by others. But isn't that what I am doing now? It's really unkind for this guy to point out what I'm doing now. Then again, when has this kid ever been kind? Leo and Kaeldats flirted with each other secretly, but Varian didn't know it. After the Horde soldiers retreated, he drew his sword and shouted into the pursuing alien swarm. Behind him was Scarlet, who also took the lead, and Jean and other Alliance leaders. For victory, for the honor of the king, and for the Alliance, move forward bravely. The king took the lead and the officers dared to neglect. They shouted and led their soldiers to kill. The battle between the Alliance army and the alien insects has begun. The enemies have changed, but the alien insects don't care. No matter what kind of enemy they face, they respond with the same attack method. Who are they fighting or not? The Alliance is not like the tribal army. The latter has more warriors, mages and archers. The former has not only enough warriors, but also enough mages and archers. The Alliance is much more advantageous than the tribe in fighting in this tunnel. It is very beneficial to have more long-range attackers. Hundreds of Alliance warriors can't get past a wall of alien insects. They will be turned into corpses before they can break through the warriors blocking magic and arrows. Some of the mutants wanted to come out of the ground. They had used this method to kill many people in the tribe before. Now they tried again, but they accidentally kicked the iron plate. The alien bugs that burrowed into the ground would not have thought that there would already be a group of enemies waiting for them to fall into the trap. Countless spider monsters greeted these alien bugs in their own unique way, with enthusiasm and deadly methods. It would be extremely boring not to have Vicrol and Vicnilas around. Leo yawned while casting spells. He looked like he was not doing his best, but no one dared to say that he was not trying his best. The green poisonous mist raging in the insect swarm, the firewall that killed and injured countless alien insects, and the spider monster that ensured the safety of one's feet. Which one was not Leo's masterpiece? It's not that Leo doesn't contribute. It's that Leo is too strong and the alien insect swarm can't get into his eyes. Demigods are indeed powerful beings. With Leo, the demigod. With us, victory is not difficult. Many Alliance warriors had this thought in their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel high spirits when fighting against the alien insects. The Alliance's offensive became more ferocious because of them, and the alien insect swarms were killed and retreated in succession. I said, let's fight in the front, and you just watch the show in the back. Isn't that good? Someone out of boredom began to harass Kaeldats. When the Horde attacked, the Blood Elves would cast a few magic spells to defeat him. But when the Alliance attacked, they didn't even bother to attack him, and just started watching. My people have to save their mana to deal with Thun. Besides, don't you exist in the Alliance? How can the Twin Emperors be your opponent? Come on. I will raid the formation for you. Isn't it true that plundering the formation for me means supporting me spiritually? I thought I was the only one who could say this. But I didn't expect you, Kaeldats, to be a bad example too. Chapter 829 Gemini. The appearance of Vekler and Vecnilas is not conspicuous in terms of size. Compared with ordinary Karaji beetle men, there is nothing special about them. If the color of their carapace were not different from other beetle men, I would think that it's not easy to tell them apart. Among the beetle men in the entire Akur Empire, only the Twin Emperor's carapace was not black, but one red and one purple. The red one is Vignilas, and the purple one is Vekler. Of course, even without looking at the color of their bodies, you can tell who they are from the weapons they use. Vignilas uses a big sword. This sword is not ordinary. The length of the sword is more than 5 meters, and the width of the sword is 3 meters. There is a dark red jade the size of a human head at the joint between the sword tip and the sword body. The crimson sword has a flat blade with only a cylindrical ridge. This sword is more powerful and domineering than Talagamon's bloody sword when used as a door panel. Wickler is using a staff with a somewhat weird style. In fact, it is not appropriate to call it a staff. Leo thinks it is more like a staff that can be used as a hammer. One red and one purple. Dressing yourself up in a flashy way. Isn't this deliberately tempting people? Leo curled his lips. He only had one comment about the Twin Emperors. Now is a war. And you have made yourselves so conspicuous. Isn't this causing hatred? With a snap of his fingers, Leo called Dragonakos out. Twilight Dragon's mission was simple. The reason why he was called out was to carry out an activity called clearing out the Silithid bugs and beetle men around the Twin Emperors. In the desert of Tanaris, Dragonakos once devoured an endless dragon. From this unlucky dragon, the Twilight Dragon obtained the secret method of time, and also gained the abilities of the Bronze Dragon. Now he is the greatest. It's time to show off your skills. Don't think that the alien bugs and beetle men next to the Twin Emperors will be as easy to deal with as before. Vignilas can greatly enhance the strength of the insects near him. And Vekler is even more amazing. He can inject energy into the body of the subordinate, and then detonate it at a certain time. Anyone who doesn't know will definitely suffer a big loss. Fortunately, with Leo as an insider and a Novarak, who knew the Twin Emperors extremely well, this kind of disadvantage could be avoided. Dragonakos, who had received Leo's order long before he came out and knew what he should do, did not delay at all. He activated the time secret method as soon as he appeared, and countless dizzying ghosts appeared on his body. That was when he summoned himself at various points in time. Possessing the secret method of time, he can call himself at various points in time to fight. Within a certain period of time, one person is equal to an army. This was originally the patent of the Bronze Dragon, and now Dragonakos also has it. He who was summoned by the Twilight Dragon at other points in time had no entity. They were existences similar to projections. This might not matter in other places, but it played a big role in this tunnel. The space of the tunnel is limited, and projections such as this, which have no entities to overlap, can completely disregard space limitations and maximize attack efficiency. The purple dragon's breath filled the entire space in an instant, and countless twilight dragon's breaths sprayed out, enveloping the alien swarm and Karaji beetle men. The attack came so suddenly that the Silithid and beetle men were completely unprepared. When they realized that the situation was not good, the twilight dragon's breath had enveloped them. Dragonakos' spray was incredible. In this limited space, more than 90% of the alien insects that failed to spread out their formation died. The insect corpses corroded by the twilight dragon's breath were countless. Leo, all he knew was that at that moment, Goldfinger gave him a reminder that the number of stored corpses had increased by nearly 1 million. Compared to the Silithids, the Karaji were much more resistant, and only about half of them died. It's just that their number is too small, and the total number of survivors is less than 8,000. Dragonakos' sudden attack wiped out most of the centaurs around the Twin Emperors, and his men suffered heavy casualties. Vignalas and Vikrol looked at the Twilight Dragon with frightening hatred. They wished they could have peeled off the Twilight Dragon's skin, ate his flesh, and tore apart his bones. If Dragonakos' goal was to generate hatred, he accomplished it perfectly. The sudden appearance of the overwhelming Twilight Dragon's breath not only scared the Karaji beetles, but also shocked Varian and others who were leading the army to fight. They did not expect that Leo would actually use such a powerful attack on the soldiers. If this hand is used to attack the Twin Emperors, as long as the timing is right, it will definitely be enough for them to drink a pot. Leo explained his behavior in just one sentence. Be careful. The Twin Emperors can make those bugs explode themselves. It turns out that these bugs can self-destruct. So wouldn't it be dangerous for them to rush into the swarm? There was a clear look in everyone's eyes. The reason why Leo did what he did just now was to save them. Even Varian couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling at the thought of the Silithid rushing towards him and detonating himself. Who can bear the self-destruction of millions of mutant bugs? Which army can withstand this? Knowing that the alien insects have the ability to self-destruct, no one dares to rush into the insect swarm as recklessly as before. Varian, Jean, Scarlet and others stayed behind, while all the Alliance soldiers who charged too hard retreated. Although they retreated quickly, they were not as fast as Wickler. Knowing that the enemy had understood his abilities, he no longer hid, and each alien insect exploded like a lighted explosive. The explosion resounded throughout the temple of Entourage. Although the explosion was violent, the Alliance's losses were minimal. When Dragonakos was asked to clean up the Silithid bugs and beetle men, Leo asked him to consciously clean up all the bugs that were close to the Alliance army. Even if there were more killed after the Twilight Dragon's breath. Not much. Alien insects rely on quantity to defeat their enemies. Thousands of bugs will rush at you, crushing you even if they can't kill you. Without their numbers, their attacks are nothing. Except for a few soldiers who were unlucky enough to be knocked down by the alien bugs. No one else died in this wave of self-destructions. Put up your shield to protect the mages and archers. Scarlet was the last one to retreat, and she suffered the strongest impact. With the help of the Holy Shield, the female paladin survived unscathed. When she returned to the Alliance formation, she commanded the soldiers to set up a shield formation, and the bugs trying to break into the Confederates were kept out, with the warriors at the forefront. The mages and archers in the rear can kill the alien bugs without any worries. The light of magic replaced the purple Twilight Dragon's breath, and the temple of Entourage was illuminated again. You know the abilities of the Twin Emperors very well. Did Anubarak tell you? Originally, I was still considering whether to take action. But seeing that you already know the abilities of your opponent, I'd better go ahead and plunder the formation for you. Teasing. Onwood was teasing. Leo gave Kale that a look of contempt. Image. You are a descendant of the Sun Chaser and the Prince of the Blood Elves. Why don't you know how to maintain your image? Where is your nobility? Where is your elegance? Damn dragon. I'm going to kill you. Vecnairas charged forward with his sword, leaving behind a row of red afterimages in a straight line, and then approached Dragonakos. So fast. Dragonakos was startled, and before he could react, Vecnairas' sword had already struck him. Resistance? The idea seems feasible given the strength of dragon scales. If Dragonakos really dares to do that, a painful lesson awaits him. There are not many weapons that can break through dragon scales, and the great sword in the hand of Vecnairas is one of them. There are very few people who can be stronger than Dragonakos, and Vecnairas is one of them. Just when Vignalas was about to kill the Twilight Dragon, a big hand came over, and Leo's demigod hand struck in time. Kung! The swords and palms struck each other, and the sound of gold and iron echoed. Leo looked at the scars on his hands and grinned in pain. This was the first time that Leo encountered a weapon that could cut through the hand of a demigod since he obtained it. Dragonakis was startled and backed away quickly. Vignelis can even cut through Leo's demigod hand. Isn't it easy to break through his dragon scales? Fortunately, the master blocked the sword for me. Otherwise, I would be seriously injured even if I wasn't dead. Twilight Dragon secretly wiped a cold sweat, knowing that he had escaped this time. Pulling out the sword, Vignelis flicked his arm, swept the sword blade away, and swept away the demigod's hand with a bang. He took up a step and pursued again, with a posture that he would not give up until he killed the Twilight Dragon. Leo took a sharp breath, and Vignelis failed to pat the wound on the demigod's hand. The pain made him grin. Seeing the red beetle man's persistence, Dragonakos' heart became angry, and the purple twilight energy rushed towards Vignelis. The energy contained in the Twilight Dragon's blow is enough to kill a legendary warrior. Even if a demigod strongman encounters it, he will try to avoid its edge. However, Vignelis turned a blind eye to the Twilight shockwave, and he charged forward with all his strength, not even taking any protective action. Dragonakos screamed in his heart. Leo reminded him that the only way to deal with Vigneris was physical strikes. How could he forget it? Vignelis caught up with the Twilight Dragon again, raised his arms, and swung his sword at Dragonakos' head before slashing him. The attack speed is too fast. I can't dodge. Dragonakis was very anxious, as his opponent's speed was far beyond what he could match. The dragon's claws and tail attacked Vigneris' body, trying to force the Karaji Emperor to withdraw his sword to defend him. However, Vigneris was determined to kill him and ignored Dragonakos' attack. The big sword still sliced the Twilight Dragon's head straight. A spear shot out from the diagonal thrust, and the bloody spear point touched the Karaji Emperor's sword, making a muffled sound like the impact of a heavy object. After this collision, Vignelis' great sword deviated from its direction and hit the empty space close to Dragonakis' dragon head. Manaroth stood with his spear pointed directly at Vigneris. Let me see what the Karaji Emperor is capable of. Chapter 830 Battle with the Twins. The best way to deal with Vigneris is to find a strong enough warrior, and Manaroth is a good choice. Although the destroyer's current strength cannot be compared with that of his heyday, he still has no problem containing Vignelis after getting rid of his weakness. How could Vignelis not be angry when his pursuit of Dragonakis was stopped twice in a row? The enraged Karaji Emperor raised his sword and slashed at Manaroth with a roar. Don't you want to see what I'm capable of? Okay, I'll make it happen for you. The great sword struck, but Manaroth did not give in. He raised his spear and faced it. Unlike Dragonakis, Manaroth was not unarmed, and his weapons were strong enough to collide with the great sword of Vigneris without any damage. Spears and swords clashed, and Manaroth took several steps back before he could stabilize his body. After all, the destroyer's strength has not returned to its peak state, and he is the only one who suffers from the head-on confrontation with Vignelis without any tricks. Fortunately, Manaroth was not fighting alone. Varian and Jin arrived when Vigneris wanted to pursue him, and the two human kings joined forces to strike out with a sword, stopping the Karaji Emperor in his tracks. Being blocked again, Vigneris' eyes flashed red, and the Karaji Emperor entered a state of rage. Vignelis' attack power skyrocketed, and his strength became extremely terrifying. The first people to experience it were the two dwarf leaders Magni and Kadros. The dwarf, who was one step behind the two human kings, smashed out his hammers. Vignelis swung his sword with one arm, and the big sword swatted the two dwarves away like flies. Aren't you just one step behind Varian and Jean? Why are we treated like trapeze artists? The two dwarves were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Was Vignelis deliberately trying to embarrass them? Otherwise, why would he go into a rage when they attacked? Is it wrong to be short or wrong to have short legs? This is discrimination, and we firmly protest. Vigneris was angry, and so was Manaroth. Fury was not the exclusive preserve of Karaji Emperors. The destroyer thrust his spear and stabbed again. Varian and Jin followed closely with their long swords. 3 weapons struck through the air. Even someone as powerful as Vignelis had to pay attention. The best defense is offense, and Vignelis' performance and reaction illustrate this sentence. The Karaji Emperor did not make any defensive gestures, and swept out his sword. If Varian and the other 3 did not block it, they could certainly hurt Vigneris, but they could take Vigneris' sword. Their lives. 1 injury for 3 lives. The Karaji Emperor's little calculation was making a lot of noise. A palm shrouded in black energy was shot out while Vignares was responding to the attacks of Manaroth and the other three, hitting the Karaji Emperor's body and staggering him. Leo seized the opportunity to sneak attack on Vignares. The demigod's hand was no match for the Karaji Emperor head-on, but he was able to attack the sap with ease. The body was out of balance, and Vignares' attack could not be guaranteed to be accurate. The three variants easily dodged the blow, and three weapons including the bloody double-headed war spear hit the Karaji Emperor. A surprising scene happened. Even with Manaroth's strength, he could not break through the defense of the carapace. This time together, Vigna's body only shook a few times more. What a hard turtle SHL. Leo was secretly surprised. Vignares' defense was more than twice as strong as Anubarak's memory. It seemed that the twin emperors had benefited a lot from Thun. It's great to have the backstage boss's strong support. No wonder everyone likes to find a strong backer for themselves. While Vigna's was shaking and unsteady, everyone gathered around to attack again. The strong wind brought hailstones the size of fists, accompanied by goose-feather heavy snow. The biting cold made people shiver. Snowstorm. Wickler, the other of the twin emperors, took action. It is already difficult to deal with one Vignalas, but if Viclor is involved, the difficulty will be doubled or tripled. Trior. Ilsa. Get hold of him. A beast demigod. A demigod enchantress. The task given by Leo is just to entangle Wickler. Is this task too easy? The two parties involved will tell you, this matter is not only not easy, but also quite difficult. The resistance of the Karaji beetles to toxins is not very strong, because their bodies are full of toxins. Ilsa and Trigor are two poisonous demigods, and their abilities are restrained by the other party. The two demigods can only use 50% of their 100% ability, and it will be a problem to hold back Vikrol if their effectiveness is greatly reduced. Fortunately, the addition of Jaina, the human archmage, made Wickler wary and restrained a lot of his energy. The pressure on Trigor and Ilsa was much easier. Upon seeing this, Leo shook the death bell, and curses such as weakness, pain, and aging entangled Wickler. And the power of King Jiro was also weakened by nearly 10% of his combat power due to this series of cursed spells. Don't underestimate this 10% combat power. If an ordinary mage has this 10% combat power, it is enough for him to fight against a legendary mage without losing. Of course, this legendary mage is only at the bottom of the legendary realm. The purple twilight energy rushed in, and Dragonakos, who transformed into a human form, joined the battle against Wickler. The Twilight Dragon's magical attack power was not weaker than Jaina's in any way, and the situation was immediately improved with his joining. A lot. However, the advantage was only temporary. When Wickler's body lit up with red light and entered a state of rage, the situation became critical again. Leo saw this scene, and he had to multitask, attacking Vignalas with the demigod hand, and casting spells to deal with Vikrol. The slapping of demigod hands, chaos arrows, bone spears, shadow arrows, and other means constantly greeted the twin emperors. The complicated attack methods were dazzling. Kael'thas observed carefully. The reason why he didn't take action in this battle was to test Leo's strength. Who told this kid to hide too deeply? If he wasn't a strong opponent, you wouldn't be able to see him fighting seriously. Vikrol and Vignalas finally did a good thing, and helped me test out Leo's true strength. Even though the fight between the two sides didn't last long, Leo's attacks were not very loud, and his powerful moves were useless. There was already a lot of information revealed in this. At least Kael'thas saw several spells that he had never seen before, and sensed several magic fluctuations that he had never encountered before, which greatly inspired him. Your Highness, do we really not need to take action? Seeing that the Alliance was at a disadvantage in the fight against the twin emperors, Lydron felt that this was a good opportunity to take action. The icing on the cake is not as good as providing help when it is time. The effect achieved by helping the Alliance at this time is 10 times and 100 times better than taking action after they have the upper hand. Don't worry about it. Leo still has a big card that he hasn't played yet. Don't you think so? Leo. Kael'thas said this so loudly that even Scarlet, who was directing the soldiers at the front line, heard it clearly. Leo was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You said you just stood aside and watched the show. So why are you talking so much? If you don't overturn my old bottom, you won't be happy. Right? Don't look at me. Seeing Jaina and others looking at him, Leo quickly explained. The place here is too small to use. No one likes their companions to hide their secrets when the enemy is in front of them. And Leo doesn't want people to misunderstand him. While Leo was distracted explaining, Triggery was injured. The three-headed sea serpent is too big and does not know the method of transformation. It cannot transform itself into a human form like Dragonakos. It is too easy for Wickler's spell to hit him. The Karaji Emperor, who entered a state of rage, hit Triggery with several magic explosions in a row. Even the physical strength of the beast demigod could not withstand the tyrannical magic impact. Triggery screamed in pain and stepped back, even though he didn't have a single scratch on his body. In fact, his internal organs had been injured by the impact of the magic explosion. Leo felt helpless when he saw this. He didn't want to use Sindragosa so soon, but now he had to use it. Sindra, who had waist-length blue hair, stepped into Triggery's vacancy, and the ice struck Vekler. Huh? A cry of exclamation sounded somewhere in the temple of Entourage. The appearance of Sindragosa caused a reaction in the heart of a creature hidden in the temple. The reaction was so strong that he came out to investigate regardless of the danger. Ichiban. When he met Sindragosa, Wickler had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. The Queen of the Blue Dragon is nicknamed the Magical Killer, and Wickler is a spellcaster. The Karaji Emperor went through several magic explosions in succession, and Sindragosa resisted forcefully. Although her body was pushed by the impact of the magic explosions, she had to stumble back. But Wickler was even more uncomfortable than she was. Once Sindra's mad spell comes out, attacking her with a spell is equivalent to hitting yourself with a spell. Wickler, let me see what you do now. The Blue Dragon Queen of Wickler was undoubtedly the best candidate. After suffering several losses, Wickler also came back to his senses. He looked at Sindragosa with a deep look in his eyes. The look of fear. Seeing that Wickler was at a disadvantage, Vignilas rushed back after enduring several attacks to protect him. Fearing Vecnira's great sword, Sindragosa and Ilsa had no choice but to retreat. In this way, the twin emperors, who had been separated, successfully reunited. It would be a huge headache to fight the twin emperors alone, let alone now that they stand together. The teaming up of Vignilas and Vikrol is by no means an ordinary mathematical problem of 1 + 1 = 2. Anyone who thinks so is really 2. The combination of a powerful warrior who is not afraid of spell damage and a powerful mage who is not afraid of physical strikes has a combat power that is several times or even 10 times that of 2. Varian and the others frowned. Vekler's magical explosion prevented them from approaching the twin emperors, and Sindragosa and Jaina's spells could not deal with Vecnilas, who was blocking Vekler's front. After causing damage, what should I do now? If the Alliance had an army comparable to the Elf Rangers, there would be a solution to this situation. But the problem is that they don't. Everyone's eyes inadvertently glanced at the Blood Elves watching the show. The Alliance did not have powerful Rangers, but there were Blood Elves. Shouldn't we ask the Blood Elves for help? Kael'thas looked on with a cold attitude, making it clear that he would not take action. When the Alliance imprisoned him in the water prison of Dalaran, Kael'thas regarded it as a lifelong shame. How could he forget it? Besides, the more unfavorable the situation is to the Alliance, the more we can see Leo's true strength. It's better to count on Leo than on me. I haven't seen him so calm. Kael'thas pointed at Leo, who smiled, his face full of confidence. It's time to take action. Anubarak. Chapter 831 Two Tragedies. Anubarak. Vignilas's body was shaken, and Vic-Cor hurriedly looked at the ground under his feet. Crypt Lord Anubarak, the top strongman of the Aziyaki civilization, was their comrade in the fight against the Troll Empire, and the only Zerg strongman of the same level as them in the Aziyaki civilization. Suddenly heard his how could he not be nervous with the name Gemini Emperor. The tension comes suddenly and goes away just as quickly. After the initial shock, Vikrol and Vignilas regained their composure. The twin emperors, who have taken refuge in the ancient god Thun, are no longer the original twins of Entourage. They are now much stronger than before. Together, they can fight even ordinary gods. Do they still need to be nervous about Anubarak's appearance? What a joke. Anubarak was despised. This was not because the twin emperors were overly arrogant, but because they had enough capital to despise the Crypt Lord. I would like to ask, does Anubarak have the help of the ancient gods? I would like to ask, has Anubarak been cultivated by the ancient gods? I would like to ask, can Anubarak be promoted to demigod under Thunus promotion like them? No. Anubarak has none of the above 3. So, why should the twin emperors pay attention to him? Due to different personal circumstances, beings who were once of the same level are no longer in the same class. Vikrol and Vignilas are completely fearless whether Anubarak is hiding in the dark. Seeing all the reactions of the twin emperors, Anubarak knew very well why Viklok and Vigniras were startled and then relaxed after hearing his name. How dare you look down on me? Don't think that you can ignore me just because you hugged Thun's lap. There are so many opportunities in this world. You can meet me, and you are not the only one who has become a demigod. If you dare to despise me, are you ready to bear all the consequences? With a trace of hatred flashing in his eyes, Anubarak did not use his usual sneak attack, but swaggered out of the ground and confronted the twin emperors. The faces of Vikrol and Vignalas were solemn. They discovered that Anubarak's body exuded the aura of a demigod. The strength of this crypt lord was not left behind by them. The twin emperors advanced to demigods because of Thun's help. Others did not know this, but they themselves knew this. However, Anubarak actually became demigods without the help of the ancient gods. What does this mean? This clearly indicates that they are inferior to Anubarak. Are we inferior to this guy? What a joke. Vekler and Veknilas were angry, especially when they saw the contempt Anubarak showed. The two Karaji emperors seemed to be ridiculed and instantly placed the crypt lord at the top of the hatred list. Bit, you two losers are worthy of being called emperors? Anubarak said, ignoring the fire-breathing gazes of the twin emperors, and spit out a palm-sized beetle from his mouth. Ancient Occur artifact. Vekler and Veknilas looked horrified as the twin emperors became aware of the power contained in the Ancient Occur artifact, which had been fully activated by Anubarak. Tremble. Fear. Scream. Ha ha ha. Very satisfied with the performance of the twin emperors, Anubarak was in a great mood. He laughed wildly and activated the ancient artifact of the Aziyaki civilization under the horrified eyes of Vikrol and Vignalas. Vikrol and Vignalas wanted to escape, but Trior, Dragonakos, Ilsa and Manilos, who had already received Leo's orders, blocked their escape route. Leo the demigod's hand was also ready, and Syndra even used a wall of ice to seal one end of the tunnel. The twin emperor's attempt to escape was shattered. It's not for nothing that the palm-sized beetle I can make the twin emperors fearful. A wave of vague and non-existent waves spread with Anubarak as the center. When this wave touched the bodies of the two Karaji emperors, they felt. The carapace of the watch has changed. The color on the carapace of Vignalas and Vikler was like paint that had been exposed to water, falling off little by little, revealing the black inside. These falling red and purple light spots quickly converged in the air, forming two palm-sized beetle LS, one red and one purple. When the two beetle LS were formed, they gradually flew towards the ancient Yaki artifact in Anubarak's hand. Vekler and Veknalas stretched out their hands in fear, trying to catch the two beetle LS, but their hands passed over it, and the two beetle LS were like phantoms, visible but intangible. The artifacts gave you magical abilities to fight the trolls. It's time to take them back. Anubarak looked ferocious, and Vekler and Veknalas dared to despise him, and he took great pleasure in revenge. Some are happy and some are sad. The crypt lord was happy, but the twin emperors felt like they were mourning their heirs. They really didn't expect that Anubarak would have the lost artifact of the Aziyaki civilization in his hands, and they didn't expect that Anubarak would completely activate the artifact. Just these two people unexpectedly made them fall into a trap. Abyss. Without the special color on their bodies, the appearance of Wickler and Wickneras is no different from ordinary beetle people. What's worse is that this is not over yet. After the two beetle LS, one red and one purple, were sucked into the ancient Yaki artifact, Anubarak fiddled with it again. The sword in Veknilas' hand and Vikler's scepter were transformed in less than half a second. It shrunk to the size of a finger in time. And then the two shrunken weapons flew towards the ancient Yaker artifact like the two beetle LS before, having lost the magical power given by the artifact. And now even the weapons in their hands. Vikrol and Vignalas were so ordinary that they were thrown into a pile of beetle men to keep outsiders from recognizing their identities. The whole process reads very long, but actually only takes about 10 seconds. If Anubarak hadn't been fiddling with the artifact in his hand to exert its function, the process would have been even shorter. As if to demonstrate, Anubarak shook the lifelike beetle L in his hand at the frustrated twin emperors. Anubarak smiled so much that a flower seemed to bloom on his face, which was so happy. If they could, Vigneras and Viklor would skin and dismember Anubarak right now. The crypt lord deprived them of the power they obtained from the artifact. Although they were still demigods, their actual combat power was lower, more than several times, without the power given by the artifact. What else can you do? As soon as Anubarak lowered his head and burrowed into the ground, Vikrol and Vignalas stared in panic. However, at this time, Leo had ordered Ilsa, Manilos and other subordinates to attack them, forcing them to no time to intercept another rack. Emperor? Ha ha ha. Do you two losers deserve this title? The Crypt Lord's voice came out from the big hole he drilled, and his sarcastic and contemptuous tone made Wickler and Wickner's almost vomit blood. After another act made such a fuss, Manaroth and others made a surprising discovery when they fought against the Twin Emperors again. Vignelas, who was not afraid of spell attacks, actually dodged the incoming chaos arrows, while Vickler kept dodging the bone spear shot by Leo. This situation shows that there is absolutely no need to explain anything. Wickler and Wickneras have lost their immunity to physical blows and spell attacks, and they can now only rely on their bodies to resist. It turns out that the power granted by the ancient Yakker artifact is attack immunity. Kael'dat's face turned ugly when he thought of this. How did the ancient Yakker artifact get into Leo's hands? Isn't it the trophy he picked up for fun when he accompanied the Blood Elves to attack Zolomon? Kael'dat's clearly remembered the casual look on Leo's face at that time, and also clearly remembered that he had given him instructions on how to use the artifact. There were so many Blood Elves when they attacked Zolomon. Why didn't anyone just pick up things? Why doesn't anyone collect the loot? There was only one Leo at that time. He was only one person. When attacking Zolomon, tens of thousands of Blood Elves were distracted at the same time. But the most valuable loot was picked up by Leo casually when he was bored. The Blood Elf Prince was depressed. He shouldn't be playing tricks like this anymore. Leo, you already knew that, right? Kael'dat's gritted his teeth with hatred. He felt his blood boiling when he thought about how he had ignored the ancient Yakker artifact. The most depressing thing about this world is not that you can't see the artifact, but that you see the artifact but don't recognize it, and you generously let people take it away. Well, Leo scratched his face and raised an eyebrow at Kael'dat's, his face full of teasing. I'm not doing this just to avoid hurting your fragile mind, in case you get angry. It's too bad to come anyway. Look, I care about you. Are you happy to have me as your friend? Happy? I'm so happy that I want to kill you. It was okay if he didn't ask, but Kael'dat's became even more angry when asked. Didn't Leo mean to make people angry? Yes, this kid definitely did it on purpose. As the saying goes, 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years to the west of the river. Before, Kael'dat's teased Leo, which made Leo depressed. Now it was Leo's turn to tease him. The Blood Elf Prince was so angry that he almost broke the Sindori's scepter. Without the ability to save damage and weapons, the unarmed Vikrol and Vignelas could only rely on their bodies to fight, although they still had the strength of demigods at this time. Compared with before, they were like being pulled out. A tiger without its claws is a pitiful threat. Trigor and Dragonakos, who had transformed back into the dragon form, knew that it was their turn to show off their power. With their huge size and strong body, they collided head-on, probably crushing the Twin Emperors on the spot. Momentum. But demigods are still demigods. How can it be so easy for the Twin Emperors not to crush them? Vignelas waved his claws to block Trigor and Dragonakos, while Vignelas continued to use magic explosions, and Ilsa sprayed poison under the impact of magic. The fog cannot come close. Leo's evaluation of the behavior of the Twin Emperors was only 4 words: death struggle. Barak, Syndra, these 2 guys are left to you. I am too lazy to take action again. Chapter 832, Get rid of one of the 2. Vikrol and Vignelas were furious. What is Leo's attitude towards them? Contempt. Undisguised contempt. Since the birth of the Twin Emperors, no one has ever dared to treat them like this. Today, just today, a human being defied countless people in front of them. Listening to Leo's tone of voice, it seemed that the dignified Twin Emperors of the Yaki Empire were no different from the cats and dogs on the roadside. It was a great honor for both of them to even be able to take a look at them. The Twin Emperors looked at Leo with malicious eyes. If the eyes were lethal, Leo would have been torn into pieces by them at this time. It's useless for you to glare at me. I just despise you, and I just don't bother to take action. What can you do to me? Giving the Twin Emperors a provocative look, Leo put his hands on his chest, looking like he was waiting for the show to begin. Onlooker status is on. Twin Emperors? It's not that I look down on you, but my men are too powerful. If you have time to glare at me, you might as well think about how to deal with their attacks. Someone came to a 45-degree angle and looked up at the sky. He looked so invincible and lonely that he didn't show it. He was so pretentious that it couldn't be more obvious. There was no sky here. Only the top of the tunnel with strange luminous plants hanging upside down. To say who Wickler and Wicknerath want to kill most right now is not the Crypt Lord of Nuvarak, who used the ancient Yaki artifact to take away their special abilities, but Leo. There is no need to think about killing Leo in the current situation of the Twin Emperors, because they can no longer protect themselves. Before Nuvarak deprived them of the ability obtained from the ancient Yaki artifact, the two poisonous demigods Ilsa and Trigor posed a very small threat to them. But without their immunity to damage, the three-headed sea snakes and succubi have become their most troublesome opponents. The venom arrows shot by Trigor are no longer ineffective when hitting Vignelas. They can corrode holes into the SH.L of the Yakkar Emperor. He has always been fearless of physical strikes and poisons. Vignelas had to dodge in embarrassment. This was true for Vignelas, who was blocking the front. And Vikler, who was standing behind his brother, was even more unbearable. The toxins could act on him and cause him harm even when the damage immunity ability was still there. Let alone now. Although Trigor was very powerful in using poison, he was insufficient compared to Ilsa. The poisonous SH.LS of the demigod succubus were fired at a speed of 10 rounds per second, and the green poisonous balls hit him all over the face, leaving Vignelas unable to hide. Even Viclor behind him was hit one after another. Bomb. The two poisonous demigods showed their power. Triggery and Ilsa swept away their previous depression and beat the Twin Emperors into a state of disarray. It really lives up to the saying, things are changing. The Twin Emperors were in a hurry just to deal with Triggery and Ilsa's attacks, let alone others joining in. Manarotha's War Spear, Syndragos' Magic, and Dragonakos' Twilight Shock. Any of them are enough to break through their defenses and harm their bodies. Although the Twin Emperors continued to fight back, trying to suppress their opponent's momentum with ferocious attacks, they were unable to defeat the four-handed opponent with their fists. Under the siege of a group of strong men, they soon only had the ability to defend themselves and not attack to kill. The power of the enemy. Alliance strongmen such as Varian and Magni did not stand idly by. They did not pay attention to the rules of fighting alone. Fighting with the Beetle Men was not a duel between nobles. There were not so many rules to talk about, let alone because of their own side. They don't take action when they have an advantage. The word "be kind" to the enemy does not exist in their dictionary. Going into battle to kill the enemy. Isn't it just to kill the enemy and gain victory? That being the case, why should we be merciful to our enemies? Beating up demigods. And beating up two demigods at once. This kind of opportunity is not something you can just come across. As the saying goes, if you pass by, don't miss it. As long as the 988-foot Tightening Man takes it home. Well, it seems that I got it wrong. Varian has merged Salamini's two swords into Salamini's great sword. After the two swords were merged, the sword seemed to be weightless, and the speed of his sword was more than twice as fast as before. Not only that, the merged great sword is wrapped with a faint shadow. This shadow not only blocks mental perception, but also prevents the sword from making even a sound when it dances, making it impossible to obtain its power through perception. The location can only be seen with your eyes. In the melee, how much time do you have to pay attention to Varian? Even if you pay attention, you may not be able to dodge his sharp sword. Vecnalas felt this most deeply, for the double swords of Salamini left dozens of scars on his body. Varian played well, and Jean didn't show any weakness. The long sword of the King of Gilnia seems ordinary, and does not seem worthy of attention at all. But as Jean, how can his sword be a piece of ordinary iron? Whenever Jin's swords hit Vecnaras' body, the Karaji Emperor trembled all over, and a force like a needle penetrated into his body along the place where the sword tip hit. Like a needle. The pain kept attacking the Karaji Emperor. If it were just one or two swords, it wouldn't have any impact on Vignelas. But Jean's sword was like the wind, and it could hit one sword every second on average. If there were too many swords hit, Vignelas would be unable to do it again. Neglected. Because of the pain, the Karaji Emperor's body was affected, and even his defensive movements began to go out of shape. In terms of strength, Magni and Kadros were only on par with the two human kings, and the seemingly crude sledgehammers in their hands were not ordinary weapons. The two dwarf leaders were able to break a small piece of carapace with each hammer. With their efforts, Vignelas in front quickly became a barefoot. The carapace on his feet was completely broken by the two dwarfs piecemeal. Fall off. At this moment, a fiery red figure flew out from the Alliance army formation. This was Gaelai, the flame dragon eagle. The Gale people arrived before they could attack. Hundreds of flames flew out. The speed of these flames seemed slow, but was actually as fast as a galloping horse. When Vignelas discovered Gale, the fire bomb was already approaching. Boom boom boom. After hundreds of non-stop bombardments and the constant impact of hundreds of firebomb explosions, Vignilas took 2 steps back unwillingly, his body shaking constantly. Although he was uninjured, Vignilas was still angry at being repelled. A tiger is bullied by a dog. A dragon is tricked by a shrimp in the shallows. When did a majestic demigod fall to the point where he was forced to retreat by a few mortals in the legendary realm? Humiliation. Anger. When Vignilas was about to kill the proud flame dragon eagle that was screaming in the air, 2 golden rays of light flashed across his legs. Severe pain. The pain is so severe that one can't help but scream. Vignilas' body fell to the ground with a bang, and the Karaji Emperor's screams echoed throughout the Ankuraj temple. Scarlet jumped back to avoid the bodily fluids spurting out from where Vignilas' legs were broken. To Emperor Law, these body fluids were as precious as human blood. But to humans, they were extremely poisonous. He used the flame dragon eagle Gailai to attract the attention of the twin emperors, and used fire bombs to confuse their sight. With these, he quietly covered up, and then used the sword of Ashkandi to cut off the legs of Vignilas. This is what Scarlet did before. It's a very successful plan to completely hit Vignilas with one blow, isn't it? Leo clapped his hands and cheered for Scarlet, the punishment knight who dual wields the swords of Ashkandi. Vignilas, can you afford to hurt me? When fighting, I no longer just hit and rush. When did this silly girl learn to attack sneakily? I hope she won't be like Kaeldats, who didn't learn from my strengths and instead absorbed my shortcomings. A sentence came to Leo's mind. Those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black. When Vignilas fell, Vikler, who had been hiding behind him, had to step forward. However, how does Vikrol's physical defense compare to Vignilas? Within 10 seconds, the Karaji Emperor's body was covered with scars. At this time, Vignilas, who fell to the ground, had just recovered from the severe pain of losing his legs. It only took a dozen seconds to suppress the pain after both legs were cut off. Could a human demigod do that? The twin emperors were worthy of being the emperors who commanded the Akur Empire. Their physical fitness alone was beyond comparison. Vignilas struggled to stand up again, knowing that his life would be in danger at any time after his legs were cut off. Don't forget, Crypt Lord Anubarak is still spying. Leo seemed to be talking to himself and said to the air, Barak, stop playing. There is still a fun waiting for us. Before he finished speaking, the ground where Vignilas was suddenly collapsed. Vikrol hurriedly tried to hold his brother to prevent him from falling. However, Ilsa, Trior, Manilos and others, the man suddenly exerted his strength and was hit by such a violent attack that he could only retract his hands to defend himself. A bottomless hole appeared on the ground. But Vignilas did not fall. Although he lost his legs, he still had his hands. The Karaji Emperor inserted his hands into the wall of the cave and hung himself in the air. 2 thick arms stretched out from the darkness, grabbed Vignira's body, and forced him down while the Karaji Emperor struggled. The sound of fierce fighting and Anubarak's screams came from the cave. Laugh wildly. Vekler's heart felt cold. With Vignilas in his current state, what would happen if he was dragged underground by Anubarak? As time goes by, the sounds of fighting coming from the underground are rapidly diminishing, and Anubarak's laughter is becoming clearer and clearer. Ding! Wickler felt as if something was broken within his body, and he lost his sense of Wigneras. The host kills Vignilas, the extraction of the item is successful, and the host obtains Karaji Emperor Mark. Do you want to extract it? One of the twin emperors has died. A smile emerged from the corner of Leo's mouth. He originally thought it was a tough battle, but he didn't expect that the ancient Yaki artifact helped him a lot. His decision to go to Zolamon to gain experience with Kaeldats was really the right decision. Chapter 833 Something Unusual. The host kills Wickler. The extraction of items is successful. The host obtains Karaji Emperor weapon. Do you want to extract it? Accompanying this reminder was the fall of the twin emperors of the Akur Empire. Shortly after the death of Vigniras, the lonely Viklor was also killed. The one who dealt the final blow was none other than Anubarak, who raided from the underground. The Crypt Lord is very vengeful. If Vikrol and Vignilas dare to underestimate him, they will get his fatal revenge. After killing the twin emperors of the Yakir Empire, the fighting spirit of the Karaji beetles collapsed in an instant. The group of dragons had no leader, and even the ferocious mutants, who were not afraid of death, began to flee. Cut the grass without eradicating its roots, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. The enemy's defeat did not make the Alliance soldiers feel any softer. In their understanding, the insects of the Yaki Empire have super reproductive power, and they cannot be let go. Otherwise the insect swarms will come back soon. Puzzlingly, Leo stopped them. Under the strange eyes of the Alliance soldiers, a Nubarak walked to the front while holding the ancient Yaki artifact. The Crypt Lord made an unknown sound from his mouth. After this sound appeared, the fleeing Karaji Beetle men stopped. They turned around and quickly converged on a Nubarak. Seeing this scene, some Alliance soldiers were nervous, while others looked at a Nubarak thoughtfully. Is Leo going to use a Nubarak to conquer the Silithids and Kiraji? There are many people who have this idea. There is no shortage of smart people in this world. And Leo has done it so obviously. How many people can't guess it? Jaina frowned. The insects in the Yakir Empire were controlled by the ancient god Thun. How confident was Leo that he could control them? The female mage wanted to raise her own question. But Varian spoke first. Can you control these bugs? When Varian said this, he was not looking at the Silithid and Kiraji Beetle people, but at a Nubarak. The Zerg are a highly hierarchical group. They will only obey the orders of the superiors in the tribe, even if the order requires them to die. A Nubarak gathered the remaining Zerg in the Yaki Empire. The Zerg who lost the twin emperors Vekler and Viknalas were willing to serve him as their leader. Leo did not need one bug after another to control this power. To control, all he had to do was control a Nubarak. Varian's question is whether Leo can completely control the Crypt Lord. Seeing that no one objected to letting a Nubarak control the Zerg, or even if someone objected, they would not say it. After all, a Nubarak was already Leo's pet, and no one wanted to offend a demigod. Leo's song. With this tone, his most troublesome problem was solved. When it came to controlling a Nubarak, Leo was not worried at all. He nodded confidently to Varian, who pondered for a while, and then stopped talking. Not speaking is the default. Seeing Varian like this, Jean and Magni didn't come out to be this evil person. But Scarlet had some doubts. With the ability of these bugs to reproduce, we have nowhere to put them. The swarm of Silithid insects relies on quantity to kill enemies. If the number is too small, it will be of no use. However, if you want to increase the number of Silithid bugs, you must give them a large enough land. This means that the bugs conquered by a Nubarak must at least establish a giant insect nest. And how can the current Arathor kingdom get such a large piece of land? And how can it provide so many resources? Leo had already thought about this, and he replied in a low voice, the land of the Arathor kingdom in this world cannot support these insects. The resources we have are not enough to develop our own kingdom. How can we spend it? In them? But if it doesn't exist in this world, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in other worlds. Draenor, the home of the orcs. This term emerged from Scarlet's mind, and the female paladin understood that Leo wanted to put the Zerg conquered by a Nubarak into the world of Draenor. The benefits of doing so were obvious. First of all, the resources in the world of Draenor are not Arathor's own. No matter how much the bugs consume, they will not spend even a grain of food, and there will be no hardtake at all. Secondly, there are so many unowned lands in the world of Draenor that there is no fear that there will not be enough space for the insect swarms to build insect nests. So what if there is an owned land? Wouldn't they be snatched away? Thirdly, with a Nubarak conquering the swarm, the kingdom of Arathor has an extra army. It will invest more power in the enclosure movement planned by Leo and Kaeldats, and can occupy more territory. Just more. With these three advantages, Scarlet would naturally not object to conquering the insect swarm. As soon as Leo's explanation came out, everyone's faces showed a look of understanding. No one in this world is stupider than anyone else. If Scarlet can think of it, they will naturally think of it. They can also think of things that Scarlet didn't expect. When the bugs led by a Nubarak developed to a certain scale in the world of Draenor, once there was a conflict between humans and dragons and other races in the native world. These bugs were a powerful reinforcement. Think about it. With the overwhelming swarm of insects and the human army, even the dragon army may not dare to win easily. If Leo's plan is put into practice and succeeds, it is not impossible for humans to become the second mortal race after the night elves to talk to the dragons on an equal footing. It was precisely because of this thought that Varian and Jean did not object. It was also for this reason that Jaina did not speak even though she felt it was inappropriate. Magni and Kaderos secretly communicated. Leo's behavior has changed a lot since he was promoted to demigod. In the past, even if he wanted to do something, he would do it quietly. But now, he doesn't hide anything. This is what strength brings. Changes in mentality. I just did it. So what do you know? Come and stop me if you don't like it. If you have the ability. The reason for such changes is ultimately strength. The strength that brings confidence. The leaders all acquiesced that others would naturally stay out of trouble. Although many soldiers were very hostile to the Karaji beetles, who had fought fiercely with them before, the development of the matter would not be based on their will. Vikler and Vignalas have been killed by us, and the insects of the Yaki Empire have also been conquered by us. There is only one Thun left in this temple, Leo said and pointed at the soldiers. Expressed his opinion. There is no use for ordinary warriors to stay. Besides, the entrance to the temple of Ankaraj must be guarded. All soldiers except mages should withdraw. Thun is the ancient god, a terrifying existence that is countless times more powerful than ordinary gods. Ordinary soldiers will have no other use except to die. The mages are different. Their individual abilities are indeed not enough in front of Thun, but they can deploy powerful magic arrays and gather the strength of everyone to fight against Thun. The mage stays, and the others withdraw to guard the entrance to the temple of Ankaraj. The herald ran in the tunnel and conveyed the order to every soldier. Being accustomed to obeying orders is a basic requirement for all soldiers in the regular army. Therefore, after receiving the order, many Alliance soldiers had to return to the way they came despite being unwilling to do so. The Alliance soldiers were retreating, but the Blood Elf army was silent. As a race where all people are capable of magic, the Blood Elves are very confident in magic, so they naturally do not need to evacuate. All the people left behind had serious expressions on their faces. Next they had to face the ancient god Thun, whom they had only heard of in legends. Everyone knew how dangerous this battle was, and no one knew the final outcome of this battle. What will happen? Maybe their entire army was wiped out, and they were defeated by Thun, or maybe they would win and return in triumph with full glory. But even if Thun is defeated, this battle will definitely result in heavy casualties. Those who are alive will become admired heroes and the protagonists in the songs of bards, while those who are dead will be nothing. Maybe someone will mourn them. But the question is, who will know your name? To deal with Thun, the Blood Elves could no longer stand aside with the mentality of watching a show. Under the orders of Kaeldats, the proud Sindorii and the humans walked towards the deepest part of the temple of Ankaraj. There was no sadness or joy on Leo's face. No expression at all. And no one could tell what he was thinking about now. Kaeldats held the Sindorii scepter very hard in his hand, and his knuckles were a little white. Fortunately, the skin of the Blood Elves was originally white, and no one noticed it. Are you nervous? Leo glanced sideways at Kaeldats. Others couldn't notice the strangeness of the Blood Elf prince because they didn't have enough mental perception. Leo was different. He was a demigod with Kaeldats, and was so close to him. Don't know? Nervous? Am I nervous? When asked by Leo, Kaeldats took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it. In the process, he calmed down his mind. About to face the powerful ancient god, even Kaeldats will be nervous. But if you are nervous, you will make mistakes. And if you make mistakes, you will fail. If you fight against a terrifying existence like Thun, the outcome will be obvious, and you will die if you fail. Kaeldats didn't want to die, so he had to eliminate the tension in his heart. Fortunately, the Blood Elf Prince had great self-control, so he could achieve this with just one breath. Leo smiled, resumed his expressionless state, and continued to move forward. His unhurried pace was as if he was walking in the palace of Strongard. Instead of dealing with the powerful and terrifying Thun, going to fight an ancient god. Even if the ancient god was sealed by the Titan and could only use a very small part of his strength, it was impossible for Leo not to be nervous. The reason why Leo performed like this was entirely due to the twin emperors of the Akur Empire, Vignalas and Vikler. Vikrol and Vignalas are demigods. Demigods with divinity. After killing them, Goldfinger's prompt should show the absorption of divinity and the activation of the soul stone. But it just didn't show up. Is this situation normal? Of course it's not normal. Something out of the ordinary is a monster. So of course Leo had to investigate, with his mind focused on exploring the anomaly prompted by the golden finger. How could Leo still have the time to be nervous? Chapter 834. You won't know until you fight. The empty land stretches as far as the eye can see, making people feel insignificant when being in it. A gust of wind blew by, and the refreshing coldness penetrated straight into the body. The bone-chilling chill made people shiver several times. This is the loneliness, emptiness, and coldness of the desert night. Fortunately, there is still a bright moon hanging high in the sky. The bright moonlight gives people light in this black night, making people no longer afraid of the darkness. The light also brings warmth to people's hearts. The soldiers standing in the wind feel that their bodies are no longer cold. Why do night elves believe in the moon god? It seems that the answer has been found to give them light in the darkness. Bring them warmth, and guide them forward. Neralex stood at the entrance to the Temple of Encourage, looking up at the bright moon in the sky, thinking endlessly. The Horde troops led by Sorfang and Rexer have withdrawn, and even many soldiers from the Alliance have appeared at the entrance to the Temple of Encourage. Neralex received the latest news from them that the Yakkar Empire is over. The Alliance killed Vecnilas and Veclor, and is now heading to the deepest part of the Temple of Encourage. They are going to challenge the ancient god Thun, who was sealed in the temple by the Titans. Neralex really felt dumbfounded when he learned about the Alliance's actions. Should I say that Varian and the others are arrogant? Or should I say that they are too ignorant? With their little strength, they dare to challenge the ancient god. Even if this ancient god can only exert a very small part of his power, they are not able to match him. Thinking of this, Neralex shook his head in a funny way. The new race is the new race. They always dream of soaring into the sky. They don't know how high and thick the sky is. They think they are strong and will break through the cleavage. There, in order to declare one's dominance, one wants to gain the admiration of others. Little do they know that in the eyes of a truly tyrannical race with profound knowledge, their behavior is like a clown, which is both childish, ignorant, and ridiculous. Human beings think that having a demigod can stand at the top of the world and have the same status as the dragon Night Elves, and they even don't hesitate to offend the dragon. This step is really bad. If a demigod could make humans stand at that level, the Guardians would have done it long ago. Why did they have to wait until Leo appeared? After Leo became a demigod, humans couldn't wait to jump out. They would not understand their own weakness if they were not taught a lesson. I hope they can put away their ridiculous ambitions after this failure. Neralex had already concluded that the Alliance could not win before the battle with the ancient god had begun. It was not that the Night Elves looked down on the Alliance, but that Thun was simply too powerful. Ancient races such as the Night Elves understand the tyranny and terror of the old god much better than humans, who have only a little knowledge of it. Before going to trouble Thun, Leo knew that this battle would not be easy, but he did not expect it to be so difficult. Their journey encountered trouble before they saw any sign of Thun. Countless flesh hunters blocked the road leading to the deepest part of the temple, making it impossible for the Alliance army to move forward. Flesh hunters. This title sounds a bit unfair, and people who don't know them think they are some incredible creatures. But in fact they are just a kind of sludge monster. If just ordinary sludge monsters can't cause any hindrance to the army with Leo and Kael'thas, naturally it won't be a problem. However, what if these flesh hunters are from the hands of Thun? How boring is the ancient god Thun, who has nothing to do to create sludge monsters. Visitus was created by Thun, and Thun was also responsible for the birth of Oro. The essence of this ancient god, who has been imprisoned in the Temple of Encourage for countless thousands of years, is to change the world. He is a technical nerd who has enough ability and enough time to create many weird gadgets according to his ideas. Take the Yakkar Empire for example. Why are there aliens and beetle men? Why are Princess Hahoran and Princess Yaki of the Yaki Empire Silithians, while Veclor and Vecnilas are beetle men similar to humans? The Yaki civilization is a Zerg civilization. When a Nubarak fought side by side with the twin emperors, they were all in the form of alien insects. Later, the Yaki civilization was defeated by the Troll Empire, which caused the Zerg to split. The twin emperors were in Silithus. The Yakkar Empire was established but was controlled by Thun. Under the transformation of this ancient god, the Beetle talents emerged. Therefore, the emergence of the Beetle men is the masterpiece of Thun. He selected the strong ones among the mutants and transformed them. So the Karaji Beetle men, who were dozens of times more powerful than ordinary mutants, were born. Looking at the densely packed flesh and blood hunters, Kael'thas frowned. The image of the flesh hunter is disgusting. Just imagine what it would be like to see a large puddle of mud squirming on the ground. Not to mention that they also emitted bursts of strong stench that made people almost want to vomit. A wall of ice blocked the flesh hunters and separated the group of sludge monsters from everyone. Kael'thas said to Leo with a look of disgust, "Do you feel it? These disgusting things contain laws. Power. They must be something created by Thun. And it will take a lot of our magic power to deal with them." It's not impossible to use Kael'thas and Leo's ability to deal with the flesh hunters blocking the road. Thun doesn't expect to use these sludge monsters to block the enemies that can destroy the Yakkar Empire. Their role is just consumption. The strength of the opponent. In other words, these flesh hunters are consumables known as cannon fodder. The more the enemy wants, the less he can get it. And the more the enemy wants you to do, the less he can do it. Kael'thas was unwilling to take action against the flesh hunters just to prevent Thun from getting his wish. Who knows if Thun will be behind these flesh hunters? If a lot of magic power is consumed on the flesh hunters, wouldn't it be extremely bad when facing Thun? Leo scratched his face. He also had this concern. Even though Leo is now a demigod warlock, and has many ways to replenish his magic power, and has no concern about the consumption of magic power, one would think that he can cast magic without any scruples. You must know that casting a spell consumes not only magic power, but also mental power. And mental power cannot be replenished as quickly as magic power. This is like playing a game alone. As long as the characters in your game have enough medicine, they can keep killing monsters and monsters. But can you hold on? Once you are mentally exhausted and fall asleep, isn't the game character you control useless even if it has full health and mana? Looking at the mage army behind him, Leo knew that it was their time to show off. Jaina raised her staff. The human archmage understood the concerns of Leo and Kael'dats, and also knew that these two demigods were the main force of their side when dealing with Thun. In order to maintain their peak condition and facing Thun, they cannot waste their combat power on the flesh hunters. The chance of magic lingered in the tunnel. Both the mages and blood elves in the Alliance army began to gather magic elements. Once Kael'dats let go of the ice wall blocking the way, they would give the flesh hunters a head-on attack. It must be said that the collective power is powerful. The flesh hunter who has been manipulated by Thun contains the power of law. Even if it is just a tiny trace of law, not everyone can fight against it. At least more than 80% of the people here have no chance of winning when facing a flesh hunter alone. But now these mages who are not flesh and blood hunters have gathered together. When Kael'dats let go of the ice wall, the dizzying magic of all kinds rushed towards the flesh and blood hunters like a tide. The flesh and blood hunters, with the power of law became, he was so helpless that he was reduced to rubbish, and could not die anymore. The mages are taking action. And Leo is not idle either. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still flesh. Although the power of law in the flesh hunter's body is small, it cannot be let go. A little can add up to a lot. When the magic power of the mage army was consumed by the flesh hunters, the power of the law that Leo absorbed from it was already worth the harvest from a demigod. In other words, if the power of these laws is placed on a legendary strongman, it is enough to create a demigod. The ancient god is the ancient god, and the power of law that can create demigods was actually used by him to conduct experiments on the sludge monster. And he was extremely wealthy. Although Leo has gained a lot, he still can't laugh. The power of law collected from the flesh hunter is so much, which shows the terror of Thun's strength. How can he laugh when he is about to fight against such an enemy? Kael'dats saw Leo's face gradually sinking, and his heart became heavy. The Alliance's mage army and blood elf army almost exhausted their magic power to kill all the flesh hunters blocking the road. According to Kael'dats' estimate, the number of flesh hunters they killed was more than 30,000. With so many flesh hunters, all contain the power of law, and all are given by Thun. How terrifying is the strength of this ancient god? Maybe Thun can't create gods, but it's not difficult for him to create demigods. Being able to create a demigod, this ability alone puts Kael'dats beyond his reach. But it is precisely because of the power of Thun that it inspired the Blood Elf Prince's fighting spirit. Isn't defeating such a powerful enemy a challenge to oneself? There will be a tough battle ahead. Leo. Kael'dats looked at Leo, with an inexplicable fire burning in his eyes, which was the excitement when encountering a powerful enemy. Casting a sidelong glance at the Blood Elf Prince, Leo curled his lips and replied, I know what you want to say. If Thun has that ability, I don't mind letting him see my true strength. Haha. Kael'dats patted Leo on the shoulder. I definitely wouldn't believe it if someone else said this. But you are different. He was about to face the ancient god Thun, but he spoke so arrogantly. This guy really has an absolutely powerful trump card as I thought. Crossing his hands in front of his chest, Leo curled his lips and shouted disdainfully at Thun. Don't be intimidated by the name of the ancient god. No matter how strong he is just a prisoner. He is still a prisoner who can only stretch out one eye. If we join forces, we can't even resist 1,000th of his strength? Leo fiddled with the mirror of the soul world hanging on his chest, looking at the light reflected by the crystal mirror with a confused look. Win. Lose? You have to fight to know. Chapter 835 The First Problem. Legend has it that the old gods are parasitic symbionts with light and dark sensitivity from space. After being defeated by the Titans, they cast a curse of flesh and blood on the world. As a result, flesh and blood creatures were able to appear in this world. What are flesh and blood creatures? Literally understood, it is a creature of flesh and blood, such as humans, elves, and dwarves. If the scope is expanded, It is generally understood that animals and plants are considered flesh and blood creatures. It can be said that without the ancient gods, there would be no human beings. If we were to return to our origins, instead of worshipping the ancient gods, human beings should at least be grateful to them. But now they regard the ancient gods as their enemies. Why is this? Because the ancient gods have no good intentions, casting a curse of flesh and blood on this world. The ancient gods not only cause trouble for the Titans, but also absorb the creatures of this world. Titans create rock creatures, what people call earth spirits. The rock creature old god is difficult to absorb. It's like eating. Would you say it's easier to eat meat or stones? By transforming rock life into flesh life, the stone becomes flesh, making it easy and delicious for the old gods to eat them. No creature would be willing to be used as food. And intelligent races such as humans and elves were even less willing. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. This is why humans are enemies of the ancient gods. The Temple of Encourage is where the Titans sealed Thun. As Leo said, this is a prison, and Thun is the prisoner in the prison. The prisoner wants to escape all the time, but the prison is very strong. He cannot destroy it all at once. He can only use his foolish spirit to destroy it bit by bit, making the gap in the prison wider inch by inch. After tens of thousands of years of hard work, the prison finally opened a hole under the constant collision of prisoners. This hole was enough for the prisoners to use part of their strength to poke out. With the help of these powers, Thun controlled some of the Zerg that were defeated by the trolls, and the Yakkar Empire became a pawn in his hands. It was with the help of this power that Thun controlled Cho'Gall, and the infamous Twilight's Hammer was born. Why the Twilight's Hammer contacted the Karaji beetles behind the beetle wall, and why the Silicads wouldn't attack them, is because of Thun. Now, what Leo has to face is the eyeball of this ancient god. The deepest part of the Temple of Encourage is different from the previous narrow tunnels. When you enter here, you will feel a sudden sense of enlightenment. When you get used to the tunnels dug by the Silithid, a large square with no horizon suddenly appears in your field of vision. This will always be the case. In the middle of the square, a purple ball stood there quietly. Looking at the purple ball, everyone's breathing became heavier. This is Thun's eyeball. The ancient god Thun exists only in legends. An eyeball is as tall as a 5-story building. How big would it be if it were Thun's body? Thun has 1,000 eyes. So this guy is bigger than Gruul. Not to mention that Thun's body cannot be made up of only eyeballs. Thinking of other parts of Thun's body, Leo couldn't help but think of the towering tentacles of the pillars of the Silithus swarm. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Shaking his head, Leo threw this idea away. Careful. Kael'thas stretched out his hand to stop Leo. The Blood Elf Prince pointed to the ground in the square outside the tunnel. Leo's eyes narrowed, and he secretly thought it was dangerous. The square outside the tunnel is no ordinary square. There is no ground there. It is full of dark green liquid. Since the liquids are calm and without any ripples, if you don't pay more attention, you won't notice that they are liquids, and will only subconsciously think that they are the ground. Dark green. So calm without any ripples. This is a pool of stagnant water. No! It is absolutely incorrect to say that it is stagnant water. To be precise, it should be venom. Extremely poisonous venom. Leo has no doubt about the lethality of these venoms. If he accidentally steps on them, he will be in great trouble even if he masters the laws of the poison system. Even if he can successfully drive out the poison in the end, his strength will be greatly damaged. Thun is so insidious. If Kael'thas hadn't been sharp-eyed, I might have been tricked by him. You can't touch this water. The dark green liquid was immediately poisonous, and Leo didn't need to remind everyone that they couldn't get it on them. So a big problem posed. There is poison outside the tunnel, and this square is a poisonous pool. If you want to fight Thun in this poisonous pool, flying is a must. But looking at the entire team, how many people can fly? The battle with Thun cannot end in a very short time. And even if someone can fly briefly, it won't be of much help. Don't talk about running back to the tunnel to recover after running out of magic while flying. Thun is not a fool. Wouldn't he know to block your escape route? Moreover, the tunnel is so narrow that Thun doesn't have enough space to dodge when he launches an attack here. Who can say that he can withstand the ancient god head-on? What can I do? No one has thought about letting others go back. They have already come this far. If you ask others to go back, no one else is willing to go back. Moreover, there is no chance of winning against the ancient god Thun with only a limited number of people. How about freezing the venom? Someone thought of a way to solve the problem of the big pit at the entrance to the Temple of Encourage. But he didn't think about it. Would frozen seawater and frozen venom be the same? People can walk on the frozen seawater, But can they really step on the venom frozen into ice? The toxicity of venom cannot be eliminated by freezing it. I am afraid that if you try hard to freeze the venom into ice, it will still corrode your shoes if you step on it. Then you will still be poisoned? Furthermore, how much effort does it take to freeze the venom here? Will Thun be awakened in the process of freezing the venom? Even if it is possible to successfully freeze the venom before Thun is alerted, the ice will still be destroyed when fighting Thun, and the problem of venom will still have to be faced. The proposal to freeze the venom was rejected, and everyone frowned in thought. Everyone is anxious, and everyone knows that they don't have much time. Thun will wake up at any time, and the battle will begin once the eyeball opens. It would be extremely bad if they haven't thought of a solution by then. While thinking, Leo came up with an idea. How large is your gravity failure range? Kael'thas was stunned by this question, and the Blood Elf Prince reacted immediately. With a rough estimate in his mind, Kael'thas replied to Leo, if the depth of this poisonous pool does not exceed 200 meters, I can draw all the poison here into the air by using gravity failure at most 30 times. Use the failure of gravity to make the venom float into the air, and then find a way to lure the floating venom away. Without the venom, the poison pool will naturally not exist. Without the poison pool, wouldn't the problem that causes everyone's headaches be solved? Kael'thas didn't ask Leo what he thought. Since Leo raised it, he believed that he would have a way to solve the problem of drawing away the venom. 30 times. Leo rubbed his chin, and couldn't help but weigh it in his mind. With Kael'thas' current ability, he could use gravity to disappear once every 10 seconds. If it were only 30 times, it would not take more than 5 minutes. With Kael'thas, it is not difficult to make the venom float into the air. The difficulty is how to lure the venom away and shorten the time as much as possible. In the process, they must also be prepared to face Thunus' attack. Owner! Trigor and Ilsa hesitated, looking like they wanted to say something but were hesitant. The two poison-type demigods under his command seemed to have something to say, and Leo's eyes lit up. Could it be that Ilsa and Triggery had any other methods? He turned around and uttered one word, speak. The master wants to transfer the venom here to other places. Triggery and I can help. Together with him, I can compress the venom into venom balls and reduce its size. But in this way, the venom will contain the law, unless a god studies the laws of the poison system. Even tens of thousands of years cannot eliminate it. And, at this point, Ilsa paused, and the demigod succubus carefully looked at Leo's face before continuing. And these venoms will continue to spread. Any land where the venom spreads will become a dead place shrouded in poison. Its area will not be smaller than the combined area of Arthi Highlands and Hillsbrad Hills. Counting the poisonous places generated with poisonous fog, this area will expand 1 to 3 times. This is a bad idea. After hearing Ilsa's words, everyone had this thought at the same time. The poison-contaminated land turns into a dead zone the size of Arthi Highlands and Hillsbrad Foothills combined. How big is the total land in this world? Is it worth several Arthi Highlands and Hillsbrad Foothills combined? 9? 10? Or 11? Excluding the land affected by the poisonous fog, how much is left for the creatures in this world to survive? Don't say that the Alliance won't do this. Even if they want to do this, they have to consider the consequences. Once this kind of thing is done, the Night Elves, dragons and other races will definitely turn against them immediately. And humans, dwarves, and blood elves will be included in the must-kill list. Others thought so. Except Leo. Venom compression? Very good. Leo rubbed his chin and spoke before others spoke. I will send the compressed venom into Naxxramas, so that it will not harm the world. It would be a good idea to send venom into Naxxramas. Isn't storing venom Naxxramas a specialty? With the size and strength of Naxxramas, as long as it is stored properly, it is not afraid of the venom leaking out. Besides, Naxxramas can travel through the endless void. So if it is really impossible, it can just throw the venom into the endless void. As for which unlucky person the poison will harm after being thrown into the endless void, this is not a question that everyone will care about. Isn't there a saying that goes well, a dead Taoist friend will never die a poor Taoist? Seeing that the others had no objections, Leo immediately ordered, Ilsa, Triggery, you go ahead and help Kael'thas. Thun will let me go and play with him. Chapter 836 Hitting the Target. The venom in the poisonous pool was like Thun's beloved cheese. When Kael'thas used gravity to pull it into the air, and Ilsa and Trigor compressed it with all their strength, the eyeball standing in the center of the poisonous pool had a movement. The ancient god Thun has awakened. A golden light appeared in the purple eyeball. This light was so familiar that it shocked all the paladins. Holy light! There is no mistake. That is the power of the holy light. The paladins roared in their hearts. They were familiar with the holy light. The paladins believed that their judgment would not be wrong. The usually kind and warm holy light was so dazzling at this time, so that people dared not accept it. Because it appeared on Thun. Aren't all the ancient gods evil? Why does Thun have the power of the holy light? The scene that happened before his eyes shook the paladin's heart. How can evil ancient god deserve the holy light? How could he possess the holy light? How dare he possess the holy light? The power of darkness is the eyeball, and the power of holy light is the pupil. The combination of light and darkness is Thun. No wonder the ancient gods are called parasitic creatures that combine light and darkness. It turns out that their bodies are composed of two forces, light and darkness. Leo never believed that light represented justice and darkness represented evil. In his opinion, both holy light and shadow were just a manifestation of energy. And pure energy had no distinction between good and evil. Those they are all standards set by humans and other living creatures based on their own likes and dislikes. This standard is only recognized in certain circles, and is not a universal criterion, let alone recognized by rules. Seeing Thun wake up, everyone's expressions tightened. They knew that the battle with the ancient god had begun. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Leo, because he was the only one who went to entangle Thun. The three demigods Kael'thas, Ilsa, and Trigor were trying their best to remove the poison. Manaroth was unable to fly and could only stand at the entrance of the tunnel and stare, while Sindragosa looked around absent-mindedly. The Blue Dragon Queen's behavior was very strange. Logically speaking, she should help Leo deal with Thun, but she was distracted at this time. Sindragosa's eyes were wandering around, as if he was looking for something, which was very confusing. Leo didn't have time to pay attention to Sindragosa's behavior. Even if he noticed it, he wouldn't say anything because he knew that there was a guy who had a close relationship with the Blue Dragon Queen hiding in the Temple of Entourage. Many things are difficult only to discover when you do them. Even though Leo had shown so much confidence before, he thought he would be very relaxed when dealing with Thun. In fact, not only was it not easy, the pressure was as high as a mountain. The moment Thun opened his eyes, Leo, who was closest to him, felt an invisible pressure pressing on him. Under the gaze of those golden pupils, Leo felt that his body was as heavy as lead. Even moving a finger is extremely laborious. Mental coercion from a superior. Gritting his teeth fiercely, Leo teleported several times to the back of his eyeballs. During this process, Thun's golden pupils kept staring at him. Seeing that he was being attracted to the tunnel with his back to him, Leo felt certain that this way Kael'thas and Scarlet would be much safer. Now, all he has to do is to hold down Thun's hatred value and keep him staring at him. There was a whooshing sound in the air, and several pale bone spears shot towards Thun with fierce wind. The golden pupils were the target of the bone spears. A little human not only disturbed his slumber, but also boldly attacked him. Can Thun allow a mortal to challenge the authority of his ancient god? Of course not. The golden pupils flashed rapidly from dark to bright, and a red light shot out, forming a red wall of light in the air. Encountering this red wall of light, the bone spears disappeared in an instant. Under Thun's counterattack, they were crushed into bone residue by the tyrannical energy in less than a tenth of a second. Crushing bone spears is not Thun's goal. If the ancient god's goal is so small, he would be too unambitious. Killing Leo, who dared to attack him as a mortal to provoke the gods, was Thun's purpose. The red light was extremely fast, and Leo was well prepared. After casting the bone spear, he teleported away from the place. The red light wall only swept away, and afterimage of him left in place. After a single blow failed, Thun did not give up. As his pupils turned, the red wall of light kept moving. As soon as Leo recovered from the impact of teleporting and breaking the space, he found a red wall crashing towards him. Knowing that this red wall of light was the dark flash of Thun, and it would kill him if it touched it. How could he dare? Neglect? Teleport again. The red wall of light failed again. Teleportation is a good spell, and it is precisely because of it that Leo has the confidence to hold Thun off for several minutes alone, buying enough time for Kael'thas to clean up the venom. Leo turned to another direction. Thun was not idle. The golden pupils turned around, and the red wall of light swept over again. Thun knew that spells such as teleportation cannot be used continuously. Breaking through space and reaching another place instantly will be squeezed by the power of space. Even gods with divine bodies will be affected. The only difference is that gods' the upper limit of pressure that can be endured is much higher than that of ordinary people. Thun wanted to fight with him, and Leo welcomed him infinitely. His current task is to buy time, And Thun's approach is exactly what he wants. The red light brought out by the dark flash swayed back and forth as Leo kept teleporting. In Thun's eyes, Leo was like a slippery flea, jumping around in front of his eyes, constantly provoking him. The majesty of being a god. How would you feel if a weak flea was showing off to you? Naturally, he was disgusted and wanted to slap him to death. The two sides chased each other for almost 2 minutes. After discovering that Leo was still energetic, Thun took the initiative to change his fighting style. Just after Leo teleported again to avoid the dark flash, 8 tentacles embraced by 10 people quickly sprang out from the poisonous pool, trying to catch Leo. Careful! Get out of the way! Seeing 8 thick tentacles suddenly appearing in the poisonous pool, everyone standing in the tunnel screamed in surprise. If Leo was entangled by these 8 tentacles, the consequences would be disastrous. Although Scarlet and the others did not know how lethal the red wall of light was, they knew that it was definitely not a good thing, and they should never touch it without banging it. Thun thought very well. He just wanted to catch Leo off guard. If Leo didn't know Thun's ability and wasn't prepared for his move, he might really succeed. But Leo knew that Thun would summon tentacles to help after discovering that his eyes couldn't kill people. So how could he not guard against his attack? The tentacles quickly approached him, and Leo didn't panic at all. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, and 8 white bone prisons appeared, and thick white bone pillars locked Thun's tentacles. The ancient god's sneak attack was broken by Leo. Locking Thun's tentacles is not the purpose. The bone prison can only hold them for a short time, but it cannot imprison them forever. Once they break the seal, will they continue to use the bone prison? Thun can summon more than 8 tentacles. If they are not removed in time, the number of tentacles will only increase, and in the end there will be no way to escape. With Leo as the center, a green flame spread out in all directions. Poison Flame Nova. Use poison against Thun? Is Leo right? Don't think that because Thun controls the Karaji beetles and also controls Korgal, that he is good at mind control. In fact, it is not at all. The ancient gods all have a skill or two in mind control. When it comes to mastery of mind control, Yogg-Saron is the only one who is good at it. And Thun is good at poison and acid. Poison Flame Nova is a combination of poison and flame. If you want to use poison to deal with the ancient god Thun who is proficient in using poison, isn't this the case of using a big axe in front of Lu Ban's door and humiliating yourself by using a big knife in front of Guan Gong? Is Leo that stupid? He didn't care about the poisonous flame star Thun, and the red wall of light still chased Leo. But he regretted it within a few seconds. When the poisonous flames touched the tentacles, they immediately melted in, like seawater meeting a dry sponge. Just when everyone thought Leo's poisonous flame nova had failed, Thun's tentacles began to tremble, and green flame spurted out from the inside of the tentacles with a roar, and the entire tentacles were wrapped in flames. Others, including Thun, would be surprised by this result, but Leo thought it was normal. Do you really think the green flames are poisonous flames? Don't forget, there is another kind of flame in the world that is also green, and its name is Evil Flame. Poison Flame is a combination of poison and fire, while Evil Flame contains poison dark fire. The only difference between the two is that the latter has an extra shadow element. However, it is this extra dark element that makes Leo's Poison Flame Nova. Not only, it should be that the Evil Flame Nova had an effect on Thun's tentacles, burning 8 of the ancient god's tentacles in one fell swoop, causing Thun to suffer a small loss. The golden pupils flashed continuously. The loss of 8 tentacles had no impact on Thun at all, let alone hurt him. But the body was not injured. But the face could not be wiped out. Who is Thun? The tyrannical ancient god, who possesses the terrifying strength to fight titans, has been entangled for so long by an ant-like mortal. And now the other party has used his carelessness to burn off 8 of his tentacles. It is too embarrassing. The ancient gods also care about face, who makes Thun feel that he is high enough to make any creature in this world look up to him. If Leo doesn't give him face, he will get angry. Amidst the roaring sound of electricity, the bright white electric light dazzled people's eyes, and an electric light as thick as a person struck Leo directly. Thun's move was beyond everyone's expectations. This ancient god actually used thunder and lightning spells to attack the enemy, which was really unexpected. Thunder and lightning spells are famous for their fast speed and powerful destructive power. Not only that, thunder and lightning also have the effect of immobilizing and paralyzing. If Leo receives this blow, can he still avoid Thun's dark flash? Anyone else would have definitely been tricked. And Leo, well, Leo was also tricked. Almost at the same time that lightning hit Leo, the golden pupils turned around, and a wall of red light swept across Leo's body. Thun's dark flash finally hits its mark. Chapter 837, Trapped in a Cocoon. Thun's dark flash hit Leo, and everyone's hearts tightened. Can Leo block this blow? It's definitely unstoppable. This is Thun's judgment. No one knows how powerful the dark flash is better than Thun. This is the light of darkness that can defeat even the divine body of a god. How can a mere mortal named Leo survive the attack of the dark flash? Damn mortals. This is what you get for provoking the old gods. The moment the dark flash hit the target, Thun felt a sense of joy. The annoying little flea was finally swatted to death by himself. Leo is really dead? How could he be easily injured by thunder and lightning as he possesses the thunder weapon? Thunder fury? Therefore, the joy in Thun's heart quickly disappeared. Crack! The sound of objects shattering sounded. A humanoid object blocked Leo when the red wall of light was about to hit him, protecting him from him. When the red wall of light hit him, Thun's darkness, the flash retraced its steps. Steel Stone Demon. The one who blocked Leo's gun was the long-lost Steel Stone Demon. As an unconventional subordinate, the Iron Stone Demon is rarely used by Leo. One of the biggest problems is the items required to summon the Iron Stone Demon. The Steel Stone Demon summoned by items below legendary quality are of little use to Leo. And how many legendary items, or even items above legendary, are there? Even if there is a legendary item, Leo may not be willing to use it. The Iron Stone Demon only exists for a very short time. Legendary items used as media cannot be used for a long time after being used to summon the Iron Stone Demon. Leo will not be able to use it unless at a critical moment. It's impossible to do that. Thun didn't expect that the dark flash would actually return along the original path. When the red light came, his pupils were still wide open. So the red light shot in unceremoniously. Click! There was a sound in Thun's eyeball, as if something hard and brittle was hit. And a crack so subtle that it was completely invisible appeared on Thun's eyeball. Reaching out and grabbing the medium for summoning the Iron Stone Demon, Leo hurriedly checked it and found that there were no cracks on it. And he was immediately reassured. The object in his hand was none other than the Karaji Emperor weapon that he had just acquired less than half a day ago. Originally, the Steel Stone Devil summoned by the Necromancer could only reflect close physical strikes. But the one summoned with the Karaji Emperor weapon was different. He could even reflect long-range strikes. Note that it is a blow. It is not just a magic attack, nor is it limited to physical attacks, but both can rebound. The Steel Stone Devil summoned with the Karaji Emperor weapon, no matter how you attack him, he can 100% launch a rebound. If Leo cooperates with curses such as damage amplification, the damage that the rebound can cause is stronger than the original version. More than doubled. Leo was very proud of Thun and made the thousand-eyed monster, the ancient god, the first creature to learn how the Iron Stone Demon can rebound spell damage. As early as when Leo was playing a chase game with Thun, he kept activating his magic power, sounded the death knell, and cast curse spells on Thun's eyeballs. Even though the opponent is an ancient god, Leo's curse spell is extremely weak. But no matter how hard you say it, it can still reduce some of the opponent's strength. Right? When the 8 tentacles summoned by Thun were burned by him with evil flames, Leo knew that Thun would become angry. And when he discovered that Thun actually used lightning spells to deal with him, Leo knew Ian Kejwan's chance came. Thun was not good at using thunder and lightning spells, but he just used them. Why? Isn't it just because of the speed of lightning spells and the unique paralysis effect of electric spells? If you want to paralyze me with thunder and lightning spells, fine. I'll help you. This is why Leo didn't teleport in time. Thun's plan cannot be said to be impossible. In fact, Leo would never dare to do it if he didn't have an artifact that controls thunder and lightning. Being able to defeat sound. Sunderland contributed the most to the Thunder's fury. Of course, one of the people Leo wanted to thank was Thun. Without Thun, how could Korgal work hard to develop Twilight's hammer? Without the development of Twilight's hammer, how could there be Twilight Bishop Domitian? Without Domitian, how could Leo get the chance to summon Sunderland? Specific method? This is what it means to be trapped in a cocoon. The Steel Stone Demon summoned by the Karaji Emperor's weapon is a demigod with the same level of strength as Leo. And he can only exist for 30 seconds at most, against other enemies. A demigod that exists for 30 seconds can determine the outcome. But against Thun, let alone 30 seconds, even 300 or 3,000 seconds may not be of any use. But if the rebound ability of the Steel Stone Demon is used to attack people, the effect will be completely different. No, Thun will suffer a big loss. While retracting the Karaji Emperor's weapon, Leo pressed down with one palm and shot out the demigod's hand. At the same time, a dragon-like roar sounded, and the Chimrock demigods Lakmela and Lamech joined the battle with the ancient gods. Two demigods again. Kael'thas's expression condensed. As expected, this kid Leo had taken the demigod of the Chimrock tribe under his command. As the prince of the Blood Elves, even Fusel knew about Leo's taking away all the Chimrocks on the Terror Island. How could Kael'thas not know about it? It's only now that he's released. But this kid can really hold back. Kael'thas knew that Leo did not let Chimrock appear in the battle outside the Temple of Encourage because he did not want to overly stimulate the dragon. Chimrock, who kept the dragon like a prisoner on the Island of Terror, openly used it to drive him. Isn't this a slap in the face of the dragon and a blatant fight against the dragon? Leo wouldn't be that stupid. Even if this kid wanted to fall out with the dragon, he wouldn't choose this time. The reason why he has time to think about this is not because Kael'thas is distracted, but because he has completed the transfer of venom. With the help of two poisonous demigods, Ilsa and Triggery, Kael'thas completed his goal ahead of schedule. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the amount of venom in the poison pool is less than expected. When Kael'thas said it 30 times, the estimated depth of the poison pond was 200 meters. But in fact the depth of the poison pond was only about 150 meters. Looking at Jaina with complicated eyes, Kael'thas said to her, "Let the Alliance's mage army cast a spell to freeze the ground. The ice layer must be thick enough. Removing the venom from the poison pool does not guarantee that you will not be poisoned if you step on it. After all, the ground here has been soaked in venom for too long. It is definitely poisonous. A layer of ice must be laid on top to isolate the contact between the two parties." Jaina nodded, turned around, and gave orders to the mage army behind her. The corners of Liedron's mouth moved. Others may not notice it, but as Kael'thas's most trusted confidant after succeeding Lonethel, how could Liedron not feel her prince's reaction when facing Jaina? That little bit of mood swing. His Highness the Prince still cannot forget Jaina. A woman! Will it have any impact on Sindoriai's future? Liedron, you make arrangements for our people. While he was thinking, Kael'thas's order came to his ears. Liedron quickly put aside his distracting thoughts and focused all his attention on the command of the army. The mages were busy. Varian, Jen and other warriors were waiting for the ground to be frozen. Kael'thas had stood on the back of the Phoenix and flown towards the battlefield between Thun and Leo. At this time, the battle between Leo and Thun became fierce. Thun, who had suffered a heavy loss, no longer used Dark Flash. The feeling of being hit by his own attack was not pleasant. The red wall of light no longer appeared, replaced by bright white lightning and thick tentacles. Leo felt that Thun and himself had such a tacit understanding. Even if they were angry beforehand, it would be nothing more than that. With Thunder's wrath in hand, Leo doesn't have to worry about being hurt by lightning. He only has to deal with Thun's tentacles. Lamarck and Lakmera are also not afraid of lightning. The two Chimrock demigods possess the laws of poison and electricity. How can Thun's lightning that does not contain the power of laws hurt them? Even the toxins carried by Thun's tentacles are less threatening to them. Kael'thas guessed only part of Leo's use of Chimrock, and the other part was that their attributes could be used to deal with Thun's eyeballs. As long as Thun doesn't use Dark Flash, it will take a lot of effort to seriously injure or even kill Lamech and Lakmera. "How do you feel?" Kael'thas, who was standing on the back of the Phoenix, joined the battle group. The Blood Elf Prince started with an electromagnetic pulse, using the electric elements gathered by Thun near his eyeballs, giving the ancient god a serious blow. Hit. Leo curled his lips and swung the thunder sword to blast out a thunderstorm. Amidst the roar of electricity, Thun's extended tentacles were all electrocuted into charcoal. After doing all this, he replied to Kael'thas, "Not very good. Now this eyeball is just one of Thun's 1,000 eyeballs. Even if the power of the ancient god is divided into 1,000 parts, it will not be so powerful that it can defy the heavens. Besides, the Temple of Encourage is a cell prepared by the Titans for him. It also has the effect of suppressing Thun's power." The tentacles were destroyed, and Thun summoned several new tentacles, which felt like a wildfire that could not be burned away, and the spring breeze blew again. Destroying those tentacles is useless. As long as the eyeballs are there, those tentacles will kill them, Leo said, as the demigod's hand struck Thun's eyeball again, letting the big hand filled with black energy hit his eyeballs. Thun suddenly turned his head towards Kael'thas and fired a dark flash. After attacking Leo for a long time, Thun changed his target. When Thun's pupils turned towards him, Kael'thas felt a sense of crisis in his heart. This feeling was so strong that the Blood Elf Prince used the flash technique reflexively and appeared in another location without even thinking about it. The red light did not hit Kael'thas, but his Mount Phoenix was hit. At this moment, a clear cry came out from the red light. The red fire filled everyone's vision and illuminated the entire Entourage temple, dyeing everything red. The red fire was like the rays of the scorching sun shot straight into the sky by breaking through the obstacles, completely covering up the light cast by the full moon in the sky. The Blood Elf Prince's heart sank. This is terrible. Chapter 838. The strongest is the weakest. The changes that occurred after the dark flash hit Phoenix AO were surprising. I just gave you a dark flash. Why did you react so much? Thun was confused. How could a flame-based mount make such a big noise? Could it be that the other party had a lot of background? It wasn't that Thun made a fuss, but that the red light like the scorching sun contained a power that shocked him. And this power was enough to kill him. The only ones who can threaten me are the most powerful among the gods. Is a mount a god? Are you kidding? You really think the gods are cabbage on the street? Doubtful in his heart, Thun did not dare to act rashly. He opened his golden pupils and looked at the situation quietly. Kael'thas Phoenix is not simple, Thun was observing. And so was Leo. He was curious about Leo's behavior after being hit by the dark flash. But he did not ask further questions. Everyone has their own secrets, and Kael'thas is no exception. Since it is a secret, of course he will not tell others easily. If he really wants to ask Kael'thas, he may not be willing to tell. Rather than embarrassing both parties, it is better not to ask. As a human being, you can have curiosity, but you must also understand the situation clearly. The dazzling red light gradually faded away, and an elegant figure stood in a large ball of flames. Thun's dark flash did her no harm. The Phoenix is reborn from the fire. Leo's eyes lit up. He originally thought that Leo just looked similar to a phoenix, and would be different in nature. Who would have thought that it could be reborn from the fire? What is this if it's not a real phoenix? It's strange. Why does a real phoenix appear in this world? Shouldn't it be the divine bird spread in Chinese mythology? Could it be that it was somewhat inevitable that I would travel from the original world? Leo was doubtful, but he couldn't think too much about the current situation. After seeing Leo resurrected, Thun did not burst out with enough power to threaten him. The ancient god once again launched the dark flash, and its target was exactly O, who was reborn from the fire. Wings flapped, easily avoiding Thun's attack, and Ao flew back to Kael'thas. Has your strength become stronger after rebirth? Before, Ao couldn't avoid Thun's dark flash, but now it can do it easily. What is this if it doesn't make it stronger? Not only can it be reborn from the fire, but its strength will also increase after each rebirth. Such a creature is so unbelievable. Well, Leo admitted, he was jealous, as if they were aware of their master's thoughts. Lakmala and Lamarck roared in unison. This battle was their first performance after becoming Leo's subordinates. How could they be upstaged by an outsider? The two Chimrock demigods bit and clawed fiercely, but Thun's eyeball defense was too high, and they remained motionless no matter how they attacked each other. It's amazing how hard an eyeball can be. If you want to defeat Thun, you must attack his pupils. A giant blue dragon appeared on the battlefield at some point. No one knows where he came from, and no one knows his identity. Wait, maybe someone knows. People from the Blue Dragon clan. Seeing the giant blue dragon appear, the battlefield became quiet for a moment. Thun's weakness was exposed, and he was shrinking his pupils, reducing the area that could be attacked. The Alliance and the Blood Elves were wondering whether the dragon had finally. I couldn't help but take action. Aragos. The appearance of the blue dragon made Sindragosa scream in surprise. The Blue Dragon Queen did not expect to see Aragos here. As far as she knew, the Blue Dragon Prince Aragos broke into the Temple of Entourage during the Battle of Quicksand. And then, the temple was sealed by Anachronos and the other two dragon princes at the cost of their lives. Thousands of years have passed, and the insect men of the Akur Empire have broken out of the seal. Needless to say, the ending of Aragos? Everyone thought that the Blue Dragon Prince was dead, but now he is alive and well. Why is it not surprising? It might be possible for others to admit their mistake. But who is Sindragosa? She is the Blue Dragon Queen. Who would admit that Aragos is wrong? Hearing someone calling his name, Aragos' eyes turned slightly, and the Blue Dragon Prince couldn't look back. What did I watch? Aragos was stunned when he saw Sindragosa. Dazzled. I must be dazzled. Aragos shook his head vigorously, and he had the urge to rub his eyes desperately. There was a mysterious arc at the corner of Leo's mouth. Aragos' appearance had been expected by him. The Blue Dragon Prince, who rushed into the temple of Encourage, was not dead. And he knew this very well. After all, the blue dragon is the best at using magic among the 5 series of dragons. Arygos, who rushed into the temple of Encourage, used magic to hide himself after losing the siege of the Karaji beetle men, hidden for thousands of years. Of course, there are other reasons why Arygos has been able to survive for so long without being discovered. And it's not just that his magic is strong enough. Whoosh! A bone spear was thrown at the golden pupil, followed closely by a chaos arrow. Since Arygos said that the pupils were the weakness of Thun's eyeballs, Leo naturally wanted to give it a try. No one had thought of attacking the pupil before because the dark flash emitted from the pupil was so lethal that people naturally excluded it from the attack target. Who would have thought that the golden pupils that shoot out a wall of red light that can kill even a demigod would be the weakness of Thun's eyeballs? The strongest is the weakest. The bone spear struck through the air, and Thun counterattacked with dark flash without hesitation, without any surprise. The bone spear was crushed to pieces by the powerful energy in an instant. But Leo's attack was not stopped. The moment the bone spear shattered, a dazzling bright white electric light exploded, and a lightning spear pierced Thun's eye amid the roar of electricity. There is thunder and lightning hidden in the bone spear. When the bone spear hits the target or is destroyed, the elemental power hidden in it suddenly explodes, forming a 2-stage attack and causing secondary damage. This is the true face of the bone spear thrown by Leo. The thunder spear used by the thunder god sword Thunder Fury has borrowed the power of the law. Although Thun's dark flash is strong, it cannot be broken as easily as the bone-crushing spear. The thunder spear is like a rolling torrent flowing backwards. The boat on the other side had little power, but refused to surrender. It opened a gap in the red light wall and reached the golden pupils. What makes people feel it is a pity is that the lightning spear has been exhausted of magic power when it reaches Thun's eye. It is only the last step to hit the eye, but is defeated due to lack of magic power. What a failure! Everyone lamented in their hearts. It would be a pity if the thunder spear could last another half-second to hit Thun. A touch of green appeared at this time. It was a chaos arrow. The previous bone spear and thunder spear were not the ultimate killing moves. What Leo really wanted to use to attack Thun was the chaos arrow that followed. Chaos arrows with extremely strong penetrating power are the great gift Leo prepared for Thun. 2 green poisonous arrows whose magic power was compressed into liquid were shot into the golden pupils. The penetrating power of the chaos arrows came into play at this time, and Thun's pupils were shot through the surface and into the inside. Leo was convinced when he saw this. Arygos was right. The golden pupils were indeed the weakest point of Thun's eyeballs. Good. Kael'dat shouted loudly, and the phoenix under his seat spread out streaks of red flames. Under the cover of the phoenix's spell, the Blood Elf Prince shot out a magic ball surrounding him. A stream of green liquid spurted out from the wound struck by the chaos arrow as the golden pupils trembled. It was green venom. As soon as this venom hit the ground, it corroded a big pit in the ground. The ground of the poison pond, which can withstand the dark green venom, cannot withstand the corrosion of these venoms, which shows how violent the poison is. Ordinary venoms would never be able to do this. These venoms must have borrowed the power of the law. Kael'dat was secretly shocked when he saw this. Leo's understanding of the laws of poison was actually no shallower than that of his demigod succubus named Ilsa. This guy hides so well. The Blood Elf Prince was secretly shocked. But Leo was not satisfied with this. Chaos Arrow can no longer be called Chaos Arrow. It should be called Chaos Arrow. Leo not only mixed his original chaotic energy into it, but also added poison spells and a more tyrannical power of death. The power of death? That's right. It's the power of death. The power of death invoked by the law of death. Thun is an expert in poison. Leo knew that he was far from him in the field of poison laws. He didn't expect the venom to hurt him. He just wanted to cause him a little trouble. What he had high hopes for was death. Power. But he waited and waited, and saw that several seconds had passed. Thun was like a normal person, not affected at all. How could he not be disappointed? The law of death is the supreme law. Leo has no doubt about this. The reason why he failed to exert its effect on Thun can only be attributed to his shallow understanding of the law, and he cannot use this to hurt the ancient god. Just when Leo was about to continue casting spells to fight Thun, Goldfinger's almost roaring voice sounded in his mind. Are you crazy? Why use the power of death to deal with Thun? Leo, who had never encountered such a situation before, was stunned. What was the purpose of Goldfinger's angry tone? I have told you a long time ago that the ancient gods have integrated themselves into this world and become part of the rules of the world. If you want to kill them, You are destroying the rules of this world and causing the world to collapse and die. You actually use the power of death to deal with Thun. Do you want this world to die? Leo understood. Why does the power of death have no effect on Thun? This is not because the power of death cannot affect Thun, but because Thun is part of the world. If you want him to die, you must kill the world. With Leo's current ability, can he destroy the world? Not even close. If you want to kill Thun, you have to destroy the world. So why kill? I finally understand how Titan felt back then. Leo stroked his forehead and was speechless. So what if he knew Thun's weakness? If he couldn't kill him, should he continue to seal it? To seal Thun, you have to use the Temple of Entourage. But who knows about Titan's seal? Chapter 839 The Essence of the Ancient God. Even if Thun can't be killed, can we still break his eyeballs? Unable to kill Thun, Leo settled for the next best thing. This time Goldfinger didn't answer. Not answering is the default. If you can't kill Thun, you can't just go back empty-handed and blow out his eyes to teach this ancient god a lesson. Of course, with Leo's temperament, he would not let go of such a powerful scourge as Thun at any chance. While he was casting spells, he was running around with various thoughts in his mind, trying to find a way to destroy the world without destroying it. Thun's approach. Knowing Thun's weaknesses makes this battle much easier to handle. Leo didn't dare to use the power of death anymore. Fortunately, he mastered more than one law of death. Amidst the whizzing sound of bone spears piercing the air, dazzling lightning kept flashing. Leo wielded the fury of thunder and spread out large swaths of lightning, illuminating the Temple of Entourage like daylight. Kael'thas and his phoenix did not show any weakness, hitting dozens of spells such as flames, meteorites, and ice, which fully demonstrated the power of a demigod mage, causing the mages who stepped into the battlefield from the tunnel to use looking at him with envy and admiration. Demigod mage. This is the lifelong pursuit of many mages, and it is also the existence that mages look up to. Many times, mages in the Alliance wonder why Leo is a warlock instead of a mage. If he were a mage, wouldn't humans have a demigod mage instead of a demigod? It can be seen that in terms of popularity, mages are much stronger than warlocks. Ilsa, Trigor and Manaroth came over, and behind them were Varian, Scarlet and other Alliance strongmen. Seeing the arrival of help, Leo was not polite and assigned tasks. It's too dangerous to be close to Thunus Gold. Varian. Jen, please your majesties, and my pets to clean up his tentacles. Be careful of the venom and spells of these tentacles. They will cast Psychic Blast. To hurt Thun, you must attack his eyes. However, the dark flash emitted from the eyes is so lethal that even the body of a god can defeat it. How can a mortal body handle it? Rather than putting Varian and Jean in danger, it would be better for them to clear the tentacles so that many long-range attackers can safely cast spells to blast the golden pupils. Although the two human warriors had bad tempers, they were not unreasonable. After hearing Leo's words, they did not try to be brave and each shot towards a tentacle. Jaina, you lead the mage army to help King Varian and others freeze those tentacles. Magni and Prince Cardros, please use the Storm Hammer to support you. Please assist Varian and Jean at other times. Shooting tentacles is a very important step. Thun has countless tentacles. Fortunately, as a prisoner, he cannot stretch out all the tentacles at once, which gives Leo and the others the opportunity to clean them up one by one. However, if the person cleaning the tentacles is not strong enough and is not efficient enough, there will only be more and more tentacles in the field, and by then, it will be impossible to fight Thun. The advantage of the two dwarf leaders compared to the two human kings is that they have the spell skill Storm Hammer. They don't have to fight tentacles like Varian and Jen. However, Storm Hammer has a spell cooling time. This prevented them from participating in the battle with Thun as the main offensive force. Scarlet, try if you can chop Thun's eyeballs out. The Ashkandi sword in the hands of the female paladin has the ability to ignore defense, but it is uncertain whether this ability can be used against Thun. If it can successfully break through Thun's defense, there will be more a point of attack. The Alliance is making arrangements, and the Blood Elves are not idle either. Kael'thas is the prince of the Blood Elves. He only needs one order to command Lydrin and others, without any explanation. The addition of many powerful Alliance and Blood Elf warriors changed the battle situation. With Varian and others helping to clean up the tentacles, Leo and Kael'thas could concentrate on attacking Thun. With their full exertion, various spells continued to bombard the golden pupil, forcing Thun to continue. Reduce the size of the eye pupil to reduce damage taken. The pupil area shrinks, and the attack range of the dark flash also becomes smaller. As a result, The red wall of light that poses the greatest threat to everyone becomes smaller. For Thun, this was a natural reaction. After all, no one wanted to be harmed. However, the meaning of this scene in the eyes of the people who besieged him was completely different. What about the old gods? Look at Thun. He was beaten to death by us. Morale needs to be encouraged. And this kind of encouragement does not necessarily require exciting speeches. Real achievements can move people's hearts more. Hearing what others say is never more convincing than what you see with your own eyes. The morale was high. And the fear of the ancient gods that still existed in everyone's hearts was swept away. Many mages were no longer timid when taking action. And the spells that were thrown at Thun became much denser. As soon as the tentacles protruding from the ground appeared, they were frozen into popsicles before they could take any action. Several tentacles were even directly blasted to pieces by dense spells. The individual combat capabilities of the mages and blood elf soldiers of the Mage Legion are indeed not very good. But they are so numerous that even Thun will have a headache as long as they use their collective strength. The tentacles were knocked off one after another by the opponent. And the pupils were beaten by the crazy attacks of several demigods until they could only shrink continuously. Thun was frustrated in this battle. An invisible anger burned in his heart. Damn ants! Damn mortals! Not only do you dare to provoke the gods and take action against me as the ancient god, but you have also forced me into such a situation. It is difficult to satisfy the hatred in my heart without killing you all. The more he thought about Thun, the angrier he became. Only anger is of no use. Anger cannot be transformed into strength. And the power of anger cannot be used to kill the enemy. No matter how great the anger is, it is useless to Thun's current situation. At this moment, something happened that made Thun even more angry. Scarlet, who was riding the flame dragon eagle, rushed to Thun's eyeball. The sword of Ashkandi slashed down with golden light, hitting Thun's eyeball. Kung! Kung! The sound of metal hitting a hard object was heard. And the indestructible Ashkandi sword finally encountered something that could stop it. Leo's concerns are not wrong. Even the sword of Ashkandi, which has the ability to ignore defense, cannot cut through Thun's eyeballs. No wonder Rygos asked them to attack Thun's eyes, because only there can bring harm to this ancient god, etc. Not that no harm was done at all. When Scarlet withdrew the Ashkandi sword, 2 wounds 3 feet long and 1 inch deep appeared on Thun's eyeballs. Under the illumination of the holy light, the scars on the purple eyeballs were clearly visible. The sword of Ashkandi can even cut through Thun's eyeballs, which is really powerful. Very good. Everyone was surprised at the sharpness of Ashkandi's sword. And then, they were overjoyed. Scarlet, don't cut it too deep in a hurry. Peel it layer by layer. With the damage done to Thun's eyeballs by Ashkandi's sword, didn't Leo ask Scarlet to give Thun to Ling Chi? This is a really cruel idea. It would be better to cut off one of his fingers than to injure 10 of them. Given the size of Thun's eyeball, Scarlet might not be able to cut it in half even if she was exhausted. Instead of doing this, it would be better to weaken its size bit by bit. As the saying goes, when you curse someone, you expose your shortcomings. But when you hit someone, you slap them in the face. Of course, it will hurt the ancient god to chop him down. It will hurt him no matter how painful it is. How can Thun be honest if he doesn't teach him a lesson? Hearing what Leo said, Scarlet did not hesitate. She swung the Ashkandi sword again, adding 2 more scars to her purple eyeballs. Pain. A feeling he hadn't experienced in countless millennia since his battle with the Titan struck Thun, making him even more angry. The majestic ancient god was surrounded by a group of mortals, and was injured one after another by them. Where is the majesty of the ancient god? Thun's body still inside the seal hit the Titan's seal hard. The anger burned his reason, and the anger made him crazy. He didn't care whether it was a Titan seal or not. He couldn't calm down the anger in his heart without killing those damn mortals. The Titan seal is specifically used to suppress Thun. Titans who have fought against Thun know the strength of this ancient god very well. If the seal could be reopened with brute force, Thun would have broken out long ago. How could we wait until now? Therefore, his attack was destined to be in vain. Despite the desperate impact, not to mention breaking through the seal, even the ground did not tremble at all. Thun's rationality gradually recovered, and he was about to give up, when a heart-wrenching pain made his whole body tremble. Scarlet gasped and withdrew the Ashkandi sword from Thun's eyeball, and a purple substance the size of a basketball fell off from Thun's eyeball. This purple substance was only a drop in the bucket compared to Thun's eyeballs, but it tired the female paladin quite a lot. After realizing that Scarlet could cause damage to his eyeballs, Thun had already turned his eyes towards her. Unexpectedly, The flame dragon eagle under the female paladin's feet was extremely fast, and Thunus eyeballs could not move as fast as he wanted. If you get on it, let alone hurt Scarlet, you can't even catch up with her. What does it feel like to have a piece of your eyeball cut out? Leo had never tried it. He didn't know and didn't want to understand. But he knew it had to hurt. Seeing the purple substance falling off Thunus eyeballs, Leo's heart moved, and a large bloody net covered the purple substance. The definition of the ancient god is a parasite that combines light and darkness. In other words, the ancient god is actually composed of two elements, light and darkness, although they have changed more or less after being integrated into this world. But its essence will not change. What is the nature of the old gods? Evil? Confusion? Kill? No. None of that. Light and darkness are both elements and energy. So the essence of the ancient gods is elemental creatures. This is also why the four elemental lords are loyal to the ancient gods. There is no doubt that the golden pupils are the product of the materialization of the power of light. So the purple eyeballs should be the materialization of the power of darkness. If so, energy extraction should have an effect on it. The blood-colored energy lines began to squirm. Can the purple substance chopped off by Scarlet be absorbed? Leo stared at the purple substance covered by the big blood-colored net, feeling both expectant and nervous. Chapter 840 Thunus Fear. The blood-colored energy lines are squirming rapidly, and their squirming makes the entire large blood-colored web tremble constantly, just like a spider web swaying in the strong wind, making people worry that they will not be able to withstand the raging wind at any time and break and shatter. Fortunately, the big bloody web that Leo spewed out with energy extraction was not a real spider web. No matter how badly it trembled, it could continue to exist as long as Leo's supply of magic power was not cut off. Something happened that made Leo extremely happy. As the blood-colored energy lines squirmed, the energy extraction had an effect on the purple substance wrapped in it. A huge amount of energy rushed into his body like a rolling torrent, which was very difficult even for Leo, a demigod warlock. It's good to be strenuous. Being strenuous means more energy. If it's not strenuous, Leo will be disappointed. As the energy lines squirmed, Leo felt the magic power in his body becoming more and more abundant. At this time, Goldfinger's voice sounded in his mind. If you find unknown energy, do you want to absorb it? Suck. How could you not suck it? Energy is the law for Leo, the guarantee for his physical improvement. How could he let it go? Thun is truly an ancient god, and the energy contained in his body is beyond comparison with any creature Leo has encountered before. Look at the upgraded energy bar that is rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. With Leo's current level as a demigod warlock, a small part of his body that is not even a drop in the bucket to Thun can actually fill him up. The entire energy bar is still full, so one can imagine how terrifying the amount of energy Thun possesses is. Fortunately, most of the ancient god's power was locked up by the Titan's seal. Otherwise Leo and the others would have died instead of fighting when they came to the Temple of Anchorage. When the host obtains energy, does it complete the rules? Goldfinger's voice sounded again. This greedy energy vampire would not let go of any opportunity to earn energy. Seeing that Leo had made a small fortune, he immediately appeared. Upgrading or improving the rules is a question worth considering. According to the current upward trend, Leo can guarantee that if Thunus eyeball is completely absorbed, it will not be a problem for him to reach level 90. If level 90 could allow him to be promoted from a demigod to a god, Leo would definitely use it to upgrade without saying anything. But becoming a god is not as simple as level up. Building the divine body in the Becoming a God trilogy is easy. As long as you have enough energy, it is not a problem. But igniting the divine fire and condensing the divine personality are different. Leo is completely confused about these 2 points now. In this way, even if he what's the use of raising your level to level 90? Perfect the rules. If you can't become a god, then you should perfect the rules first. If you can't make qualitative changes, then make quantitative changes first. It is right to maximize the efficiency of the power you have. The law of energy consumption is being perfected, the poison method is being perfected. It's this poison law again. Leo rolled his eyes. Damn Goldfinger. Won't you help me perfect the law of death? I'm your host. Will you die if you help me? Fortunately, the law of poison is not useless. It is inferior to Thun, a master of poison, but it is no problem at all when it can be used to deal with other people. Thinking of this, Leo felt some comfort in his heart. The golden pupils opened to the maximum. Seeing that Leo had actually absorbed part of his body, Thun's eyes widened, and he looked at Leo with disbelief. Is that guy with black hair and eyes really immortal? Are you sure he's not a god in human skin? An inexplicable fear arose in Thun's heart. The ancient god had never thought that a mortal could actually absorb his own body. This was something that even a titan could not do. No! This mortal must not be allowed to live. The inexplicable fear drove Thun crazy. And the ancient god was afraid. Thun is afraid of Leo. A human being who can absorb his body. Because he knows that since Leo can absorb part of his body, then as long as he has good teeth and a big enough appetite, he can kill himself, the ancient god, swallow it whole, devoured by a mortal. How could Thun not be afraid at the thought of this possibility? The golden eyes were flashing crazily. Thun didn't care that he would suffer more damage after opening his pupils. He launched the dark flash with all his strength, intending to kill Leo. Ha ha ha. Leo dodged and laughed. Thun obviously wanted to kill him regardless of the cost. In order to prevent him from hurting others, Leo had to activate an ability called Taunt. To live with the hatred of this ancient god. Old god Thun, you are nothing more than this. As long as I am here, you will die today. The contemptuous eyes, arrogant expression, and arrogant words deeply stimulated Thun, making him even more crazy. A little human dares to look down on me despite his abilities. I can't feel at ease unless I kill him. Thun and Leo were playing a chase and escape game, and the others took this opportunity to attack the fully opened golden pupils. Kael'dat's and Jaina's magic, Hawksbill's arrows, Magni and Kod's rose a storm hammer, the holy light flashing in Lydron's hand, and other attacks surged forward like the wrath of the sea. Under the attack of everyone, scars appeared on the golden pupils. At other times, Thun would definitely shrink his pupils to avoid further trauma to himself. But he would never do that now because of Leo. Thun could not accept meeting an opponent who might eat him. Leo's appearance made him even more angry, frightened, and even more crazy than when the Titan sealed him. The mad ancient god is terrible. But so what? If you can't hit the enemy, no matter how powerful your attack is, it will be useless. Others were attacking Thun, but Scarlet didn't have the eyes. The female paladin had already seen it. The reason why Thun was chasing Leo was to act like a mad dog biting Leo and not letting go. It was precisely because Leo used magic to absorb the purple substance that fell from his body. You have to do whatever the enemy is afraid of. This is the way to fight the enemy. Therefore, what Scarlet has to do is not to attack Thun's eyes, but to continue what she did before and use the two Ashcandy swords in her hands to lose weight for Thun. Pain. Severe pain. As the female paladin slashed again and again, pain continued to attack Thun. The ancient god knew what Scarlet was doing, and he also wanted to kill this human paladin. However, Scarlet was very careful. She would rather cut off a few fewer cuts, and even give up the part of the eyeball that was about to be cut off to fight with the paladin. Suin's eyes were far apart. When the female paladin attacked Thun, the flame dragon eagle chirped from time to time, as if laughing at Thun's embarrassment. Damn fire creatures. So disgusting. When had Thun encountered this kind of thing? The majestic ancient god, the being who stood at the top of the entire elemental biological chain, was now laughed at by a flame dragon eagle. If he said it, he would laugh at others' teeth. Scarlet's attack had an effect, and another piece of purple substance, the size of a football, fell from Thun's body. Upon seeing this, Leo immediately spilled a large blood-red net, and another energy extraction began. Seeing that the other party was absorbing his body again, Thun's eyes twitched. I am a powerful ancient god. How could I end up in this situation? Thun was very unwilling. But it was useless to be unwilling. With the Titan seal suppressing him, the power he could exert at this moment was only about 1,000th of his true strength. Although this part of the power was powerful, it was not enough to kill Leo instantly. Damn Titan. If it weren't for the broken seal you laid, why would I be like this? Thun was furious. If he could use 1/10 of his power, no, even 1%, it would be easy to kill Leo. But he could only use 1,000th of his power. You let him how to think? An ancient god could not do anything to a humble human being. Is there anything more tragic and angry than this? Thun felt that he was the most miserable old god in history. The reason why humans appear is because of the curse of flesh and blood released by the ancient gods in order to better absorb the creatures of this world. In the eyes of the ancient gods, humans are food created by them. But now, as the ancient god, Thun is, Leo, a human being who was supposed to be food, was eaten bite by bite. There was indeed nothing that made Thun more angry and panicked than this. Despicable human beings. Don't let me escape. Otherwise I will crush you to death. No. I will exterminate you humans before your eyes. and let you die in pain and despair. Your wailing will be the most beautiful music. How tragic that the majestic ancient god could only rely on fantasy to comfort himself when he was unable to do anything to a human being. Thun. When you meet me, you are destined to be a lunch box that is bigger than a cup. A certain person shook his head and sighed while absorbing the body of a certain ancient god. Although he seemed to be deep, the fake look on his face had deeply betrayed him. This boy felt extremely happy. Consuming energy to obtain the perfect law, the poison law has been perfected. The host has obtained the complete poison law. While he was having fun playing a chase game with Thun, the golden finger sounded again, making Leo's happiness index soar again. Do you want to consume energy to improve the poison law to perfection? The perfect poison law? I don't know what it looks like, but it sounds pretty awesome. Leo did not hesitate. Since Goldfinger raised this issue separately, there should be something special about it. Anyway, Leo is not short of energy now. Thun's eyeball has only been cut off about 1/20th, so he can slowly play slowly. Yes. The host confirms that the poison law has been improved to perfection. The energy is being consumed. Goldfinger's prompt sounded, and Leo found that the energy was being consumed 10 times faster than before. And he couldn't help but be stunned. It seems extraordinary to elevate a complete law to perfection. Rubbing his chin, someone secretly thought something interesting. Let me see what's so special about a perfect law. Chapter 841 Weird Yizhuer. The balance of the battle is tilting towards Leo and the others. The Alliance and the Blood Elves have the upper hand, but it will take a long time to turn their advantage into victory. Scarlet is very tired now. Paladins are known for their tenacity, but no matter how tenacious she is still a human being. After striking hundreds of swords with all her strength, even a paladin will feel helpless in her hands. Thun's eyeballs are not that easy to cut. Every time he hits the target, the countershock force from the Sword of Ashkandi will make Scarlet's hand numb for a while. If it weren't for the healing effect of the holy light, her tiger's mouth has long been shattered. She knew in her heart that the attack could not be stopped, but her body could no longer bear it, and Scarlet's sword swing slowed down. Now the source of Thun's eyeball fragments that Leo absorbs depends entirely on Scarlet. As the female paladin's efficiency decreases, his efficiency in obtaining eyeball fragments decreases, and the amount of energy absorbed also decreases. Seeing that Scarlet seemed to be exhausted, Leo did not hesitate and immediately called Yizhuer out. With a blue sword and an ice-blue sledgehammer in his hand, wings made of countless golden tentacles on his back, and golden armor all over his body, Yizhuer's powerful power of holy light enveloped the entire world. As soon as he appeared, the entire battlefield was dyed golden by the light radiating from his body. What a powerful holy light energy! Thun's heart trembled. The group of people he was fighting now were all hard to deal with. But here came another difficult guy. Leo glanced sideways at Yizhuer, and he found that this doppelganger, who loved to play tricks, had changed. At least this time, he did not pretend to be cool when he came out, but had a serious face. Oh! Has this guy become more mature as I have become a demigod? Someone showed an interesting smile. But the next moment, the interesting smile turned into a look of surprise. Facing Thun, Yizhuer did not say any nonsense for the first time. He threw the hand holding the sledgehammer forward, and the power of Menethil turned into a blue meteor and quickly hit Thun's eyeball. Blue rage. Boom! The blue meteor collided with the purple eyeball, and a dull sound of heavy objects was heard. Click! From the point where Menethil's power collided with the purple eyeball, several finger-thick cracks were spreading around. The force of Yizhuer's hammer will crack Thun's eyeball. Why is this guy's attack so fierce? While everyone else was surprised by Yizhuer's strength, Leo frowned. This was a very unusual scene. His eyeballs were cracked by the impact, and Thun was shaking continuously. He discovered a more deadly enemy than Leo. The golden pupils turned at full speed in the direction of Yizhuer, and the red wall of light shot towards the angel, and the darkness flashed. Little tricks. There was a trace of disdain on the corner of his mouth, and Yizhuer's face was full of cruelty. No matter how he looked at Leo, he felt that it was inappropriate. This was not the Yizhuer who pretended to be cool in his memory. The indifference on his face could not be faked. It came from his heart. Inner coldness and indifference. What happened to Yizhuer? In other words, what kind of changes have happened to Yizhuer after I was promoted to demigod? At this moment, Leo felt that his clone had become unfamiliar, and things were beyond his control. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Yizhuer didn't notice the mood of Leo at this time. Facing the red wall of light, he did not dodge or dodge. The sword of the silent crusader slashed out horizontally, and a blue crescent moon smashed the red light wall, split into two. The dark flash that could even hurt the body of a god was broken by Yizhua's sword. Thun was shocked. What is the origin of this shiny guy? Leo was stunned. What is Yizhua doing? How could he become so strong? It wasn't that Leo looked down on Yizhua, but that through the connection between his true form and his clone, he discovered that Yizhua's real power was not much different from his own. In the same demigod realm. Why could Yizhua easily break through Thun's dark flash, but he could only dodge it? Don't be so surprised. The core of my soul is part of your soul. The relationship between us cannot be changed. Yizhua's voice sounded in Leo's head. And he knew what Leo was worried about. The relationship between the clone and the original body is indeed irreversible. The core of Yizhua's soul is only a part of Leo's soul. And it is a very small part. This is destined to be a subordinate relationship between Leo and him. Leo curled his lips. He was not worried that Yizhua would escape the control of his true form. But he felt that this clone had a big secret that he didn't know, which made him very unhappy. If you keep it to yourself, what else is it if it's not self-deception? I'm not worried. I just hate that some things are beyond my control. Yizhua was silent. Leo and Yizhuo were communicating in secret. This matter could not be hidden from others like Thun. The perception of the ancient god was not a vegetarian. You are actually looking down on me too much when you are still distracted while fighting me. Anger made Thun recover from the shock of dark flash being defeated. His golden pupils flashed again. And there was another dark flash. Thun still doesn't believe that Yizhuo can break his dark flash. How can a small demigod resist an attack that can even hurt gods? Low-level manipulation of the law of light and darkness. The disdain on Yizhua's face became even stronger. Thun didn't give up even after suffering a loss. He actually dared to do it a second time. Forget it. Just hit him again. Lower creatures are lower creatures. The Silent Crusader's sword slashed out again. And in Thun's shocked eyes, the red wall of light was once again broken by a blue crescent moon. Impossible. What ability can a little demigod have to break my dark flash? Absolutely impossible. Even when the truth was right in front of him. Thun refused to believe it. Yizhuo stood with his sword in hand. And the sword of the Silent Crusade struck Thun with a false cry. A 10-meter-long blue crescent moon struck Thun. And cut into Thun's eyeball. With a pop, Yizhuo's blow directly cut off 1/3 of Thun's eyeball. The power of a sword reaches this point. Not so strong. Leo blinked and looked at Yizhuo without saying anything. The sword just cut off was not tofu but Thun's eyeball. The eyeball of Thun. The ancient god. Yizhuo was too strong. I'm not as powerful as you think. I just happened to restrain him. Yizhuo shook his head. He once again ignored Thun. The ancient god had just been seriously injured and was in severe pain now. And he had no strength to fight back. This thousand-eyed monster is a parasite of light and darkness. His attributes are biased toward darkness. And At this point, Yizhuo didn't say any more. But Leo already understood what he meant. Yizhuo was once an archangel, the hero of heaven in the original Sin War, and the holder of the holy sword Blue Fury. But later he fell and turned into a demon, because he was born as an angel. Yizhuo's essence is light, because he fell into a demon. Yizhuo has dark attributes. This is an existence that combines light and darkness. Like Thun, Yizhuo possesses the power of both light and dark. Unlike Thun, Yizhuo is the ruler of two powers, while Thun is the combination of these two powers. One is a dominator, a collective, and Yizhuo is obviously on a higher level. In terms of quality, Yizhuo is higher than Thun, and in terms of quantity, Thun is far from comparable to Yizhuo. If Thun is not restricted by the Titan seal, Yizhuo can't even take a move from Thun. The problem is that now Thun's power can only be used 1,000th of the time, and the advantage in quantity cannot be used at all. It is strange that he will not be tortured when he encounters Shangzuer. I see. After figuring out the reason, Leo's doubts disappeared. I thought you were already a super god, but I didn't expect this to be the reason. Human psychology is so strange. Before, Leo was still worried about Yizhuo's strength, but now that he understood the reason, he felt pity that Yizhuo's strength was not as strong as he thought. Yizhuo watched Leo use energy extraction to cover the piece of purple material that had escaped from Thun's eyeball. He did not rush to do it, but said to Leo slowly, "You are my master, and my current strength is limited." "Limited to you? Only when you become stronger can I become stronger." Leo rolled his eyes. Yizhuo said this because he felt that he was not strong enough, so he could only use part of his strength. Wait, partial strength? In this way, Yizhuo's true strength is even stronger than it is now. Leo is still very curious about the true combat power of his clone. But Yizhuor doesn't want to say it, and he won't force it. Besides, so what if he knows it? No matter how powerful you are, it's not in vain if you can't exert it. Just like the coup in front of you. Soon is average. The ancient god. What a tyrannical and terrifying existence. Was he not surrounded by a group of mortals, and hacked after most of his power was locked up by the Titan's seal? The laws of the poison system have been improved to perfection. Leo raised his eyebrows. The poison law was finally perfected. At the cost of 1/3 of Thun's eyeballs. The energy required to upgrade the poison law to perfection is less than 1% of that from complete to perfect. If Goldfinger doesn't give Leo a reasonable reward, he will have to go crazy. It is detected that the host possesses perfect laws. Should you ignite the divine fire? Light the divine fire. Leo's breath was suffocated. Can he ignite the divine fire with a perfect law? After igniting the divine fire, you only need to condense the divine power to become a god. At this moment, Leo could barely maintain his composure. Isekai looked at the excited Leo with a complicated expression. The Archangel's eyes kept changing, and his lips moved. But in the end, he did not speak. You choose your own path. You have to think clearly. The Archangel sighed, and swung his sword again in Thun's fearful gaze. And the blue crescent moon hit Thun again. The poor ancient god was trembling all over. He now only had less than 1/3 of the eyeballs left besides the pupils. There is that weird light creature that I can't defeat with my current strength. Another trauma made Thun wake up. The ancient god, who understood his situation, no longer hesitated, and his huge eyeballs slowly sank. Don't let him get away. Seeing Thun's eyes sinking, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then shouted as if they realized something. You are a majestic ancient god. It doesn't matter if you run away if you can't defeat him. It's only right to stay and let us blow your eyes out. Leo was awakened by the shouts of pursuing Thun. He gritted his teeth and replied no to Goldfinger. Chapter 842 The Miserable Ancient God. Want to run? Leo's face turned cold. He never thought that Thun would choose to escape. The majestic ancient god would be forced into such a situation by a group of mortals like them. Telling it was enough to shock outsiders into breaking their glasses. As early as Leo determined that energy extraction could convert Thun's eyeballs into energy for him to perfect the rules and improve his strength, Thun was no longer scary in his eyes. The tyrannical and terrifying ancient god is regarded by Leo as an energy supply machine. And it also has a huge reserve. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Thun was about to escape. How could Leo allow him to escape? If you run away, where will I find such a powerful energy supplier? With a cold smile, Leo summoned the power that he had never used before. And 4 huge figures, like hills, appeared on the battlefield. Roar! The roar of the one-eyed Gron resounded in the temple of Encourage. His body was so strong that even Mosh, the king of Tyrannosaurus, could not compare. And his skin was several times harder than magic iron. His one-eyed eye flashed with cruelty, which made people feel uncomfortable. With a trembling breath, the demigod creatures from the world of Draenor appeared for the first time in the world on the other side of the dark portal. Demigod! And there are 4 demigods. Even allies in the same camp as Leo couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. They finally understood why Leo was so confident in attacking the temple of Encourage, and why Leo dared not give face to the dragon. It turned out that his men were already so powerful. No one asked where these 4 creatures that no one had ever seen came from. Although they were all very curious, because they knew that Leo had no need to explain to them. We only need to know one thing, and that is that Leo is on our side. The stronger he is, the better it is for us. Scarlet stood up at this time, and the female paladin's words made some people who had doubts wake up. Yes, Leo is the marshal of the kingdom of Arathor, and Arathor is a member of the Alliance. We are all in the Alliance camp. Isn't it a good thing to have a strong ally? What are we worried about? Kael'thas saw the one-eyed Goron appearing and thought to himself, this guy finally sent them out. After sending 4 demigods from the world of Draenor, Leo pointed at Thun's slowly sinking eyeballs and ordered, catch him. Thun is an ancient god with powerful and terrifying strength. However, he is not an ancient god who is good at strength. His ability lies in poison and acid. More importantly, he can only exert 1,000th of his full strength now. He was in tragedy when he met the 4 one-eyed Gorons. Gal Gruul and the 4 sons of Gruul showed everyone what powerful power is. The one-eyed Goron stretched out his claws and grabbed the eye of Thun. They all roared, and the entire ice on the ground was they stepped on it, and it cracked. And a surprising scene appeared. The Eye of Thun, which was sinking, not only stopped sinking, but also slowly rose under the power of the one-eyed Gron. The eyes of the ancient god Thun were pulled back up by the brute force of the four sons of Gruul. Poor Thun. Kael'thas lamented for Thun, who met the four one-eyed Gorons. This ancient god was really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. When was it bad to cause trouble? But after Leo became a demigod, his Karaji beetles, it was only then that the seal of the beetle wall was broken. And it was really unfortunate to meet Leo, the monster Thun whose strength was beyond common sense. The one-eyed Gron pulled the Eye of Thun up again. The ancient god was both frightened and angry. This group of weak souls didn't even give them a chance to escape. Do they still have the laws of heaven and King's Law? When did the mortal world have so many demigods? Are the demigods now just cabbage on the street? And you can get a lot of them at once? When did this world become so difficult to live in? The golden pupils flashed again, and the red wall of light appeared again. Thun launched a dark flash at Galgrim without giving up, trying to kill this monster with astonishing brute force. Syndra! Leo shouted angrily, waking up the Blue Dragon Queen, who had been looking at him silently since Aragos appeared. After recovering from the shock of seeing Aragos, Syndragosa immediately threw a mad curse at Thun. A mad spell that reflected all spell damage. The red flash fired at Galgrim failed to work. It was not that Thun's eyesight was bad and he missed his aim, but that Ysir took action in time to break the blow. It's that nasty light creature again. He is very afraid of Isurkson, because he understands that although this bright creature is weak now, it has terrible potential. It will not be a problem to give him enough time to grow to the same height as himself. He can even achieve more achievements than himself. Even higher. Faced with such an existence, Thun wanted to kill Ysir when he was weak and kill the enemies who would definitely threaten him in the future. But his current strength was not enough. Damn Titan Seal! Cursing angrily, Thun could only imagine in his mind the scene of himself tearing Ysir into pieces. The dark flash failed to hit Galgrim, and Thun's attack was in vain. No! It was not in vain. He cast the spell, and no matter how effective it was, the mad spell Syndragosa cast on him would also work. Just as Thun was thinking about how to deal with the crisis at hand, severe pain struck him again, and the dark flash of feedback from the mad curse acted on him. Click! Cracks appeared in Thun's pupils. The dark flash was bounced back for the first time, and there was only a crack invisible to the naked eye in the Eye of Thun. At that time, the Eye of Thun was still intact, and the power it could call upon was more than 3 times stronger than it is now. The dark flash, it's not easy to hurt him. But now Thun's eyeballs are only 1/3 down, and his power has dropped several times. If he receives another dark flash scar, it will no longer be so small. A scar as thick as a finger, about 3 meters long, is impressive. Superior. Since the beginning of the war, this is the first time that such a large wound has appeared in the golden eyes. Syndragosa's mad curse caused Thun's eyes to be seriously injured. Damn mortals! The sensitivity of the pupils was much higher than that of the eyeballs. Thun was in agony. He was extremely resentful of these mortals who besieged him, and anger surged in his chest like an erupting volcano. Damn Titan! If it weren't for your seal, how could a group of humble and insignificant mortals be so presumptuous in front of me? I would definitely destroy this world. Thun's heart was furious, and his body hit the seal left by Titan more and more crazily. If the seal hadn't been too strong, he would have escaped from the trap with the momentum of his crazy collision. If you're still thinking about escaping from Titan's prison, I'll spare you the trouble. The temple of Ankh-Morpork shook slightly under Thun's desperate impact, which shocked everyone. But they felt relieved when they thought that this was a prison specially set up by the Titans to imprison the ancient gods. Retracting the big blood-colored net, Leo had already absorbed the second piece of purple material that Ysir had chopped off. 2/3 of the Eye of Thun was used by him as a stepping stone to improve his strength. The law of blood. Another perfect one. Leo sighed loudly. This is already 2 opportunities to ignite the divine fire. But it's a pity that you are not my type. Light the divine fire. Kael'thas's eyes narrowed. What did Leo just say? He seems to have mentioned lighting the divine fire. Right? The Blood Elf Prince looked at Leo with questioning eyes. He believed in his hearing. But what he heard before was so shocking that he couldn't help but confirm it. Leo didn't shy away from what he said about lighting the divine fire. Not to mention the demigod Kael'thas. Even Scarlet, who was far away, heard it clearly. Seeing everyone's eyes turning to him, Leo scratched his face with an innocent expression. What are you looking at me for? Leo, what you just said was lighting the divine fire. Did you? It is difficult for others to speak. But Scarlet has no such scruples. The female paladin's voice was trembling. If what Leo said is true, isn't he just one step away from becoming a god? Is the first god of humanity about to be born? Could it be that, as Leo said, there is going to be a big change in the dominance of this world? Are you asking this? Someone rubbed his chin, looking like he needed to ask more questions like this. When you understand a series of laws to the most perfect state, you will have a chance to ignite the divine fire. Kael'dat's breath was suffocated. Understanding the law to perfection can ignite the divine fire. This news was too important to him, and it gave the Blood Elf Prince a new goal. Etc. Kael'dat's, who was secretly encouraging himself to push the laws he mastered to perfection, flashed in his mind that what Leo said before was already 2 opportunities to ignite the divine fire. 2 chances to light the divine fire. Light the divine fire, twice. Could it be that this kid understood the 2 laws to perfection without saying a word? Kyle Saston, who thought he and Leo were very close in strength, was deeply hit. The Blood Elf Prince gritted his teeth and said to Leo, I finally know why Fusel calls you a weak soul. You actually hide it so deeply. Leo blinked. He pressed his palm down and said to Kael'dat's, calm down. You are a demigod mage. How can you be so uncool? Didn't I tell you before? You have to calm down even in big things? Look at you. Why are you so excited? Pay attention to your image. The hand holding the Cindorii golden staff rattled the staff, and Kael'dat's had an angry look on his face. At this point, it's still a shame. You bastard. I really want to beat you up. Leo rolled his eyes and said, Brother Kai, didn't I just perfect the 2 laws? Didn't I just have 2 opportunities to ignite the divine fire? Why are you so excited? Actually, I'm a good person. You see, I didn't even tell you how to light the divine fire. Isn't my friend very interesting? Is this interesting enough for you? I think you're Hongwugwa and you're pretty good at showing off. Kael'dat snorted angrily, turned around, and shot a void beam of light at the Eye of Thun. He wanted to vent, and the Eye of Thun was a good target. The miserable ancient god has now become the target of others to vent their anger. Who is Thun going to talk to for reason? Chapter 843. It's actually easy to handle. Thun was ignored. This tyrannical ancient god was completely ignored by Kael'dat's and Leo. It's not that Leo and Kael'dat's are stronger, but that once Yuzur, who can break Thun's dark flash, appears, his threat has been reduced to an extremely low level. The most lethal dark flash and Thun cannot hurt anyone. So do you need to worry about other tricks? Thun's eyeballs couldn't spit out the acid, so he could only rely on his tentacles. But there were many mages watching, and those tentacles were frozen as soon as they appeared. And then Varian, Jean, Magni, Cardros, etc. The people were slashing randomly, without giving the tentacles a chance to show off. The tentacles that spit out acid are gone. So why worry about Thun's acid? If poison was used, the toxins that seemed weird and terrifying to others could not stun Leo. Having mastered the perfect poison rules, he might not be able to hurt Thun with poison magic, but it would be more than enough to protect himself and save others. As for the lightning that Thun once used and other elemental magic that have not been used yet, there is no need to worry about it with Kael'dat's, a demigod mage. With his attack methods restrained, what else can Thun do? Leo and Kael'dat's can naturally talk to each other while facing the enemy. Their actions made Thun even more angry. 2 despicable mortals dared to do this. This was an insult to the ancient gods, and even more contempt for him. Thun. The impact on the Titan seal became more and more crazy, and the temple of Ankh-Uraj trembled more and more violently. If it were not for the confidence in the Titan seal, some people might have been worried that Thun would break the seal. You're almost blinded by us. Why are you jumping around? Leo curled his lips, his face full of contempt. Thun stared at him, his golden pupils full of malice. Don't think that looking at me with those pitiful eyes will make you soft-hearted. Thun's resentful gaze was replaced by Leo's ruthless ridicule. The hateful gaze was actually said to be a look praying for mercy. The ancient god was so angry that he almost died of cerebral congestion. With Leo's hatred, it would be a pity not to become a warrior. 2 blue crescent moons flashed across the Eye of Thun, and Yuzur swung the sword of the Silent Crusader twice in a row, cutting off all of the Eye of Thun except for the pupil. Looking at the golden eyes, the archangel who took back the power of Menethil said, his eyes are condensed by the power of light. I can't hurt him with my knowledge of the laws of darkness. In other words, we have to figure out a way for Thun's eyes ourselves. Leo spread his hands towards Kael'dat's with an expression that said, what are you going to do? What to do? Of course I hit him. Just because Yuzur can't do something doesn't mean they can't do it. Isn't it just an eye pupil? Why can't there be so many people here that can't be broken? Kael'thas took action. With thunder, lightning, fire, ice, meteorites, the various spells were dazzling. These spells fully demonstrated Kael'thas' comprehensiveness in magic, and made people wonder what kind of laws he had understood. More and more curious. Leo was not idle either. Not to mention the Thunder Spear, Chaos Arrow and other spells. In order to test the lethality of the perfect law, he cast the Poison Nova. Thun was ashamed and angry. What he was best at was poison and acid. Now Leo was using poison to deal with him. Wasn't this deliberately disgusting him? This despicable human being. He thought he could find enough confidence by humiliating an ancient god? Ridiculous mortal mentality. Mortals will always be mortals. The green poisonous cloud created by the poisonous nova covered the eyes of Thun, and the golden pupil showed a trace of ridicule to Leo. Thun was secretly laughing at Leo's ignorance and stupidity. However, he soon stopped laughing. Leo has mastered the perfect poison law. The poisonous nova he cast is already a spell that can hurt the gods. If Thun's body is here, he will not be hurt. But he only has one pupil now, which is not enough. Saw it. Facts have proved that it is worth spending so much energy to upgrade the poison law from complete to perfect. The sound of corroding objects sounded from the point where the golden pupils met the green poisonous cloud. Under the erosion of the poisonous cloud, Thun's pupils were slowly but surely dissolving. And this disintegration was irrepressible. Leo couldn't help laughing when he saw this. His current poisonous nova can hurt Thun. What does this mean? This shows that he already has the ability to kill gods. Let me ask. Even the ancient god Thun, who is good at using poison, can hurt him. But Leo's poison spell can't cause damage to the body of the god? You can know the answer by thinking with your toes. After resealing Thun, go and chat with Jindu. It's time to sweep the trolls of the Gurubashi Empire into the trash heap of history. It is really a waste that the fertile land of Stranglethorn Valley falls into the hands of those uncivilized jungle trolls. And humans should get a share of the resources there. Leo rubbed the ring of forbidden evil words in his hand, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Dealing with Hacker and the Gurubashi trolls is a matter of the future. But dealing with Thun is now. The poisonous mist of the poisonous nova corrodes the pupils of the eye of Thun, and the golden pupils materialized by the light power are melting under the erosion of the poison. Melt? That's right. It melts. The kind of melting in which an object changes from solid to liquid. The golden pupils that melted into liquid turned into finger-sized water droplets, and the golden light looked like golden pearls. Leo was about to take action when he found that Kael'thas had already taken action before him. What are you doing? Robbery? With a strange cry, Leo flipped his palm, and the death grip he was about to cast turned into a freezing grip. Under the influence of the spell, all the golden water droplets on the ground rushed towards Leo. Kael'thas didn't fight with Leo when he saw this, but he didn't let go either. The Blood Elf Prince concentrated his strength on something, and 10 points of golden light flew towards him. Kael'thas took 10 drops of golden liquid from Leo's hands. Don't look at me like that. I'm just a little interested in the holy light, and want to borrow it for study. Putting away the golden water droplets, Kael'thas spoke without any pressure under Leo's gaze. Study the holy light? I'm afraid it's not you who is interested, but the Blood Elves. Leo curled his lips, knowing Kael'thas' purpose very well. The Blood Elf troops with mages and rangers are extremely powerful in long-range attacks. But their melee team can only be ranked last among the powerful races, and they can only bully the weak dwarfs. And now that the dwarfs have obtained the secret medicine to enhance their physical fitness from Leo, it will not be long before the dwarf warriors can also form a large scale. By then, the Blood Elf warriors may not be able to defeat the dwarf warriors. It's not scary to have shortcomings. What's scary is knowing your shortcomings, but not improving them. The Blood Elves needed a powerful melee professional. Preferably such a melee professional who could also use spells. They naturally set their sights on the paladin. As for the shaman, do the proud Blood Elves still want to learn that kind of barbarian culture? From the fact that Silvermoon City sent Forrestal to Stormwind City to learn how to become a paladin, it can be seen that they have been paying attention to paladins for a long time. But it is not easy to obtain the power of the holy light. Not only do you need to know the correct method, you must also find the belief in the holy light in your own culture, so that you can truly be recognized by the holy light and let the holy light be used for you. This is why Fusel has never succeeded. Fortunately, no success does not mean no gain. Fusel has obtained all the methods to train paladins in the Holy Light Cathedral for so many years. What is left now is how to obtain the recognition of the power of holy light. Thun's eyes are a collection of light power. Kael'thas collected those golden water droplets in order to study the power of holy light so that his people can control it. Since he and Kael'thas were friends, Leo thought it would be best to remind him. Of course, he also has his own purpose. The power of light is different from the elements of magic. You can try to control the magic elements, but you cannot do this with the power of light. Obtaining its recognition is the correct way. If you treat the power of light with the same attitude as the magic elements, you may be able to control it. For a while. What awaits you will be the backlash of the power of light. Kael'thas, I regard you as a friend, so I advise you not to act recklessly. If it were other people, Leo wouldn't bother to care about his life and death. Let him feel how painful the corrosion of the light power is. Don't take the holy light seriously. But Kael'thas and his blood elf Leo have to care. After all, Stromgarde and Silvermoon City are now allies. And they are closer allies than Stormwind City and Gilneas. How could Leo sit back and watch the blood elves jump into the pit? Knowing full well the drawbacks of forcibly controlling the power of the holy light, Kael'thas was a little surprised. Leo knew that the blood elves coveted the power of the holy light. He was not surprised. After all, he was also a former disciple of Fusel. With this guy's mind, it was not difficult to guess that Fusel had entered the holy light, the purpose of the church. But he specifically emphasized not to use too much power against the holy light. Could it be that he already understood Astelo's methods? If you want to forcibly dissolve the power of holy light into your body, just catch a Naru. That kind of creature is best used as a battery. Leo cast a spell in front of the Eye of Thun and faced Kai. Ursa said, if it were that easy to possess the holy light, I would have encouraged you to do it. After all, I don't like those octopus faces. Kael'thas was silent for a while. In fact, he also knew that Astero's method was very dangerous. But before there was a better way, he had to do it in order to enhance the strength of the clan. If you want to become stronger, you must take risks. Sighing, Kael'thas looked at Leo with a hopeful look. Then what do you think we should do? Hee. This matter is actually easy to handle. Leo smiled evilly, and Kael'thas shivered for no reason. He felt that someone was going to be unlucky. Pointing to Yizhuor, who commanded the sword to break the dark flash of Thun, Leo said to Kael'thas, did you see that there is a strong man who controls the power of light? Of course, he is not enough now. Although he is strong, the power of holy light in his body is not enough. But you cannot deny his control over the power of light. If you give him enough magic support, he can continuously replenish the power of light and cultivate a team of holy knights for the blood elves. I don't think it's that difficult for the army. Kael'thas pondered for a long time before the blood elf prince made a decision. When are you going to Draenor? Chapter 844, The Ignored Stone Demon. There is a price to pay for underestimating an opponent, especially an opponent like Thun. The ancient god is very frustrated now. Sora has a strong power, but can't exert it because of the suppression of the Titan seal. He has endured the siege of many demigods. But why is there Yizhuor who can break the darkness? There are shining guys, and there are mortals like Leo who ignore the majesty of their ancient gods. When Leo and Kael'thas felt that the victory or defeat was decided and were planning their next plan, the final counterattack of the Eye of Thun arrived. The golden pupil, which was only half corroded by Leo's poisonous nova, suddenly exploded. There was no deafening sound, no dazzling light, just a burst of energy. The amount of energy possessed by the golden pupils materialized by light energy is absolutely terrifying. Even if it is only half of its heyday, it is enough to kill a god, let alone demigods and legends. The sudden self-destruction of the golden pupils caught everyone off guard. But this did not include Leo and Kael'thas. Thun is the ancient god, even if his power can only be exerted to 1,000% due to the suppression of the Titan seal. It should not be underestimated. How could Kael'thas and Leo make such low-level mistakes as underestimating the enemy? At the moment when the golden pupils exploded, the two people's joking attitude changed, and their expressions became extremely serious. The void light pillar appeared again, and Kael'thas once again used tyrannical magic to break open the space. But this time his purpose was not to kill, but to save people. The void light pillar had different purposes. In the past, Kael'thas used the void beam to break open space directly at the target's location, attacking the target with the tearing force of the endless void. Now, he used it to break open the space around the target, blocking Thun's self-destructive energy. The endless void cannot hurt other people. Combining hurting enemies with saving people, void light pillar is a good skill. Kael'thas' goal is to stop Thun. Leo's is to devour. Countless blood-colored threads shot out from his hands. These threads did not weave into a large blood-colored web, but gathered into a person. One person? Yes, it was a person. To be precise, it should be a bloody humanoid creature. Necromancer's blood golem. Let me see what you're capable of. Leo smiled evilly. He wanted to see how powerful the bloodstone demon created with the complete blood law was. As one of the 4 major stone demons of clay, blood, fire, and steel, the Necromancer has yet to get a chance to play. It is not that the bloodstone demon is a waste of talent, but that this guy is difficult to control. He is a kind of person who cannot play well unless he is strong. Of summons. The reason for this is because the bloodstone demon has an ability, which is damage transfer. Once he is injured, part of the damage will be transferred to the Necromancer who summoned him. How many times can the mage's body withstand the transfer of damage? The enemy was not killed, but he was killed by the transferred damage first. Who would want that? Therefore, the bloodstone demon was naturally put on the shelf. And even Leo before was no exception. However, all this changed fundamentally after Leo pushed the blood law to perfection. After the Eye of Thun exploded, the energy exploded and encountered the bloodstone demon. Leo waited for what was going to happen next with an expression of a good show. Facing the energy that was so violent that it could even kill gods, the bloodstone demon was not afraid at all. He just pounced on him, looking like a hungry dog that had seen the flesh and bones. And he handled it quickly and fiercely. The violent energy hit the bloodstone demon. The energy wave, as ferocious and ruthless as a flood that broke through a dam, seemed to have encountered a large black hole that could not be filled. Not only did it fail to harm the bloodstone demon, but it gave the opponent a full meal. It's a loss. The Eye of Thun's self-destruction this time is a huge loss. A delicious meal. So good. Leo licked his lips, and all the energy absorbed by the bloodstone demon was transferred to him. It can be said that Thun's self-destruction saved him a lot of time. If it had not been for his self-destruction, it would have taken at least more time to solve this eyeball. Double. In the self-destruction of the Eye of Thun, the bloodstone demon not only did not bring harm to Leo, but also swallowed up the energy of the self-destruction with extremely high efficiency. This is the bloodstone created with the perfect blood law. All the energy-based attacks of the demon are food that he can devour. Unless the energy is far beyond his endurance, you can't even think of hurting him. In this way, only physical attacks can harm the bloodstone demon. If he encounters a powerful physical attack enemy, will Leo abandon the bloodstone demon? Of course not. Physical strikes can indeed hurt the bloodstone demon, but it is impossible to hurt Leo. If nothing else, it is because of the existence of one thing, and that is the leader's mark. One of the components of the Necromancer's exclusive suit. The skills and suits of the blood golem, Tago's suit, and Necromancer are really intertwined. Leo, who had absorbed a lot of energy, was feeling comfortable when he found Yizur looking at him. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. I don't have any flowers on my face. I'll be shy if you look at me like that. After defeating Thun, Leo was in a good mood, and this kid took the initiative to make a joke about Yizur. The latter replied expressionlessly, "These energies are pure power of light. It would be a waste to give them to you." Leo rolled his eyes. Who would give this energy to me, if not me? No. Actually, I can give it to Scarlet. Leo slapped his forehead hard, and he regretted it. If Scarlet's strength could be raised to legendary, so that silly girl could activate the code of light left by the Titan, I wonder what would happen. Leo knew that he had missed a good opportunity to improve Scarlet's strength. You said it on purpose to make me depressed. Otherwise, why didn't you say it before? Yizur shrugged like someone else, and then turned into a golden light and penetrated into Leo's body. If you can, don't come out. Leo gritted his teeth with hatred. He really didn't expect that Yizur would tease him in the end. The energy of the Eye of Thun's self-destruction cannot be used. But as long as the golden water droplets in my hand are used properly, it is not impossible to upgrade Scarlet's strength to legendary. After a second thought, Leo knew Yizur's true purpose. He was going around the corner to remind Leo of the role of those golden water droplets. Is this a win? Cardro's slightly questioning voice came to mind in this empty square, bringing out waves of echoes of victory. Yes, we won. Leo answered the dwarf prince in a positive tone, and his voice woke up everyone who was still a little sluggish. We did it. Not only did we defeat the Karaji beetle men, but we also defeated the ancient god Thun. Without the help of the dragon, we will win the battle at the temple of Ankh-Uraj. Realizing this, everyone's faces showed a look of ecstasy. Varian, Scarlet, Jean, Jaina and other alliance leaders had smiles on their faces. They knew they had made the right bet this time. In this battle, the self-confidence of the entire alliance race has been greatly improved. The status of humans, dwarves, and gnomes will be further improved. Even if they cannot compare with the night elves, the dragons will no longer look at them with their nostrils. At least a certain amount of respect will be maintained on the surface. Some people may think that this is only an extremely small step and of little use. But they do not understand that it is precisely this step of progress that will lead to the subsequent progress. The significance of taking this step is far more than just a few more legions. Occupying a few more pieces of land is comparable. If a race can't even achieve self-confidence, but you still talk about self-reliance and self-improvement, isn't this making others laugh? There were loud cheers in the temple of Entourage. The mages were celebrating crazily. But Varian and others gathered together. The subordinates can relax, but as leaders they cannot. They have to plan for the future now. Thunes I has been destroyed. After this battle, he will calm down a lot. How to reseal it is left to the dragon. Anyway, the goal has been achieved. Share some of the credit with them, and give them something to do. Okay, now is not the time to be at odds with Longnian Temple, Leo said as his eyes swept over everyone's faces. And he felt relieved when he saw no one objected. What he was most worried about was that someone would be dazzled by victory. But now it seemed that Varian and the others were still very clear-headed. The leaders of the alliance did not object and had their own considerations. They did not understand the Titan seal. Instead of wasting their efforts, it was better to let the dragon deal with it. As for whether they could handle it properly, it was none of their own business. If there was a problem, it was the dragon's. Has nothing to do with the alliance. I want to share the fruits of victory, but I am unwilling to contribute. How can there be such a good thing in the world? The current human race is not the puppet that obeyed them before. Leo, who has several demigod subordinates and is also a demigod himself, is the confidence of the human race. As for the higher level fights, it's impossible for the Guardians to do nothing. With a secret wink at Scarlet, Leo coughed and said to Kaeldats, who was about to leave, "People haven't gathered together like this before, and I'm not qualified to represent the Alliance. So some words have never been able to be said. Now, I think it's time. Your Highness, Kaeldats, regarding Garithos, I would like to apologize to you and your people on behalf of the Alliance. And I hope that His Highness can put aside the past grudges." In the past, Leo could only be regarded as one of the strong men of the human race, and he could not represent the human race. However, when he became a demigod and led the human race to such a great victory, no one objected to him saying that he represented the Alliance. Kaeldats stopped. The matter of Garithos was a big concern for Kaeldats. The noble blood elf prince was imprisoned by a human marshal. It was a great shame and humiliation. This was also the official break between the blood elves and the Alliance. Reason? Kaeldats turned to look at Leo with a sullen face. You don't need to apologize. That incident has nothing to do with you. No matter what, Garithos is the marshal of the Alliance, and the Alliance must be responsible for this. Just as Kaeldats was about to speak, Scarlet stood up and the female paladin performed a standard knightly salute to Kaeldats. Please accept our apology. Scarlet had expressed her opinion. Naturally, Varian and Jean could not sit idly by. After a quick weigh, the two human kings chose the same approach as Scarlet. Although they were very unhappy, what Garithos did actually required them to do something. Come wipe your ass. Kyle, I'm sorry that I couldn't have prevented that from happening. Jaina looked apologetic. Kaeldats had a flash of struggle in his eyes, and finally turned around and left. Cooperation is possible, but I will not join the Alliance. Liadrin followed Kaeldats. Jaina, a woman, still has a great influence on His Highness. Is it a blessing or a curse for the Blood Elves? Chapter 845. What do you think? When the Alliance army appeared at the entrance of the Entourage Temple, and when they saw Leo, Scarlet and other Alliance leaders walking out of the temple, the faces of many people outside the temple changed. Rexer and Sorfang looked solemn. Even a fool knew the outcome of the battle in the temple. The Alliance not only defeated the twin emperors of the Yakkar Empire, but also defeated the ancient god Thun. And in the battle, they didn't lose many people. Are the twin emperors and Thun too weak? Absolutely impossible. That means the Alliance is too strong. In the battle to attack the Temple of Entourage, the Horde's army suffered heavy losses, but the Alliance used a trick to get Horde soldiers to clear the way for them, reducing most of their losses. This made the original plan of losing a lot of Alliance strength in this battle falling into the void. The already unbalanced balance of power between the two camps became even more unbalanced. In this situation, how can you make Sorfang and Rexer, who are absolutely weak, look good? The Alliance's strength was not damaged in the battle through the Temple of Entourage. But the Horde's strength was hurt by the presence of some idiots. The strength gap between the two camps has been widened to the point where it completely destroys the balance. The Horde will be in the future. It won't get better. Maybe war will come soon. So we need to prepare early. Sorfang said nothing as he watched the Alliance soldiers walk out of the Temple of Entourage in high spirits. After a long period of silence, the Orc commander issued a retreat order. The Alliance has already won. Should the Horde still stay here to watch them show off their power and show off their victorious attitude? Neralex watched the Horde army retreat. The Night Elf Druid's expression remained unchanged. But his heart was quite uneasy. Killing the twin emperors of the Yakkar Empire and defeating the ancient god Thun. These two things were accomplished without human beings suffering any major losses. It was really beyond expectations. Neralex saw one thing from this. That is, the strength possessed by human beings far exceeded their expectations. The power possessed by this emerging race was not as simple as they showed. Just as he was thinking this, Neralex found Leo walking towards him. The Night Elf Druid adjusted his mood and put on a happy face to greet him. Speaking of the speed of changing faces, the Night Elf Druid Rui is no slower than those professional actors. Lord Neralex, we are fortunate to have fulfilled our mission. The Temple of Entourage has been captured, and the threat of the Karaji Scarabs has been exposed. However, Leo paused for a moment as he said this, and Neralex's heart trembled. Could it be that there was something wrong with Thun? The ancient god Thun is the big one. Compared with him, the beetlemen of the Yakkar Empire are only a minor problem. So Neralex cannot help but be concerned about them. But we don't know how to activate the Titan seal. And we can't reseal Thun. But if we don't seal it, he will come back soon. This matter puts us in a difficult situation. What do you think? So that's what happened. Neralex felt a huge stone drop in his heart. And then he felt a little disappointed. If the Alliance failed to solve Thun, it would prove that their strength was not as strong as they thought. But they managed to solve this ancient god. It seems that the situation will really change in the future. Sighing secretly in his heart, but not showing it at all on his face, Neralex said to Leo, "Leave the sealing matter to us." The reason why they agreed so readily was because Neralex also knew that this matter was actually left to them intentionally by the Alliance. This shows that humans are not willing to really turn against them. As the saying goes, people carry people in sedan chairs, and humans give face to the Night Elves. So Neralex can't help but understand. Leo successfully handed over the matter of activating the Titan seal to the Night Elves and got rid of the trouble after the war. Leo was happy. And the Night Elves could also use this to sell a dragon, which they had never done during the battle of the Temple of Entourage. The dragons who show their faces can take this opportunity to appear and continue to play their role as guardians of the world. Who wouldn't want a win-win-win situation? Of course, the dragon, which has always been the active one, must be very dissatisfied with being the passive one. Although humans have been in the limelight this time, they have to be careful next. Knowing this, Leo didn't stay long after Neralex agreed. After a few words of greeting, he joined everyone and returned together. The Alliance army had to keep marching on land when they came, but not when they returned. After the battle, there were countless wounded soldiers, and those who were not injured were exhausted. This was the time when the army was at its weakest. If someone attacked by surprise, even if they could be defeated, they would suffer heavy losses. The soldiers did not die on the battlefield against the Karaji beetles, but fell on their way back to victory. This was not what Leo wanted to see. He did not allow such a painful thing to happen. So he was rarely generous. He summoned the Dracolic army and the Swift-Bone Dragon army. The Alliance soldiers enjoyed the unprecedented treatment of strong men, and rushed back 10 times faster than when they came on the backs of the Swift-Bone Dragon and Dragon Lich. Campsite at Ungoro Crater. Naxxramas had already retreated inside when Leo and the others walked out of the Temple of Entourage safely, allowing the fortress to carry them into the endless void and disappear into the curiosity of others. In the eyes, "Master, we have found out that the elemental army that appeared in the ruins of Entourage was summoned by the Twilight cultists and belongs to the Abyss Council." A knight wearing a full body armor stood behind Leo. He was the unknown commander who was responsible for commanding the Arathar army and the Blood Elf army led by Forrestal to fight against the elemental army. Parliament of the Abyss? Leo smiled and nodded in response to the Alliance soldiers who saluted him. But his mind was filtering the information from the Abyss Council. Unfortunately, there was too little information about the Abyss Council. It was a force with no sense of existence. Leo couldn't think of anything after thinking about it. He only remembered that these guys seemed to be summoned with crystals. If I can't think of it, I won't. Leo doesn't bother to care about those small characters and small forces now. As long as they don't jump out to seek death on their own. He won't waste time on these people no matter how hard he tries. The Abyss Council just needs to pay a little attention to them. They are not creatures of this plane. And we can't control them. Your current task is to help Arather train a powerful enough paladin group. With your ability. With my support. This task is not difficult. I will do my best to help the Master consolidate Queen Scarlet's position as the leader of the Silver Crusade. But I have to remind the Master that many of my old friends are familiar with my training methods. And it will be a bit troublesome if someone finds out. The night following, Leo expressed his worries. As long as Leo can strongly support training a paladin group, it will not be difficult at all. However, after the paladin group appears, his identity cannot be kept secret. It will definitely be done by then. Someone comes looking for Leo. Don't worry about these things. I will deal with them. You just have to do your job. Leo would have been worried before. But it was different now. In this world where the strong are respected, the stronger you are, the more confident you will be. And what he does is good for everyone. Accusation? Hum. How many people will jump out to accuse him then? More than 90% of people will choose the default. Now that Leo said so, the knight who followed him stopped talking. In fact, he was also bored and felt uncomfortable if he didn't find something to do. Training talented people according to the requirements of the paladin would give him time to play and relieve his boredom. Leo, don't you want a drink? Cardross's shouts came from the side. And Leo looked around and saw the dwarf prince drinking wine with a group of Wildhammer warriors. Angoro Crater is particularly noisy tonight. In order to celebrate the victory of the Temple of Encourage, the Alliance is holding a grand celebration banquet. Asking a spellcaster to drink was something Cardross could think of. Alcohol has a paralyzing effect on the nerves, and long-term drinking is harmful to mental strength. So the caster does not like to drink, or even abstains from alcohol. Leo, before becoming a demigod, was the latter. In order to grow faster and gain powerful power as soon as possible, what Leo drank the most since he became a warlock was water. He stayed away from wine, and his taste buds had long forgotten what wine tasted like. After becoming a demigod, ordinary alcohol had no effect on him, and Leo didn't mind drinking a little occasionally. Walking to Cardross, Leo sat down next to the dwarf prince. He whispered to the dwarf prince, "Prince Cardross, is it really as simple as just inviting me over for a drink?" Well, Kaderos didn't expect Leo to speak so directly, and he was a little dazed for a moment. Fortunately, he is also straightforward. And since Leo mentioned it, Kaderos continued, "Didn't you say you were going to visit Eagle Nest Mountain? I need to know when you will come so that I can get some specialties for you to try." Sure enough, it was for this. Leo smiled secretly, seeing that Cardross was so worried. He was afraid that the situation in the hinterlands was much more complicated than the outside world knew. What happened that forced Cardross to be so desperate that he wanted to integrate into the Alliance and use the power of the Alliance to resist? Seeing that Leo just smiled and didn't answer, Cardross was a little anxious. Leo expected it well. The reason why the Wildhammer dwarves are so eager to join the Alliance is to use the power of the Alliance to tide over the difficulties. The current situation in the hinterlands is far from what outsiders can imagine. Brother Leo, you have to tell me exactly when you will come. Your Highness, you should know that the battle is not the most troublesome thing. The troublesome thing is the things that need to be dealt with after the war. I'm afraid I may not be free in a short time. If there is nothing urgent. Leo stopped as he spoke, and Cardross took a sip of wine to Presley. The dwarf prince knew that some things had to be explained clearly in advance. You also understand that there are a lot of trolls in the hinterlands. Our Wildhammer tribe migrated there, and we have always had disputes with those local snakes. In the past, those trolls were restless. It didn't matter at first, and I didn't care too much. But who would have thought that they seemed to have received some strong support? And the pressure on Eagle Nest Mountain is huge. Cardross was a little embarrassed. He didn't have much contact with Leo, and he had little contact with the kingdom of Arather. At this time, he only thought of asking for help from others when he was in trouble. He was worried that Leo would refuse. A thought flashed through Leo's mind. Could it be that the trolls from the Amani Empire had gone there to settle down? Chapter 846 Anomalies in Stranglethorn Valley. Stromgarde has gradually become more lively since Leo became a demigod. Many alliance powerhouses are gathering here. Arathar's royal city has a tendency to take over the status of Stormwind City. Many people are optimistic about this city. The ancient city is looking forward to its rejuvenation, and once again, becoming the center of the human race. After all, there is a human demigod here. The rise of new forces will inevitably dilute the interests of the established forces. Just when people with ulterior motives were looking forward to the collision between the two kingdoms of mankind, something unexpected happened. Varian, who is known for his toughness, unexpectedly chose to remain silent. Isn't this condoning the rise of the Arathar kingdom and allowing the Arathar forces headed by Scarlet and Leo to divide the interests of the kingdom of Stormwind? Outsiders don't know the truth. But this world is not without smart people. They know that there must be some unknown secret. Otherwise Varian, the lord of the kingdom of Stormwind, would not be so easy to talk to. The fact is indeed as they expected. Varian did have an inside story to sit back and watch the rise of Stromgarde. And this inside story is a new world called Draenor. What does a new world represent? It represents a new territory. Represents a new resource. Represents a new point of interest. With a huge new interest point. And the ticket to this interest point is still in Leo's hands. How can Varian be an enemy of the kingdom of Arathar? The most basic relationship between countries is interest. If there are enough interests, the kingdom of Stormwind can tolerate the rise of the kingdom of Arathar. The bustle of Stromgarde means that there are many people here. And with more people, there will be more disputes. If there are too many disputes, there will be more fights in this world, where the strong are respected and speak with their fists. If there are too many fights, there will be no less trouble. As this city, the number of things that city managers need to deal with will also increase accordingly. For someone, having too many things is not what he wants. Sleeping until he wakes up naturally is the life he wants. Dealing with government affairs all day long and worrying about the troubles caused by those who ignored the law seemed to Leo to be a waste of his time. Fortunately, someone helped Leo deal with these troublesome matters, which saved him a lot of trouble. Lying on the reforged lounge chair, Leo yawned, looking like he had not yet woken up. He stretched out his hand and wiped it on his face. He didn't feel the prickly beard. Leo nodded with satisfaction and said to Sindragosa, who was standing beside him, "Very good." Well, Leo admitted that he was living a luxurious life now. Look at what he has done. Even shaving has to be done by someone. And the one who does it is the Blue Dragon Queen. Isn't this luxury? For the queen of the Blue Dragon clan to do such a thing. Only this boy can do it. If this matter is told, everyone will be shocked. Arago stood aside, his teeth chattering. If Sindragosa's aura hadn't locked onto him, and the demigod's pressure prevented him from moving, the Blue Dragon Prince would have rushed forward and beat Thunder violently. Oh no! Ignoring the angry Arigos, not even giving him a glance, Leo made a gesture to Sindragosa, who immediately understood after seeing it. This was the news Leo wanted her to get. Speak out. I learned that Thun has not been sealed yet, and the Wormer's temple has sent people there. Now there are hundreds of dragons gathered in the temple of Entourage. They are activating the Titan seal under the auspices of Krasis. I estimate that there will be another 30 heaven will successfully activate the seal. And Thun will be sealed again by then. Sindragosa stopped here, waiting for Leo's instructions. As one of Leo's capable subordinates, how could she not know her master's attitude towards Wormer's temple? It would take a whole month for the dragon to successfully seal Thun. During this time, Leo, there are many things you can do if you are willing. He waved his hand, signaling Sindragosa to continue speaking. The dragon will not go over to cause trouble when Thunrio is sealed. Nor does he want to go over to cause trouble. The ancient god in the temple of Entourage completely hated him. And it was undoubtedly the most appropriate choice to seal him when there was no way to kill him. The dragon sealing of Thun would be of great benefit to Leo, but not harmful at all. How could he destroy it before he could protect it in time? Besides, the Night Elves are not vegetarians. When the dragon activates the Titan seal, who knows what they, as guardians, have prepared to deal with possible saboteurs. Leo couldn't care if other people were interested in trying. He would never go himself. The water element has sent the things the master needs to Stromgarde. According to the master's instructions, the whole process was carried out without anyone knowing. After getting those two things, I have put them in the master's private space. Leo nodded. He was well aware of the changes in the private space. He already knew the moment Sindragosa brought the items into the space. The castle in Broken Ridge in the Alterac Mountains is about to be captured by the mercenaries we hired. Most of the ogres there have been killed by them using various methods. Now they can only stay in the castle. With the ogre's food intake, it won't be long before they come out of the castle due to food shortage. And we can send people to take them there in at most 2 months. Broken Ridge was Leo's idea in Azhara to break the siege of Azuragos. And now this move is about to come into play. Get the money ready. Those mercenaries want payment. I don't want any problems to arise. They can defeat the ogres in Broken Ridge. And naturally they can cause us trouble. As the Marshal of the Alliance, Leo has unparalleled power in the kingdom of Arathar. A small amount of money is not a problem for him at all. He does not want to cause any unpleasantness over such a trivial matter. The mercenaries are fighting head-on. Leo can destroy them all in one turn. But why should they fight you head-on? Who goes to Broken Ridge to hunt ogres for money? Who doesn't have 2 brushes at their disposal? If you really want to offend those guys, and let them use any means to deal with Arathar, even if they can solve the problem, the vitality of their kingdom will be hurt. Damaging the vitality of the kingdom for a small amount of money. This business was a big loss. Leo would not do such a stupid thing. He is not Grandet. And he will not be stingy in the slightest where money should be spent. The reconstruction of Stratholme is in progress. Her Majesty Scarlet's prestige among the Silver Crusade is constantly rising. With a brilliant enough record against the Scourge, her influence will be comparable to Fording. The influence of High Lord Fording in the Silver Crusade is unparalleled. After all, he has many years of accumulation. It is normal for Scarlet to be much inferior compared to him. Some things must take time to settle. Fortunately, except for Fording, no one in the Silver Crusade can compare with Scarlet. The female paladin has enough time to expand her influence. Leo is not prepared to interfere in this matter. Unless Scarlet leads the Silver Crusade to conquer the home of the Black Blade Knights and capture the Akira's fortress, it will be impossible to surpass Fording in a short time. But now solving the Knights of the Ebon Blade is not in the interest of the Kingdom of Arathar. Nor is it in the interest of the Alliance. Next, seeing that Leo was not interested in the Silver Crusade, and Sindragosa did not bother with this matter, she immediately moved on to the next thing. The construction of the 2 new islands is going very smoothly. But we still encounter trouble at sea. The Bloodsail pirates, who were defeated by the Navy in Booty Bay, have gathered together. According to the news from the Syndicate, they are heading towards Stromgarde. Come! A group of bereaved dogs. Want to take final revenge? Leo snorted coldly. The Bloodsail pirates failed in the Battle of Booty Bay. And it was a huge defeat that even resulted in the loss of their lair. After all, Theramore's navy joined the navy of the Kingdom of Arathar. The Bloodsail pirates, who had been running rampant for many years, finally lost the war. With the support of a kingdom, and the goblins fully responsible for logistics, Arathar's navy, which was only as elite as the Bloodsail pirates, gradually gained the upper hand. Not to mention that there are still new recruits in the Arathar navy. After experiencing many battles with the Bloodsail pirates, even the rookies have grown into veterans. Even if there are occasional failures, the sailors of the Arathar kingdom continue to drive over. Possessing, there are more and more soldiers with enough naval combat experience. And even if they risk their lives in a war of attrition, the Bloodsail pirates are no match. The righteous maritime power is no match for Arathar. So what else can the Bloodsail pirates use to defend their home base? It's just that they are too arrogant. Who made them think that their maritime power is invincible, and expose the location of their lair without any scruples? If the Arathar navy wants to attack them, there is no need to spend any effort to find them. It can just drive the army over. They want to cause trouble in Stromgarde. Can they do it? The disdain on Leo's face was not pretended, but a genuine look down on the Bloodsail pirates. These guys were too far gone to fight him. Send 100 Dracolics to find their location. Once found. At this point, Leo raised his palms and made a diagonal downward gesture. And the meaning was self-explanatory. The Bloodsail pirates are enemies of the Kingdom of Arathar, and Leo has no interest in recruiting these brutal guys. Their fate is already doomed. A group of defeated soldiers were besieged by the Dracolic army at sea. The Bloodsail pirates wanted to come to the Kingdom of Arathar, unless their luck was extremely bad. Sindragosa has no interest in pursuing the Bloodsail pirates, using the strength of the Blue Dragon Queen to deal with the remaining soldiers of the Bloodsail pirates. Isn't this killing a chicken with a knife? What does Polition do? What does Ectorius do? Is Valestas a freeloader? It is enough to have these 3 powerful dragon liches take action. Sindra, tell Adelaide that the plan for Stranglethorn Valley can be started. Yes, Master. But our navy discovered something strange while chasing the Bloodsail pirates. The Blue Dragon Queen looked at Leo and told the news she had just received. Where is the Reef Sea in Stranglethorn Valley? A new tribe of trolls appeared. This tribe appeared suddenly. They called themselves Zandalari. Before Sindragosa finished speaking, Lyoho stood up with a roar. The Empire of Wise Men. Chapter 847. Let me come. After taking 2 steps with his hands behind his back, Leo turned to Sindragosa and asked, "Have you found out about those trolls?" The Blue Dragon Queen shook her head and told what she knew. Trolls have never had a good impression of humans. In order to avoid causing trouble, our navy did not contact them. In addition, we had to pursue the Bloodsail pirates at that time, so we just confirmed it. After their presence, they left. Rubbing his chin, Leo ordered Sindra, "Let the people below check it out. We are about to launch an operation in Stranglethorn Valley. I don't want any accidents to happen." The Blue Dragon Queen bowed and replied respectfully, "I will follow your instructions." Pacing back and forth in the room, Leo was thinking. The trolls of the Gurubashi Empire, under the instigation of Jindu, wanted to bring the evil god Hacker to the world. It should not be surprising that the Zandalari tribe appeared at this time. But Leo always felt that something was wrong. Without the intervention of him as a time traveler, the Zandalari tribe should have been allies of the tribe and the alliance in preventing the Gurubashi trolls' conspiracy. Because everyone has the same goal of destroying the blood god Hacker. But the reality is that Leo, this little butterfly, has appeared. When he flaps his wings, it is no longer a breeze, but a hurricane. The world has long since deviated from its original trajectory. Zul'Farrak has been destroyed, and the Amani trolls have been forced to migration. There is no guarantee that the occurrence of these things will not change the concept of the Zandalari tribe, so that the Troll Sage Empire will realize and advance the fact that the troll race is gradually dying out, slowly but surely heading towards destruction, allowing them to intervene in the world and advance things. Whether the Trolls' Empire of Wise Men will bring forward the rise of Zandalari event is a question that Leo must consider. These things come one after another. It's really endless. Rubbing his brows, Leo felt that it would be better for him to go to Stranglethorn Vale in person. He had to find out what the attitude of the Zandalari tribe was. When he was about to speak, he saw Willie walking in a hurry. What happened? As his captain of the bodyguard, Willie rarely showed anxious expressions, and Leo knew something was bound to happen. "Lord Leo, Her Royal Highness Scarlet has decided to retreat and attack the legendary realm. This is the news she sent back from Stratholme. Silly girl's stubborn temper has broken out again." Leo was helpless. Scarlet must have been stimulated. This silly girl found that the gap between herself and Leo was getting wider and wider. With her temperament, how could she not try her best to catch up? Given Scarlet's current state, it would be best to stabilize her current state and wait for a while before attacking Legend. This is the best option. She must have known that Leo would object to attacking Legend now. So she ran to Stratholme. Come on. Kill first and then play. Seeing as she doesn't even tell Leo the news directly, but relays it through Viri. You can know her thoughts. Let her be. Leo waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to mention this matter. Scarlet had hundreds of drops of golden liquid that he had obtained by decomposing the Eye of Thun. Those were the products of materialization of light energy. There were these foreign objects. Help Scarlet's strength will be improved even if she fails to attack the Legend. Sindra, go and make arrangements. I'm going to Stranglethorn Valley. Master, how do we respond to the Wildhammer dwarves? When Sindragosa said this, Leo thought about it. He promised Cardross to visit the Eagle's Nest Mountain as soon as possible. He didn't know what would happen when he went to Stranglethorn Valley. What if he was delayed for a long time? Cardross is waiting? This will damage the relationship between the Wildhammer dwarves and the Kingdom of Arathar. If there is a rift between the two parties, it will be impossible to reconcile. There are too many things to do, and not enough time. At this time, Leo couldn't help but feel that he was lacking in skills. Now how to do? Going to Stranglethorn Vale, or the appointment at Eagle's Nest Mountain? Leo scratched his face, feeling distressed. Both Stranglethorn Valley and Eagle's Nest Mountain are places of right and wrong. You never know what will happen to you. If too much time is spent in one place, it is very easy for variables to occur in the other place. After much thought, Leo decided to grab the Wildhammer dwarves as an ally first. After all, Stranglethorn Vale is an enclave, too far from the mainland of the Kingdom of Arathar, and the Eagle's Nest Mountain in the hinterlands directly borders Arathar. Don't sacrifice the near for the far. Tell Cardross that I will. Before Leo could finish speaking, the ground suddenly started to tremble. If he hadn't been strong enough to temper himself, he might have fallen to the ground. Boom! There was a muffled sound from the ground, as if the earth was a big drum, and someone beat it hard. The vibration came suddenly, and went away quickly. If I hadn't experienced it personally, I would have regarded it as an illusion. After the shaking stopped, Viri looked confused. Arygos looked around as if aware, and Leo and Sindragosa looked in a certain direction. The Blue Dragon Queen asked Leo, "Master, do you need me to investigate? You can be forgiven if you do evil by God, but you can't live if you do it yourself." A sneer appeared on Leo's face. According to his induction, it was the source of the vibration. It was also the last of the 4 imprisonment formations in Arthi Highlands. Where he was, I didn't bother you. But you jumped out on your own initiative. You are so eager to die that I can't let you down. Let me kill you today. Viri, go tell Adelaide and ask him to quickly calm the chaotic people, and let the army prepare the defense of Stromgarde. The earthquake will be more violent in the next period of time. As you command. My lord. Willie agreed and left at a speed several times faster than when he came. He followed Leo for a long time. The leader of the dragon-blooded bodyguard knew what would happen next. The guy named Meisler was going to tough luck. A huge Dracolic rose into the sky from Stromgarde. The people of Arather, who had been panicked by the sudden earthquake, calmed down after seeing the Dracolic. There is a powerful human demigod sitting in Stromgarde. With Leo here, what do they have to worry about? Even if there is an earthquake, this powerful demigod warlock can ensure the safety of Stromgarde. It was with this idea, coupled with Adelaide's timely response and a large number of soldiers helping to maintain order, that the panicked people were able to quickly respond. However, the people who regained their composure soon received a piece of news that surprised them. That is, there would be an earthquake next, and they could not return to their houses for the time being. The successive earthquakes were frightening news. Fortunately, when the soldiers told them the news, they also conveyed another news. Marshal Leo had personally gone to deal with the matter, and the source of the earthquakes could be eliminated soon. Ordinary people can't see anything from these 2 messages, but the powerful are different. When talking about the source of the earthquake, the Arather soldiers used the word clear, which showed that the earthquake did not occur naturally, but was caused by someone. Leo came here just to get rid of that guy, who dares to run wild in the Arthi Highlands because of their ambition. Doesn't he know how powerful Leo is? He has several demigod warlocks under his command, which is something that ordinary people can afford to offend. The strong men who thought of this began to mourn the unlucky guy. Even if you are impatient and want to die, this is not the way to go. Leo is a demigod warlock, and playing with souls is a warlock's specialty. If you really want to make him angry, he will not be able to live in peace even if he dies. That unlucky guy doesn't look at the person when he's looking for trouble. He's so brainless. The confinement circle. See the confinement circle again. The biggest difference between the confinement circle seen this time and the 3 that Leo had used to fuse his subordinates before was that it had cracked. Cracks diagonally cut across the surface of the magic circle, dividing the magic circle into 2. It seems that we arrived in time. If we leave it alone for at least a day, the guy below will be able to break out. Leo held his chin and gave Sindragosa an order. Go help her, and let her come out early. Don't think that Leo would be so kind. The reason for letting the being imprisoned by the confinement circle break out earlier was not to sell her a favor, but to kill her as soon as possible. To put it in one sentence, I am in a hurry and don't have much time to play with you. He was so patient if he had to wait at this place for most of a day, or even a whole day. A waste of time is a waste of life. Even if the demigod can survive for a long time, it cannot be wasted like this. Let me! Arygos couldn't stand it anymore. He kept following Leo, because he was afraid that Sindragosa would suffer. However, Leo simply regarded him as nothing. The Blue Dragon Prince felt that he could not be so insignificant, let alone look at Sindragosa. Dragosa was ordered by Leo to do this and that. So he stood up. You? Leo glanced sideways at Arygos. This time, the Blue Dragon Prince finally entered his sight, even though it was only from a very inconspicuous corner. Pouting his lips, Leo said 2 words, whatever? What a bad attitude this human being has. Under Sindragosa's gaze, Arygos held back a breath. He roared and transformed back into his true form, as a blue dragon. His huge body dropped to the ground and began to vigorously destroy the confinement circle. Blue dragons are the most capable of using magic among the 5 series of dragons. Legend has it that even the magic of bronze dragons and red dragons was taught by blue dragons. Blue Dragon King Malygos is even called the King of Magic. As a blue dragon, the Dragon Prince's Arygos' magical attainments are by no means low. With profound knowledge in magic, it is impossible to be unfamiliar with the structure of magic circles. For most magicians, the confinement circle is so complicated that they have to spend a lifetime studying it. But in the eyes of Aragos, that is not the case. Maybe it will take Aragos a lot of time if you ask him to set up the formation. But destruction is easier than construction. It only takes 10 minutes to destroy this confinement formation. The Blue Dragon Prince was wreaking havoc below, and the confinement circle soon became a mess. Aragos used this to vent the anger he had accumulated at Leo's place, as he was destroying it in full force. He did not notice a pair of cold eyes in the sky, looking down at him. Blue Dragon Prince Aragos. Poor guy. Leo sneered. It's just a chess piece laid out by the ancient gods. Do you really think I don't know? Chapter 848. Repaying kindness with hatred. There is a famous saying that goes well, before fighting against the outside world, we must first make peace with the inside. If we can't even deal with it internally, how can we talk about it externally? The existence imprisoned in the Arthi Highlands confinement circle has always been a scourge to the Arather kingdom. If she is not eliminated, who knows whether she will set your backyard on fire at a critical moment. So Leo's coming here this time is not a sudden whim. But I have had this idea for a long time. Leo was originally entangled with a lot of things, and he didn't take care of it for a moment. Unexpectedly, the guy caused an earthquake in order to break the seal, which reminded Leo of the unsolved problems in his own territory. As Leo said, this is a self-inflicted crime that cannot be lived. You couldn't wait to inform everyone that you were going to cause trouble. But Leo would still be polite to you. Aragos' destruction quickly attracted the attention of the imprisoned people. Realizing that someone was helping him break his imprisonment, the imprisoned people immediately responded. A muffled thumping sound came from the ground. The earth began to tremble violently, and an earthquake occurred that affected the entire Arthi Highlands. The Blue Dragon Prince and the imprisoned were trying to reconcile each other internally and externally. But the last confinement circle finally couldn't hold on any longer. Cracks separated it, and the circle, which had existed for an unknown amount of time, fell into pieces. Seeing this, Leo made a gesture, and Sindragosa and Nefarian, his mount, immediately prepared for battle. This level of destruction is enough, Aragos was thinking as he was about to fly into the air, when the ground suddenly broke open, and a big hand came out from the ground and slapped the Blue Dragon Prince back. Aragos was angry. I helped you get out of trouble, and you didn't repay me. You even attacked me. What's the point? TSK. TSK. This is a typical case of repaying kindness with hatred. Leo said sarcastic words. And the Blue Dragon Prince was very angry when he heard what he said. Meeting Leo, a human who didn't take dragons seriously at all, already made him very depressed. Now that something like this happened again, how could Aragos endure it? The Blue Dragon Prince roared angrily, and sprayed his ice breath at the big hand that was about to hit him again. The biting cold air, wrapped in fist-sized ice, completely froze the big hand that was sticking out of the ground. Now you know how powerful I am. The Blue Dragon Prince looked at Leo as if demonstrating. To his disappointment, Leo ignored him at all. In the eyes of this human being, am I, the majestic Blue Dragon Prince, not as good as a broken magic circle? How unreasonable. Aragos was even more angry. Click! The first crack appeared in the ice that sealed the big hand. Then the second, and the third. But in the blink of an eye, the ice was covered with cracks. And then with a crashing sound, the entire ice shattered. When Aragos turned his attention back to the big hand, it had broken through the ice. He broke my ice so quickly. He is an extraordinary person. Aragos calmed down, knowing that when he encountered a strong enemy, failure to concentrate would easily lead to defeat. The Blue Dragon Prince is serious about confronting his enemies. So why not the mysterious imprisoned ones? Knowing that the blue dragon on the ground was difficult to deal with, she did not rush to attack, but chose to come out of the seal first. A huge head emerged from the ground, its size not much inferior to the dragon's head of Lygos. The Blue Dragon Prince couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds when he saw the head. It was clearly a human head. No, it's not a human head but looks like a human being. The person imprisoned under the confinement circle was actually a female giant. From the earth elemental aura exuding from her body that is so rich that it almost turns into substance, it can be inferred that this female giant is an elemental creature, and a very advanced one. There is actually a high-level elemental creature imprisoned under the Arthi Highlands. What happened in this land where the human race prospered? The female giant who broke out of the seal ignored the surprised Aragos. She looked up to the sky and shouted, "I'm out. I'm finally out? Damn giants. You will feel the anger of the Earth Princess. Meisler is going to destroy got you. Meisler, Princess of the Earth. This is the being who has been imprisoned under the earthy highlands for who knows how many years. Now she has finally escaped. As for you, Miss Lair said, and turned her gaze to Arigos. She looked unkind. The anger of being imprisoned for many years made her need to find a target to vent her anger. It was obvious that the Blue Dragon Prince, who helped her escape, was the unlucky guy. There is no word for repaying a favor in Myler's dictionary. Or to be precise, she doesn't have it now. I will kill you as a token of my gratitude. Creation of the Giants. Arigos looked at Meisler with anger flashing in his eyes. He had already recovered from the initial shock. How could he endure it when the other party said this? If you want to kill me, do you have the ability? Roaring angrily, Arigos fired a carriage-sized ball of ice at Meisler. Once the magic energy contained in the ice ball exploded, even a demigod would be frozen. Meisler punched out, and the fist made of earth element hit the ball of ice, causing ice shards to fly everywhere, and the freezing cold air created patches of white mist in the air. Arigos looked at this scene in surprise. His ball of ice was broken so easily by the opponent, which was really unacceptable to him. Giant's creation. You are dead. Meisler raised his leg and stamped hard. The ground shook violently. Arigos was unable to stand still and staggered. As the princess of the earth, it would be easy for Meisler to create an earthquake. While Arigos was shaking, Meisler punched him. But the Blue Dragon Prince had no choice but to resist. Fortunately, Arigos is not a pustule, and the protective shield he exerts is strong enough to be indestructible with a punch of Meisler's strength. Looking at the dense cracks appearing on the shield, Arigos was shocked. If this punch hit him, it would definitely break his dragon scales and injure him. This elemental giantess is very powerful, so it's best not to fight her in close combat. Blue dragons are magic dragons, and long-range attacks are their specialty. Arigos would not use his own shortcomings to defeat the enemy's strengths. He immediately flapped his wings and wanted to fly into the sky. How could Meisler let Arigos leave? She stretched out her hand to grab the Blue Dragon Prince. Just when Arigos turned his attention to her, two large mounds of earth suddenly rose up under the Blue Dragon Prince's feet. Stone elements shot out of it. Summon the stone element. Arigos miscalculated. He only paid attention to Meisler, but ignored his feet. The protective shield that had been cracked by the Earth Princess's punch collapsed under the impact of two giant stone elements. At this time, Meisler, his hand happened to catch it, and the Blue Dragon Prince's right wing was caught. The Earth Princess gave a strong force, and Arigos couldn't help but hit the ground. Boom! A large crater with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared on the ground. Countless spider web-like cracks occupied the ground. The force of the collision caused great damage to the ground. Arigos stood up staggeringly. The previous collision had seriously injured him. Meisler used his ground spike at the moment he was about to hit the ground, and several rock pillars, embraced by 10 people, met him. The body of the Blue Dragon Prince jumped out, and it was their appearance that broke Arigos' keel, causing his right wing to twist irregularly. The dragon's wings were broken, and the severe pain tortured Arigos, leaving him unable to fly for a while. This period was Meisler's opportunity. Owner! Sindragosa couldn't stand it any longer. Arigos was pinned down by Mithril and beaten severely. He faced an elemental Blue Dragon Prince, who had been imprisoned for an unknown number of years, and had just broken out. He was still in a weak state. Unexpectedly, he was no match for him, which really brought shame to the Blue Dragon clan. Meisler is the elemental princess. Her power should be the purest earth magic power. But I sensed a darkness of power from her that shouldn't be there. It really makes me curious. Leo rubbed his hands. With his chin, his eyes seemed to be scanning somewhere inadvertently. Syndra, go get her. I want to study her carefully. With Leo's approval, Sindragosa cast the spell he had prepared. It is also a ball of ice, cast by the Blue Dragon Queen and played by Arigos, which are completely different concepts. The two people in the sky, Meisler, the dragon, were already on guard, seeing an ice ball with a diameter of 1 meter coming. The Earth Princess looked solemn. She gave up attacking the Blue Dragon Prince and instead dealt with Sindragosa. Meisler's choice was correct. Even though Sindragosa's ball of ice was much smaller than Rigos's, the magic power it contained was dozens of times that of the latter. The Earth Princess's fist failed to break the ice ball cast by the Blue Dragon Queen, and the hard ice froze her completely, and a large ice sculpture appeared. Compared with Sindragosa, Arigos' strength is not even close to that of Sindragosa. Counting on him for the Blue Dragon clan's revival is really slim. Leo curled his lips in disdain. The Blue Dragon Prince's strength was only so small. How could he survive in the Temple of Encourage for 1,000 years without a special reason? Thun. You thousand-eyed monster. Do you think I'm a fool? With one blow, Mithril was frozen, freeing Aragos from the trap. Sindragosa stopped taking action. From Leo's previous words, she heard that her master did not want to kill him. So naturally, she would not kill him. Looking carefully at Meisler, who was sealed in the ice, Leo nodded seriously, as if he had confirmed something. It is indeed the power of darkness. My induction cannot be wrong. Although it is unbelievable. The fact is before us that the giantess, who calls herself the Earth Princess Meisler, has been corrupted by the power of darkness and has fallen. With that said, Leo made a killing gesture towards Sindragosa, with a look of regret on his face. A fallen elemental giant will cause immeasurable harm to Arather. Kill her before she causes us trouble. A shocking amount of magic power surged out of the Blue Dragon Queen. And she was about to kill her. Please wait a while. Anxious shouts came from the distance, and several figures rushed towards them. I finally forced you out. The rat's hiding in the dark. There was an imperceptible sarcasm on Leo's face. Let me hear what you have to say. Chapter 849, Strange Things to Live In. What Leo hates the most is people who secretly plot against him. He will never give a good look to such people. When a group of strangers who had been hiding nearby but pretended to have just arrived appeared, his face suddenly turned cold. Sindragosa would not change her actions until she received Leo's instruction to stop. An ice spear as thick as a siege log was aimed at Meisler's head. Although the Earth Princess was unable to move, she was frozen in ice. But the perception was still there, and sensing that Sindragosa's blow was enough to inflict fatal damage on himself, Meisler struggled desperately. Click! Click! Under the full impact of the Earth Princess, cracks appeared in the ice that sealed her body. Isn't it too late to struggle now? Sindragosa is very confident in the ice spear technique he casts. In fact, if Meisler is really stabbed in the head by the ice spear, he will be killed on the spot. However, some people will not watch the death of the Earth Princess. Those who rushed the strangers who came all took action, and struck the Blue Dragon Queen's ice spear with dozens of earthquakes. The tip of the spear grazed Meisler's head and stabbed into the empty space. Upon seeing this, Leo shouted angrily, "Who dares to ruin my business?" The Tauren walking at the front hurriedly explained, "Please forgive our recklessness. Respected demigod, my partner and I were just anxious for a moment. That is the Earth Princess Meisler. You can't kill her. Earth Princess. TSK TSK. What a big background." Leo had a scared expression on his face. But the words in his mouth were not that at all. An existence that has been corrupted by dark power. Just because she is the Earth Princess. If you can't kill me, who do you think I am? The higher the identity, and the stronger the power, the greater the harm such a depraved creature can cause. If we don't get rid of her before she brings harm to this world, why should we? Waiting for someone to be harmed before taking action? Upon hearing what Leo said, the Tauren became anxious, and he quickly shouted, "Sir Leo, please listen to my explanation." Glancing at Mithril, who was being bombarded by Sindragosa's magic, Leo asked the Tauren, "What do you want to say?" Fortunately, he didn't take action directly without hesitation. Leokin heard his words, and the Tauren felt relieved. He was about to say more when he heard Meisler yelling in a tone full of hatred, "You damn flesh and blood creatures! I will kill you all." The Tauren was immediately dumbfounded. What was Meisler doing? Are all elemental creatures so brainless? Does she know what the consequences of saying this will be? Leo smiled. Meisler is really disrespectful. You should wait until the Tauren finishes his words. If you do this, others will have no chance to save you. As the saying goes, you will not survive if you do it yourself. You heard it. She has been too deeply corrupted by the power of darkness and is hopeless. Now just stay aside and don't blame me for being rude if you make trouble again. After saying that, Leo turned away and ignored the Tauren. Seeing Leo speaking so decisively, the Tauren showed anxiety on his face. He has also heard about Leo's behavior. Once this human warlock confirms that someone is an enemy, what awaits him is a ruthless and violent attack. In the eyes of this powerful warlock, the word mercy is completely redundant. Killing to stop killing was his usual attitude towards his enemies. This attitude did not change when he was still weak, and it is even less likely to change now that he has strong strength. The angry Meisler met the Blue Dragon Queen. If the power of the Earth Princess was at its peak, she would not be at a disadvantage. However, she had just ended her imprisonment and was in a weak state. Her strength was only 1/5 of that at her peak. How? Sindragosa's opponent? While Leo was talking to the Tauren, the Earth Princess was beaten so badly by the Blue Dragon Queen's spell that she could only parry, and could not even fight back except to curse. Swearing people is not a skill. Only being able to beat them is a real skill. Mithril's curses were of no help to her current situation. And given Syndragos' state of mind, a small curse had no effect on her. The Blue Dragon Queen's magic came one after another. Ice Spear, Ice Ball, Blizzard, waiting for a slam. The flying ice mist lowered the temperature of the entire battlefield by 20 or 30 degrees. If ordinary people had to wrap themselves up here, don't wear a thick layer of cotton-padded clothes. This human being doesn't intend to listen to our explanation at all. Will he take action? Don't be impulsive. We have no chance of winning if we take action. And now is not the time to antagonize him. Don't spoil things and make him wary. The Tauren and his companions communicated with each other. Although their actions were secretive, they could not be hidden from Leo, who couldn't help but sneer in his heart. You are a bunch of self-righteous ground rats. If you weren't still of some use, I would kill you right now. Sir Leo, seeing that Miss Lair was in a bad situation, the strangers couldn't help it, and the Tauren came forward again. Miss Lair has a special status. Please be merciful. We will think about the dark power in her body. Way to clear it. Leo curled his lips and said to the Tauren as if he was dissatisfied, in my eyes, there is no difference between corrupted creatures. I don't care whether she is an Earth Princess or an Earth Sow. Since she has fallen, she must die. The earthquake poses no threat to me. Not the slightest threat. But the people of Arathar are different. Not everyone can have the power of a demigod like me. Sir Leo, I promise that nothing like that will happen. The Tauren was very sure. But Leo didn't believe him at all. You promise? What guarantee do you have? Leo snorted coldly, pointing to the companions behind the Tauren. Warriors of the Shuhara clan. Do you think your companions are hiding their heads and tails? I would trust you, strangers? Based on your behavior just now, it would not be an exaggeration for me to kill you. The Tauren's expression changed slightly. The people behind him had special identities, and their true appearance was hidden by magic. I thought Leo wouldn't be able to find them, but he saw through them at a glance. You dare to insult us? Leo's companions, who repeatedly made things difficult for the Tauren, couldn't bear it any longer. As soon as his words came out of his mouth, the Tauren secretly said, "Oh no! Didn't I tell you not to speak? If you can't speak, just shut your mouth tightly. I wonder if this demigod warlock is soft-spoken or not." Sure enough, the Tauren's premonition was correct. Leo immediately grimaced. The demigod's pressure descended on them, locking them with tyrannical mental power. Could it be that Leo wants to take action? The Tauren's heart skipped a beat. This master had always been merciless and merciless. If he classified him as an enemy, he would be the target of a beating. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. The Tauren tried to explain. But Leo spat and said with disdain, "Dissatisfied with me? Who is the Clay Council?" The hearts of the Tauren and his companions skipped a beat. What did Leo say just now? He mentioned the Clay Parliament. Could it be that he already knew about our existence? Several people looked at each other in shock. They asked themselves how they were secretive, low-key, and never revealed anything. How did Leo know their identities? If you want others to know nothing, you have to do it yourself. As if he knew their shock, Leo raised his index finger and shook it at the people of the Clay Council. Rexa has been wandering around the desolate land for long enough. I don't want you would believe that he was just hanging out there. TSK. I really don't know how he got in touch with you. Could it be because of the princess in Maraudon? The Clay Council, the Ring of the Earth, is an incredible organization. Looking at Leo with a joking look on his face, several people from the Clay Council didn't know how to respond. As expected of a genius that only emerges once in 1,000 years from the human race, Leo's head was spinning too fast. In fact, as Leo expected, it was Rexer's wandering in the desolate land that attracted the attention of the Clay Council. It was also through Rexer that they had a deeper understanding of the current tribal chief role, and thus decided to help him become that candidate. This matter is a secret among them. But Leo found out their identities just from Rexer wandering in desolation and Marathon in desolation, and even confirmed which camp they preferred. The insight is astounding. The Alliance's intelligence system is indeed powerful. You are worthy of being a former member of MI7. Yes, we are members of the Earth Ring. After Leo revealed his identity, the Minotaur admitted his identity in a bachelor's manner. Our organization serves the Earth, so we cannot let Princess Misslair die like this. Leo didn't chase after the other party after they admitted their identity. His purpose was not to dwell on the identities of these people, but to get what he wanted from them. Your request, I reject. Refuse. It's so disrespectful. while several members of the Earth Ring were in shock. Leo stated the reason for his refusal. I suspect that the trap outside the Temple of Encourage was created by Mithril. You know that I suffered heavy losses in that trap. So I have to vent my bad breath. No, definitely not her. How do you know it's not her? Leo stared at the Tauren with a serious tone. Could it be you who are the main messengers of the Earthfall? Meeting Leo's gaze, the Tauren felt as if he was being targeted by a predator, and cold sweat broke out. I'm afraid this human warlock has already suspected us. No, we can't let him become our enemy. At least not at this time. You are acquiescing by not speaking? Leo had already held the staff of disintegration in his hand as he spoke, and the Tauren quickly denied it. Please believe me, that was never done by us. So, it was Meisler who created that trap. Anyone's first reaction when their conspiracy is exposed is to deny it. Leo smiled, like a fox watching his prey step into his trap. The Tauren was at a loss for words. At this moment, a companion behind him spoke. We believe that the creator of that collapse was not Princess Meisler. But she is also at fault. The previous earthquake caused considerable damage to Arather, and the Clay Council is willing to compensate. Considered a smart man, Leo glanced at the man with admiration, then took out a magic letterhead and used magic power to write wildly on it. After writing a full piece of paper, he casually gave it to the person in the Ring of the Earth. The Minotaur's face turned green when he saw what was on the letterhead. Robbery. Hongwood was robbery. Why don't you go and grab it? No. Even if you rob it, you can't make that much money. Look at what is written on it. 100 cores of the earth. 500 essences of the earth. Do you think this is cabbage on the street? And you can have it if you want? 100 earth cores and 500 earth essences. Even the earth rings that can go deep into the ground will take 20 years to collect. These are just 2 of them. There are dozens of precious materials remaining, all of which the materials added up to buy 5 strong guards, and there was still something left. Sir Leo, your conditions are too harsh. The Tauren said this through gritted teeth, but Leo responded with a look that looked like a fool. You have to understand that you are begging me to let Meisler go. The relationship between us is inherently unequal. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Promise me or watch me kill her. The decision is yours. At this point Leo shrugged. Of course. You can also choose to stop me. Do you want to try? After a long silence, the previous member of the Earth Ring said to the Tauren, promise him. Although the words were small, they could not be hidden from Leo's ears. Someone smiled happily. What does it mean to live in a rare place? This is it. I am a person who likes to pay with one hand and deliver the goods with the other hand. You better move quickly. If I can wait, I'm afraid that Meisler won't be able to hold on. If my men lose their hand, the deal will only fall through. Today I will charge a small amount of interest. If you dare to play tricks on me, you will cry in the future. Chapter 850 Flintag's Adventure. A chaotic world has always been full of crazy guys, such as Leo at the time. When he was at the legendary level, he was plotting against the blood god Hacker. The brave will starve to death. Crazy and bold are not Leo's patents, since he dares to think that and put it into action. Why can't others? Shio said that Leo was just a demigod now. Even if he became a god, there would be no guarantee that someone would mess with his brain. So Leo was not surprised by the small actions of the Earth Ring. Speaking of the Ring of the Earth, the existence of this organization has a great positive significance, and their contribution to the world is not small. The Earthen Ring was founded by the Tauren, and its purpose was to appease the anger of the elements in order to make the world more orderly. As with most situations, bad ideas arise as good ideas arise to solve a problem. The original intention of the birth of the Earth Ring was good, but things in the world are as fickle as people's hearts. Now the Earth Ring has changed somewhat, at least in Leo's view, as more and more orc shamans join the Earthen Ring. This supposedly neutral organization will inevitably become biased, especially now that the Alliance's strength far exceeds that of the Horde, and the balance between the two camps has been broken. It's not that Leo is biased against them. It's the fact that the shamans of the Earth Ring have their own race. Orcs and Tauren are all members of the tribal camp. How can they sit back and watch their race be at a disadvantage? In some major events, the first thing they consider is naturally the candidates from the tribe. As for the Alliance, they should wait until everyone in the tribe is defeated before considering it. The organization does not have a camp orientation, but the people who make up the organization are divided into Alliance tribes. Watching the Earth Ring people leaving with the bound Meisler, Leo curled his lips, seemingly disdainful. A bunch of ground rats. Do you really think I don't know what you want to do? Isn't it because of the Earth Guardian that I have put so much effort into my relationship with Therazane? You think you have a plan. And you think you have kept the Alliance in the dark. But you don't know that I have already understood everything. Guardians of the Earth. Things without owners are obtained by those who are destined. What qualifications do you have to accept the teaching in private? Thinking that you are a Titan? I want to compete. After all, I am also a shaman. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. As the future prince of Arather and a human demigod, Leo holds a pivotal position in the Alliance. Whether it is for himself, the entire human race, or even the interests of the Alliance, he has to fight for it. Isn't this the so-called saying that people can't help themselves in the world? Master, do you want me to follow and kill them? Sindragosa whispered in Leo's ear that the Blue Dragon Queen didn't care about the Earth Ring or not. She would make Leo angry if she made him angry. Shaking his head slightly, Leo signaled to Sindragosa that this was not necessary. I can't do such a thing by taking money from others to eliminate disasters, and then regretting it after taking the money. It's a beautiful thing to say. But you really can't do it? Aragos was skeptical about this. Who made Leo give him such a bad impression? Leo didn't have time to pay attention to the inner activities of the Blue Dragon Prince. He just ordered Sindragosa, tell Adelaide that I have eliminated the source of the earthquake, and let him take care of it at Stromgarde. I have to go to Eagle Nest Mountain. Now that he has come out, Leo is not going to return to Stromgarde. He will first solve the problem of the Wildhammer dwarves. Nefarian flew Leo to the hinterlands. The Black Dragon Prince did the hard work, and Leo was the one who enjoyed it. The appearance of the Earth Ring reminded Leo of his pet geomancer Flintag. The poor kobold was betrayed just after he was promoted. It was tragic enough to be alone in an unknown temple. But now, he is almost forgotten by his master. Who can be worse than him? If the word miserable is used to describe the current kobold divider of Flintag, he would not be happy. If you use the word blessing in disguise to describe him, he will agree with both hands. It's not that Flintag is comforting himself, but this is the fact. In that temple where the earth element was dozens of times richer than outside, Flintag's strength could only be described as leaps and bounds. Flintag, who was exploring the deserted temple, was wary at first, fearing that he would bump into some powerful being. However, after he checked the entire temple, he found that there was no one else here except him. The fortune teller suddenly became bolder. There was no one in the temple, and Leo didn't allow him to go back. Flintag could only practice with the rich earth element here, and this training surprise came. When he gathered the earth elements, the surrounding earth elements were like iron filings attracted by a magnet, and they came as fast as they could. Flintag was startled. He had never encountered such a thing before. The kobold was a little surprised. After careful inspection, he found that there was no discomfort in his body, and he finally felt relieved. Only when you feel at ease can you continue to practice. After practicing calmly for several days and gaining a lot of strength, Flintag finally determined one thing. 1 day of practice in this temple is equivalent to 1 year of his practice outside. Just 1 day is equivalent to someone else's year. What is this concept? This discovery made Flintag do somersaults. It's not that Flintag didn't know it, but that the temple came at the right time, which made him overjoyed. As Leo's subordinate, Flintag was under a lot of pressure. His master's strength improved so quickly that all those who followed him had to work hard to practice and constantly improve their strength to avoid being marginalized. Flintag, who originally had a place in Leo's camp, is gradually losing his position. This situation is especially serious after Leo was promoted to demigod. Although Flintag was promoted to geomancer and obtained Audrian as a clone, he still did not dare to relax even though his strength had not really reached the level of a demigod. Under the halo of Shah and other demigods, a mere geomancer is really not that good. Sometimes Flintag laments that it is not that he is too weak, but that Leo as his master is too perverted. He has tried his best but still cannot catch up with Leo. Not only that, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. The bigger it gets, the more depressing it becomes. It's fine now. As long as you stay in this temple for a few more days, your strength will rise slowly. Overjoyed, Flintag summoned Audrian and began a crazy journey of training. How about having a clone? Flintag and Audrian practiced at the same time and their strength increased. And they were essentially the same person. Flintag's strength doubled again. 1 day equals 2 years. If the Kobold Geomancer's strength cannot achieve leapfrog growth at such an abnormal speed of training, he should find a piece of tofu and kill him. When Leo was worried about whether to go to Stranglethorn Valley or Eagle's Nest Mountain, Flintag's strength had reached the legendary peak, and he could be promoted to demigod just by touching the law. It's a pity that touching the law is not that easy. If it were that easy, countless geniuses would not stop at legends. With Flintag's qualifications, unless he was extremely lucky, or could get a demigod that matched his attributes as a clone, it would be difficult to expect in this life. Speaking of luck, this ethereal thing is really wonderful. It has the power to turn decay into magic, and it can make the impossible possible. This time, Flintag's character exploded, and he encountered incredible luck. Flintag's strength did not stop after reaching the peak of the legend. He discovered that the power of the earth element absorbed by him in the temple had an inexplicable power, allowing him to break through the restrictions and use the power of the law as a legend. And this law is that the earth law among the high-level laws can infinitely borrow the power of the earth to strengthen itself and attack the enemy. This discovery made Flintag truly crazy, and the Kobold Geomancer's inner joy was no less than the promotion in front of the Temple of Entourage. Even though I am only at the peak of legend, I can use the rules, and my combat power is no worse than that of a demigod. I finally don't have to worry about being marginalized. I can still occupy a place in Master Leo's lineup. The excited Kobold Geomancer passed the news to his Master Leo, and the strangeness that happened to him immediately attracted Leo's attention. His cultivation has stopped at the peak of legend, but he can use the law. What happened to Flintag? Sitting on the Farian's back, Leo couldn't help but think. But he knew very little information about this, and couldn't figure it out. It's a good habit to ask when you don't understand. Leo didn't know what happened to Flintag, but he knew that there was a guy who definitely knew what was going on. Don't worry about this. Your pet is lucky. Goldfinger's voice sounded in Leo's mind. Do you know what he got? The priesthood? The priesthood that makes the gods crazy. Priesthood? Leo blinked, not quite understanding. Gods are also divided into levels, and their levels are more strict. You should know this. Of course, Leo knew that for the same gods, the difference in strength could be so great that no one could imagine. Otherwise, Leo would not have given up the 2 opportunities to ignite the divine fire in the Temple of Entourage. Among the gods, in addition to their own strength, there is another way to improve their abilities, and that is to have a priesthood. A god who has obtained a priesthood has ability bonuses within the scope of his position, and can mobilize several times or even dozens of times of his own power. This shows how powerful the priesthood is. However, the priesthood is limited, and if you want to obtain it, you must fight for it, and battles between gods often arise from this. After Goldfinger's explanation, Leo understood that if the priesthood is understood as an official hat, obtaining the priesthood is equivalent to becoming an official, and he has great power within his jurisdiction. Those who have a priesthood are officials, and those who do not have a priesthood are ordinary people. How can a small ordinary person fight against an official? Even the gods are so vulgar. Leo curled his lips. He was now curious about what kind of priesthood Flintag had obtained. The priesthood your pet obtained was once part of a powerful priesthood, but its previous owner abandoned it. Now this part of the priesthood has become independent. This part of the priesthood is the exclusive guardian part of the Earth priesthood. Wow! Leo whistled. So the priesthood Flintag received was derived from Deathwing? But isn't Deathwing a demigod? Demigod? Goldfinger's voice sounded again, and Leo felt a hint of ridicule from it. But of course, it was not directed at him. Do you think demigods can transcend the rules? The so-called 5 series Dragon King's ability to transcend the rules corresponds to the 5 major priesthoods. These priesthoods are owned by this world. Once the connection with this world is disconnected, the priesthood can no longer be used. Those 5 idiots really thought it was the Titans who gave them the power. If the Titans could really grant priesthood, the universe would have been dominated by them, Goldfinger said, commenting on the Dragon King of the 5 elements, a bunch of bumpkins who have never seen the world. Chapter 851 Angry Furbog. In the Timbermaw Fortress leading from Ishara to Winterspring Valley, a large number of furbolgs were moving back and forth. Looking busy, Lagrol stood on the steps of the altar and kept commanding his people. 40 or 50 furbolg shamans were assisting him near the altar. The ceremony being held now was inspired by Lagrol's conversation with Leo. At a certain time, the tribesmen would devote their faith to the gods in order to obtain more gifts from the gods. In order to hold this ceremony, Lagrol mobilized all the power in his hands. In order to ensure that the ceremony was large enough and the power of faith dedicated was enough, Lagrol even made the Timbermaw furbolgs abandon several surrounding villages. Given Timbermaw's current situation, abandoning several villages would be an extremely heavy loss. Once the ritual had no effect or even failed, the entire Timbermaw tribe would slide to the edge of annihilation. Ragnarok was taking a big gamble, betting that the elemental gods would not give up on the Firbolg that had always believed in them. How can mortals guess the thoughts of gods? Although Lagerall looked calm on the outside, he was actually extremely uneasy inside because he couldn't afford to lose this huge bet. But Lagerall couldn't do it if he didn't gamble. With the current situation of the Timbermaw tribe, if no miracle happened, they would have to wait for a year or two at most. If they didn't fight while they could still gamble, would they have to wait until they lost the last? Do you regret it after taking the plunge? Elder, the ceremony is ready. Then let's get started. Several Firbolg shamans led a group of young Firbolg shamans, who were waiting to become shaman priests, and walked away from the altar. Success or failure depended on this. Ragnarok felt even more nervous when he saw this. The old Firbolg could only pray silently, hoping that the elemental gods would help them out of their old friendship and help the Timbermaw tribe overcome this difficulty. The power of faith is continuously transported to a mysterious place through rituals, and an invisible pressure falls on the head of every Timbermaw Firbolg. The gods are paying attention to us. Lagerall's eyes widened. The most critical moment had arrived. It must succeed. The Timbermaw shamans shouted in their hearts that this bet concerned the survival of the entire tribe. Unfortunately, many things are not subject to human will. At some point, the more you expect something to work out, the greater the chance it will fail. The Firbolgs prayed devoutly, and the power of faith was continuously dedicated. But there was no change at all on the altar. Ragnarok and the Firbolg shaman were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. What are those elemental gods doing? We have given so much, and they don't give us any divine grace? The Firbolg shamans were anxious. But the elemental gods, who absorbed the power of faith, were still there. Now it is the Firbolgs who are asking for help, not them. Of course they don't care. But the elemental gods don't want to think about how much faith power they will get from the Firbolgs if they act like this. As time goes by, the power of faith dedicated by the Firbolgs becomes less and less, and the pressure of the elemental gods gradually weakens. Lagerall's expression changed. The pressure of the gods was reduced not because they had given the gods favor, but because they were leaving. How is it unreasonable to absorb the power of faith that usually takes 10 years to accumulate, but then leave without even a single trace of divine grace? A bad premonition arose in Lagerall's mind. I heard that the orcs are also trying to obtain divine favor recently. Have the gods given all the gifts to them? So who are our Timbermaw tribe? Now we are going too far by pointing to the gift of the gods. If this group of young people in the clan cannot be successfully promoted to shaman, we will not be able to sustain it for a year, even if we do not abandon those villages. After the pressure went in, the bears participating in the ceremony stood up one by one. Except for the shaman, the other Firbolgs were dumbfounded and had no idea what was going on. Seeing them looking around without understanding anything, Lagerall felt a tightness in his chest, and he was about to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Why is this happening? Have the gods abandoned us? A Firbolg shaman hesitated to express his thoughts. If Lagerall hadn't spoken before, other shamans in the tribe would have attacked him in groups. But now everyone is silent, because it seems to have become a fact that the Timbermaw tribe was abandoned by the gods. We have believed in you for countless years. It is we who have allowed you to gain enough faith in the era when no one believed in you. It is our support for countless years that has made you gradually stronger. We regard you as our spiritual support. But you are the one we need most. They abandoned us when they were helping. Why is this happening? Ragnarok swallowed the blood in his mouth, and the old warbear roared at the altar. All the Firbolgs could feel the elder's anger. For a believer to question the god he believes in, how much grievance must he have suffered? And how much resentment must he have in his heart to do so? The words of the Firbolg elder echoed in Timbermaw Fortress. At this time, even the dullest bear people understood that something huge had happened to their tribe. Their tribe had been abandoned by the gods they had believed in for thousands of years. Why abandon us? Because the elemental gods have found a race of orcs with greater potential that can contribute more power of faith to them. What does the Timbermaw tribe, which has served the elemental gods for thousands of years, count in the eyes of those elemental gods? Is it garbage that can be thrown away after use? Don't forget, if it weren't for our Firbolg race's faith in you for thousands of years, how could you be where you are today? The 4 elemental lords would have killed you long ago. What a bullshit god. A bunch of ungrateful villains. A Firbolg shaman roared and rushed to the altar, waving his bare paws and beating him, causing the altar to be destroyed. All the Firbolg looked at the shaman, expecting divine punishment to come. It's not that the Timbermaw Firbolgs are vicious, nor is it that this shaman has made everyone in the clan angry and everyone wants him to die soon. But the Firbolgs want to know if the elemental gods have really given up on them. If the gods were still paying attention to the Timbermaw tribe. Then if someone destroyed the altar dedicated to him, they would definitely impose divine punishment to demonstrate the authority of the gods. If they gave up on the Furbolgs, the divine punishment would not happen. There is no divine punishment. There is no divine punishment, The Timbermaw Furbolgs were disappointed. And Ragroll screamed in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Timbermaw tribe, which had served the elemental gods for thousands of years, and who did not give up their belief in the elemental gods even in the most difficult moments of the race, was abandoned like this. Moreover, after the elemental gods decided to abandon the Timbermaw tribe, they actually had the nerve to absorb the power of their dedicated faith. Betray! What could be more outrageous than this despicable betrayal? What could be more heartbreaking than this ruthless abandonment? Anger burned in the chests of the Timbermaw Furbolgs, and the thick hatred was about to burst their chests. The Furbolgs' eyes were red, and all entered a state of madness. They vented to the altar that had hit a lot of material resources in the tribe, and consumed a lot of their efforts. In their anger, their thick and powerful bare paws slapped the altar that had held their hope just a moment ago. The altar slowly cracked under the attacks of the Furbolgs, gradually shattered under their roars, collapsed under their resentment, and finally headed towards destruction under their madness, just like their belief in the elemental gods. It's gone! There's nothing! Lagroll's eyes were lifeless, and the old bear man was mentally depressed. Could it be that the Timbermaw tribe, which has been inherited for thousands of years, will be ruined in my hands? No! This must not be the case. A burly bear figure suddenly flashed in the mind of the Furbolg elder, with his strong body and mind as smart as the priest of the clan, and the human man he called his master. Maybe this is the last hope of the tribe. Although there is only one contact, I have to give it a try anyway. A drowning person will not let go even if he grabs a straw. The Timbermaw Furbolg is at the end of his rope at this time, and Lagroll will not let go of any hope now. Leo had no idea that something big was about to happen, not only for the Timbermaw Furbolgs, but also for himself, the entire human race, or the entire world. He had already arrived at the Eagle's Nest Mountain in the hinterlands, when he was holding a sacrificial ceremony to the elemental gods in Timbermaw Fortress, bordered by the Arthi Highlands to the south, the Hillbrad foothills, and the Alterac Mountains to the west, and the Eastern Plague Lands to the north. This is the hinterlands, a dense forest belt with an extremely important geographical location. In the dense deciduous forest of the hinterlands, original oak and maple trees can be seen everywhere, and most of these trees are ancient trees that have existed for thousands of years. The towering trees that block the sky and the sun form the unique scenery of the hinterlands landscape, surrounded by rolling and steep mountains. There is only one road into the hinterlands from the land, and Eagle's Nest Mountain is located at the end of this road. The Wildhammer dwarves have inherited the dwarves' usual generous character. They are wild and hospitable. They like to decorate their beards and hair with feathers and other bright objects, which made Leo experience what passion is. At the banquet held to welcome Leo's arrival, in addition to Prince Cardros and Brannigan, who had a close relationship with Leo, many Wildhammer dwarves whom Leo didn't even know came to compete with him for drinks. It made Leo feel overwhelmed. Seeing the enthusiasm of the dwarves, Leo secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he came here after being promoted to demigod, and alcohol had almost no effect on him. Otherwise, the enthusiasm of the Wildhammer dwarves would have to be drunk down in a single attack. Cardros and Brannigan did not mention anything serious during the banquet, which gave Leo enough time to observe the Eagle's Nest Mountain. As the capital of the Wildhammer dwarves, this city with its back to Lake Daromir is deeply embedded in the huge mountain. Its image resembles a huge griffin, and its eyes and nostrils are the channels through which the city connects to the outside world. After generations of carvings by the Wildhammer dwarves, every feather of this griffin-shaped mountain city is clearly visible. In terms of architectural structure, Eagle's Nest Mountain is generally similar to Iron Forge, but its buildings do not have roofs. According to the Wildhammer dwarves, this allows them to see the sky and facilitate them to practice riding griffins and throwing war hammers. A very good city. This is a masterpiece of intelligent creatures transforming nature. When Cardros asked Leo about his impression of Eagle's Nest Mountain, Leo gave an answer that made the dwarf prince very proud. Not long after Cardros left, a mental wave came from Leo's private space. It was the giant bear priest Nalarak, who sent out mental fluctuations. Will Chapter 852 be exciting? What is an accident? Taken literally, it is unexpected. Leo had never expected what happened to the Timbermaw Furbolg. He did not expect that the elemental gods would be so ruthless. abandoning the Timbermaw tribe, who had devoted tens of thousands of years of faith to them. No wonder the elemental gods do not have the faith of higher intelligent races such as human elves, with their style of taking advantage of benefits and turning against them if there are no benefits. Others still stay away from them. After learning about the Timbermaw Furbolg situation from Nararek, Leo began to think deeply. Unlike the elemental gods, Leo will not abandon his allies in the same camp. The Timbermaw Furbolg is the ally he found. Now that the other party has something to ask of him, Leo will naturally plan for them carefully. In fact, I am a very kind person. Someone said this about themselves. As Timbermaw Furbolgs, who have served the elemental gods for many years, their beliefs are undoubtedly devout. However, such a race is abandoned because it has no value. You can imagine the anger in their hearts. Betrayal is the last thing that can be tolerated. The actions of the elemental gods are quite despicable. They didn't lend a helping hand when the Timbermaw Furbolgs were in greatest danger and needed help. Instead, they added insult to injury and made the Furbolg situation worse. It's really disappointing. They can't afford it. What kind of god? Such a despicable thing is nothing. What makes Leo despise the elemental gods even more is that they have the nerve to absorb the faith of Furbolgs even though they have clearly given up on Furbolgs. This is not the same as asking employees to work overtime all night, but find the Furbolgs early the next morning. Is there a reason to fire him and avoid overtime pay? Is he as evil as the unscrupulous boss? Encountering this kind of thing is even more infuriating than when a writer who suffers from fraud encounters a rip-off, who comes to your book review section to show off his superiority. Poor Furbolgs. This kind of thing has happened to them. I don't think anyone is more unlucky than them. Sighing in his heart, thoughts kept flashing in Leo's mind. And his absent-mindedness caught Brannigan's attention. What happened? Brother Leo? The dwarf warrior came forward with his mouth full of alcohol. Leo, whose thoughts were interrupted by him, was not angry but laughed. Maybe this can be done. Leo whispered into Brannigan's ear. The dwarf warrior seemed to have thought of something after hearing what he said, and his drunkenness gradually disappeared. Wait a minute. I'll go talk to the clan leader. After Brannigan finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards Cardross. The two dwarves gathered together and discussed in a low voice. The drunken Cardross's face gradually lit up. As he discussed with Brannigan, the dwarf prince, he was already half awake from the alcohol. Leo, who had been observing him all the time, thought to himself when he saw this, there is a way. He waved to Leo, and after he came to his side, Cardross asked, is the thing about the Timbermaw Furbolg true? If they are desperate and Eagle Nest Mountain does not object to their arrival, they can live here with us for a while to facilitate their search for a place to live in the hinterlands. There are a lot of unowned lands in the hinterlands, and a lot of them are occupied by trolls. If the Furbolgs want to get a habitat here, they will inevitably conflict with the local trolls. And the trolls are barbarians, the enemies of the hammered dwarves. Cardross could only wish for someone to help them take the pressure off. There are many incense burners, many ghosts, many gods and Buddhas, many pillars of incense. If the Furbolgs come to the hinterlands and successfully establish a foothold here, the resources of the hinterlands will inevitably be divided by them. Cardross offered to move the Furbolgs here. This shows that the situation of the wild-hammered dwarves is it's really not good. If they hadn't been under so much pressure that they couldn't cope with it on their own, the wild-hammered dwarves wouldn't have rushed to join the alliance, let alone invite the Furbolgs to Eagle's Nest Mountain. You mean to let the Timbermaw Furbolgs migrate to the hinterlands? Leo had a surprised expression on his face after hearing Cardross's words. He seemed very hesitant. Prince Cardross, I know that the Wildhammer tribe is passionate. He is hospitable and generous to his friends. But should you think about this again? After all, moving an entire tribe will have a big impact on the hinterland. Don't look at the small number of Timbermaw Furbolgs who are currently in trouble, and think that their number will always only be this small. In fact, this is not the case. As long as a race has a suitable environment, reproduction and development are inevitable, because survival and reproduction are the most fundamental driving force of a race. Only by surviving and continuing to reproduce can the race prosper. If even such desires have to be restricted and suppressed, the future of this race is really worrying. Once Timbermaw Furbolgs settle in the hinterlands, their number without demon harassment will inevitably increase. At that time, the resources they need will continue to increase, and the total number of resources in the hinterlands is certain. The Furbolgs need the wild-hammered dwarves will definitely be affected by the increase in resources. Some things must be set up front. Otherwise, if something goes wrong in the future, Leo will be involved. Besides, Leo's purpose was not to let the Timbermaw Furball move to the hinterlands. Cardross hesitated. Wasn't it because the Wildhammer dwarves occupied the land entrance of the hinterlands to monopolize the resources of the hinterlands? As long as the trolls in the hinterlands, who have been against them, are cleared out, this land, which is not much smaller than Dunmorrow, will become a place for their race to breed. The migration of the Furbolg race to the hinterlands will create an additional variable. It might bring a lot of trouble to the Wildhammer tribe in the future. What a headache. Cardross rubbed his nose in distress. Before, he and Brannigan only thought about the benefits of the Bearman's arrival and didn't worry about anything else. After Leo said this, he couldn't make up his mind again. But the words couldn't be spoken yet. Half a minute. Can you just take it back? Isn't this a slap in the face? It's not that Cardross and Brannigan do things without thinking, but that they are under too much pressure, and the situation of the Wildhammer tribe is too bad. They will try any method that can help them share the pressure. Leo knew all about Cardross' troubles. Seeing the embarrassment on the dwarf prince's face, he expressed his plan. The Furbolgs are in critical condition now. They can no longer stay in Timbermaw Fortress. Let them come to the hinterlands. Not appropriate. I have prepared a place for them. But this requires the help of the Wildhammer tribe's warriors. Hearing that Leo had an idea, Cardross and Brannigan were both interested. They wanted to know how Leo would arrange the Timbermaw Furbolgs, and what help the Wildhammer tribe would need. You must be aware of what happened recently in Broken Ridge in the Alterac Mountains. Driven by money, the mercenaries have already killed 70% of the ogres there. As long as there are more ogres in the castle, it will become history. Leo stopped talking here. Although Cardross and Brannigan had not finished speaking, they already understood his plan. The incident at Broken Ridge was planned by Leo. It was his generous spending of money that made the mercenaries flock to that cold place covered with snow all year round. It was also because of the charm of money that the mercenaries would try their best to do so. To deal with the ogres. Where do Furbolgs live and breed? Winterspring Valley. Winterspring Valley, which is covered with snow all year round and has cold winters every day. Isn't the climate there comparable to that of Broken Ridge? Both places are bitterly cold places. Apart from Furbolgs and dwarves, which race would be willing to stay there longer? If the Timbermaw tribe wants to migrate, they naturally have to choose a place with a climate comparable to Winterspring Valley. Compared with the hinterlands, the Broken Ridge in the Alterac Mountains is undoubtedly more suitable for them. When Azhara announced the plan to encircle and suppress the ogres in Broken Ridge, it was Leo who went to Timbermaw Fortress to propose an alliance with the Furbolgs. Before that, Cardross didn't think it was a big deal. But looking at these two things now, this incident shocked him. Could it be that Leo had a premeditated plan? He had already expected that the Timbermaw Furbolg would be desperate. So he made arrangements in advance? The more he thought about Cardross, the more he felt that this was the truth of the matter. The dwarf prince was amazed again and again. Leo was indeed a genius in the human race. This kid's brain was very useful. Most people only react when something happens. But smart people like Leo are prepared well in advance. And they can deal with it calmly if a situation arises. Brother Leo, you are in charge of this matter. Right? You can't lie to me. If the tribe hadn't lost most of its combat power to those bugs, they wouldn't be in a hurry to increase the number of shamans. And neither would the elemental gods. It will consume their divine power on the orcs, leaving them with no energy left to bestow divine favor on the Furbolgs. And they can only choose to give up on the Timbermaw tribe. Brannigan acted like he was smart, only to receive a slap on the head from Cardross. This bastard. Isn't the matter obvious? You still need to make hindsight. How smart do you really think you are? After glaring at the aggrieved Brannigan, Cardross frightened the latter into silence before turning to Leo. What can we do about this matter? The dwarf prince understood that since Leo said that he wanted the Wildhammer dwarves to help, they would definitely be useful. Cardross would not mind if he could help the Furbolgs. If the Furbolgs could gain a foothold in Broken Ridge, an additional pro-alliance force in the Alterac Mountains would be a great thing for the dwarves. Cardross spoke directly, and Leo did not mince words with him. He continued what the dwarf prince said and spoke out his request. The Timbermaw tribe is in Azhara. They must cross the endless sea to get to Broken Ridge. If they don't, using the teleportation array to move the whole clan is not only time-consuming, but also involves too many variables along the way. What I mean is that we, Aratha, will provide the materials and use the teleportation array in Eagle's Nest Mountain to quickly move the Timbermaw tribe here, giving them a place to stay first. Place. That's not a problem. Your Highness, don't rush to agree. The matter is not over yet. The Timbermaw tribe needs your help to go to Broken Ridge. Could you please help contact the Stormpike tribe and borrow the passage they dug in the Alterac Mountains? This must be done secretly before Broken Ridge is completely captured. Cardross beat his chest loudly. Leo's request was no problem to him at all. Fandral Stormpike and I have a good relationship. They also need the help of more people to win the war with the Frostwolf clan. The matter of Timbermaw Furbolg is on us. As he said, Card Rose bumped Leo with his shoulder. Do you think the expressions on the orcs' faces will be very exciting when they see their unique shamanic totem skills appear in large numbers in the Alliance's military formations? Don't think that without the Drenii Alliance, there will be no shaman. The Furbolg, who is strong, straightforward and knowledgeable, is more than twice as reliable as Octopus Face. Rubbing his chin, Leo replied with a thoughtful look on his face. When you said that, I suddenly started to look forward to it. I think that scene will be very interesting. Chapter 853 The Migration of Furbolgs. Ragrol felt uneasy. His heart had not been at peace since he contacted Nerlac. The giant bear sacrifice is his only hope now. And it is also the last life-saving straw for the Timbermaw tribe at this time. The Furbolgs must firmly grasp it if they want their race to continue to exist. How could Lagror remain calm when the survival of the race was at stake? I had only one contact with Leo. I couldn't say that I had a deep impression on the human warlock Ragrol, but I was extremely interested in the elder Nerlac, the Furbolg who worshipped him as his master. The body of the giant bear priest is stronger than anyone in the tribe. With such a powerful body, the bear man may become the third demigod in the Furbolg race. Not to mention Nerlac's talent. The most rare thing is that he actually has a smart mind. This is what Lagrol values most. It was the specialness of Nerlac that made Lagrol decide to give him the unique spiritual cultivation method of the Timbermaw tribe. Don't underestimate the Timbermaw Furbolg's technique. It is unique and targets a very special target. Even ordinary people can practice it. Because this technique was originally prepared for Furbolgs with low intelligence. Even Furbolgs can rely on this to improve their spiritual power. And humans are not a problem. Of course, this was after Leo personally tested it and made some small changes. Strong bodies are not uncommon among Furbolgs. But Lagrol has never seen one with a mind comparable to that of a shaman without the gift of the elemental gods. The Furbolg elder even thought, if everyone in the Furbolg race was as smart as Nerlac, how could the entire race be reduced to this? Waiting makes people anxious. If you are still uneasy while waiting, an ant on a hot pot is the best portrayal of you. While Lagrol was waiting anxiously, Nerlac wrote him a reply. Elder Ragrol, the master knows your situation. He asked me to tell you that since the Timbermaw tribe has entered into an alliance with humans, the humans will not ignore it. This is the guarantee of a demigod warlock. Hearing what Nerlac said, Lagrol felt relieved a little. It was a good thing that Leo didn't reject them directly. But the guarantee was only verbal after all. Who dares to say what will happen before taking actual actions? Knowing Lagror's worries, Nerlac gave him reassurance. The master is visiting Eagle's Nest Mountain. He has discussed with Prince Cardros of the Wildhammer tribe. And the Kingdom of Arathor will provide materials to activate the teleportation array there to transfer the entire Timbermaw tribe there. Although the climate of Eagle's Nest Mountain is different from that of Winterspring Valley. It's a big difference. But I think it's still good as a temporary place to stay. Real? Ragrol asked excitedly. Not because he couldn't trust Nerlac, but because he really needed to grab a life-saving straw to relieve the pressure. There were not many people who could still deal with it indifferently at the critical moment of the survival of the race. But Ragrol is definitely not included. Of course it's true. Don't worry. You will keep your word to your allies. However, Elder, I have to remind you in advance that if you accept the help of the Arathor Kingdom and the Wildhammer tribe, the Timbermaw tribe will openly join the alliance. When the time comes, the people of the tribe will hate you. So you have to think carefully. Nerlac's words made Ragrol stunned. He became a member of the alliance and was hated by the people of the tribe. Aren't the orcs from the tribe? It was the emergence of the orcs that brought the originally powerful Furbolg step by step to the brink of annihilation. With a great enmity between the Furbolg and the orcs. Lagrol is still afraid of being hostile to the orcs? What a joke. After being abandoned by the elemental gods, Lagrol finally understood that this cruel world could not tolerate any luck. If the UR brothers had given them more help when they fought side by side with the Night Elves against the demonic invasion of the Burning Legion, they would have been able to find someone to help them when the Furbolgs were in trouble. The strange thing is that the former Furbolg elders believed too much in the elemental gods they believed in, and regarded him as the tribe's only support. This is why the Furbolgs could not find anyone to turn to when they were in decline. If a race wants to survive in this world, it must have allies, since it is looking for someone to ally with. the better the character of the other party is. And the stronger the strength, the better. Humans are a good choice. And they have similarities with orcs. They and the Furbolgs happen to have a common enemy due to their blood feud. Joining the Alliance camp through the introduction of humans will bring more benefits than harm to the Furbolgs. Lagrol made the decision almost instantly. He wanted to lead the Timbermaw tribe to join the Alliance. There is no gain without effort. Once your tribe is in trouble, and the number of people is pitifully small, what else can the powerful human race want from you? Even if the other party has an agenda, don't you have to accept the current situation of the Timbermaw tribe? Just as Ragrol was about to tell Nalarak that he was willing to allow the Timbermaw tribe to join the Alliance, the Bear Priest sent another message. The Master has completed discussions with Prince Cardros, and the teleportation array is being activated. Elder Lagrol, you must cooperate with us. I remember that Timbermaw Fortress has a teleportation array. If this news came after Lagrol expressed his intention to join the Alliance, the Furbolg Elder would at best be happy that his tribe had escaped the crisis of genocide. But if this news came before he said he wanted to join the Alliance, he could not help but Grol wasn't excited. It seemed that Leo really wanted to help him, and the human ally made him feel reassured. With the excitement of finding a true ally, Ragrol gathered the tribesmen. When the shamans connected the teleportation array in the fortress to the Eagle's Nest Mountain an hour later, the Furbolgs stood on the teleportation array. With infinite attachment to Timbermaw Fortress, the Furbolg shaman activated the magic circle. The light of magic flashed, and Timbermaw Fortress was deserted. Just before leaving, Lagrol and his Furbolg shaman let out a rhythmic roar in unison, which is the unique language of Furbolgs. And they started a mysterious ritual. This ritual has the function of sealing the Timbermaw Fortress, which cannot be broken unless the gods are willing to spend a lot of divine power. After all, the Furbolgs have survived in Timbermaw Fortress for tens of thousands of years. So how could they not have any arrangements? Ragrol didn't know that less than half an hour after the Furbolgs left Timbermaw Fortress, a sturdy orc with double axes on his waist and a giant bear at his side came to his hara. He was the orc hero Rexer. The appearance of Rexer complicates things. Perhaps the sudden abandonment of the Furbolgs by the elemental gods is not as simple as it seems. Just imagine, if the Timbermaw Furbolgs had not formed an alliance with Leo and Rexer came to help the tribe recruit them, would it have been successful? Other tribe members may be killed by the angry Furbolg, but Rexer with Misha, a giant bear next to him, may not. Didn't you hear Nalarak once say that Misha is a beautiful lady? Even if the Timbermaw Furbolgs really wanted to take action, would Rexer still be afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape given his strength? If Leo knew that Rexer would go to Timbermaw Fortress, he would definitely cry out that it was a pity. For him, who wants to become Rexer, this is undoubtedly a God-given opportunity. There is no if in reality. So Leo will only greet the migrating Timbermaw Furbolg clan with Cardros in Eagle's Nest Mountain. Different from the ice and snow in Winterspring Valley, the temperature in Eagle Nest Mountain is much warmer. This temperature is undoubtedly very suitable for humans and dwarves, but it seems too hot for Furbolgs with thick hair all over their bodies. Fortunately, the Furbolgs knew what situation they were in and were not too picky. Sir Leo, Prince Cardros, thank you very much for lending a helping hand to us in times of crisis. The Timbermaw tribe will remember your help and is willing to become an eternal ally with you. I am full of gratitude to Leo and Cadros Lagrol, and it is very precious to give them help in times of need. The temperament of a Furbolg can be described in one word, straightforward, and in two words it can be described as upright. The Furbolg understands the principle of repaying kindness. Leo and Cadros helped them when they were in the most critical moment, and Lagrol and the entire Timbermaw tribe shamans treated them as benefactors. Especially Leo, who took the initiative to help them contact the Wildhammer tribe and gain the respect of the Furbolgs. It can be said that after this incident, Leo's reputation among the Timbermaw Furbolgs has reached adoration. The host's reputation in Timbermaw Fortress has reached exalted. The golden finger prompt sounded in Leo's mind, and the long-lost reputation system was activated again. Leo didn't understand why Goldfinger had to remind him specifically. With the current situation of the Timbermaw Furbolgs, even if Leo could use them, he would have to wait for a long time. What he did to help the Timbermaw tribe was long-term rather than short-term. It would be impossible to see results for several years. However, Goldfinger is Goldfinger, turning decay into magic and making the impossible possible. Isn't that what it does most? It's just that Leo doesn't have time to look at this carefully now. Lagrol has clearly expressed the Timbermaw tribe's willingness to join the alliance through Nalarak. How can Leo, as the leader of the alliance, neglect him? Welcome to your arrival. It is also an honor for us to form an alliance with the Timbermaw tribe. Leo was polite at first, then glanced at the sweating Timbermaw furbolgs. He waved his hand, and a vague magic wave spread. The furbolgs suddenly felt much better. This move caused the furbolgs to look at him with thanks. Elder Lagrol, I know that you are not very adaptable to the climate here, but it doesn't matter. I have prepared a place for you that is similar to Winterspring Valley. It will be taken over by my people soon. There is still a long way to go to get there. We need help from our dwarf allies, Leo said as he took out the map, pointed at Broken Ridge, and roughly explained the situation there to Lagrol. There was unconcealed excitement in the eyes of the Furbolg elders. If the situation in Broken Ridge is really as Leo said, the place covered by ice and snow all year round is indeed their ideal migration place. Even if they occupy it, they will be involved in the conflict between the Alliance and the Horde. There was strife. But Lagror, who had already made up his mind to join the Alliance, didn't care. The Timbermaw tribe needs allies. Seeing that Lagrol was very interested in Broken Ridge, Leo winked at Kadros. And the Dwarf Prince immediately said, "Don't stand here. Go. 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 I'll go in and talk." As the saying goes, guests do as they please. And the Furbolg whose host is so enthusiastic as a guest will naturally not reject the kindness of the Wildhammer dwarves. Lagrol, Leo and Kadros walked to the temporary residence prepared for them by the dwarves while learning about Broken Ridge. Situation. The capital of the Wildhammer dwarves officially welcomed its first batch of Furbolg guests since its establishment. Chapter 854, Evil Tooth Village. The east of the hinterlands is bordered by the endless sea. As long as you can escape the harassment of the trolls and climb over the mountains surrounding the hinterlands, you can reach the Seaview Cliff and experience the feeling of overlooking the sea in the perception of the outside world. While High Cliff is an uninhabited land, there may be sea creatures such as fishmen there, but there will never be advanced intelligent life. However, this perception is completely wrong. Bad Tooth Village, a troll village facing the sea, backed by mountains, with spring flowers, not blooming, has been quietly established for a long time. The Maltooth Troll is a member of the same forest troll family as the Amani Trolls and the Vile Branch Trolls that occupy much of the hinterlands. In the land of the hinterlands, the situation of the Maltooth Troll and the Vile Branch Troll is very different. They are in a very bad situation. Not only do they have to face the Wildhammer dwarves, who regard the Maltooth Troll as no different from the Evil Branch Troll, they also have to face the covetousness of the Evil Branch tribe from the same tribe. If it weren't for the difficult situation, the Maltooth tribe would not have established a village on this remote beach that no one would even shit on. It is extremely difficult for the tribe to develop under such circumstances. If one is not careful, the entire tribe may even be dragged into the abyss of annihilation. Trees are moved to death, and people are moved to life. The tribe is in a precarious situation. How can the leader of the Vicious Teeth tribe not think of a solution? The Maltooth tribe alone cannot improve its current situation. So why not seek external help? The idea is good, but implementation is difficult. Looking at the entire troll race, except for the Darkspear tribe, who embraced the orcs and joined the tribe in time. Other troll races, especially the forest trolls, are so unpopular that neither the tribe nor the alliance will give them a good look. Most of the time, they are directly classified as hostile forces and start fighting as soon as they meet. The leader of the Evil Fang tribe wanted to find an outside force that could help his tribe change the current situation. He had no choice but to turn to other troll tribes for help. However, the evil trolls were too powerful, and no one was willing to risk offending the Evil Branch tribe to help the Vile-Toothed Troll. However, the world is so strange. Previously, the leader of the Evil Teeth clan could not find any external force that could help his race. Finally, two helpers appeared. He had to think hard about which one to choose between these two external forces. Just when the leader of the Evil Fang tribe was in a dilemma, God helped him make a choice. One of the external forces got rid of the Evil Fang tribe after hooking up with the Evil Branch Troll and became their enemy. Betrayal is nothing unusual for trolls. Anyone who is betrayed will feel great resentment. After learning that the other party betrayed him and used a sneak attack to occupy the tribe Sharwasser in the hinterlands, the chief of the Vicious Teeth made a decision immediately. He puts aside everything else and meets a mysterious troll in the village of Maltooth, who hides his body under a cloak. "You can meet me alone. I think you have made your choice." Under the cloak of the mysterious troll, the blue skin can be faintly seen, which is the characteristic of jungle trolls. As a branch of the forest trolls, should the Maltooth tribe form an alliance with the forest trolls? Hearing what the jungle trolls said, the Evil Fang leader snorted and said unceremoniously, If you are here to ridicule me, I guarantee you that you will not be able to leave this room. The situation of the Bad Tooth tribe is obviously in danger. The leader of the Bad Teeth tribe wants to protect his tribe from being annexed. The only option is to form an alliance with the other party. However, his attitude has not softened at all, but has become more and more tough. If you lose, you won't lose. From the perspective of the Evil Teeth clan leader, he cannot lose his momentum. Otherwise, he will be suppressed by the other party and become his follower after forming an alliance. This is not something he can tolerate. But he didn't know who was standing in front of him. And the jungle troll saw all his tricks at a glance. It's obvious that you're asking for something from me. But you still pretend to be so tough. What else is this if you're not a stern person, but a soft-hearted person? The face hidden under the cloak showed a sarcastic look. If the leader of the Vicious Tooth clan saw it, the alliance would definitely fall apart. I'm not in the habit of mocking my allies, the jungle troll first explained. His tone was extremely sincere, and did not reveal his true inner thoughts at all. Hearing what the other party said, the expression of the Evil Teeth clan leader softened. The jungle troll's words had already confirmed the relationship between the two parties, and he had not abandoned the previous alliance proposal because of the worsening situation of the Maltooth tribe. Very well. I see your sincerity. But this is not enough. Where are the troops you promised? Where are the supplies you promised? If you cannot see that the alliance between these Vicious Teeth tribes, and you will not be truly achieved. The Evil Teeth clan leader will not admit that the other party is his ally before getting actual benefits. This is to avoid being fooled. He does not want to be deceived. I had expected you to say this. And with your limited abilities, it's no wonder that the evil branch troll was able to successfully suppress you. The sarcasm on the jungle troll's face became even more serious. But his tone seemed more sincere, since the Maltooth tribe has chosen us. Of course we will not let you down. The Darkspear tribe's army will arrive in the shortest possible time. Come! They will also bring the supplies we promised. By then, I hope you will not forget your promise. And the Bad Teeth tribe must join the tribe. Darkspear tribe? That's right. It's Valjean's Darkspear tribe. In the last battle against the Scarabs in Silithus, Valjean was not among the powerful tribesmen who attacked the Temple of Entourage. This was not because Valjean was timid, but because he was elsewhere. The war between the Beetle men and the Beetle men consumed too much of the Horde's strength. Even if the generals of the Warsong clan in the Temple of Entourage were not inspired by Varian, the Horde's strength was far inferior to that of the Alliance. And the forces of the two sides were no longer balanced. Without the Plague Land, a quagmire of war. The power that the Alliance can use to contain it is terrifying. How can we fight against the Horde if we don't find a way to increase its strength? As Thrall's right-hand man, Valjean must find a way to solve this problem, whether for the Horde or the Darkspear tribe. It was at this time that he learned of the Blood Elves' attack on Zolomon, and the information that most members of the Amani Trolls had quietly disappeared was placed on the desk of the Darkspear leader. Valjean didn't feel much about Zul'jin's death. His eyes had already been attracted by the Amani Trolls that had been transferred in advance. As a member of the Trolls, it is 10 times easier for Valjean to deduce the whereabouts of the Amani Trolls than for other races. What's more, he also has some assimilated former Amani Troll members under his command. Through them, Valjean we had enough information to deduce the exact location of the Amani Troll. So here comes the second major external force that the Evil Teeth clan has been longing for. When the messengers from the Darkspear tribe first arrived in the Evil Fong village, the Amani Trolls were allies with the Evil Fong tribe. The Evil Fong leader planned to use their power to fight against the Evil Branch Trolls. So he sent them all to Sharwasser. If things continue like this, the Darkspear tribe has no chance. After all, the Blood Elves are a member of the tribe. Valjean also led the Orc and Troll armies to participate in the attack on Zolomon. He can also know about Zolomon with his toes. The Anai Trolls will not join the tribe. And with the Amani Trolls in the middle, it is impossible for the tribe to win over the Maltooth tribe. But who makes the Amani Troll a white-eyed wolf? Seeing that the Evil Branch Troll was powerful, they colluded with it, causing the Maltooth tribe to suffer a big loss, and thus gave the Darkspear tribe an opportunity. The Darkspear messenger's words did not reassure the Evil Fong clan leader. Who knows how short the shortest time is? A month or a year? With the current situation of the Evil Fong tribe, they cannot survive for even half a month. If the other party does not give a specific time for dispatching troops, the Evil Fong leader will not be relieved. He must be asked to give an accurate time. The Evil Tooth clan leader made a decision in his heart. When he was about to speak, a Evil Tooth guard hurried into the room and interrupted him. Lord Patriarch, A fleet of jungle trolls appeared on the seashore. They said they were the Dark Spear tribe, our allies of the Maltooth tribe. The leader of the evil Fang clan was shocked. This is the shortest time mentioned by the Dark Spear messenger. Although I hope your people will come earlier. It is still too short. Are the Dark Spear tribe so sure that we will ally with them? It won't be that simple. Your fleet came at the right time. I guess your identity is not simple either. The leader of the evil Fang tribe held the spear in his hand, and looked at the Dark Spear messengers with a vigilant expression. Judging from the actions of the Dark Spear tribe, they had already planned it. The opponent must have made a double plan. It would be best for the Maltooth tribe to form an alliance with them. Otherwise, they would attack by force. The Maltooth tribe, who had just lost Salwasser, was no match for them. If we don't ally, they will let us perish. The Dark Spear tribe is much more ruthless than the evil branch trolls. You need to be careful when cooperating with them. Having guessed the other party's plan, the Evil Teeth clan leader felt secretly in his heart, and his face became even more wary. His reaction was caught in the eyes of the Dark Spear user, and the face hidden under the cloak no longer showed any ridicule, but only disdain. I don't even hide my own thoughts. No wonder I was deceived by that reckless man in Dakara and threw away Salvas. But this is good? If this guy is a scheming person, I will have to spend a lot more effort. Thinking of the scheming people, the Dark Spear user naturally imagined a human face in his mind. Compared with that human being, the Evil Teeth Patriarch was no different from a fool. Reaching out and tearing off the cloak, the Dark Spear user revealed his true face. At this time, the disdain on his face had completely disappeared. From his expression, the Evil-Toothed Patriarch could not tell what he had been thinking before. Facing the gaze of the leader of the Evil Tooth clan, the Dark Spear messenger revealed his identity, since the Evil Tooth tribe is already an ally of the Dark Spear tribe. I won't hide it from you. I am Wajin, Dark Spear leader Valjin. Hearing this name, the leader of the Evil Teeth clan took a breath. The so-called Dark Spear messenger was the leader of the Dark Spear clan, the powerful shadow hunter Valjin. After learning about Wajin's identity, the leader of the Maltooth clan couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. If he had refused to ally with the Dark Spear tribe when he met him, I'm afraid he would be a corpse now. Wajin was far more powerful than he could. Enemy. Damn it. The Dark Spear tribe has already planned it. No matter what the outcome is, no matter what the attitude of the Maltooth tribe is, they will not return empty-handed. Such allies are more dangerous than the evil branch trolls. The leader of the Maltooth tribe began to worry about the fate of his tribe. Could it be that the Dark Spear tribe would complete the annexation of the Maltooth tribe if the evil branch troll failed to do so? Just when the leader of the Maltooth clan was secretly frightened, Valjin smiled at him. The tribe welcomes you, my friend. Chapter 855 Broken Teeth. The difference between large tribes and small tribes lies in their numbers. And the difference between tribes with potential and tribes with no future lies in their talents. A small tribe does not mean it has no potential. But a tribe without talents must have no future. Does the Vicious Teeth tribe have potential? Wajin's answer is yes. However, potential is not strength. Even if a tribe has potential, if it cannot convert it into strength, it will still be destroyed in the end. Just like if there is no place for people to display their talents, it is useless no matter how talented they are. Based on his recent observations, Wajin came to the conclusion that the ability of the leader of the Evil Teeth tribe to manage the tribe can be described in one word as rotten. Extremely rotten. It is not that the Maltooth tribe has no talents, but these talents are completely useless because they have not been reused. Instead, a troll with insufficient ability has become a general. And there is only one reason why this mediocre person can sit in that position. He has no influence on evil. The chief of the Tooth clan obeys his advice. In order to facilitate the control of the tribe, he would rather use a mediocre person. Valjin completely looked down on the leader of the Bad Tooth tribe. Such a situation would never happen in his Dark Spear tribe. From this point of view alone, it can be seen that the Evil Teeth tribe was suppressed by the evil branch troll and was reduced to a state of near destruction. Among them, their incompetent leader took the greatest credit. Valjin despises the incompetence of the leader of the Maltooth clan, while the latter is frightened by the power of the Dark Spear clan. The leader of the Evil Tooth clan didn't know how high the Dark Spear tribe's full strength had reached. The troops they sent to the Evil Tooth village alone were enough to destroy his Evil Tooth tribe several times. Not to mention Valjin, the powerful shadow hunter. The mid-level commanders who command the army are personally stronger than the generals he appointed. And the few high-level commanders are even stronger than him. What shocked the chief of the Maltooth Patriarch even more was an unknown troll, witch doctor wearing a voodoo mask, who had been following Wajin. This troll witch doctor had an evil aura and was surrounded by powerful dark energy, which kept him away. Shocked. Being able to become the leader of a clan, the chief of the Maltooth clan, is quite capable. At least, he can see that there are many trolls in the Darkspear tribe's army who do not originally belong to the Darkspear tribe. Those trolls account for most of the entire army. Their execution of the troll witch doctor's orders was obviously ahead of Vol'jin. Perhaps it was the existence of this troll witch doctor that made it so easy for the Darkspear tribe to incorporate and tame the trolls from other tribes, making them obediently used by Vol'jin. I don't know what method this witch doctor used. Judging from the dark aura on his body, he must have used some unknown magic. Thinking that the Darkspear tribe had the magic to control people, the head of the Maltooth clan was very moved. If he could get this kind of magic, he felt that he would be no worse than Vol'jin. We must find a way to get it out of that witch doctor's mouth. The imaginative leader of the Vicious Teeth clan did not realize that just when he had made a wrong decision, the Darkspear witch doctor's lips moved very secretly, as if he was saying something to Wajin, and a sarcasm that could not be detected by outsiders flashed in Wajin's eyes. There are many people in this world who don't know their own abilities, and he is not the least of them. Let's find an opportunity for him to die gloriously. Obviously you are a fool, but you want to become a master. Isn't this looking for death? As a general of the Maltooth tribe, Gundalanda knew very well what kind of character his clan leader was. He could tell what the evil fawn leader was thinking when he saw his expression. This brave troll warrior couldn't help but worried about the fate of the tribe. Is Vol'jin someone like the leader of the Fawn clan that he can afford to offend? This idiot actually dares to take Vol'jin's idea. Don't you know how to write the word death? Sensing that the leader of the Evil Teeth clan had stupid ideas, Gundalanda immediately pulled Yakin, the mystic in the clan, and the two quietly moved to a corner to discuss in secret to deal with possible crisis. Kotuka and Mark Hall saw their movements, and they stood calmly in front of them, just blocking Wajin's sight. Vol'jin was enlightened by the small actions of several trolls in the Maltooth tribe, but on the surface, he pretended to be unaware of it. These people are all truly capable people in the Evil Fong tribe. They are the targets of the Evil Fong Patriarch's usual suppression, and they are also the targets that Wajin wants to win over. Wajin, who wants to take them under his command, will have the confidence to impress them. Broken Tooth, my people have arrived. The hinterlands is your territory. What are your plans? It may be said that Woking is a guest, but his aura is stronger than that of the owner of Evil Tooth Village. Under the pressure of his aura, the owner of the Evil Tooth clan, Broken Tooth, cannot even muster the courage to confront him head-on. Several troll warriors of the Teeth tribe despised him deeply. Yu Dao is not afraid of not knowing the goods, but afraid of comparing goods. When there was no comparison, Kotuka and others did not have such a strong opinion of Broken Tooth. But after meeting Wajin, they looked down upon Broken Tooth. In addition, Broken Tooth had always had a suppressive attitude towards them. The dissatisfaction accumulated in the hearts of Tuka and others is gradually rising, and will explode as long as there is an opportunity. Broken Tooth held a large spear and stabbed back. Plan? What plan do we need for such a powerful army? Wouldn't it be okay to just kill him and take back Sarwasser? This idiot, Gundalanda, really wants to strangle Broken Tooth to death. Is all the mud in his mind? Using the combined strength of the Darkspear tribe and the Maltooth tribe to defeat the Amani trolls, who have not yet established a firm foothold in Sarwasser, is simply not possible. Question. But is just defeating the Amani troll enough? The real threat is not the Amani trolls, but the Vile Branch trolls. With a little bit of thinking, you could understand that it is not difficult to regain Sarwasser. How to deal with the counterattack of the Evil Branch troll and the Amani troll is what really needs to be considered. But look at Broken Tooth. What did he just say? This guy's goal is only to defeat the Amani trolls and regain Sarwasser. What else is this if not brainless? Vol'jin didn't know how Broken Tooth became the clan leader. Such an idiot could only be a low-level officer who charged into battle in his Darkspear clan. What about after recapturing Chalwasser? In view of his ally relationship with Broken Tooth, Vol'jin was very dignified and did not tear him down. But just because he didn't say it didn't mean that others wouldn't say it either. Mark Hall, who was angry at Broken Tooth's stupidity, asked for Vol'jin what he wanted to say. The Vicious Tooth Hunter really stopped Broken Tooth in his tracks when he asked this question. Just as everyone expected, Vicious Tooth really didn't think too much about it. If Mark Hall was angry before, he is disappointed now. It was obvious from the evil-toothed expression that the Patriarch had really not considered the problem of the Evil Branch troll. Mark Hall had an idea in his mind that this guy was no longer suitable to lead us. and the tribe would inevitably perish under his rule. Mark Hall. Maybe our patriarch needs to think about it carefully. A evil-toothed troll walked into the door, with merciless ridicule in his tone. Broken Tooth was furious, and the evil-toothed patriarch was about to scold him. But the mouth-toothed troll told himself the information he finally found out. I went to Eagle's Nest Mountain once, and the Wildhammer dwarves there held a grand banquet just to welcome the arrival of a human. I think we need to pay attention to this. Humanity? Wajean's expression changed, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. He looked directly at the evil-toothed troll and asked in a cold voice, "Have you ever found out what kind of human being he is and what his name is?" The mouth-toothed troll saluted Valjean. His attitude towards the leader of the Darkspear clan was 1,000 times more respectful than that of his own clan leader. Broken Tooth. As if Valjean was his clan leader and Broken Tooth was just a stranger. If he hadn't worried that his strength was stronger than his own, Broken Tooth would have killed him immediately. I am Otho Mojic. It is an honor to meet you, Chief Valjean. If I heard correctly, the Wildhammer dwarves called him Leo. This man seems to be the marshal of the human kingdom. It's indeed him. Wajean thrust the spear into the ground hard, and the spear handle penetrated the ground 2 feet deep. Everyone could see his annoyance. The members of the Vicious Teeth tribe, who didn't know why, couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the human named Leo was a figure that even Woking had a headache from? To be able to make a character like Wajean worry. That human being is by no means simple. Oso wanted to inquire. So he asked, Clan Chief Wajean, is there anything wrong with that human named Leo? Isn't it just a human being? What's wrong with it? Broken Tooth thought that he had seized the opportunity to show off. Oso didn't pay much attention to him as the leader of the clan, so he would naturally despise him if he had the chance. If this idiot, that human named Leo, wasn't extremely powerful, how could he cause Wajean to be so scrupulous? If you say that, if Wajean takes advantage of the situation and lets him take over the task of dealing with Leo, I see how you will die. Oso snorted coldly, turned to Broken Tooth and said, the patriarch is a powerful man in this world. And of course, he cannot be compared to someone like me. If that human named Leo becomes our enemy, we will have to trouble the patriarch to take action. Broken Tooth smiled contemptuously. Oso, this guy, had never taken him seriously as the clan leader because of his abilities. This time, let him see how powerful he was. How strong can a mere human being be? When I became the clan leader, his ancestors didn't know where to play in the mud. You are afraid of him. But I am not. If he really dares to come, I will kill him and cut off his head. Hang on my spear. Kill Leo? Just you? Valjean had the urge to laugh. Not only him, but also the officers of the Darkspear tribe wanted to laugh. You? A guy who is not even ranked among the top 15 in our Darkspear tribe. Dare to say that you want to kill Leo? This is beyond description of arrogance. If anyone else had dared to say this, they would have been laughed at by the Darkspear officers. But Broken Tooth was different. After all, he is also a clan leader. The Darkspear tribe and the Broken Tooth tribe have formed an alliance, so we should give him some face. But we had a hard time holding back our laughter when we saw this ignorant guy. Wajean glared at his men, but he couldn't let them ruin his own affairs. Broken Tooth wanted to cause trouble to Leo, and Wajean was exactly what he wanted. Since the leader of the Broken Tooth tribe has said so, the matter is settled. Wajean made the decision first, and then said to Broken Tooth, the human named Leo is very strong, and I will send some members of the Darkspear tribe to the strongest warrior helps you. Broken Tooth was not happy to hear this. Didn't Valjean make it clear that he was inferior to the human named Leo? Unnecessary. Broken Tooth loudly refused, as if Wajean would fall out with him if he said one more word. Seeing this, the latter could only shut his mouth helplessly, but who knew that he was laughing wildly in his heart. Broken Tooth, this is your own death. Don't blame me. Leo, lend me your hand to help me get rid of this idiot. Chapter 856 Lageral's Speculation. Dwarf buildings are really difficult for tall and strong furbolgs to get in and out of. Cardross has no good solution to this problem. He must demolish his own building and rebuild it. Fortunately, Lageral also knew what kind of situation his tribe was in now. What could they be dissatisfied with if they could have a roof to cover their heads and 4 walls to protect them from the wind? And now this situation also gives the furbolgs a chance to show off their abilities. As the stronger of the two camps, the alliance cannot be joined by any race that wants to join. Weak races without abilities cannot be recognized by powerful races such as humans. Lageral knew very well what the situation of the Timbermaw tribe was now. If it weren't for the two demigods among the Furbolgs, who had played a role in the war against the Burning Legion in ancient times, neither humans nor dwarves would care about them. Not to mention that your Furbolg race has a long heritage, and that it is pitiful that your Furbolg race is about to be exterminated. Are there not many races in this world with a long history that have been exterminated? Seeing the winks given to them by the elders of the clan, the Furbolg shamans knew that the time had come to show off. They had to show enough ability. Otherwise they would not be taken seriously even if they joined the alliance. Even though they were compared with other races such as human dwarves. This is the weak side. A low roar echoed in the Eagle's Nest mountain. The unique rhythm of the Furbolg shamans, chanting spells rose and fell as the spell progressed. The magic elements floating in the air quickly gathered, and the shadows of the totem poles were slowly taking shape. Cardros and Leo had doubts on their faces. It stands to reason that the shaman's totem spell should be instantaneous. Why does the Furbolg shaman still need time to chant? One is instant, and the other takes time to prepare. It is clear who is stronger. If Lagrol and the others can only do this, they are too far away from the Orc shaman and Tauren shaman, and the value of the Furbolg shaman will be greatly reduced. Seeing the slow progress of the totem spell, Lagrol broke into a sweat and had no choice but to explain it to Leo and Cardros. Totem spells are originally spells derived from the belief in elemental gods. They have characteristics similar to divine spells, so they are all instant spells. The shamans of our tribe also use instant totem spells, but the elemental spirits abandoning us, and we no longer believe in them. The totem spell no longer has the instantaneous ability of divine spells. It can now only be regarded as a kind of spell, and it must be chanted to complete. With Lagrul's explanation, Leo and Cardros finally understood that chanting the totem spell as a spell should be the oldest method of casting totem spells. This method should be the belief of the Furbolgs and the elemental gods. I didn't expect them to retain the previous method of casting the totem technique, which was really unexpected. The actual combat ability of a shaman who cannot cast totem magic instantly is greatly reduced. Kaderos couldn't help but shook his head. This weakness of the Furbolg shaman was very fatal no matter in the decisive battle of a large army or in the battle of a small force. The dwarf prince's expectations for them were lowered by several points. Leo didn't speak because he thought of a question. Lagrul said that one must believe in the elemental gods and be accepted by the elemental gods in order to cast totem spells instantly. However, Leo has never believed in any elemental gods at all. Why can he always cast totem spells instantly? Is there anything else that cannot be explained in this? Could it be that Goldfinger had tampered with it? Faced with Leo's urging, Goldfinger explained, "Isn't it just to make the totem spell instantaneous? It's too easy. Totem spell is just a kind of spell in the final analysis. A powerful spellcaster only needs to improve it. The casting method can eliminate the step of chanting. These Furbolgs are still casting spells in the same way as tens of thousands of years ago. It's really stupid. No wonder the little gods don't like them. You can just solve such small things yourself. Don't bother me. Improving the way to cast the totem spell seems easy to you. But do you know how difficult it is? Totem spell is not a single spell, but a large system of spells, involving various elements such as wind, thunder, earth, fire, water, etc. With my strength, it is not difficult to change the spells of so many systems so that I can cast them instantly. If you want all the Furbolgs to have that ability, do you think I am a god?" Leo despised the lazy Goldfinger, and he was about to call him out again, when suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. God? Although I am only a demigod with 2 lines of perfect laws, and 1 line of incomplete and supreme laws, I may not be much weaker than some minor gods. In addition, I hold the thunder-controlling sword Thunder Fury, and the wind-controlling artifact Wind Chaser. Blessings. The perfect laws I have will reach 3 systems, and the complete laws will also have 1 more system, integrating many laws into one. Even if I challenge some small gods alone, the outcome will be 50 to 50. Even if I say I am a god, it does not count. Boast. Dragging his chin, Leo pondered. In the shaman totem technique, the 2 elements of wind and thunder can be handed over to the Fury of Thunder and the blessing of the Wind Chaser. And Leo is a destruction warlock who is proficient in the dual elements of fire and dark magic. The 2 elements to worry about are the 2 elements of earth and water. The earth element is easy to solve, although Flintag is trapped in the temple. Leo can have his abilities through the mysterious connection between the owner and the pet. Isn't the Kobold Geomancer absorbing the priesthood? Maybe Leo can also learn from it. It's not certain that you'll get any benefits. But what about the water system? Syndra? How deeply do you understand the laws of water? The Blue Dragon Queen's research on the laws of the water system is extraordinary. If she can't do anything, Leo will have no choice but to give up. He can't go to the Tide Hunter Neptulin. Not to mention whether Neptulin would agree. Even if he would agree, the distant waters of the Tide Hunter would not be able to quench Leo's near thirst. Master, my water system law is still far behind. But the ice system in the water system branch has reached completeness. Syndragosa's answer gave Leo some ideas. With the Furbald's physical fitness, it should be no problem to replace the water law with ice law. These guys are not afraid of freezing. The abilities of the 5 elements of wind, thunder, earth, fire, and water are complete. And Leo feels that he can test his ideas. Elder Lagrol, can you select a shaman to come out? I have an idea and need someone to cooperate with it. Lagrol had noticed Leo's abnormality for a long time. The Furbald Elder learned about Leo's abilities from Nalarak. He didn't dare to show any sights to this demigod warlock, who stood at the pinnacle of the mortal world. Hearing that the important people cooperated with Lagrol, and stood up on his own. The Furbald Elder was willing to personally cooperate with Leo, and was naturally welcomed without hesitation. The Timbermaw Furbolgs unconditionally obeyed the Elder's words. To convince Lagrol was to bring the Timbermaw tribe under his control. A blood-colored energy line shot from Leo's hand into Lagrol's eyebrows. The Furbald Elder did not resist, and allowed the blood-colored energy to enter his body. The reason why he did this was not because Lagerlal had unconditional trust in Leo, but because he was betting that Leo would not harm him. If he won the bet, his relationship with Leo would be much closer. The Maw tribe can get more support from this human demigod. Lagrol was shocked when the bloody energy circulated around his body. Lagrol could feel the terror of the energy as it traveled around. Although its quantity was pitifully small, it could not withstand its high quality. Even an extremely small amount was enough to kill a legendary strongman. Is this the power of demigods? It's too scary. After the shock, there is confusion. Furbolgs have also produced demigods. Their race has clear descriptions of the power of demigods. If ordinary Furbolgs don't know these descriptions, how can Lagrol, as an elder, not be clear about them? No! Leo's power is by no means more than a demigod. In other words, this human warlock is not an ordinary demigod, but belongs to the strongest level among demigods. Otherwise, his power would not be so high in quality. Lagrol made a judgment that he couldn't believe. It wasn't that he overestimated Leo, but it was the fact that the power Leo put into his body was half as much as the 2 Furbolgs. The You Are brothers. In tribal records, God wants to be on more than one level. With an intuitive understanding of Leo's power, Lagrol grew in awe of him. This human warlock is indeed worthy of being a figure who stirred up the world. No wonder the human race was so strong after he was promoted to demigod. It turned out that he was so strong, and the Timbermaw tribe was able to get on the line with him on the eve of his promotion to demigod. It was really I was so lucky to catch the last train. Just when Lageral's thoughts were flying to other places, a familiar feeling arose in his heart, turning him to stone instantly. There is no mistake. This familiar feeling is exactly the same as when he was given the ability to cast totem spells instantly after worshipping the elemental gods. Could it be that Leo's strength is more than just a demigod, and this human warlock has become a god? No way. How old is he? Lagrol was stunned. His mind was completely confused. His dull eyes looked at Leo, who put his index finger on his lips and made a silencing gesture to him. If Lagerol was still doubtful before, after seeing Leo's actions, he was already sure that Leo was a demigod. This human warlock was already a powerful god. No wonder Neralak worshipped him so much. No wonder several demigods were willing to work under him. It turned out that he was actually a god. In this way, when he came to Timbermaw Fortress, his strength was not a legend but a demigod. It was widely rumored that his promotion to demigod in Stromgarde was actually the moment he became a god. I actually walked with a spirit. Lagerlal didn't know whether he should be excited or grateful. What an honor it is to walk with God, etc. If Leo is a god, then my totem technique. Before the thought in his mind was finished, Lagero waved his claws, and the shadow of a totem pole condensed and took shape. Upon seeing this, Leo secretly thought, it's done. Lagrol had an expression of ecstasy on his face. As he expected, after receiving Leo's power, his totem technique could be used instantly again. This made the Furbolg Elder more and more convinced of his guess that Leo was really a god walking in the mortal world. We were abandoned by the elemental gods and lost our faith. At this time of crisis, Leo extended a helping hand to us and showed full goodwill. regardless of whether he has the idea of developing followers or not. This is an excellent opportunity. An opportunity to regain divine grace and receive divine blessing. Lagrol's eyes became extremely eager as he looked at Leo. Chapter 857 Such thick thighs. After a day's hard work, without the hustle and bustle of the day, most people fell asleep, and the night in Eagle Nest Mountain was silent. The settled Timbermaw furbolgs have already fallen asleep. But in this silent night, there are people's hearts. No, to be precise, the furbolgs' hearts are boiling. Lagrol, the elder of the Timbermaw tribe, and the leader of the entire Timbermaw tribe. His heart has not been able to calm down since Leo gave him the ability to instantly cast the totem again. Before this, Lagrol never thought that he could actually have direct contact with a god. Nor did he think that Leo was not a demigod but a god. In the impression of the Furbolg elders, the gods are all superior. They look down on the mortal creatures with an arrogant attitude. In their eyes, mortals are as weak as ants. Mortals want to obtain the gifts of the gods and get the gods. For blessing, they must devote their most sincere faith. The above was Lagrol's understanding of gods. But Leo's appearance broke this understanding. Although Leo's attitude is quite pleasant and approachable, he does not have the arrogant attitude of overlooking everything in the world. Lagrol is treated as an equal by him. A superior god treats mortals as beings of the same class as himself, and interacts with mortals with the same attitude towards life. Lagrol never thought of it, nor could he believe it. But it just happened. If there is no buying and selling, there will be no killing. If there is no comparison, there will be no good or bad. The elemental gods that the Furbolg elder had come into contact with before were immediately outmatched by Leo. Through observing Lagrol, he discovered that no one else knew about Leo becoming a god. With Leo's ability and the current situation of the human race, if Leo announced the news that he had become a god, he would have countless people without doing anything. Human beings believe in him and gain a lot of power of faith to enhance their strength. For most gods, such a temptation is something they cannot refuse. At least the elemental gods that Lagrol has come into contact with. But Leo concealed his ability. This made people have to think of somewhere else to resist the temptation, which must be a greater temptation. From this, Lagrol came to the conclusion that Leo had a big plan. Perhaps unwilling to be mediocre, this human god is making an amazing plan. Thinking of this, Lagrol's heart was filled with huge waves. Could it be that Leo is unwilling to be an ordinary god and wants to become a true god like the moon god Alun? If so, this human being's heart is too big. But his talent is indeed worthy of such ambition. After much consideration, Lagrol decided to go find Leo. It is better to find a motivated god, as the belief of your tribe, than to find those guys who have no ambition. After the incident with the elemental gods, Lagrol has a much deeper understanding of the gods. These high-ranking gods also have their own desires. As long as the Timbermaw tribe can satisfy Leo, Lagrol doesn't think he will mind anymore. The last group of believers. Moreover, he also has his own little plan to go to Leo Lagrol. Outsiders don't know about Leo becoming a god, which means that he has no believers now. If he can succeed, then the Furbolgs will become the first batch of believers under his command. Judging from the information learned from Nalarak, this human god is not a mean lord, and the Furbolgs will definitely benefit a lot when the time comes. Having made a decision in his mind, Lagrol immediately took action. When the Furbolg elder came to Leo's residence in Eagle's Nest Mountain, the god in his eyes was writing something. Lagrol did not dare to disturb him. He stepped lightly into the room, ready to wait for Leo inside. Don't talk until you're done. What he didn't expect was that the room, that looked normal from the outside, was filled with terrifying pressures, which were fluctuations belonging to the law. Lagrol entered the room and stared in fear, standing stiffly on the spot. Under the pressure of the power of law, he even lost the ability to move his eyes, and cold sweat quickly wet his hair. Is this the power of the gods? It's too powerful. Excessive fear is excitement. Lagrol came to Leo to be his tribe's backer. In other words, he came to take refuge with Leo. The stronger this backer is, the more reliable Leo is, and the more Lagrol will naturally be happy. There was an extra person in the room. With Leo's strength, it was impossible not to know. What was strange was that he ignored Lagrol and allowed the elder Furbolg to stand there sweating. Is this a show of force or a test? In the room with one person and one Furbolg, there was only the sound of rustling writing. Sometimes it's so strange. When you have a good impression of a person, no matter what he does, you will be very pleased with it. But when you hate a person, no matter what he does, you will feel disgusted. Lagrol's situation fell into the former category. The Furbolg Elder even thought that Leo was worthy of being a god, and that any writing could bring out law fluctuations that would make him unable to move. I don't know how long it took. Maybe an hour. Maybe longer. At the moment when Lageral was about to lose his support, Leo was finally done. He put away his magic pen, and the law fluctuations that filled the entire room disappeared with Leo's movement. Lageral was breathing heavily. It was not easy for the Furbolg Elder to persist for so long under the pressure of several laws. If it weren't for his image, he would have sat down on the ground, as if he had just discovered Lageral. Leo asked the Furbolg Elder, "Lageral, what do you want from me?" After taking a few deep breaths and forcing himself to hold his breath, Lageral spoke, "Your Majesty, Leo. Lageral has something to ask of me." "Begging?" Leo frowned and expressed dissatisfaction with Lageral's words. "I proposed an alliance between humans and Furbolgs at the beginning. After you agreed, we became allies. How can you just sit idly by when your allies are in trouble? You are begging. If used inappropriately, it means treating me like an outsider." Lageral was so stunned that he didn't know what to say. No matter what Leo's words were true or false, what he said made the Furbolg Elder feel very warm. After experiencing the betrayal of the elemental gods, Leo's words touched him greatly. "We have served the elemental gods for tens of thousands of years, but in the end, we were ruthlessly betrayed. These elemental gods are not as good as Leo, who has only had one contact with us. No wonder no one has believed in them for thousands of years. This is not unreasonable. It's a pity that we understood it too late." Lageral sighed secretly. It was only his fault that the Furbolgs were so blind that they believed in those ruthless and unjust elemental gods, which led to their race being reduced to where it is today. Just when Lageral was annoyed, Leo spoke again. "Tell me, is there anything I can do to help you?" After hearing Leo's question, Lageral gathered his mood and told the purpose of his visit. "You are a great being. I wonder if there is anyone in the Timbermaw tribe who is honored to be your follower. If I can get your permission, the Timbermaw tribe will regard you as their leader in the future, and you will become our only belief." Lageral said it very sincerely. As long as Leo nodded, the Timbermaw Furbolgs would become his followers. If other gods without believers encountered this kind of thing, they would definitely agree immediately without asking anything. The power of faith is so tempting to gods that almost no gods can refuse it. Almost not all. Which means there will still be people who reject it. So Leo's answer is me. Refuse. Absolutely. Although he had thought about the possibility of failure, and was mentally prepared to suffer failure, Lageral was still shocked when he heard these words coming out of Leo's mouth. Leo rejected our request to become his followers. Does he look down on our Timbermaw tribe? Lageral felt very sad. The current Timbermaw tribe did not even want to become believers of the gods. This situation was too miserable. Don't be too busy being sad. Just because I don't need the power of faith doesn't mean my men don't. Leo's words made Lageral's eyes light up, and the Furbolg Elder suddenly felt enlightened. Indeed, the lord in front of me is not a mediocre person. With the qualifications of the Timbermaw Furbolg, it is really difficult to get into his eyes. I want to be one of his first followers because I am too greedy. Leo is a human being. If we leave our own people, who are such a large ethnic group like the human race, to look for other races, isn't this not looking for the far away rather than the near? If you can't become a disciple of Leo, it's not bad to become a disciple of Leo's subordinates. After figuring this out, Lageral gained a lot of ideas. The only thing that made him hesitate was what kind of person Leo would arrange. He hoped it wouldn't be a bad candidate. Nalarak. Leo snapped his fingers, and the giant bear priest appeared next to him. Does he want us to believe in Nararak? Lageral felt that this was not unacceptable. After all, Nararak was also a powerful bearman. Emotionally speaking, the Furbolgs felt that he was closer to him than Leo. Shamans have the 5 major totem techniques of wind, thunder, earth, fire and water, as well as healing techniques at the soul level, light-based healing chains, and power-based amplification spells to strengthen themselves. This means that you cannot place your faith on a single powerful person. Existence. So Nalarak is just one of the people I arranged for you. While Leo was talking, other people appeared in the room. Syndra has done research on the laws of the ice system. Sinestra is in charge of the fire system. And as for Flintag, Leo pointed to the kobold with bulging muscles next to him holding a scepter. Very solemnly said Lageral. He already has a priesthood of his own. Have a priesthood? Lageral was shaken by these words. He never thought that this most humble kobold would actually have a priesthood. Could it be that he is a god? Otherwise how could he have the priesthood? So Leo has a god as his subordinate. Thinking of this, Lageral was completely dumbfounded. No wonder Leo looked down on the Timbermaw Furbolgs. It turned out that he already belonged to the gods. Not to mention the current Timbermaw tribe. Even the Furbolgs in their heyday might not be able to join. His eyes. The completely shocked Elder Furbolg had only one thought at this time. These thighs are so thick. Chapter 858 Winter Spring Fire Wine. Lageral felt that the most correct thing he had done in his life was to agree to Leo's request for an alliance with humans when he visited Timbermaw Fortress. It was with this alliance that the Timbermaw tribe was in danger. At the critical moment, they found someone they could turn to for help. And it was precisely because of this covenant that the Furbolg monsters got in touch with Leo. It was precisely because of the connection with Leo that they had the opportunity to embrace him now. With the Furbolg's current condition and Leo's strength, Lageral doesn't feel ashamed to seek refuge with him. If it is shameful to find a god as your backer, all races in the world are willing to shame this person. After digesting the news that Flintog had a priesthood, Lageral asked hesitantly, except for the 3 systems of earth, fire and water, what about the other spells? In fact, Lageral felt that his words were redundant. Even if Leo could not give the ability to other spells, he would not change his mind. After all, the person standing in front of him was a god who already had a god. The height that Leo can reach is beyond what Lageral can predict. And you will never suffer a loss by following Leo. Wind, thunder, light, soul and other abilities will be given to you directly by me for the time being. The name of the person you choose to believe in is Yizhuer. Lageral heard the meaning of Leo's words. And he said one word for now, which means that this human god will not be satisfied with the current power. And he will cultivate or conquer more gods. Vaguely, Lageral felt that he had guessed what Leo was going to do. Is he going to establish a pantheon with him as the main one? Build a pantheon. These 4 words made the Elder Furbolg breathless. The human standing in front of him was indeed no ordinary human being. No, it should be said to be an ordinary god. It is the dream of many gods to establish a god system centered on themselves. And how many gods have the confidence and ability to put it into practice? Lageral made up his mind that the Furbolgs must closely follow Leo's footsteps. When Leo truly establishes the divine system, they will receive good treatment even if they do not occupy the main position. Isn't there a saying that goes well? There is hard work without credit. Yizhuer is your god's name? The so-called god's name is the honorific name that the gods let mortals call themselves. Leo shook his head. It was obviously not what he meant. Another god? So Leo already has 2 gods. Lageral became more and more fortunate. The lord in front of him was too tough. He already had 2 gods without saying a word. If such a being wants to establish his own god system, the chance of success will be very small. Yizhuer is an archangel. But I don't want his strength to stop here. If your faith is pious enough, he should be able to be promoted to a Punzbelitis level angel of power soon. Leo looking at Lageral. There was a bit of a smile on his face. Do you understand what I mean? Archangel? Punzbelitis? Angel of power? To be honest, this is the first time Lageral has heard these words, and he has memorized them firmly. This is about the classification of gods. Even just 2 words are extremely precious information compared to mortal creatures. The Furbolg Elder did not understand the hierarchy of gods. But this did not prevent him from understanding the meaning of Leo's words. The latter was to measure the faith devoted by the Furbolgs based on the speed of improvement in the strength of the archangel named Yizhuer. Strength as the first test for them to join its forces. Lageral knew that this matter must not go wrong. Okay, Lageral, you have been here for a long time. Go back. Leo still has something to do. Although it is a big deal for the Furbolgs to take refuge with him, they can't play any role now. Besides, being too enthusiastic will make the Furbolgs think they are very important. Only by being appropriately distant and cold can they work harder. The Furbolg Elder was not dissatisfied with Leo's expulsion order. In his opinion, Leo didn't want others to be suspicious. He came to him in the middle of the night. It could be said that he was expressing his gratitude because of the short time. It wouldn't make sense after a long time. Eagle's Nest Mountain was the territory of the Wildhammer dwarves. Since Leo didn't want to expose his secret, it was better not to arouse suspicion. Thinking of this, Lageral was about to exit the room. But when he walked to the door of the room, he suddenly remembered something. Since he wanted to tell outsiders that he was here to thank Leo, how could he not prepare a thank you gift? With a smile on his face, the Elder Furbolg took out a large wooden barrel as tall as one person from his personal space and gently placed it on the ground. Sir, this is the fire wine brewed by the Timbermaw tribe. Please accept the Timberall tribe's gift of thanks to you. Leo blinked and remembered the name Winter Spring Fire Wine. This Donghuan Fire Wine is not an ordinary wine. If you really think about it, there should be a medicinal word in front of the word wine. This is a kind of medicinal wine, which has the effect of some kind of medicine. Lagro put down the barrel and backed away, while Leo walked to the barrel and used his magic power to open a small hole on the top of the barrel, took out a ball of wine the size of a ping-pong ball, and drank it in one gulp. As the fire wine entered his throat, a ball of hot air came out of his body. Leo felt that the cells in his body became more active with the spread of the wine. The activity of the cells boosted the vitality of the body, giving him a feeling of full strength. This wine is very good. Leo is a demigod, and the Winter Spring Fire Wine that Lagro gave as a thank you gift can have an effect on his body, let alone creatures below demigods. After waiting quietly for a quarter of an hour, the potency of the fire wine gradually disappeared. During this period, Leo made the decision to include Winter Spring Fire Wine as a strategic material. The fire wine brewed by the Furbolg can last for a quarter of an hour on him as a demigod. Wouldn't it be more effective and last longer when used on other people? Imagine that when the two armies were facing each other, one's own soldier's strength increased due to drinking Winter Spring Fire Wine, causing the other side to misjudge their own strength and leading to a major defeat. Can't Winter Spring Fire Wine with this effect be said to be a strategic material? Even if the effectiveness of Winter Spring Fire Wine is known, it is an undoubted fact that it can improve the combat ability of soldiers. Even if a sudden attack cannot be carried out, its effect cannot be underestimated. Leo rubbed his chin. The Timbermaw Furbolg surrender not only brought him a subordinate race with good single-target combat power, but also brought shamans to the alliance, so that shamans were no longer the exclusive domain of the tribe. The important thing is that he also brought some Furbolg specialties such as Winter Spring Fire Wine, which gave the alliance a legitimate reason to intervene in Winter Spring Valley. For a long time, Furbolgs have controlled the two fortresses that enter Winter Spring Valley, making it impossible for other races to enter, except for the Night Elves. No one else can touch that vast area. Even the town of Everlook established by the goblins in Winter Spring Valley has been blocked due to the lack of personnel, rare and half-dead. When Furbolgs join the alliance, this situation will be broken. Winter Spring Valley will no longer be a closed place to the alliance. The alliance's strength can legitimately expand to Winter Spring Valley, thus forming a clampdown on the tribes in Kalandor. Humans are different from Night Elves. The latter will not pay much attention to the Horde as long as the orcs do not offend them. They are moderate towards the Horde, while the former are radical, especially after Varian's return. Once humans reach out to Winter Spring Valley, and they establish a camp in Ungoro Crater, the orcs will no longer be able to develop as easily as before. Naralak, go and tell Ragrol that I am very satisfied with his thank you gift and ask him to keep the making of Winter Spring Fire Wine a secret. This wine is very powerful, and the secret recipe must not be leaked. As you command, Master. The giant bear priest accepted the order and immediately notified Lagrol using the Furbolg's special contact method. The latter patted his head in annoyance after receiving the news. He was blaming himself for forgetting that the Winter Spring Fire Wine was against the bear. Strangely speaking, it is a drink, but in the eyes of other races, it is a pharmaceutical item with great effects. As long as you hold the Winter Spring Fire Wine in your hands, you can get a lot of benefits based on its value alone. This kind of wine is not difficult for Furbolgs to make, and the output is not low. Lagrol secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he gave Leo the Winter Spring Fire Wine. Fortunately, Leo asked Nalarak to remind him. Otherwise, he would not realize the function of this wine. If he was confused, he would have given the recipe to him. If you give it to someone else, you'll probably die. Even Winter Spring Fire Wine has such a great effect. I have to think carefully about whether other things in the tribe are also of high value. Thinking of this, Ladgeral quickened his pace for the return trip, not mentioning the situation with the Furbolg elders. His eyes still stayed on Leo. After Ragrol left, Flintog became the focus of the room. After obtaining the part of the self-contained priesthood that Deathwing had discarded in the Earth Temple, the Kobold Geomancer tried not to attract attention. No, even Zenisarea, who had obtained the Red Nightmare, was paying close attention to him. If it weren't for the fact that the priesthood obtained by Flintag requires divine power to be used, some of his colleagues would have asked him to discuss it with him. Flintag is in an embarrassing situation because he has a priesthood but cannot use it because he does not possess divine power. After understanding his situation, Nerlak and others, who were originally envious of him, have a much more balanced mentality. When Flintog has supernatural power, who may be stronger and who is weaker, Turning her attention from the Kobold Geomancer to Leo, Cytisarea asked the questions in Syndragos's and others' minds. Is the Master giving us the opportunity to gain the power of faith because he doesn't like the Timbermaw Furbolgs? Although most Furbolgs are stupid, they are still very competent as believers. In such a race, they are individuals with firm beliefs. The proportion they occupy is extremely high, and once their numbers grow, they can provide a lot of power of faith. Foolish people are the easiest to be fooled, and they are also the easiest to develop fanatic believers. Cytisarea can't understand why Leo pushed the Furbolg out. The power of faith is something that even the gods covet. There are many people who want the power of faith. The gods do not hesitate to use their divine power to perform miracles to attract more people to believe in them. Someone brought such a precious thing to the door, but Leo pushed it out. It was not in line with his character. Something out of the ordinary is a monster, and Leo must have other plans for being so abnormal. Chapter 859 Leo's Ambition. As a powerful spellcaster, Leo is undoubtedly qualified in terms of patience. He actually does not have to explain things to Cytisarea and the others. After all, he is the Master and the Black Dragon Queen, and others are just servants. The Master does not do things to the servants. The need for explanation. Others might really ignore it, but Leo wouldn't. Although Cytisarea and the others are his servants, Leo will not treat them harshly. He is not a mean person. And there are some things that must be said clearly. You want to know why I don't want the faith of the Timbermaw Furbolg? Leo smiled, with a look of pride on his face. The power of faith is indeed a good thing. It can quickly increase the strength of the gods. But me! Look. No. Leo actually said he didn't like the power of faith that even the gods were fighting for. The answer was completely beyond the expectations of Cytisarea and others. There is no free lunch in the world. If you want to get the power of faith, you have to give. Otherwise, why should others believe in you and provide you with the power of faith? In addition to blessing believers and spending divine power from time to time to show their strength, God's contribution to declare one's strength and maintain one's invincible image among believers. Once your image collapses and believers feel that you are no longer invincible, or they have found a more powerful God, the power of your faith will quickly collapse, and a certain level of power achieved through the power of faith will quickly fall away. If the realm drops when facing the enemy, it will be a disaster. It can be said that the powerful images they have built for gods, who rely on the power of faith to increase their strength, may collapse at any time. Do you think I can appreciate such a thing? This explanation made Cytisarea and the others dumbfounded. It is common sense that gods need the power of faith. However, Leo's words told them that this common sense is very dangerous. Gods who rely on the power of faith to increase their strength there is always the risk of being knocked back to their original form. The power of faith is a double-edged sword. It can not only quickly increase the strength of the gods, but also make the gods irrecoverable. Once the believer's faith collapses, the gods who rely on the power of faith will be in danger of falling. No wonder the gods like fanatics the most, because their beliefs are the firmest and unshakable. But, do fanatic believers say they can have it? The word rare is most appropriate to describe the number of fanatical believers. Master, since the power of faith is so unstable, we'd better not use it. Unstable things represent danger, and strong people like Cytisarea are naturally unwilling to put themselves in danger. Just because I don't need it doesn't mean that you don't need it. The reason why the power of faith is unstable is because the gods will always encounter troubles that they can't solve. You are different. Leo pointed at himself. Because you have me. The collapse of the gods' invincible image among believers will cause a massive loss of faith in a short period of time. If this situation does not occur, all one has to do is maintain the invincible image. Leo will help them solve the troubles that Cytisarea and the others cannot solve. Wouldn't the flaws of the power of faith disappear? Of course. The prerequisite for achieving this step is that Leo's strength is much stronger than that of the Black Dragon Queen. And Leo has enough confidence in this. This is confidence, not arrogance. Lageral's guess was correct. Leo intended to form a divine system centered on himself. If he was not confident enough to solve the problems of his subordinates, how could he talk about anything else? Old problems are solved and new ones arise. Since Leo does not absorb the power of faith, how can he ensure his own strength? Did the original gods have believers to provide them with the power of faith? No. These gods relied on their continuous understanding of the laws, and their continuous exploration of the most original power of all things in the world to become the group of people who stand at the top of the gods. They, the strongest among them, can touch the origin of the universe and control all things. Such beings do not need others to believe in them, nor do they need the power of faith to increase their strength, because they can make the rules of the universe and dominate everything. Become the supreme being and the master above the gods. Dominate! Zenithsareya couldn't help but take a breath. What kind of strong ambition is this to have the ambition to become the master? You must know that even a clan as powerful as the Titans can only have one, maybe two masters. Titans! What a powerful race they are. Any adult Titan can rival the gods of other races. It can be said that Titans are born gods. Even such a powerful race can only have two masters at most. Leo wants to be the master as a human. This sounds so arrogant. But is Leo really arrogant? Zenithsareya's answer is, not necessarily. Others believe that the reason why Leo has achieved what he has achieved today is that, in addition to his outstanding talent, the unknown god standing behind him is also an extremely important factor. Is the outside world's perception correct? As Leo's #1 subordinate, Zenithsareya knows this problem very well. But there is no god behind Leo. Can something like the Red Nightmare be given by a god? That is the most original feeling of power of a demon god. What kind of god can give it to his subordinates? Zenithsareya didn't understand it before. But now she does. Dominate! Only the Lord who is above the gods has such ability. And only the Lord can abandon something like the Red Nightmare, like a pair of worn-out shoes. The person standing behind Leo is not a god at all, but the master who controls all things. So why is it so strange that he aims to become the master? When the Black Dragon Queen was shocked, Leo's eyes swept over the subordinates, and his voice was low and firm. I know that after I became a demigod, you all knew that you would definitely be able to stand at the pinnacle of the mortal world. And you felt slack in your hearts. I want to tell you, if you think you will be satisfied if you can stand at the top of the mortal world, then I will give you up without mercy. Indeed, demigods are the pinnacle of power in the mortal world and represent invincibility in the mortal world. But being invincible in the mortal world means you are safe and can sleep peacefully? Cannot. The experience of being almost killed by the Defias thief when he first came to this world left Leo with a sense of crisis. It was this sense of crisis that made him dissatisfied after becoming a demigod. Demigods are only the end of the mortal world, not the end of the entire universe. If you want to truly have a sense of security, that is the power that only the master who stands above the gods can have. And Leo must become that kind of existence. Your goal is to become gods and try to make yourself as powerful as possible, while I will move towards domination. Our life and death must be controlled by ourselves, rather than relying on the ridiculous mercy of others. Leo's gaze was as sharp as a knife and had the power to pierce people's hearts. Except for Zenithsareya and Sindragosa. Flintog and Nerlac all lowered their heads. Becoming a demigod and standing at the pinnacle of the mortal world was their goal. Seeing that this goal was about to be achieved, they really slacked off. Especially Flintage. The kobold who was lucky enough to become Leo's follower had no great ambitions. After he advanced to become a heroic geomancer of the kobold clan, and obtained the priesthood with great talent, he thought he could keep up with Leo's footsteps. His ambition for advancement has almost completely disappeared. It is conceivable that if it hadn't been for Leo's words that were like a wake-up call, Flintag, who was proud of his current achievements, would have been unable to keep up with him, and would have become an existence that Leo had to abandon or marginalize. Thinking that they would be in such a situation, a group of complacent servants couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Pointing at Flintag, Leo said coldly, "Go down and think about it carefully. I don't need subordinates who are unwilling to make progress." After saying that, Leo took Flintag and Nerlac into his private space without waiting for them to speak, leaving only Sindragosa and Zenithsareya. It was rare to see Leo angry, so the two dragon queens became very cautious. They did not want to be the target of Leo's scolding. It was obviously caused by guys like Flintog and Nerlac. Why should we be worried? Zenithsareya and Sindragosa looked at each other, and the two dragon queens saw a hint of anger in each other's eyes. A certain kobold and a certain giant bear priest were going to be in trouble. The Black Dragon Queen took a step forward and carefully lifted Leo's shoulders. "Master, you don't need to worry about such small things. Sindra and I will beat them for you." Zenithsareya spoke, and Sindragosa also joined in. "Yes, we will help the master to discipline those guys who don't seek to make progress." "What kind of beating or discipline?" "I think it is to express anger." Leo shook his head in a funny way, neither agreeing nor rejecting, and the two dragon queens regarded him as acquiescing. "There seem to be a lot of people under me, but they are not enough to actually use them. If each of you can do your job independently, I won't be so tired." Hearing what Leo said, Zenithsareya hurriedly said, "Manolo's strength is gradually recovering. Ilsa's understanding of Andariel's inheritance is also deepening. A Nubarak and a Nubrakan's the strength has also made a qualitative leap. So the master doesn't have to worry so much. Maybe I'm asking too much. Leo smiled mockingly to himself. If you really think about it, there are quite a few powerful people serving him. And people like a Nubarak are all high in combat power. How many people can offend him? But he was dissatisfied. What is this if not high demands? Tilting his head and looking at Sindragosa, who was tapping his leg gently, Leo asked the Blue Dragon Queen, "Why haven't you seen Arygos all day? Where has he gone?" Mentioning the Blue Dragon Prince, a complicated look flashed in Sindragosa's eyes. She only heard her answer. Arygos went to Saradan, which is the entrance to the Emerald Dream. But the tracking I cast on him, the magic found that he did not enter Saradan. Nor did he meet the Green Dragon Guards, but had a brief contact with a Night Elf. Why did Arygos contact the Night Elves? The current Blue Dragon Prince is not the same person he was before entering the Temple of Entourage. Thunest power has already invaded his body, and he has become a minion of the ancient gods. The Night Elves who came into contact with Arygos were undoubtedly people controlled by the ancient gods. Could the two of them be plotting some kind of conspiracy when they met in private? Leo fell into thought. Chapter 860 Zuvasa. If the Eagle's Nest blocked the overland access to the hinterlands, then Zulvatha locked the throat of the Wildhammer dwarves, preventing them from going deep into this vast area. Compared to Zinsaro, which is built around the mountains, the majestic altar of Zul, and Shadralu, which is dedicated to Shadra, the spider demigod worshipped by the trolls, Zulvasha can only be regarded as a small city. The small town is also a city. There are a lot of troops stationed here to defend against the Wildhammer dwarves and evil branch trolls. With the strength of the Wildhammer tribe, even if they all come out in full force, they will not be able to capture Zulvasha in a short time. And the prolongation of the battle will the evil branch trolls had time to react. And when a large number of evil branch trolls came to kill them, the Wildhammer dwarves had to retreat no matter how unwilling they were. This is not the first time that a situation like the above has occurred since the Wildhammer dwarves moved to Eagle's Nest Mountain and had conflicts with the vile branch trolls. The small city of Zulvasha makes the Wildhammer dwarves hate it, whether it is for the purpose of eliminating the threat of the vile branch trolls, or for the plan to completely open up the internal passage into the hinterlands. Zuvasa is the target that the Wildhammer dwarves must eliminate. Without external help, the Wildhammer dwarves would have had no idea how long it would take to achieve their goal of capturing Zuvasa. But with external help, it was different. If you ask when Kardros will capture Zuvasa, the dwarf prince will tell you, today. Today. Looking at the strong timber malfurbolgs that the Wildhammer tribe obtained, Leo, the demigod, alone was enough to kill Zuvasa. Speaking of which, the recent tensions in the hinterlands are closely related to Leo. Before the Amani trolls migrated over, the evil branch trolls were acting strangely because the spider demigod Shadra they worshipped suddenly disappeared one day and never returned to Shadralo. After several investigations, the priests of the evil branch troll discovered the fact that Shadra was dead. The demigod they worshipped was actually dead. This news made the trolls extremely angry. Shadra couldn't have died of natural causes. The only explanation is that someone killed it. When it comes to who has the motive to kill Shadra, the Wildhammer dwarves of Eagle's Nest Mountain are undoubtedly the most suspect. Who keeps them at war with the vile branch trolls? He originally hated the Wildhammer dwarves, who wanted to take the hinterlands away from him. And with such an incident happening, the leader of the evil branch trolls made up his mind to eradicate the Wildhammer dwarves regardless of the losses, even if they suffered heavy casualties. Do it too. Using this excuse, the leader of the evil branch tribe encouraged the trolls to fight and launched several large-scale attacks on Eagle's Nest Mountain. Although the evil branch trolls suffered heavy losses in these battles, the Wildhammer dwarves also suffered heavy losses. The most dangerous time was when 3 troll witch doctors led an army to the Eagle's Nest Mountain to reach the gate at the foot of the mountain, and almost breached the city gate. It was these attacks by the vile branch trolls that made Kardros decide to join the alliance. Anyway, so many years have passed since the War of the Three Hammers, and the trouble between the Wildhammer tribe and the Bronzebeard tribe has almost faded away. The dwarves of the two tribes have been communicating with each other for a long time, and there is no obstacle. From now on, it seems that it is not a bad thing for the Wildhammer dwarves to join the alliance. The emergence of Leo has greatly increased the strength of the alliance. The demigod warlock even promised to help them capture Zulvasha and solve the threat of the evil branch troll. He just joined the alliance has received such a huge benefit. No matter how you look at it, the Wildhammer dwarves are making a profit. A 10-meter-high stone wall and several irregular arrow tower-like buildings are the city defense of Zuvasa. Leo curled his lips. Zuvasa didn't look that good either. The Wildhammer tribe couldn't attack it. Could there be some mystery in this city? Seemingly seeing Leo's doubts, Brannigan approached him and explained, "Brother Leo, don't underestimate Zuvasa. This city is inconspicuous on the surface, but the trolls here will summon some. It's a very troublesome thing that gives people a headache, but it will be their end with you." It turns out it's because of the summoned objects. So that makes sense. The arrival of the dwarf army cast a shadow of war on Zuvasa, and the evil branch trolls in the city responded indifferently. In fact, it's not surprising if you think about it. Anyone who lives in a city where several offensive and defensive battles take place every year for a long time will become numb to war. War. If you want to fight, just fight. It's not like I've never seen him before. Probably this is the mentality of the evil branch trolls in Zuvasa at this time. Standing on the stone wall, preparing to defeat the Wildhammer dwarves again, the vile branch troll would not have thought that this time the battle would be very different from the previous one. The reason why they have been unable to capture the small city of Zuvasa is not because the Wildhammer dwarves are not strong enough, nor because the evil branch trolls are too powerful. The reason is that the Wildhammer tribe has more warriors and fewer mages. Looking at the entire Eagle's Nest Mountain, there are lively warriors everywhere, but the dwarf mage can hardly be seen. Without the mage, if you want to quickly capture a city with warriors alone, you can imagine how difficult it is in this world where magic, voodoo, summoning and other abilities exist. Leo's arrival made up for the shortcomings of the Wildhammer tribe. Even though he was just one person, the power of the demigods could not be measured in terms of numbers. Pointing to Zuvasa's city wall, Leo said to the Wildhammer dwarf, "Brannigan, I haven't even thanked you for your hospitality yesterday. So that city wall will serve as my return gift." What does it mean to use Zuvasa's city wall as a gift in return? Before Brannigan could react, a small mountain-like meteorite fell from the sky with blazing flames. It was 100% sure that it would hit the stone wall filled with evil branch trolls. Seeing the big meteorite that hit, the evil branch troll on the stone wall panicked. Where did the Wildhammer dwarfs find such a powerful wizard? The meteorite fell extremely fast, and it fell before the trolls could react. Boom! The walls collapsed and the ground trembled. Zuvasa's walls have collapsed. The raging flames spread rapidly along the buildings in Zuvasa, and the evil branch trolls, who fell into the sea of fire, let out painful wails. There is a saying that goes well: if the weather is dry and things are dry, you have to be careful about burning candles. The hinterlands is full of plants. This is the season when leaves and grass are drying up. Fires can be ignited at a moment's notice, and the flames carried by meteorites are out of control once they spread. If there were mages among the evil branch trolls, they could control them even if they couldn't put out the fire. But they didn't. The voodoo technique of the witch doctor is extremely powerful in killing people, but it is useless when used to extinguish fires. Zuvasa is a small city after all. Although the evil branch troll took certain fire prevention measures, these measures were meaningless in the face of the spells cast by a demigod warlock. The fire quickly spread to half of the city. Looking at the evil branch troll struggling in the sea of fire, Brannigan spat, pointed at Zuvasa and laughed. "I really like your return gift. Zoldatha has brought a lot of trouble to the Wildhammer tribe. It is the evil branch troll that prevents the Wildhammer dwarves from controlling the bridgehead of the hinterlands. Every year, the number of Wildhammer dwarves who die because of this city ranges from hundreds to thousands. Now seeing that it is about to be burned to the ground by Leo, why isn't Brannigan happy?" Kaderos also had a smile on his face when he saw that Zuvasa's wall was broken so easily. But the dwarf prince was different from Brannigan. He was not overjoyed. In the perennial tug-of-war between the Wildhammer tribe and the vile branch trolls around Zuvasa, it is not uncommon for them to break through the opponent's city wall. And this happened more than once. But in the end, the trolls still relied on witchcraft to drag them down. The Wildhammer dwarves were held captive until Zinsaro's troll army arrived, forcing the Wildhammer dwarves to retreat. "We must not relax until the moment we actually capture Zuvasa." Kadros loudly reminded his people that the lessons from the repeated failed attacks on Zuvasa told him that the evil branch troll still had a chance to make a comeback. Seeing that Zuvasa could not be saved in the fire, the evil branch trolls did not show any mercy. Under the leadership of several troll witch doctors, they decisively withdrew from the city. A meteor spell did not frighten the evil branch trolls. They retreated to fight with the Wildhammer dwarves outside Zuvasa, and the loud shouts of killing resounded in the sky of Zuvasa. The war between the Wildhammer dwarves and the vile branch trolls begins again. Ragrol signaled to the tribesmen behind him, and the Furbulb shamans cast spells one after another. Dozens and hundreds of totem pole shadows appeared in the team of Wildhammer dwarves, blessing the latter with one buff spell after another. At the same time, groups of Timbermaw furbolgs roared and charged forward. The strong and powerful furbolgs charged like tanks at full power. Under their impact, the evil branch trolls formation was quickly overwhelmed. The trolls would have been defeated if it weren't for the fact that there were several troll witch doctors sitting at the rear. In this battle, Brannigan was assigned to Leo's side by Cardross's death order. The Wildhammer dwarf looked at the fierce battlefield ahead and felt like 100 claws were scratching his heart. It was really itching. However, the clan leader had orders, but he couldn't do it if he didn't listen, so he could only obediently become Leo's follower. Have you seen those witch doctors wearing voodoo masks? It's these scum that have kept us from conquering this huge place. Pay attention. Those scum are about to summon. If you don't like it with your hands, you can always do it with your mouth. Right? Thinking of this, Brannigan's mouth war has not stopped since it started. Fortunately, although there will inevitably be complaints in his words, it is not all nonsense. The troll witch doctor was chanting spells. With Leo's strength, he could interrupt the opponent's summons if he wanted to. But who made Leo curious about the summons that had defeated the Wildhammer dwarves many times? He wanted to find out. Opportunities to increase knowledge will not be wasted. Ouch. There was a howl of wolves in the distance. And at the call of the troll witch doctor, many biological groups near Zuvasa came over to join in the fun. And the first to arrive were the wolves. These are not ordinary wolves. They are Silverman-banded wolves that can rival warriors. There are a lot of wolves. The vastness of the hinterlands is enough to support a large wolf pack composed of tens of thousands of Silverman-banded wolves. Faced with the impact of such a wolf pack, the Wildhammer tribe must muster at least 2 to 30,000 warriors to meet it. Silverman-banded wolf is okay. But the most annoying thing is those spiders. Before Brannigan could finish speaking, spiders the size of wash basins came from all directions, and their poisonous spider silk intertwined into large, sticky webs on the battlefield. Playing with spiders? I'm good at this. Leo snapped his fingers, and thousands of 2-meter-long spider monsters rushed towards those spiders with strange screams. Encountering a spider monster, the incoming spiders were stunned. They huddled together in fear and trembled. A smile finally broke out on Cardross's face. The overall situation had been decided, and the fall of Zuvasa was inevitable.